In a realm of dragons and serpents, a martial arts master, endowed with extraordinary talent yet plagued by congenital ailments, is reborn as the sole heir of a Canadian estate in the 19th century. Initially, he envisions a life of training in combat and accumulating wealth during the Industrial Revolution, dreaming of becoming a titan of his era, wielding both a fist of skill and a fortune in dollars, thus embarking on a path of unbridled elegance. However, he soon discovers that the original soul of this body is nothing but an irredeemable consumptive wretch, and to complicate matters further, he is the illegitimate child of an affair with the gardener. What is this claw protruding from his finger bones? James Howlett gazes at his own hand, increasingly anxious about the future that awaits him. Chapter 1. Mr. Howlett. As one of the earliest colonizers to cross the sea, Mr. Howlett embodies a fierce spirit of aggression, unyielding, obstinate, and exuding an air of oppression. He considers himself one of the pioneers of this magnificent era, believing he is not merely an adventurer chasing dreams, but also a new aristocrat bringing the flame of civilization to barren lands, despite the fact that his father was merely the first mate of an old whaling ship. This man possesses his own prideful assets. In 1763, when Britain incorporated Canada into its colonial fold, Mr. Howlett, at the tender age of 17, arrived alone in this unsettled land during the summer of 1802, armed only with an antiquated flintlock musket inherited from his father, and a mere £3.15. His brother, in contrast, received the family's second-hand whaling ship, and the family whaling enterprise accumulated over their father's lifetime. Over the course of 40 years, Edmund became a household name. Mr. Howlett emerged as the largest rancher and landowner in Western Canada, a figure of considerable wealth among English colonizers. For many years, people referred to him simply as Mr. Howlett, rarely mentioning his first name, as he believed only he could truly represent the illustrious Howlett lineage. To this day, the most vexing concern for Mr. Howlett is the dwindling family lineage. Despite his youthful endeavors in procreation, at 60 years of age, he has but one son, John, and a young grandson, James. Is Jamie doing any better? Mr. Howlett muttered through clenched teeth, puffing on his pipe. Father Hans has seen him. He still has a fever, but no longer coughs. He awoke briefly for some water and has since fallen back asleep. John gently reassured his father, fully aware of Jamie's significance to this elderly man, who is already lost. One grandson. Mr. Howlett took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling with frustration. When I was 10, I could heft a whaling harpoon to the ironworks for repairs. You were vigorous as a child, running about with a 40-pound calf. Yet Jamie is as frail as a premature lamb. Children these days may not be as sturdy. Tony was so small when, lying in bed, James listened intently to the conversation in the corridor, deciding it prudent to feign deep slumber. Upon awakening, he instinctively requested water, then closed his eyes again, lost in contemplation of his current predicament. If one were to die and be reborn, there should be a process, perhaps a journey through the underworld or a passage from the womb. Yet, his situation felt akin to the fantastical tales of time travel he had read, as he struggled to awaken from this nightmare and discern reality from illusion. Amidst the life-and-death struggle of his frail body, he pondered the brief childhood of this boy named James, recalling the sweet little maid, Rose, the robust yet bullying Victor, and the rarely seen beautiful mother, Elizabeth. The improvement in his beloved grandson's condition lifted Mr. Howlett's spirits considerably, releasing a collective sigh of relief throughout the estate. The oppressive atmosphere had become second nature to the servants and slaves, as young Master James had long been frail, often succumbing to high fevers. During such times, all the staff would tread carefully, aware that even minor mistakes could lead to punishment. However, such circumstances hardly affected the rambunctious children, particularly Victor, the son of gardener Thomas Logan, who relished the opportunity to remain by James's side. During his illness, Mr. Howlett felt Victor would grow to be a loyal servant, which endeared the boy to him, while John Howlett harbored a strong dislike for Victor, primarily due to the boy's disheveled appearance and the long, unkempt nails inherited from his father. After dinner, upon hearing that James had risen to eat some toast and fruit, Mr. Howlett, in high spirits, ascended to check on him. He opened the door to find his grandson sitting up, visibly alert, gazing around with curiosity. "Jamie, how do you feel? Still unwell?" The elderly man's face bore a rare complexity of emotions, striving to maintain his usual stern demeanor while struggling to mask his deep concern. "Grandfather, I feel much better. My head no longer aches. I'm sorry for causing you worry." Mr. Howlett gazed at his grandson, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. James bore a striking resemblance to his mother, Elizabeth, a handsome child, exceedingly polite and well-mannered, in stark contrast to the somewhat coarse and rugged visage. Typical of the Howlett lineage, his refined demeanor, however, did not reflect Mr. Howlett, whose dark hair and eyes were identical to those of the boy. "Life should surely be more stable now. A gentler disposition would serve you well, Mr. Howlett mused, imparting a few parting words of advice before departing the room. Old Howlett sensed an indescribable change in his grandson. The boy's speech flowed much more smoothly than before, devoid of the hesitance that once characterized him. He muttered to himself, bit down on his pipe, and descended the stairs. Having navigated the old man's visit, James lay on the bed, overwhelmed by a blend of emotions, taking in the 19th century European decor surrounding him, his pale, youthful hands, quietly accepting the reality of this new identity. From this moment on, the specter of his past life was to be no more. Revenge had been exacted, though he had sacrificed his frail body in the process. He felt no regret, nor was there any sense of disloyalty towards his mentor, only the existence of a small Mr. Howlett, James Howlett. Awakening to the memories filled with illness, fever, and frailty, he felt a simmering resentment. Must even time travel deny him a healthy body? Cursing silently, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps ascending the stairs, and the door swung open with a bang. "James, I heard you're feeling better. I still feel quite unwell, but I should be all right now." "Thank you, Victor." Victor Logan swaggered into the room, brandishing a small knife, and plopped down beside James' bed, nonchalantly trimming his excessively long nails without a hint of deference or humility. James found no offense in Victor's demeanor. Instead, he watched with keen interest as the older boy deftly whittled away at his nails as if carving wood. "You're always like this, Jamesso, sickly," Victor scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the delicate boy propped against the bed, who, at just 15 or 16, already sported a hint of facial hair and a robust frame that resembled that of a grown man. "I heard you were often ill as a child, too?" James inquired instinctively. Victor paused momentarily, his knife still in hand, but did not respond. "A new batch of fine-bred colts is arriving soon. If you keep this up, you won't be allowed to ride, and Mr. Howlett certainly won't let you near them." Victor tossed his head back, stood up, dusted off the nail clippings from his trousers, and strode out of the room, leaving the door wide open behind him. James struggled to prop himself up, picking up a nail that had fallen onto the bed and scrutinizing it closely, a flicker of something shimmering in his eyes. Chapter 2. James's hobbies. In 1845, Canada had only recently achieved unification, becoming Britain's largest overseas colony. Edmonton, the home of the Howlett family, was the largest city in Alberta. Although the grand landowners of the colonies were deemed unworthy of being called nobles in the eyes of British aristocrats across the ocean, it was undeniable that the Howlett family held the most power, wealth, and influence in this region. The summer in the Midwest was particularly unbearable. The towering Rockies blocked the frigid climate of the northern tundra, while the cool breezes from the east hesitated at the mountain's foothills. The rooms in the manor possessed ample ice to cool the air. Even the large creatures in the stables enjoyed similar comforts. However, the workers and slaves in the ranch and fields had no such respite, forced to let their sweat nourish the land. Mr. Howlett believed they were inherently suited to such an environment, asserting that it aligned perfectly with his usual rhetoric of being strict yet fair, reasoning that since most of them were of African descent, it was only natural for them to toil under the sun. James had recently begun to acclimate to the daily life of the so-called aristocracy. He had secured a tutor who commenced his education in writing and arithmetic, accompanied by lessons in noble etiquette. This tutor, hired at a substantial salary from London by Mr. Howlett, was a graduate of Oxford with degrees in literature and history, proficient in both French and Latin. Mr. Howlett was determined that his grandson, the future heir to the family legacy, should not grow up to be merely a cowboy skilled in herding cattle and shooting guns in this land. lacking in civilization. The Howlett family aspired to be true British aristocrats, and therefore, James deserved the finest education, for which Mr. Howlett paid an entire £13 weekly. Every day, young James was required to study arithmetic for an hour, followed by an hour of English and history, and an additional hour each of French and Latin under Mr. Daniel's guidance. Mr. Daniel generously allowed him a 15-minute break between each subject, primarily due to the significant progress James had made in the past month. Although he had always been a well-behaved child, it could not be denied that this age was filled with curiosity about the world beyond books could never compare to the charm of a little pony. However, the fact that the young maid, Rose, who had previously shared his studies, consistently outperformed him, prevented Mr. Daniel from relaxing his workload. "All right, James, that's enough for today." "Well done. Especially in arithmetic, I believe in a few weeks you may assist Mr. Howlett with his accounts. We must focus on improving your French, as it is a significant language here in England." "Yes, Mr. Daniel, I shall take my leave now." After a polite nod, the young maid, Rose O'Hara, slightly lifted her skirt in a proper curtsy and followed James out. "I heard that fireflies can be seen by the barn tonight. Would you like to go, Master James?" Rose, with her vibrant red hair, looked at James with anticipation, her freckles standing out against her fair, luminous skin, enhancing her youthful innocence. "Apologies, O'Hara, but I must review the assignments left by Mr. Daniel this evening and cannot accompany you." James was not swayed by the endearing nature of his maid and responded somewhat dismissively. "Again with this, you still call me O'Hara, addressing me by my last name is something reserved for strangers." Hearing the evident mix of grievance and indignation in her tone, James sighed and comforted her, "Because O'Hara sounds much cuter, more befitting of you." "Is that so? Do you truly think I am adorable, Master James?" Her mood shifted like the weather at sea, from brewing storms to bright sunshine in an instant. "Indeed, you are the most charming in the manor." O'Hara giggled with satisfaction, entirely forgetting about the fireflies, and after bidding farewell to James, headed to the servants' quarters for dinner. Even though James had never experienced childhood in his previous life, he found the constant presence of this little shadow, O'Hara, somewhat bothersome. O'Hara's mother, Mrs. Elizabeth, was the personal maid to James's mother. Since the passing of his elder brother, Tony, whom he had never met, the Howlett family had ceased employing black servants. O'Hara and her mother had come to Canada from Northern Ireland, a widow with her young daughter enduring a grueling 2-month journey to reach this place. Many impoverished and struggling British commoners chose to come to the colonies to serve the wealthy, landowners, and others. Although life here was not as rich as back home, the pay was decent, and more importantly, it offered a taste of the upper-class experience. Fortunately, James managed to secure considerable time alone in his room under the pretense of studying, and his rapidly improving grades validated his claims. Everyone in the manor knew that the greatest passion of young Master James was to diligently study alone in his room. Otherwise, it was hard to explain why a 12 or 13-year-old child would spend 4 to 5 hours alone, rather than chasing ponies or climbing banyan trees as he used to. James's true passion was, of course, not studying. The educational standards of the 19th century were quite limited, especially in colonial regions. Even Oxford graduates specializing in fields other than mathematics would find it challenging to compare with the solid foundational education of children from China. In his previous life, Bai Feng's English was ordinary, but his vocabulary of several thousand words far surpassed that of a typical child. The only subjects requiring effort were the French and Latin he had never encountered before. However, setting aside the whims of childhood, learning these 2 languages was not particularly arduous. Standing still with his eyes closed, he exhaled deeply, positioning his feet slightly apart and squatting down, hands resting awkwardly on his waist, adopting a peculiar stance in the room. He transitioned through a series of over a dozen movements, taking almost an hour before finally settling down. After some casual stretching, he collapsed onto the bed, lost in contemplation. James lay on the bed, pondering how to navigate this unfamiliar world. Perhaps due to his previous mastery in martial arts and his psychological growth, he found himself remarkably adaptable to the curious phenomenon of reincarnation. Moreover, despite his previous incarnation being exceptionally gifted, he was born with a frail constitution, suffering from congenital heart disease and renal failure, with extremely delicate and brittle bones. This seemingly sickly body was gradually improved through the practice of internal martial arts, evolving from the basics to mastery. Even so, his physical capabilities were only comparable to an average healthy individual. Overexerting himself could strain his heart. It was precisely this excessive exertion that led to his demise, avenging his master by killing his uncle, resulting in his own early death from cardiac failure. Now, although it appeared as though time had reversed by over 170 years and transported him to the mid-19th century in a significantly underdeveloped British colony, at least he enjoyed a favorable family background, seemingly ensuring a life free from want. Despite some health issues that remained unclear, it was still a considerable improvement from his previous existence. Knock, knock, a gentle sound echoed as Elizabeth opened the door, softly inquiring, "Jamie, are you resting?" Chapter 3. Father, Mother, and the Gardener Not Yet Mother. James sat up, gazing at the beautiful woman beside him. "You clearly have been studying for a long time. I've told you that your health is just recovering, and you must not overexert yourself." Elizabeth sat beside James, embracing him tenderly, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. "I'm truly fine. It's been over a month, and I've fully recovered. You see, I'm doing quite well lately." "That is good, that is good." Elizabeth tightened her grip around James's hand, murmuring softly. She was perpetually filled with a sense of guilt after James recovered, for her eldest son, Tony, had perished in her arms, which had driven her to the brink of despair. James, too, was often plagued by illness, each bout evoking memories from the past that rendered her frantic and unhinged. When James first fell ill at the tender age of 4, slipping into a deep, fevered sleep, Elizabeth clutched his small frame, wailing Tony's name. Mr. Hawley had commanded the servants to confine her to her chamber, forbidding her to emerge. This confinement left her with a profound sense of guilt for not being able to tend to her sick son, though perhaps there were deeper reasons for her anguish. Victor Logan was a rather extraordinary child, not merely due to his tall and robust physique or his somewhat grotesque and gnarled fingernails. More significantly, he bore no resemblance to the son of a servant. His manner of speaking and acting suggested he believed himself to be the master of the estate. Inherently, he radiated an air of pride that refused to be subjugated, only tempering it in the presence of Mr. Hawley, where he would exhibit a semblance of servitude. Even before Mr. John, he often spoke with a brusque demeanor, perhaps one of the reasons John found him so irksome, aside from his father, Thomas Logan. As the night brought a cooler breeze, the grand balcony of James's room offered not only ample space, but also an exquisite view. He increasingly enjoyed practicing there, engaging in rigorous exercises to strengthen his physique, not the mystical arts of drawing in moonlight and exhaling clouds. Yet it required a certain clarity of mind. The vast, uncharted expanse of the Rocky Mountains, the dense forests, and the multitude of stars twinkling above, alongside the luminous moon, created an ideal environment for his training, embodying the essence of what martial arts described as mountains nurturing sinews and stars opening the meridians. With breath control and visualization, he had now mastered a complete set of foundational exercises suitable for his youthful body, progressing at a pace unfathomable to those who began training in their 20s. James lay idly on the balcony, the expansive estate eerily silent. In the 19th century, entertainment was scarce, and by 10 o'clock, the atmosphere resembled the desolate hours of 2 or 3 in the morning. Mr. John Hawley had recently journeyed east to assess the breeding conditions of the ranch livestock, leaving the family's affairs largely in his hands. Mr. Hawley, for the most part, remained at the estate in retirement, yet as long as he was present, the Hawley family's enterprises continued to operate smoothly. "Elizabeth, listen to me. Damn it, just wait." James faintly heard a suppressed roar emanating from the garden below. "Thomas, you're hurting me." A woman's sharp voice pierced the air this time. James confirmed it was his mother, Elizabeth. He quickly crawled to the edge of the balcony, stealthily inching closer like a cat. "Tell me, does James have any relation to me?" The gardener, Thomas Logan, demanded, clad in a coarse linen shirt, his burly chest covered in a thick mane of hair. He gripped Mrs. Hawley's delicate arm, unmoved by her attempts to twist away. "No, no, James may not resemble me, but he bears no resemblance to John either. He merely looks like you. I found it peculiar that James was born on the same day as we." "Be quiet." Thomas, Shut that filthy mouth. We finished this long ago. I will not allow you to mention it again, ever. You are merely a gardener. Just a gardener. Elizabeth's furious reprimand seemed to pierce deeply into Thomas Logan, whose face darkened with a morose intensity as he released her, adopting an eerie calm. Yes, I'm just a gardener, while you are the most esteemed mistress of this estate. But what pride is there in being the mistress who dallies with a gardener? It cannot be, Thomas, it cannot. We cannot let anyone discover our affair. Do you understand? Holly would kill you. It was merely a mistake on my part. One lost Tony, and Victor's mother died in childbirth. We are just two grieving souls who accidentally found solace in one another. This must remain a secret. Elizabeth's beautiful face was etched with desperation, stirring sympathy. At the very least, think of James. He is still so young. Do you believe Holly would spare him? So, you're saying James is my son. Thomas's emotions flared again. Elizabeth fell silent, the excessive quiet suggesting that nothing had transpired that night, with all answers left unspoken. Let's leave, Elizabeth. Let's escape this place. A hint of disdain flickered across Mrs. Holly's face, though her lowered cheeks concealed it well. Where can we go? We have nothing. Where can we take the children? She sighed helplessly, filled with sorrow and uncertainty. Elizabeth felt an even deeper disdain for a man who had abandoned not only her, but also his own two sons. Ignoring her regrets over past mistakes, she reassured Thomas, "Will you allow me to think this through? My dear, this is not a trivial matter we must plan meticulously." Elizabeth's gentle words filled Thomas Logan with delight, and the brawny man, whose mind was filled with brute strength, nodded eagerly, as if a bright, happy future awaited them. They whispered together for a moment longer before hastily departing the garden, leaving James lying in a corner of the house, gazing up at the starry sky, stunned into stillness. This was perhaps a quintessentially tragic love triangle. Once, young John, Thomas, and Elizabeth had grown up together, sharing an unbreakable bond in their youth. Perhaps John and Thomas had been the best of friends, both enamored with the beautiful Elizabeth, who had garnered the affections of the girls due to Thomas's robust stature. Yet, as they matured, John, the son of the estate owner, had a promising future laid out before him, while Thomas remained a mere poor lad from a humble household. The choice in Elizabeth's heart was evident. Once brothers became estranged, their pure friendship shattered, possibly due to events that led John Holly to harbor disdain for his childhood companion. However, if the scandal of Mrs. Holly and Thomas Logan's indiscretions were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly result in a massacre, with even Holly's cherished grandson, James, not spared from the fallout. Chapter 4. The stable boy, the young maid, Rose O'Hara, had now become James's devoted shadow and flatterer, incessantly exclaiming during lessons how remarkable Master James was. Mr. Daniel had grown increasingly confident in James's academic prowess. However, today, despite James's consistent excellence in completing his assigned tasks, he appeared somewhat absent-minded. Very well, James. Let us conclude the lesson early today. With your current capabilities in arithmetic and English, there is no urgency. Go and enjoy the afternoon. You have worked diligently these past few months. Consider this a reward, a half-day off. O'Hara cheered from the side, again extolling Mr. Daniel. A clever little imp who would undoubtedly be a handful in the future. James graciously expressed his gratitude to Mr. Daniel before exiting the room. He indeed required some time to contemplate and address certain matters. What has Victor been up to lately? He inquired of O'Hara as they descended the stairs. Presumably the same as before, tending to the garden in the morning and working in the stable in the afternoon, she recounted, counting off on her fingers. Mr. Victor's father is truly outrageous, leaving all the work to his son while he lounges about the house, drunk. Master James, it has been ages since we visited Victor. Shall we go see him this afternoon? She pleaded, tugging at his arm. Very well, we shall visit Victor at the stable this afternoon. O'Hara was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the usually aloof master to acquiesce so readily. A smile spread across her face as she joyfully skipped along beside him. James felt an urgent need to converse with Victor, to discuss their father with this half-brother. Holly Manor possessed two prominent features, horses and guns. In the colonial regions, whether in the early conflicts with the indigenous peoples, the territorial struggles between England and France, or the ongoing disputes among estate owners for grazing lands, military might always reign supreme. This situation resembled a form of territorial division, with colonial governors and the government eager to strengthen their grip on the regions through such means. The sun never sets on the British Empire, though vast, is limited in land and population, lacking the capacity to deploy sufficient military forces to maintain stability across all its colonies. Thus, those who pledged allegiance to the imperial crown could recruit soldiers and claim lands for themselves, with the only requirement being the payment of taxes, rendering the government and the law somewhat inconsequential. A once-renowned decree from the British Crown stated that anyone who presented treasures to the Queen could be granted noble titles, even pirates. The estate boasted 2 stables. The one on the east was vast, effectively a horse farm, spanning over 10,000 square meters, housing over 200 fine steeds, tended day and night by more than 30 workers. Mr. Hawley could summon 100 armed knights at any moment, a testament to his stature as the largest estate owner in the Midwest. In this era, such estates were largely military bases. The second stable was considerably smaller, home to merely a dozen horses, situated close to the manor. These horses were favorites of Mr. Hawley, primarily used for breeding rather than riding. Each stood over 1.8 meters tall, their coats gleaming and spirits high, and it was here that Victor Logan labored. Victor! Victor Logan! Before entering the stable, O'Hara began calling out for him. The luxurious stable was well stocked with ice, maintaining a pleasantly cool temperature. Victor Logan, clad in a sleeveless vest, was grooming a magnificent stallion with a soft brush. This stallion, the finest breeding horse on the estate, boasted powerful limbs and a flowing mane, embodying the pinnacle of equine beauty. Its name was Black Mountain, a prized possession of Mr. Hawley. Victor glanced up briefly at James and O'Hara, acknowledging their presence without interruption. James scrutinized Victor closely, refraining from initiating conversation, while O'Hara excitedly petted Black Mountain, chattering away with Victor. The more James observed, the more astonished he became. At merely 15 or 16, Victor had attained an adult's height and a remarkably broad frame. Were it not for the youthfulness on his face and the softness of his beard, he could easily be mistaken for a fully grown man. His hands were particularly large, the dimensions of his wrists surpassing that of the average male by at least 2 sizes. Practitioners of martial arts often categorize bone structure as single or double. Yet Victor exceeded these classifications, his long, thick fingers and prominent knuckles resembling the claws of a beast. In the eyes of a former martial arts master, his physique surpassed all conventional expectations of martial prowess. Strangely, James had often heard that Black Mountain was not only the finest but also the fiercest stallion, rarely allowing anyone near save for Mr. Hawley. Yet, in Victor's presence, the horse exhibited an unexpected docility. James, attuned to his previous life sensitivities, sensed the subtle aura surrounding Victor, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior or a predatory figure. "It has been some time since I last saw you. Have you fallen ill again, little lady James?" Victor spoke first, though his hands continued their work. James disregarded his sarcasm, approaching to caress Black Mountain's muzzle. Victor instinctively moved to stop him, but the stallion lowered its head in compliance, nudging James's small hand affectionately. Victor regarded him curiously, momentarily silent. "O'Hara, look at that little horse over there." James pointed to a pure white foal within the stable, and O'Hara's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed over, hugging the foal's neck and showering it with affection. Victor's gaze toward James transformed further. "Do you perform such labor daily? I hear that Mr. Logan's tasks are primarily yours." James inquired casually. "Not everyone bears the Hawley name. How else would we eat?" Victor responded naturally, devoid of resentment or complaint. After a brief pause, he continued, "That man spends every night drinking and sleeps the day away. If I don't work, shall I wait for Mr. Hawley to cast us away?" James keenly noted the tension in Victor's jaw when he mentioned that man. "And does he treat you well?" James asked directly, regretting his haste. Surprisingly, Victor did not react with anger. Instead, he smirked with a hint of pride as he replied, "Humph. When he strikes me now, it hardly hurts at all. Not even a mark is left. Truly useless. Then why not keep him at a distance?" This suggestion seemed to startle Victor, who fixed a penetrating gaze on James. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, merely inquiring. If you detest him so, surely you would not wish to be in his company." Victor scoffed, averting his gaze. "Wait until I grow a bit more. I shall leave on my own." At this moment, O'Hara approached with the adorable white foal, exclaiming to James, "James, Master James. May I name it Dove?" "It's a horse. Why would you call it Dove?" The little maid insisted. "No, Dove is lovely, like a lady. I beg you, Master James." "Do as you wish. No one will mind what you name it," James replied with resignation. Satisfied, O'Hara embraced Dove and pleaded with Victor to help her mount for a while. The sound of firm, Swift footsteps approached the stable, and Mr. Howlett entered. As a man in his 60s, he was quite a rarity in an age when longevity was not common, and his agility and competence were even more exceptional. One could imagine how robust and vibrant he must have been in his youth. Spotting his little grandson, Mr. Howlett, with his white beard twitching, jovially proclaimed, "Here are two little rascals skipping class." Chapter 5 Unexpected Outcomes. O'Hara, a bit shy, jumped down from the horse and curtsied to Mr. Howlett, remaining silent beside them. James stepped forward and said, "Today, Mr. Daniel has a half day off. You mustn't blame us." Mr. Howlett laughed heartily, ruffling James's hair, and said to Victor, "The code of Black Mountain has become increasingly pure. Well done, Victor." "It is my duty, Mr. Howlett," Victor replied softly, his composed demeanor earning a slight nod of approval from Mr. Howlett. "Well, I haven't moved much these past few days. Shall we take Black Mountain out for a stroll?" "James? That would be splendid, grandfather. I have always wanted to try riding Black Mountain." James feigned excitement in response. He then instructed O'Hara to play for a while before returning and followed Mr. Howlett out of the stable. Even in a simple linen shirt and standard baggy trousers, Mr. Howlett exuded a unique charm. He was not the sophisticated elegance of a long-established noble, but rather possessed a certain gallantry reminiscent of a seasoned military veteran. His movements crisp and decisive. He bent down to lift James onto the horse, took the reins, and the two of them rode leisurely across the expansive meadow. "Jamie, what do you think of Victor?" Mr. Howlett inquired. Mature for his age, steady and strong, James succinctly replied. Mr. Howlett looked at his grandson with surprise, his lips curling into a smile as he praised. "It seems you are indeed making progress in your studies. Daniel was right. You've improved remarkably." Mr. Howlett nodded repeatedly, walking with a sense of satisfaction. Seeing this, James contemplated briefly and said to Mr. Howlett, "Grandfather, I have heard that Victor's father, well, is not easy to get along with." Mr. Howlett did not answer directly, but said, "If you have something to say, please continue." "Well, Victor is a capable person, and I will need hands to manage the family estate in the future. Loyalty cultivated from a young age is the strongest. However, I have heard that Victor's relationship with his father, Mr. Thomas Logan, is quite poor. It is said that Mr. Logan, besides being a drunkard, neglects Victor and often abuses him. I hope to improve Victor's situation to some extent. He would surely be grateful to the Howlett family." Mr. Howlett's gaze towards James grew increasingly profound, and he asked, "What do you think should be done?" After a moment of thought, James calmly suggested, "Perhaps we should send Mr. Logan away from the estate, far from here. Give him a position with little authority but a better quality of life, such as overseeing the northern cattle ranch or the eastern garden. This way, Victor can not only distance himself from him but also grow up nurtured by the Howlett family. And in the future, he will surely serve the family well." Mr. Howlett sighed deeply as his pace slowed. "I have tried to gauge your growth as best as I can, Jamie, yet you continue to astonish me. I have underestimated you." Very good, indeed. You are truly my grandson, William Howlett." James, slightly bashful, lowered his head, pondering whether this idea warranted such delight. After all, he was merely 12 years old and had previously been quite timid and introverted. It was no wonder the elder Howlett was so pleased. Mr. Howlett, now slightly more composed, continued, "It is excellent that you think this way. As the future heir of the family, such considerations are necessary. I have felt for some time that keeping Thomas Logan at the estate would eventually lead to trouble. You need not concern yourself with this. Your grandfather will provide you with a satisfactory answer." The two of them strolled a little longer before returning to prepare for dinner. This plan had been on James's mind for quite some time, and things had surprisingly gone smoothly thus far. He had contemplated various possibilities, the safest being to eliminate Thomas Logan. However, as Logan was his biological father in this life, James, though not entirely averse, did not wish to bear the burden of patricide. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Besides, being merely a youth of just over 10 years, even if he had certain means to deal with Thomas Logan, the risks involved were substantial. Sending him away from the estate was the best option. Even if he was reluctant or refused, Mr. Howlett had ample methods to handle Thomas Logan. As long as Logan did not descend into madness or seek to end his own life, he would not reveal the affair with Mrs. Elizabeth. With a great weight lifted from his heart, James enjoyed an extra portion of steak that evening. His appetite had grown considerably, and the past few months of training had evidently fostered his physical development. He no longer suffered from inexplicable illnesses as he once did. After dinner, Mr. Howlett mentioned to John and Elizabeth his intention to send Thomas Logan to oversee supplies at the Northern Cattle Ranch, offering him a generous weekly wage and a small house. Elizabeth was overjoyed, wholeheartedly supporting Mr. Howlett, feigning indifference by stating it was entirely up to her father. John, however, expressed some opposition, muttering something about Logan inevitably returning. Mr. Howlett could not help but feel displeased with his son's indecisiveness and weak nature, yet he found some comfort in knowing his grandson was a capable individual. Everything seemed to be falling into place, as though the estate had narrowly avoided an impending storm. Unsurprisingly, Thomas Logan rejected the offer, but when Mr. Howlett coldly told him that if he was unwilling to go, he should leave the estate and go wherever he pleased, Logan begrudgingly acquiesced. That very night, he attempted to approach Elizabeth, wishing to disclose everything and hasten their elopement plans. However, by coincidence, Mrs. Howlett had recently become reclusive and had not granted him a single opportunity to speak with her. The weather in Alberta had been persistently gloomy, as if brewing something ominous. As night fell, a deep, rumbling thunderstorm erupted in the pitch-black sky. In an age devoid of moonlight and starlight, the outdoors was truly engulfed in darkness. Thomas Logan sat on his old, worn-out sofa, his body sinking deeply into it, a nearly empty bottle of rum in hand, with 2 empty bottles at his feet. Victor had already retreated to his room, unsure whether he was genuinely asleep or deliberately silent, as though he did not exist. Logan's face, dark and twisted like a storm cloud, was filled with rage as he roared inwardly, condemning everything around him. Alcohol had clouded Thomas Logan's mind, his muscular brain now brimming with vigor under the influence of strong spirits. He rose with fervor, seizing the hunting rifle propped by the bedside, inspecting the loaded chamber, and deftly cocking the gun. With determined strides, Thomas Logan burst through the door, just as a thunderclap rent the sky and torrential rain poured down. Mr. Howlett, being of advanced age, had been restless throughout the stormy night, tossing in bed with a sense of unease. Faintly, the sound of pounding on the door echoed from below, though it was muffled by the rain. Suddenly, a deafening bang arose as the front door was blasted open by the shotgun, startling him awake. Mr. Howlett swiftly rolled out of bed, retrieving a short firearm from the nightstand, checking it with agility before stepping into the hallway with caution. Elizabeth! Elizabeth! Thomas Logan called out incessantly, pacing the grand hall of the manor like an agitated rooster. John donned his clothes and exited his room, reassuring his wife to remain still inside. He encountered his father by the staircase. It sounds like Thomas. I shall investigate. Father, you should return to rest. It is nothing to worry about. The elder intended to grasp his son's arm, but only managed to tug at John's sleeve. As John urged him to remain calm, he dashed down the stairs unarmed. Mr. Howlett hurried down the other side, summoning 4 of the already awakened workers who armed themselves, nodding slightly before hastening after his son. As they neared the hall, another thunderous shot echoed, causing Mr. Howlett's heart to plummet. Trembling, he ascended the steps and beheld his son, clad in a white nightshirt, lying in a pool of crimson, his chest soaked in bright blood. Thomas Logan stood nearby, panting heavily, as though merely an onlooker. He watched as the 4 armed men beside Mr. Howlett raised their rifles toward him, the barrels flashing with blinding fire. Chapter 6. 2 funerals. John Howlett was our upright and loyal companion. Throughout his life, he extended the utmost kindness to family, friends, and all whom he encountered. Now he lies in repose, his time on this earth concluded. He embraced life with boundless love. Having traversed his path, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. From this day forth, a crown of righteousness awaits him, which the righteous judge will bestow upon John on that day. Not only upon him, but also to all who long for his manifestation. Amen. Father Hans recited the eulogy with solemnity and compassion, while a few crows perched on the rose bushes cawed mindlessly, keeping time with the priest's lengthy oration. Elizabeth Howlett's face was ashen, layers of black veil obscuring her features, the stark contrast of black and white painfully vivid. In her arms, James pressed his lips tightly together, his small face taut, displaying no tears, which only deepened the heartbreak of those witnessing the scene. Such a young child bereaved of his father, yet he exerted all his strength to appear resilient, inciting more hatred towards the demonic gardener among the mourners. After the ceremony, James was the first to approach the coffin, placing a white chrysanthemum atop it, then grasping a handful of loose soil to scatter over it. One by one, people stepped forward to bid their final farewells. Mr. Howlett stood at a distance, waiting until all had departed. Then, he picked up a nearby shovel and slowly made his way to the grave, shoveling soil with deliberate care. His once white hair and beard had turned to silver frost. Years of comfortable living stripped away, leaving only a trace of kindness and gentleness. It seemed as though overnight, he had transformed back into the man known as Bloodmane. Though this time, the bloodshed was that of his own son. Rose O'Hara watched as James trailed closely behind, breaking away from his mother and grasping his hand. James turned and offered a strained smile, refusing to pull away. Internally, he wrestled with regret and guilt, while he could not claim a profound emotional bond with John. He sensed the pure paternal love from John Howlett. Perhaps in the years to come, when he fully integrated his feelings and consciousness into this moment, he would sincerely embrace this man, even while knowing deep down that he was not his biological father. More importantly, John was a good man, the most innocent of souls. He firmly believed that his brother had succumbed to despair after the passing of his wife during childbirth, descending into alcoholism and depravity. His disdain and hatred were perhaps fueled more by disappointment than by true animosity, and even in the moment the bullet pierced his body, he likely could not fathom that Thomas Logan would act in such a manner. James's own reckless actions had led to unforeseen consequences. Senseless death was the greatest sorrow. The neighboring landowners seemed to believe that the late loss of his son would shatter Mr. Howlett, and upon hearing the news, they grew restless, engaging in provocative antics along the designated pasture boundaries. Until John Howlett was laid to rest, Mr. Howlett displayed no reaction, prompting even more restlessness among the onlookers. On the very night following the funeral, Mr. Howlett rode upon a black steed, with little James seated before him. Before them lay the torch-lit expanse of the estate. Over 300 mounted riflemen standing at attention, far exceeding anyone's estimation of his power. Many faces were familiar, the estate's watchmen, servants, farmers, and stable hands. These brothers, who had stood with Mr. Howlett in building his legacy, accompanied him in another capacity, laying down their rifles to take up farming tools, raising families, and tending the land, only to reclaim their arms when the time came to return to their true selves. I have buried my son today. I now have time to attend to other matters. It is unfortunate for an elder to encounter such tragedy. Many might believe I would be languishing in bed, calling out my beloved son's name in despair, perhaps even coming to witness how I would accompany John to his end. Yet, they lack the courage. They lack the courage to stand before William Howlett. So, let us find them, and tell them whether I am still the man I once was, and whether they are still the wolf pack they once were. He tightened his grip on the reins, urging the black steed forward, charging out of the estate, the knights trailing behind him like a fiery dragon. Like a searing, blinding dagger, they sliced through the night. A night of relentless pursuit ensued, traversing 3 towns and 7 estates, claiming 216 lives. For this, Mr. Howlett paid the price of 34 loyal brothers. Yet not once did he waver, even as James remained cradled in his arms, showing no signs of resistance. He sensed the child's diminutive form, unervingly steady, and had expected the boy to tremble and plead for home, to seek out his mother. Instead, James gazed wide-eyed at the unfolding scenes before him, remaining unchanged even as a seemingly pure-aged boy suffered a gaping wound. As dawn approached, the weary procession finally returned, and Mr. Howlett was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable fear that his grandson might be rendered speechless by terror. He regretted his actions with profound dread. A child of less than 12 had just lost his father and witnessed a night of slaughter. He could not bear to contemplate further. James? Jamie? Mr. Howlett stammered. His first words to James that night. What is it, grandfather? James turned to look at Mr. Howlett, his grandson appearing fatigued after a sleepless night. Yet his eyes sparkled with life. Mr. Howlett's heart lightened at the sound of his response, and in that moment, he felt as though he aged rapidly, his once rigid spine finally softening. I'm sorry, Jamie. James regarded his grandfather with a puzzled expression. I regret to say that I failed to fulfill my previous promise to you. A matter that was originally trivial has now become a source of pain for James, whose heart seems to ache at this moment. He grasped the blood-stained, rough hand of Mr. Howlett and gently shook it, whispering, Grandfather, it truly is not your fault. It really isn't. Mr. Howlett ruffled James's soft, thick black hair and replied, Remember all of this. Remember it deeply. I will, grandfather. As dawn approached, Victor Logan finally discovered a corpse in the wild valley at the far eastern edge of the ranch, its body covered in crows and unknown birds. His approach startled the small creatures feasting on their breakfast. The corpse was in a state of decay, especially the face, which had been completely pecked away. rendering its features unrecognizable, with hollow eye sockets adorned with bits of rotten flesh and fibers. Victor hoisted the body, which towered over him, and strode purposefully towards the hillside. As the red sun gradually ascended, he reached the cliff's edge, discarding the body, and immediately began to dig into the gravel and dirt beneath him. He worked rapidly and forcefully, causing his fingers to become raw and bloody, yet his long, coarse nails seemed unaffected, even appearing to grow longer. Blood still flowed from his fingertips, but Victor, engrossed in his task, failed to notice that despite the deterioration, his fingers seemed to heal, not worsened. In this manner, relying solely on his hands, he soon excavated a grave deep enough for a solitary body. Victor lifted the nearby corpse and deftly tossed it into the pit. Covering it with dirt, he scavenged some stones from the surroundings, piling them atop the earth. "I want to give you a headstone, lest someone unearths your grave. You, a scoundrel, do not deserve a cross. I shall not recite the priest's solemn words, so let it be." He turned away, descending the mountain without looking back. Chapter 7. 10 years. The summer's end in Alberta, 1845, was whispered among the people as the night of the wolf's calamity. Governor Fitzgerald Hunter personally dispatched emissaries to consult with Mr. Howlett, establishing regulations to prevent such disasters from occurring. Consequently, Mr. Howlett became renowned throughout Canada, with all landowners aware of the old madman of Alberta who was best avoided. After the funeral, Mrs. Elizabeth devoted herself devoutly to Catholicism, withdrawing from society. Each day, she attended church services and engaged in charitable acts, caring for orphans and the elderly. Had it not been for Mr. Howlett, she might have considered remarrying or leaving. But both she and Mr. Howlett understood that John's death was her doing. Without James, the sole heir of the Howlett family, Elizabeth's fate would likely have been no better than that of Thomas Logan. The old man shouldered the weight of the entire family once more. His constitution was robust enough that, had life continued peacefully, he might have lived to the age of 80. However, to afford his grandson more time, Mr. Howlett had to grit his teeth and endure, striving to see him grow. Though James was still quite young, the old man derived solace from the hope he perceived in his steadfastness. Over the past decade, Canada had seen little change. A year prior, a new governor had arrived. A hereditary marquis in his 40s, who seemed dissatisfied with the autonomy of the landowners in the colony, persistently attempting to augment the authority of the governor's office. Following the night of the wolf's calamity, the agricultural and ranching enterprises of Alberta had essentially fallen under Mr. Howlett's dominion, making him the greatest thorn in the governor's side. The old man's decline was no secret. His once straight spine could no longer bear the burden. The eerie tranquility of Alberta foreshadowed an impending storm. Meanwhile, in the fledgling United States, turmoil brewed. The rise of abolitionists and the formation of the Free Soil Party, comprised of Democrats and Whigs opposed to slavery, aimed to establish free states in the West. In 1850, after much contention, a compromise led Congress to pass stringent fugitive slave laws. By 1854, Congress abolished the geographical boundaries between slave and free states, inciting fierce opposition from the northern industrial bourgeoisie. That same year, the Republican Party was founded, officially opposing slavery, as a greater storm loomed over the vast North American continent. James Howlett's life remained undisturbed following his father's death, sheltered under the sturdy umbrella that Mr. Howlett had provided. Apart from the first 2 years dedicated to studies and the management of family affairs, he devoted all his energy to honing his skills and addressing his increasingly peculiar physical condition. The 8 sections of brocade, a renowned ancient Chinese exercise system, was among the most widely practiced and influential forms of health cultivation. With numerous schools, styles included sitting, standing, and variations between northern and southern practices, with many sects having their own methods. In his previous life, James had practiced the rare ancient 8 sections of brocade, which was challenging due to its antiquity. Many of the acupressure points had become obscure, with few daring to attempt them. Each evening, he practiced I Ching Jing, once mythologized as the pinnacle of martial arts. Though fundamentally it was merely a guiding technique to strengthen the body, focusing on stretching tendons and enhancing vitality and longevity. This practice had been obtained by White Wind's master to restore and prolong his health, relying on the 8 sections of brocade for organ regulation, breath control, and the I Ching Jing for strengthening muscles and bones, enabling him to endure the rigorous training of martial arts. Without these 2 disciplines, he might not have survived past 30. By the age of 16, James could perform all the necessary movements of both disciplines. particularly mastering the I Ching Jing to the extent that he could execute moves such as the splits and shoulder rotations, rendering typical locks and joint techniques ineffective. He recognized the benefits of early training. In his previous life, his skeletal structure had fully developed, leading to a slow progression that took 7 years to reach his current level. In the ensuing years, James refrained from hastily pursuing his former martial arts, instead consistently dedicating each day to the practice of the 8 sections of brocade and I Ching Jing, while also applying the insights gained from his previous martial arts mastery to explore foundational stances and techniques he had previously lacked the opportunity to try. He aimed to forge an unyielding foundation, questioning whether the soul of a martial arts master could elevate this life's practice to legendary heights. However, the affliction he thought had vanished only intensified. "Master James, wait for me." Rose O'Hara, now a young lady, galloped after him on her white dove. Her vibrant red hair danced in the wind like a crimson ribbon, her porcelain skin glistening in the sunlight, and her well-defined features displaying a slight furrow of concern. The youthful freckles on her face had long since faded, and the once gawky maid had blossomed into a stunning beauty. "You must return. I'll take a stroll in the woods and bring you back a rabbit to play with. The forest is dangerous. You cannot follow me. Don't be stubborn." James called back to O'Hara, urging his mount, Panda, to quicken its pace. This remarkable steed, a descendant of the finest lineage, bore a striking black and white coat, more robust than its father, and James had given it the name Panda, though no one knew its meaning. O'Hara, pulling the white dove to a halt, turned back in frustration, muttering under his breath words reminiscent of a scoundrel young master who left him behind. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the forest, casting a Tyndall effect that draped like a delicate veil over the young man holding the horse. His stature was remarkably tall and well-proportioned, harmoniously contrasting with the oversized steed beside him. James sported a neat crop of black hair, his dark eyes framed by broad shoulders that made his head appear somewhat small. His long arms, nearly reaching his knees, were likely influenced by his exceptionally long legs, while his torso seemed a tad short. As he walked, he moved with the grace of a powerful beast, agile and dynamic. His handsome visage, devoid of a thick stubble, bore an exquisite quality that outshone even O'Hara, radiating a virile aura that rendered his somewhat effeminate features overlooked. Casually, James tethered his horse to a tree and leapt onto a boulder rising over 2 meters in height. Sitting cross-legged as he closed his eyes to meditate, contemplating the fluctuations in his physical condition over recent days. The episodes of his ailment were becoming increasingly prolonged and frequent, and the previous month had seen him in a sickly state for 12 days. If this continued, he would inevitably become utterly incapacitated. With his eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, he was besieged by worry. In the initial years, his body had developed healthily, akin to any ordinary child. However, with the practice of 2 guiding techniques, his maturation accelerated, and his physical prowess heightened, leading to a significant increase in dietary demands. Then one fateful evening, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, leaving him weak and lethargic until the following day. This malaise recurred intermittently, with his fever soaring to 40 degrees Celsius, accompanied by debilitating fatigue, dizziness, and labored breathing. Thanks to the formidable foundation laid by his diligent martial arts training, he managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his daily activities, concocting excuses to read and rest in his room, ensuring no one discovered his recurring affliction. The inhabitants of the estate had nearly forgotten the young Master James was once frail and frequently ill. James held no hope that any physician of this era could diagnose his condition, even though he had once been a connoisseur of medicine due to prolonged illness. Possessing profound knowledge of internal and surgical anatomy, he found himself perplexed by this strange ailment. He could faintly ascertain that it must stem from a genetic level, yet he felt utterly powerless against it. Now 23, having practiced combat techniques for 5 years, he had cultivated a physique built upon years of unprecedented foundational training, granting him the destructive power of a hidden master even in this rudimentary era of weaponry. Should he ultimately succumb to this ailment, he would barely manage to retain the physical condition of an ordinary individual, and that was the optimistic scenario of not worsening his condition. For he sensed this peculiar illness growing increasingly oppressive. It was becoming stronger by the day, yearning to break free from its confines. Chapter 8. This world. Fate seldom grants benevolence. Often, we believe we have already hit rock bottom, yet remain too optimistic. What is most excruciating is that it always leaves a glimmer of hope, a flicker that urges one to persevere through the tumultuous seas of despair and regret. At this moment, James felt as though he had entered a trial during his cultivation. expected to be in a state of meditation and clarity, yet he was consumed by the frustration of his own impotence, transforming into a visage of rage and bitterness. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, bloodshot and wild, and he struck the boulder with one hand, flipping himself down and unleashing every technique he had mastered in a frenzy. In his past life, Bai Feng had trained under a secret lineage of Xingyi, mastering not only the complete San Tisher stance and 5-element fist, but also the rare transmission of 5 beast forms: dragon, tiger, snake, eagle, bear, and all the internal martial arts revered for their supreme cleansing methods, notably the thunder of tiger and leopard. After reaching a profound understanding of his techniques, he continued to absorb the strengths of various schools, including Tai Chi, Baguazhang, and the external methods of Bejiquan. While it was impossible to learn esoteric techniques such as the Great Toad Power or the heir, he had gleaned the essence of many fighting styles. Panda had never witnessed his master in such a furious state. The autumn lag forest was carpeted with fiery red leaves, swirled up by the winds and the force of James's punches. He executed the 8 trigrams footwork with swift rotations, weaving through the air as his fists and palms crackled with energy. Suddenly, he transitioned to the Tai Chi hammer techniques, lifting, redirecting, and striking with a force that sent gusts of wind rippling through his garments, resonating like heavy drums. The 5 elements techniques, splitting, collapsing, drilling, cannon, and horizontal punches, were unleashed with abandon, the air crackling with explosive sounds and deep rumbles. Shoulders, elbows, knees, and legs echoed with the same ferocity as his fists, showcasing the peak of his power. James paid no mind to the whinnies and struggles of his beloved steed. His heart was ablaze with an insatiable fire, a fervor that drove him to madness. Time and space twisted under the immense dread of an overwhelming power, the desolation of being lost in a foreign world, and the profound sorrow of impending illness against which he felt powerless. His martial intent had never been so resolute, for the sheer force behind his punches seemed no longer aimed at defeating human adversaries, but rather at shattering all barriers of time and space, dismantling the very wheel of fate. With tireless determination, he poured forth every ounce of his training, transcending the confines of style and form, driven solely by pure instinct, the primal instinct for combat that resides within humanity. Gradually, James felt a surge of power stirring within him, coursing through his spine and igniting his very being, as every muscle and nerve became electrified. With a sudden, unrestrained swing, he unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! His flesh and blood fist sank deeply into the boulder where he had previously sat, leaving a moist crater the size of his hand, while the stone bore the marks of his might, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. The dark energy surged. James finally came to a halt, slowly retracting his hand to steady his breath, nodding to himself in acknowledgement. His physical prowess in this state far surpassed that of his previous life. Even a healthy body would not achieve such destructive power, which could merely leave superficial marks on the stone. A surge of ambition filled his heart, dispelling the initial despondency and anger. Who cares if I am a waste? In this life, I shall not only re-enter the realm of strength but also cultivate my essence, forging an indomitable spirit. I shall witness the limits of human physical cultivation. I will behold this tempestuous American continent and unveil the true nature of this world. The light in James's eyes sparkled with determination and fervor. Suddenly, a heat emanated from his very marrow, flooding every vein and nerve, muscle, and even cell. This sensation was all too familiar. His strange ailment, which had plagued him 2 or 3 times a month, had returned with a vengeance more intense and agonizing than ever before. James collapsed to the ground, his body racked with uncontrollable spasms, the pain so severe that he could no longer muster the strength to resist as he usually did. His hands dug deeply into the earth, striving to quell the tremors. Kneeling, he was drenched in sweat, his dark pupils dilating, gradually taking on an olive shape, faintly shimmering with a greenish light. An unprecedented agony coursed through his arms, as if his bones were being forcibly extracted from his flesh, elongated, worm-like protrusions rising beneath his skin, twisting and writhing from his forearms to the backs of his hands. The torment drove James to wail at the heavens, his voice a haunting cry that pierced the sky, startling the birds in the woods, which circled above him, screeching in alarm. In the dimly lit forest, an eerie atmosphere descended in an instant. Beside him, Panda lay trembling on the ground, a quivering mass of fear. Even the frenzied punches James had thrown moments earlier had merely startled the creature. It was the terror of a top-tier carnivore sniffing at its neck that truly paralyzed it with dread. Suddenly, he raised his fists high into the sky, veins darkening and swelling with a menacing presence. With a soft pop, a pair of bony claws pierced through the gaps between his fingers. Silence descended. An absolute hush enveloping the surroundings, as if the world had been muted, even the wind holding its breath. All pain ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind only a tingling sensation that swiftly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. James stared blankly at the 6 pale bone claws that had sprouted from his hands, momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, he exhaled slowly, scrutinizing the lethal appendages with a complex expression. Each claw exceeded 20 centimeters in length, with the central ones slightly longer, their overall dimensions matching that of his forearms. Thick as a thumb and shaped like a triangular prism, the tips resembled elongated daggers, gently curved, adorned with vine-like protrusions. This world is. James murmured to himself, almost in a groan, uncertain whether to revel in having overcome a strange affliction or lament the fantastical consequences that had shattered his understanding. Logan, Victor, it seems I am. Wolverine? His mind raced through a flurry of previously unnoticed details. Victor's peculiar fingernails, the surname Logan, and the faint familiarity of this narrative. In his past life, he was not an avid fan of Marvel movies or anime. Yet he had seen enough to recall the first Wolverine film, remembering the child who had killed his own father and his mutant brother, Victor. The fundamental fate of the original story had not changed. James reflected on how both John Howlett and Thomas Logan had ultimately met their demise. Despite the differing circumstances, he knelt quietly on the ground, slowly contemplating and reminiscing about every possible impression he had of this world. Thus far, it seemed that the world's background was rooted in cinematic lore, at least aligning with what he had viewed. Yet he was uncertain whether it was solely a realm of mutants or one that culminated in half of existence being reduced to ashes by a mere snap of fingers in an expansive universe. Suddenly, James chuckled and shook his head, realizing that his earlier bravado and aspirations seemed trivial in such a world. After a considerable time, the sun had set, and the shadows cast by the branches on the ground gradually faded. James approached Panda, gently shushing it while tenderly stroking its elongated face, attempting to soothe the frightened creature. The young horse licked James's cheek twice, as if to confirm that this familiar scent still belonged to its master. With a light spring, James leapt onto the horse's back. "Panda, let us return home." The horse, feeling its master's urgency, galloped swiftly, eager to return to its stable for a hearty meal and to nuzzle the beautiful white mare, seeking solace from its earlier fright. As James rode at a rapid pace, a faint smile graced his lips, which soon blossomed into hearty laughter, echoing with a hint of madness through the valley. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, muttering, "I forgot to bring a rabbit for O'Hara." Chapter 9. Present day, the elderly Mr. Howlett leaned on his gnarled cane, standing before the estate square, his white hair billowing in the breeze as he gazed up at the gathering crowd of people and horses, a glint of danger flickering in his clouded eyes. Suddenly, an excited shout erupted from the tower. "It's James! Young Master James has returned." The lookout vigorously waved his torch, signaling below. "Mr." Howlett sighed in relief and slowly made his way to sit on the steps of the main building. Within moments, James rushed into the square, dismounting his horse, his expression one of surprise as he surveyed the tense riders of the estate. He strode purposefully to Mr. Howlett's side. "Grandfather, what has happened?" he inquired with concern. Crouching before Mr. Howlett, who had shrunk significantly over the years, making James appear slightly taller even while kneeling. "Why are you such a troublesome lad? Why have you returned so late?" Mr. Howlett questioned sternly. "I apologize, grandfather. I was delayed in the woods today. I hope I did not cause you worry," James replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. Mr. Howlett scrutinized his grandson, noting the disarray of his attire, and paused momentarily at the faint bloodstains on his sleeves. He spoke slowly. "Do not let this happen again. It has been an unstable time." Rising, he waved his cane, and the crowd dispersed in an orderly manner, refraining from inquiring about James's adventures in the forest. "Come in for dinner," he added, before returning to the estate. From a distance beneath another tower, Victor watched James intently. He appeared to have abandoned the care of his own nails, allowing them to grow long and dark, glinting with a metallic sheen, extending about 2 centimeters beyond his fingertips. Victor was a few years older than James, now towering over 2 meters tall, his clothing straining against his robust physique. His long, tousled brown hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his breath carried the faint growl of a lurking tiger. As Mr. Howlett entered the house, James paused at the doorway, exchanging a subtle nod with Victor before stepping inside. Victor lingered beneath the watchtower, ignoring the riders who cautiously kept their distance and hurried back to their quarters. Before eventually departing, after dinner, O'Hara, expressionless, prepared hot water for James's wash, silently placing it in his room before attempting to leave swiftly, avoiding any interaction. "O'Hara, wait." James called to the small maid, whose demeanor screamed, "Do not approach. Did grandfather inquire about me today?" O'Hara acknowledged with a barely perceptible nod. James offered a wry smile. "Did he scold you?" Seeing her remain silent, he felt a wave of regret. "I'm sorry for causing you all concern." After a moment, O'Hara raised her voice. "And there's more? More? Well, I forgot your rabbit. I'll make sure to bring one next time," James ventured cautiously. Observing her expression, O'Hara glanced at him, letting out a soft huff, her lips twitching slightly as she maintained her stern facade before sauntering out of the room. James shook his head, muttering, "Isn't it rather humane?" In this era, which made dares to show such attitude to her master. In the dead of night. In Mr. Howlett's study, the elderly man puffed on his exquisite deep yellow ivory pipe, occasionally breaking into fierce coughs. He adjusted the oil lamp beside him, scrutinizing the letters from various estates, his brow furrowed with concern. The newly appointed governor, Kevin Smith, had recently raised the tax indicators for Alberta, believing that the initial incentives meant to encourage landowners in the colonies should gradually be revoked as the regions developed. Furthermore, just yesterday, he had claimed that the Howlett cattle ranch had severely encroached upon royal lands. Having dispatched a pair of mounted soldiers to slaughter over a dozen cattle and apprehend the ranch's overseer along with several herders. Mr. Howlett was acutely aware of the governor's intentions. However, he refrained from confronting the potential repercussions of opposing the authorities. His age and health did not permit him to engage in the violent confrontations of his youth. What the elderly man sought was merely to navigate this challenging juncture, ensuring the stability of his family legacy for James, for his grandson, and for the ultimate future of the clan, even if it meant bowing his weary head in submission. James currently required minimal sleep, with only around 3 hours of deep slumber each night sufficing to rejuvenate him for the day ahead. Following the awakening of his mutant abilities, his vitality surged to an extraordinary degree, bordering on the exaggerated and at times overwhelming. At around 2 in the morning, he leapt from the balcony of the 3rd floor. Landing gracefully on the ground below, his towering frame, nearly 6 feet tall, touched down as lightly as a feather, producing merely a faint sound. He did not seek out his steed, Panda, in the stables, but instead sprinted off with long strides, stirring up a cloud of dust as he made his way toward a valley extending from the Rocky Mountains. Today, he intended to thoroughly test his physical capabilities. The distance from the estate to the valley was approximately 15 kilometers, and James sprinted with all his might, employing the exquisite technique of Yubu to traverse the ground with extraordinary speed. His toes gripped the earth, pulling up a streak of turf and dirt. And upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he retrieved a pocket watch from his jacket. The moonlight was heavily obscured by thick clouds, casting limited illumination. Yet he appeared entirely unaffected. The 15 kilometers were covered in about 15 minutes, yielding a speed of nearly 6 seconds per 100 meters. And he felt not a hint of fatigue. It seemed he could run over 100 kilometers at full throttle. Steadying himself, James gazed up at the highest and steepest cliff of the valley, slowly crouching down. With a powerful thrust, he leapt upwards, soaring over 3 meters before beginning his descent. He reached out to grasp the rugged cliff face, his fingers embedding into the stone, and with a light push from his toes, he leapt again, ascending the valley's highest point within 6 or 7 jumps. At the summit, he took a moment to contemplate before darting into the forest, testing the strength of his punches against massive boulders and sturdy trees. In this era devoid of testing equipment, he could only assess his abilities through such rudimentary means. In the dark and tranquil mountains, accompanied by the faintest glimmers of moonlight, he unleashed a cacophony of discordant beats. The wild beasts of the forest and the birds nesting nearby were startled into flight by this unexpected intruder. Trees, large enough to be embraced by 2 people, bore the scars of his strikes, their trunks shattered and splintered. Amidst the chaos of the valley, James felt his breathing quicken slightly as he stared at his hands. His strength, speed, and explosive power far exceeded any known human limits or martial arts techniques, and this rapidly healing body could easily withstand the exertion of dark energy. Even a master at the pinnacle of internal force would find it unattainable, while an ordinary practitioner could only dream of such prowess. Perhaps only the legendary invulnerable could possess such stamina. Finally, James clenched his fists and slowly raised them. A slight writhing sensation coursed through his forearms as 6 bony claws protruded from his knuckles, glistening under the moonlight. He clashed the two sets of claws together, assessing their hardness. In a sudden motion, he swung his fist towards a nearby towering tree, leaving 3 deep gashes in its trunk, as though sawed by a blade. Slightly dazed, he thrust his fist toward a boulder, the claws embedding deeply into the rock and creating a web of cracks. Only one final trial remained. James murmured to himself as he unbuttoned and removed his shirt, quickly interlacing his fists and stabbing them into his shoulders. With a resounding thud, the 6 claws pierced through, blood oozing from the wounds on his shoulders. James gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As he retracted the claws into his flesh, his body trembled slightly. Almost instantaneously, the 12 bloodied punctures on his shoulders ceased bleeding, visibly constricting. After counting silently to 7 or 8, the wounds healed completely, leaving no trace of pain, allowing him to move freely. He recalled that Wolverine Logan's physical attributes barely reached the limits of an ordinary human, with his strength, speed, and destructive capability inferior to that of his half-brother Victor. Logan's bone claws were merely slightly harder than normal bones, lacking the metallic strength he now possessed. However, his remarkable regenerative ability remained unchanged. James contemplated his physical condition, seated quietly on the ground, gradually calming his mind as the world within his perception began to shift. Chapter 10. The Future in the Natural World. Creatures governed by primordial laws possess an innate perceptual ability that surpasses that of humans. This capability, beyond mere instincts for hunting and survival, also enables them to sense and evade danger. Before disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and wildfires, one can often observe animals fleeing in a frenzy. Perhaps humans, in their primitive and bestial stages, possess similar abilities, only to have them forgotten over time. Evolution is not always a benign progression. In his previous life, through the rigorous practice of martial arts, James had continuously refined himself, enhancing his awareness to transcend the capabilities of ordinary humans. Beyond heightened sensitivity to his surroundings, he developed a keen sense for hostility and danger. It is said that, aside from the martial arts' ultimate state of invulnerability in the physical realm, there exists a mental state known as unseen and unheard, a mystical ability to sense danger and avoid it. This spiritual realm is not solely reserved for martial artists, as throughout history, it has been more commonly attained by hermits engaged in philosophical contemplation, esteemed literary figures, and devout religious practitioners. Had humanity chosen a divergent path from technological advancement throughout the winding river of history, we might find ourselves in an entirely different world. Sitting cross-legged in a devastated clearing of the forest, James appeared to possess a heightened form of perception, akin to a sixth sense, but more intense and controllable. This perception was not merely grounded in enhanced vision and animal-like night vision, but also included exceptional hearing and an acute sense of smell reminiscent of wolves, akin to the state of thought achieved at the pinnacle of spiritual cultivation. He immersed himself in the sensations of unknown birds cautiously alighting on treetops, the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze, a hare hastily evading a snake's strike, an owl twisting its head in search of prey, and a cougar lazily strolling, inadvertently scaring off a small deer. Gradually, James was able to visualize them clearly in his mind. After some time, he carefully controlled and reined in what he termed his beast perception ability, striving to restore himself to the ordinary fragility of human perception. This gift resembled an enhanced radar or signal, if it could only be activated without the option to deactivate. His normal life would be profoundly affected. Mastery over this ability would truly render it a personal strength. He had never yearned for an unearned divine power. Strength achieved through gradual self-mastery not only allows for the fullest expression of one's potential, but also avoids the extreme and potentially lethal side effects and vulnerabilities associated with unearned abilities. At the genetic level, cellular self-healing and rapid division have surpassed any attainable peak of physical prowess that humanity might achieve through rigorous training, whether real or legendary. James could not help but marvel, acutely aware that even if the legends held truth, wherein martial arts could lead one to transcend the void, attain immortality, and repair internal injuries, significantly extending lifespan and maintaining physical vigor, such rapid regeneration and the elusive capacity to transcend mortality were still worlds apart. He pondered the implications of continuing his martial practice with such a body. If I were to master the subtle energy techniques and reach the level of internal transformation, would I not further enhance my abilities? James contemplated this potential. Fundamentally, martial arts, whether internal or external, revolve around gradually uncovering the human body's latent potential, enhancing its various faculties, and striving toward the theoretical pinnacle of human corporeality, thus attaining a form of superhuman capability. What then, if one possessed a body of infinite potential? A being capable of swift self-repair and longevity, what power could be unearthed? A glimmer of almost tangible light shone in James's eyes, akin to a wolf emitting an eerie green glow in the night. Before dawn, James returned to his room in the manor, wishing to spare his grandfather further worry. Over the past decade, he had genuinely come to accept the stern yet somewhat severe disposition of Mr. Hawley, who, in many respects, resembled his former master, providing shelter from the storms of life, albeit with dwindling strength. The butler, Wayne, had long been Mr. Hawley's closest companion. However, Wayne was only slightly older than John Hawley. As a youth, he and his parents had been kidnapped by bandits, and it was Mr. Hawley who rescued them. From that moment on, Wayne had remained by his side, forging a bond that transcended mere friendship. After John's passing, Mr. Hawley lacked the energy to manage the estate's affairs alone, prompting Wayne to return and take on the role of butler, overseeing both Mr. Hawley's well-being and the estate's operations, while often handling business matters elsewhere. "Good morning, Mr. Wayne," James greeted as he descended the stairs, spotting the butler busily organizing the staff in the hall. "Good morning, young Master James," Wayne replied with a slight bow. It must be noted that Wayne excelled in his transformation from a mere soldier skilled in gun and horse to a refined, gentlemanly butler. He even sported a monocle, with a pocket watch tucked into the breast pocket of his brown linen suit, which accentuated his still robust physique. Despite repeated insistence from both Mr. Hawley and James to refrain from using such honorifics, Wayne persisted, seemingly relishing his role. "Are you busy this early because grandfather is leaving?" James inquired. "Yes, young master. Mr. Hawley is visiting the governor today, so he instructed me last night to prepare everything and arrange the gifts," Wayne explained. Just then, the creaking sound of the cane echoed as Mr. Hawley slowly descended the staircase, leaning on the railing. James quickly moved to assist his grandfather down the stairs. Mr. Hawley waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing, really. I may be late returning, so don't wait for dinner. And don't wander too far. You ought to manage more of the estate's affairs now that you're older. You should help out more." He always feigned sternness in front of his grandson, yet his eager expression betrayed him. "Rest assured, I understand. By the way, grandfather, I've heard that the governor has been causing us trouble lately. Are you going to confront him?" James began, but Mr. Hawley interrupted, "Precisely because he is causing trouble that I must pay him a visit. A newly appointed official typically seeks something. It's best to resolve these matters swiftly so that you may have smoother dealings in the future." James hesitated, merely nodding in response as he continued to support the elderly gentleman to the carriage. Mr. Hawley waved goodbye, pausing momentarily with his cane to signal the coachman. "Huh." The coachman called out, cracking the whip as 4 powerful horses galloped away, followed by a cart laden with gifts and 8 accompanying riders. James watched until Mr. Hawley was a distant figure before turning toward Victor's cottage. Governor Kevin Smith, aware of Mr. Hawley's impending visit, surprisingly appeared delighted, as if an old friend long unseen was coming to call. He instructed his servants to prepare for Mr. Hawley's arrival well in advance. Given the transportation and road conditions of the time, Mr. Hawley could only depart in the morning and reach the governor's residence by evening. As the sun began to set, the last rays illuminated the imposing iron gates of the governor's residence, while the shadows of hooves and wheels briefly marked the ground before vanishing. The servants, upon seeing the carriage, swiftly opened the gates to welcome the weary Mr. Hawley. "Welcome, Mr. Hawley. The governor has been awaiting your arrival outside." A hint of confusion crossed Mr. Hawley's face as he replied, "The governor is too courteous. Let us proceed." Governor Smith was a rather small, middle-aged man, appearing sprightly with a notably abundant head of hair, a rarity among the balding English. He was unremarkable in appearance, but exuded an air of sharpness. As a provincial governor, he bore more resemblance to a businessman than a politician. "Mr. Hawley, it is an honor. You should have notified me sooner. Preparations are rather hasty," Smith said, hastening forward to shake Mr. Hawley's hand warmly. Before Mr. Hawley could respond, Smith continued, "I must also apologize for the recent incident involving the cattle. It was never my intention, and today you must allow me to explain thoroughly." Mr. Hawley grew increasingly uneasy, sensing that matters were far more complicated than he had anticipated. Chapter 11. As chronicled in the books, Victor Logan's life over the years bore little divergence from his childhood. He had become the new gardener of the estate while still tending to chores in the stables. Mr. Hawley had suggested assigning him more responsibilities, even placing him in charge of outside affairs, but Victor had consistently declined, expressing a desire simply to accompany James. Mr. Hawley did not insist, perhaps believing that Victor would find his place once James assumed control of the family legacy. As James's half-brother, Victor had awakened earlier, but in a more tranquil, gradual manner. He had always grown unusually long nails as a child, later developing enhanced physical abilities and self-healing capabilities. Initially, Victor merely noticed that the pain from his father Thomas Logan's drunken beatings had lessened considerably, and he never bore a single mark on his body. Gradually, he recognized his distinctiveness, accompanied by strange perceptions and desires. The moment James returned to the estate and locked eyes with Victor after his awakening, he understood that this brother was no ordinary man. In that instant, an odd bond formed between them, akin to beasts of a kinship recognizing one another as scent, intertwined with the desire to dominate and become the king of their realm. With heightened awareness and the sensitivity of a martial arts master, James could sense the faint, bloody aura surrounding Victor. This brother was far from docile. James did not find Victor in his cottage, as many had yet to rise early that morning. His newfound olfactory ability revealed a faint yellow scent trail, which he eagerly followed. The early morning mist lingered in the lag forest, where desperate roars echoed, emanating from a towering adult brown bear, standing over 2 meters tall, a formidable creature at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yet now, it lay exhausted on the ground. Swaying to maintain its balance, large patches of skin torn, blood mingling with mud, matting its fur. The wounds indicated a fierce battle with another beast of equal size. Claw marks crisscrossing its chest and back, the most grievous injury being a half-mangled face, where a shattered eyeball dangled grotesquely. The adversary, Victor Logan, was now gasping, hunched over, his chest heaving like a massive bellows, deep claw marks on his bare torso slowly healing. His arms were immensely muscular, nearly reaching his knees like James, but even more robust, sinewy muscles coiling like thick ropes. His fingernails had thickened and lengthened, glistening with a metallic sheen, blood trickling from his fingertips. Victor's bloodshot eyes were slightly glazed, and suddenly he lunged forward, hands touching the ground to rebound, leaping effortlessly over 5 or 6 meters. His fingers merged and plunged deeply into the sides of the bear's neck, embedding his forearms within the flesh. The bear let out a feeble howl, its remaining eye turning gray, breath ceasing. Victor slowly withdrew his hands, his taut muscles relaxing slightly. He sniffed sharply and, spreading his arms, his retracted claws sprang forth. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the thicket shrouded in mist, where a slightly shorter, leaner figure faintly emerged. Care for breakfast, Victor? James Howlett stepped forward with ease, showing no signs of concealment. He smiled at Victor, who appeared alarmed yet astonished. James, you. Victor stammered, realizing in that fleeting moment that the scent belonged to James, but in his panic, he failed to register it. Unable to fathom why the young master would venture into the forest at such an early hour, unsure of how to respond, Victor's mind drifted to the thought of silencing this witness. His claws remained unsheathed. Do not be anxious, I have always known, James gently reassured him. Always known? Victor found it hard to believe James's words, yet subconsciously, his arms fell slightly. What do you know? Have you forgotten how much I love to read? I once encountered a book discussing the phenomenon of atavism in humans. It's neither a curse nor possession, merely a manifestation of your innate ancestral traits. Victor appeared momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had long suspected the peculiarities within himself. Burdened by the limitations of his era's understanding, he believed a demon resided within him, rendering him a monstrous outcast, which he carefully concealed. Observing Victor's demeanor soften, James continued, I've noticed your nails since childhood. It's a classic sign of atavism. Some individuals even develop tails or elongated fangs, exaggerated in tails as werewolves or beastly creatures, but this is simply basic biological knowledge. He unabashedly continued to persuade Victor, knowing the straightforward approach would resonate with the unrefined man whose education was limited. So, if you find your strength increasing or your senses sharpening like a beast, it is perfectly normal. James stepped closer to Victor, examining the lifeless bear with curiosity. What else? Tell me everything you know. Victor gradually calmed, retracting his claws at last. I do not possess much knowledge. Perhaps a professor of biology or anthropology could elaborate further. But, Victor, have you killed anyone? James inquired, gazing into Victor's blood-red eyes with a gentle question. Victor shook his head, replying, No, but for years, I have felt an odd compulsion. I crave raw steaks, desiring the taste of fresh blood. Hence, I began hunting in the forest, primarily for rabbits and elk. He paused, glancing back at the bear's corpse, continuing, this time, I unintentionally encroached upon its territory. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. That is good to hear. Remember, Victor, do not allow that desire to consume you. James admonished him earnestly. Victor pondered for a moment but offered no reply, searching for his discarded coat, striding toward the manor. The elegantly adorned oil chandelier illuminated the governor's banquet hall, where Mr. Howlett sat at one end of the long dining table, with butler Wayne attending him. The governor raised his glass enthusiastically, toasting Mr. Howlett, "This wine is crafted from the grapes of my vineyard. You simply must try it. It is my first cup of apology. You were too kind, Your Excellency. It is I who should apologize." Mr. Howlett feigned trepidation as he downed the glass. "Mr. Howlett, your people are all safe and may depart today. You are aware of the current situation. The Empire has adopted a stringent policy towards Canada. Your livestock has crossed the line again, and I truly had no other choice." Governor Smith lamented, his words heartfelt and moving. "I understand, Your Excellency, and appreciate that you have acted accordingly. For my transgressions, I have also brought some gifts as an expression of my apologies." Butler Wayne promptly handed an envelope to the governor's servant, placing it on the gilded empty plate. "Moreover," Mr. Howlett continued, "the new tax policy you announced has the full support of the Howlett family. Whether it pertains to future taxes or those needing to be settled, we will ensure compliance." Mr. Howlett, you truly are a benevolent soul. Your consideration for my work is overwhelming. When I first arrived, some spoke ill of you, but I see it was merely envy of your wealth and character," Smith exclaimed, feigning anger as he pounded the table. He steadied himself, leaning forward with enthusiasm, asking, "I hear your grandson is your sole heir?" Chapter 12. A simple solution. Mr. Howlett ordered the horses to be driven back to the manor overnight. By the time they arrived, dawn had broken, and the chill of late autumn Canada necessitated warm leather clothing. He was wrapped in a thick blanket, shivering as he was helped down from the carriage. The old man was indeed in a state of utter exhaustion. The relentless travel had taken its toll. James had completed his morning exercises and, upon seeing the family's carriage approach slowly, hurried to greet them. "Grandfather," James exclaimed, spotting the nearly incapacitated Mr. Howlett, and he swiftly lifted him into his arms, ascending the stairs to the elder's bedroom. I'm fine," the old Howlett reassured his tall and strong grandson, his eyes slightly swelling. Attending to the elder, the manor's private physician, assigned to care for Mr. Howlett, promptly entered to assess his condition. James stood quietly to one side, his gaze imbued with an unsettling intensity. "How is Mr. Hawley?" "He is simply fatigued. His current age and health cannot withstand such strain. With a few days of rest, he should gradually recover." "However, Mr. James," the doctor hesitated, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue. "Dr. Roddy, I implore you to speak candidly," James urged, his eyes fixed intently on the hesitant middle-aged physician. "You are aware of Mr. Hawley's condition. He is over 70 years old, having suffered ailments in his youth, and with age, he has been unable to rest properly, leading to a deterioration of his health. But most critically, the pressure he carries within him is overwhelming, threatening to unravel his spirit. If possible, be prepared for what may come." James comprehended Dr. Roddy's veiled implications. His own understanding signaled that the elder's time was limited. Yet, the sight of his grandfather returning from the governor's office in such a state suggested that matters were far from simple. He remained by Mr. Hawley's side until the old man fell asleep, then gently closed the door, descending the stairs to speak with the maid, O'Hara. "Please summon Butler Wayne and have him meet me in grandfather's study." For a moment, O'Hara appeared to struggle to recognize her master in that instant. James's calm yet undeniable demeanor mirrored that of Mr. Hawley. After delivering his message, James turned and entered the study. O'Hara stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before gathering her skirts and hurriedly seeking the butler. Mr. Hawley's study was spacious, facing a bright and expansive terrace. The shelves were sparsely populated with books. The old man had not indulged in extensive reading, nor did he adorn his space with tomes to impress. Instead, the room was filled with an array of antique and exquisite firearms, as well as Western swords, Persian scimitars, and daggers. The reddish-brown floor and furnishings glinted with a metallic sheen amid the array of weaponry. James leisurely settled into Mr. Hawley's high-backed chair, one hand lightly cradling his forehead while the other rested casually on the armrest, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation. When Mr. Wayne knocked and entered, he was momentarily taken aback by the solemnity of the room. as if it were filled with armed soldiers. Before him, James exuded an aura of tranquility yet remained untouchable. Unsure of whether to speak and disrupt the silence, Wayne hesitated. "Uncle Wayne, what transpired with grandfather at the governor's office?" James's voice prompted the butler to exhale deeply, finally meeting James's gaze with a soft expression. In truth, the governor did not speak harshly or exhibit any malice. He allowed us to take the detained shepherds without issue and even dined with us. James remained silent, awaiting Wayne to continue. However, Smith inquired about one matter and made a request. The butler's face turned pale, and he spoke stiffly. He asked if you are the sole heir of the Hawley estate and expressed a desire for you to marry his niece. What perplexed Wayne was the absence of joy, confusion, or even anger on James's youthful face regarding the prospect of an alliance with the governor's family. Instead, he seemed to find it rather ordinary. "Is that all?" James finally inquired, a hint of incredulity in his tone. "Mr. James, you may not grasp how outrageous this is," the butler replied with a hint of urgency. "Smith seeks to use this union to completely absorb the Hawley family. Your grandfather is aging and lacks the vitality to resist. Once he is gone, if you marry the governor's niece, the family will effectively be." James raised his hand to silence Wayne's escalating alarm, quietly asking once more, "Is that all?" "That is all." Wayne's spirit seemed to deflate. He felt that the imposing figure he had perceived upon entering was merely an illusion or the folly of youthful pretense. This young master was utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Very well, thank you, Mr. Wayne. In the days to come, please ensure that my grandfather is well cared for and shielded from family affairs, allowing him to rest peacefully." James instructed with an air of ease, adding, "Do not worry. This too shall pass." He then moved toward the expansive terrace, as if savoring the breeze. Wayne, at a loss for words, did not dwell on James's final, somewhat enigmatic gaze as he left the study. With the keen eyesight of an eagle, James observed a distant hillside where a stag had been brought down by a mountain lion, its neck clamped in a deadly grip as the predator shook its head, rendering the stag's final struggles futile. A faint smile crept onto James's lips as he relished the caress of the autumn wind. This era, still wild and chaotic, presented many problems that seemed rather simplistic to him. Governor Kevin Smith had expended much effort persuading his willful and pampered niece, who was, in reality, merely the daughter of a distant cousin. When he was appointed governor, this cousin had brought his daughter to congratulate him, asserting that she was inexperienced and lacked sophistication. Hoping the governor would take her under his wing, she would assist with mundane tasks, for a family member would surely care for her better than the rough servants of the colonies. Captivated by the girl, Sanel's refined demeanor and beauty, the governor had gladly acquiesced and discreetly brought her to Canada, considering that the governor's wife would not be joining them for several years. This niece was his only remaining kin. "Next year, the lady will move here. You will undoubtedly face some displeasure. Besides, that James Hawley is quite young and, I hear, tall and handsome. You shall not be at a loss." The governor chuckled mischievously, teasing his niece, who clung to him, voicing her grievances as they retreated to the bedroom. That evening, James sought to clear his mind. The thick clouds obscured the stars and moon, creating a fitting atmosphere for his endeavors. He set off toward the governor's estate, avoiding populated areas and main roads, racing through the forest and mountains, exhilarated by the sensation of speed and power. He leaped over ravines, boulders, and cliffs with ease. While Mr. Hawley would require an entire day to travel by carriage, James arrived in less than 2 hours. Observing the brightly lit estate and patrolling soldiers in the distance, he slowed his pace, steadying his breath as he surveyed the surroundings. He had considered storming the place openly, relishing the opportunity to test his long-practiced skills in a real confrontation while gaining a more tangible sense of his own strength. However, he deemed unnecessary violence unwarranted. Resolving the matter was sufficient. Seizing an opportunity during a patrol, James leapt over the 2-meter-high wall, landing silently and gracefully. He approached the corner of the estate, scaling the roof to locate the governor's quarters. As he inhaled deeply, he detected a peculiar scent and faintly heard the sound of a woman's breathing. He climbed onto the balcony and peered through the window, observing a pudgy middle-aged man entangled with a young girl, and his suspicions were confirmed. He had found his target. Chapter 13. Issues in the road ahead. Governor Smith, having just completed his exercise, had succumbed to slumber when he faintly sensed a chill breeze wafting through the room. His body, still languid from exertion, rendered him oblivious to his surroundings, even to the presence of an intruder in the brightly lit chamber. Cough, cough, cough. James found himself compelled to make a raucous sound to alert His Excellency, standing awkwardly for nearly 10 seconds. The governor, stunned as if struck by lightning, turned his head in bewilderment and finally erupted in a frenzied shout. "What the devil? Who the hell are you? Guards! Guards!" The woman beside him was jolted awake, and they both frantically clawed at their garments or bed linens to cover themselves, their mouths emitting continuous shrieks. With a sigh of resignation, James stepped forward, seizing Smith by the neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground, leaving him dangling in the air. The woman let out another terrified scream, but James swiftly struck her at the base of her ear, rendering her silent and unconscious. "Given your reaction, I presume you are Governor Smith. Allow me to introduce myself, James Howlett, your esteemed niece's fiancé." The governor's eyes bulged, his pupils dilating. Whether from shock or asphyxiation was uncertain, as he gasped for breath. His throat constricted. Before dawn, James returned to the estate, partaking in breakfast as though all was normal, greeting his grandfather. Mr. Howlett appeared to be in a state of distress, prompting James to offer words of comfort. 3 days later, news of the governor's demise reached Edmund. Delayed due to the era's limited communication technology and the governor's office's deliberate suppression of details. In most regions, it took many days for the shocking news to circulate. Across Canada, the only information available was that the governor and his niece had perished from food poisoning, with a number of servants interrogated as suspects. However, some whispered rumors diverged from this narrative. The absolute ruler of a vast colonial territory had met his end in his own bed. And the most embarrassing detail for the governor's office was that the woman beside him was his niece. Such a sensational demise could not be made public. No one could fathom how it had been accomplished. How had the murderer silently entered the governor's chamber, swiftly killed him, and vanished without a trace? The English crown and government dispatched their most skilled forensic experts and detectives to investigate the matter, while simultaneously reinforcing military presence to ensure stability in the colonies, leading to a state of chaos. Upon hearing that the deceased young woman was the governor's niece, James's expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue, silently acknowledging the governor's audacity. Mr. Howlett, having just regained his strength and contemplating how to counter the governor's lethal move, received this news with considerable relief. The elder's demeanor visibly brightened, the family's crisis dissipating, and his appetite improved significantly, contrasting sharply with his previous despondence. Inexplicably, Butler Wayne recalled James's meaningful consolation from that day, feeling a mix of oddity, coincidence, and a hint of fear. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, with Mr. Howlett increasingly delegating family affairs to James, hinting at a desire to retire gracefully. The elder had exerted himself for the past decade, and it seemed he had finally exhaled, often resting in bed or in a chair. Words became scarce, and he frequently succumbed to drowsiness, yet his memory remained sharp, unclouded by age. Amidst this peaceful existence, James felt both vexation and excitement as he faced unprecedented challenges on his martial arts journey. To cultivate the elusive dark energy, one must refine their inner strength and skin, contracting all pores and adjusting the alignment of the spine. The entire body must harmonize, allowing energy to erupt from a single point. A skill attributed to those who have mastered the channels of qi. Progressing further involves connecting the entire body, conditioning the organs, and training each muscle to enhance one's overall capabilities. This mastery allows even the slightest movements to exert force sufficient to repel a fly from one's face. Upon reaching this level, the body becomes cleansed, robust, and capable of extending human potential to an extraordinary lifespan. In combat, the power unleashed could astound the average individual. For the past 2 months, as James awakened his latent abilities through rigorous practice at dawn in the ragged forest, he had anticipated that his prior knowledge and foundation would facilitate his martial journey. Yet, the awakening of his mutant genes posed significant challenges. The rapid growth and self-healing at the cellular level rendered traditional training ineffective in stimulating evolution and development. It was akin to a person exercising their muscles. As they adapt to increased weight, their strength and dimensions grow. Gradually intensifying training leads to a stronger physique. The once frail white wind, after mastering the application of energy, could tap into his potential without external stimulation. This was fundamentally due to his inability to endure higher intensity martial training. Merely practicing unarmed combat sufficed. As James Howlett, the immortal Wolverine, he possessed unknown secrets within his physique, enabling him to disregard the typical concerns of injury or wear that plague ordinary humans during training. Consequently, he was compelled to seek more intense methods to hone his skills. O'Hara, bearing a tray of afternoon refreshments, merrily made her way to Mr. Howlett's study. James had now officially taken charge of family affairs within his grandfather's study, signifying that the largest landowner and farmer in Canada had entrusted his position to this youth in his 20s. As long as Mr. Howlett remained alive, James performed admirably, demonstrating meticulousness, efficiency, and ideas that surpassed the era's norms. The family accounts, personnel matters, and other responsibilities were managed with commendable organization, though it would only be upon Mr. Howlett's passing that the young man's true capabilities would be tested. "Master, what are you drawing?" O'Hara inquired, peering at the curious designs resembling medieval armor, questioning the large sphere depicted. Consider them tools of sorts. You wouldn't understand. Please visit Butler Wayne and request a list of the finest blacksmiths and workshops nearby. James instructed O'Hara dismissively. "Oh, understood. So strange. Yet you seem to know so much. What did you say?" James arched an eyebrow, addressing O'Hara as she chattered while exiting. Nothing, master. I shall find Mr. Wayne at once." The girl hurriedly exited the study, her long hair trailing behind her. James smiled faintly before returning his attention to the sketches, occasionally jotting down notes. Chapter 14. A glimpse of America. The establishment of the Liberal Party in 1840 marked the official commencement of the confrontation between the divergent economic systems of the North and South in America. 2 years prior, in 1854, the formation of the Republican Party, grounded in opposition to slavery, ignited a fervent conflagration across North America. This year, President Buchanan, representing the Democratic Party and the slave-owning class, submitted the Scott Proposal to the Supreme Court, advocating for the nationwide implementation of slavery. On the land of America, a tempest of rebellion and reform is brewing. At this moment, James Hawley is preoccupied with expanding the foundations and cellar of his estate, while keeping a watchful eye on the tumultuous events unfolding in the neighboring United States. Given the current instability, much of the family's wealth lacks secure storage, prompting the decision to transform the cellar into an extensive underground chamber. Additionally, he plans to construct several tunnels connecting the estate to the stables and warehouses, preparing for any eventuality. "Do not concern yourself with my preferences. You are in charge of this household now," James's grandfather, Mr. Hawley, declared, wrapped in a wolfskin blanket, seated in a rocking chair on the porch, basking in the sun. His grandson, peeling an apple, reported on recent family affairs. The elder squinted, interrupting James's continuous narration with a face full of wrinkles, each line a testament to his comfort. "Very well, I shall continue to arrange matters. With so many projects at the estate, would you not prefer to rest in the eastern gardens?" "I fear I might disturb your peace," James suggested, offering a slice of the peeled apple to his grandfather. No, Mr. Hawley replied, chewing thoughtfully. "At my age, a trip like that could very well be my last. I find solace in watching the comings and goings at the estate. The bustle keeps me entertained." As he swallowed, he glanced at James and continued, "You no longer need my oversight in your endeavors. Daniel mentioned before he left that you are a determined young man, well-read and capable. My only role now is to keep the old-timers in line." With a teasing smile, Mr. Hawley added, "You ought to consider finding a woman. Our family has lacked vitality for too long, and it cannot continue with just you and an old man. Do not concern yourself with wives or mistresses. Just find a few who can bear children. That little maid of yours, she seems to have grown up. Perhaps start with her." James interrupted with a wry smile, promising to consider his grandfather's advice while excusing himself, fleeing the room amidst Mr. Hawley's jovial reprimands. The elder's words struck a chord within James, who had been troubled for the past year. Had he remained oblivious to his circumstances, marrying and starting a family would have seemed commonplace. Yet, now aware of the peculiar world in which he existed, one where an immortal lived from the mid-19th century to the 21st, his heart was entangled in turmoil. The life of a mortal would soon slip away from him, leaving him uncertain of how to face the inevitable aging and demise of loved ones, or how to confront the possibility of his own offspring witnessing their father remain eternally youthful. The pursuit of immortality is a timeless myth, yet it also embodies a burdensome curse. Herbert Finnan, a Frenchman, received this peculiar commission for the first time. His ancestors had been high-ranking officials in the French military during the Anglo-French contention over this territory. Following their defeat, the Finnan family chose not to return to France, but instead established a business on this land, having previously been responsible for constructing fortifications and logistical support. The Finnan family resumed their old trade. Decades later, no one in Canada rivaled Herbert Finnan's stature as a builder. Generations of commercial toil proved far more fruitful than lingering in military ranks. Mr. Hawley, are you certain you wish to proceed with this plan? Technically, I assure you, we can manage. However, constructing such depth seems unnecessary. The time and costs involved are considerable, Mr. Finnan remarked, his triple chin quivering as he discussed the blueprints with James. James had come to be addressed as Mr. Hawley by outsiders, although privately, they distinguished between young Hawley and old Hawley. I am certain, Mr. Finnan. Execute the plans as outlined, without concern for costs. Your utmost effort is required. And remember, the most vital aspect is durability, James insisted firmly. After Mr. Finnan, his ample frame slowly retreating from the conversation, James summoned the head of the machinery factory. Recently, James had devoted considerable thought to his plans and began implementation. On one hand, the estate's construction served as his sanctuary and a long-term training ground, necessitating a vast and profound subterranean space. To prepare for potential challenges decades or even a century into the future, James envisioned this cellar or basement as a grand underground palace. It would extend from beneath the estate's foundation into a spacious underground realm, reaching depths of 30 meters, comparable to the depth of a subway system in his previous life. Moreover, to allow for future modifications and additional functionalities, the entire underground structure was designed with a foundational framework that could withstand seismic activity of up to 7 on the Richter scale, ensuring it would not hinder any future renovations. Had this era possessed knowledge of missiles and nuclear weaponry, James would have aspired to construct this underground palace as a nuclear fallout shelter. On the other hand, his exceptional physical prowess and potential necessitated a tailored regimen for his martial arts training. He devised a set of weights ranging from 500 to 3,000 kilograms, featuring 5 massive hollow lead spheres filled with varying amounts of mercury. The weighted armor, designed for mobility, covered his calves, thighs, chest, and arms while allowing for the addition of lead blocks, reaching a maximum load of 300 kilograms. A series of formidable training equipment from his former life presented astonishing weights, particularly a solid steel rolling cylinder, measuring 2 meters in diameter and 4 meters in height, adorned with several iron spikes resembling a mace, protruding like legs. The entire structure was covered with fist-sized circular protrusions. This rolling apparatus could be propelled by the extending iron rods. Yet to move this colossal object would require over 3 tons of kinetic energy. Meanwhile, James had arranged for individuals to gather intelligence and assess conditions in major northern cities of the United States. In this era, landowners epitomized power. And with the rapid advancement of industry, factory production, the electrical revolution, and even the dawn of the internet, those who clung stubbornly to their land, resisting change, would inevitably become mere farmers. More critically, the future social conflicts would sharpen the discord between James Hawley's lineage and ordinary humanity. He must be prepared. As the specter of civil war loomed, establishing himself on this land, one destined for upheaval and strength was an inevitable course of action. Tom, the machinery factory owner, had always supplied components for steam trains and ocean liners. Upon encountering such peculiar designs and blueprints, he instinctively considered rejecting young Hawley's business. However, tempted by the prospect of nearly triple profits, he resolved to experiment, though he could not fathom the purpose of these medieval armor-like contraptions. He could hardly afford to turn down a lucrative opportunity, especially since James offered to cover all costs for molds and manufacturing. Though Mr. Hawley professed that everything was at James's discretion, one could only imagine the ire that would rise within the elder if he were to witness his grandson squandering the family's legacy on such nonsensical endeavors. Having organized his current affairs, James retreated to his chamber and retrieved a black leather notebook from beneath his writing desk. He observed intently, pausing occasionally to ponder for a moment as he inscribed something within. This was a record of all his memories related to the Marvel Universe, compiled since the day he became aware of the world he inhabited. The majority consisted of fragmented words, dates, and accounts of certain events. For the sake of confidentiality, he chose to write in the scarcely known Huaxia script of this era. At least for a century, even if someone were to encounter it, they would not recognize the language. He circled a word twice and murmured to himself, "The future will depend entirely on whether I can find it." Chapter 15. The Explorer. In recent months, the creatures of the Rag Forest have been disturbed by a mysterious entity, causing even formidable predators such as grizzly bears and cougars to remain on high alert. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed like an elephant's thunderous tread, scattering the fauna in all directions. A tall young man with short hair sprinted through the underbrush, shouldering a boulder nearly his own height. He leapt over hills and ravines, bounding between the towering trees, the force of his movement snapping several slender trunks along the way. A Wolverine, retreating into its den, cautiously emerged to observe the creature's departure. The day had just begun, and it needed to hunt more prey to sustain its young. The industrial capabilities of this era dictated that the excavation and construction of the underground palace would take years to complete. The initial phase of digging alone required nearly a year, with Herbert Finnan mobilizing the maximum manpower and machinery to meet Mr. Howlett's demands for depth and volume, including subsequent reinforcement, layout, and adjustments. Preliminary estimates indicated that the project would surpass a year and a half. The training apparatus also required time for design and testing, primarily due to the peculiar iron axle that lacked any mechanical templates for casting, necessitating assembly within the completed underground palace. Other items were relatively easier to produce, with a batch already cast and ready to be transported to Howlett Manor in the coming days. Thus, James had been training in the forest, using the boulders for weight resistance. Currently, he could carry a boulder weighing approximately 200 kilograms while maintaining a speed exceeding 100 meters in 8 seconds and achieving a vertical leap of 2 meters. The strength contained within this exertion far exceeded the seemingly ordinary figure of 200 kilograms. This high-intensity training had proven James's astute awareness of his own condition. He felt significantly improved in strength, endurance, and explosiveness. James had once worried that his mutated genes, while capable of self-repairing bodily damage, might also reject beneficial physical evolution, thereby solidifying his body in a perpetual state. From an initial weight of 100 kilograms to his current 200, James's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now towering at over 190 centimeters, his body was a tapestry of muscle, weighing more than 130 kilograms. Increasingly resembling Victor's robust form rather than his previous lean, agile figure akin to a cheetah, his appetite had also surged. Requiring 3 kilograms of steak per meal and necessitating 4 meals a day, he found himself in a state of despair, contemplating what form he would ultimately take as his training progressed. Victoria, the largest port and town on Vancouver Island, was first discovered by a Spanish fleet in 1774. The island's abundant fur resources quickly attracted numerous European explorers and traders. After a series of conflicts, it eventually fell under the dominion of the British Empire. The indigenous Salish, Nuuchinulth, and Kwakwaka'wakw peoples had inhabited the island for millennia and remained a significant part of the population, primarily constituting the laboring and enslaved classes. In this era, the port presented a peculiar scene where wooden sailing ships and steamship smokestacks coexisted. Steamships had not entirely supplanted traditional wooden vessels, which still played a vital role in maritime trade. Daniel Farrant, clad in a round sun hat and brown attire, was sunburned from exposure. With a pipe in his mouth and leaning on a cane, he observed the yellow-skinned indigenous slaves carrying his luggage, occasionally shouting curses. Embodying a rugged middle-aged man who once epitomized the elegance of an Oxford scholar in the British Empire. His recent travels in Africa had been fraught with hardships, inedible food, relentless giant mosquitoes, and deadly malaria. He had nearly perished on that untamed continent, yearning for the civilization and the allure of fair-skinned women that beckoned him home. After 7 or 8 years of exploration, he found himself weary. Perhaps settling down was a worthwhile alternative. Rose O'Hara, as James's personal maid, was originally tasked with overseeing his daily life and affairs. However, James was no idle young master. He preferred to manage his own affairs. This caused O'Hara considerable frustration. Yet James was more inclined to have her assist with family business matters, sorting through correspondence, filtering documents, and compiling crop statistics from various locations. He informed O'Hara that her position was that of his private secretary, and thanks to their shared experience learning from Mr. Daniel, she performed admirably. Although she did not fully grasp the significance of the term secretary, the title of private brought her considerable joy. As usual, after indulging in an excessively lavish breakfast, James began attending to matters in his study at 9 o'clock, while O'Hara organized the latest news and updates, bringing coffee to his desk. James worked with remarkable efficiency, typically arranging affairs by lunchtime. In the afternoons, he often inspected the construction progress in the manor's basement or discussed the casting of his peculiar items at the factory. As O'Hara perused the letters and telegrams received that morning, one telegram from Victoria Town on Vancouver Island caught her attention, prompting her to quickly tuck it away and head to the study with the coffee tray. "Master, quick, guess who sent the telegram?" O'Hara exclaimed excitedly, placing the tray down beside her master. James, engrossed in the recently delivered newspapers and letters from America, did not lift his gaze and replied in a rather somber tone. "Steady yourself, O'Hara. You are a young lady now. Who could it possibly be? We have no distant relatives." "Look," O'Hara said, her nose raised as she presented the telegram to James, where a brief message came into view. "I will arrive in Edmond tomorrow to visit you all. Daniel." It had been many years since Mr. Daniel had departed, and he had not sent a single letter in the past year. James wondered how he had fared. Daniel had spoken of travel and exploration, undoubtedly accumulating a wealth of intriguing tales. O'Hara chirped excitedly to James, her delight palpable as she speculated on the gifts Daniel might bring. Indeed, it was a surprising and delightful revelation. A smile crept across James's face. He held great respect for his mentor, Daniel Farrant, a scholar with an open and progressive mind. This made their exchanges particularly enriching, as James's unique foresight became increasingly apparent. Unfortunately, Daniel had taught all he could in 4 short years and had taken his leave to pursue his dreams of exploration. Nevertheless, their relationship had evolved into one of mutual respect and friendship. James instructed that someone be sent to Red Deer to await Daniel's arrival and escort him safely. Given the recent unrest spurred by the gold rush, O'Hara eagerly agreed and promptly set off to carry out the orders. Contemplating Daniel's impending visit, James pondered recent questions he had been mulling over, considering that perhaps this well-traveled mentor could provide the assistance and answers he sought. Bowing his head, Daniel diligently finished reading the newspaper, his attention drawn to the increasingly dire situation in the northern and southern United States. It seemed that tranquil days were soon to come to an end. It was high time to have a serious conversation with Victor, the half-brother who had grown up alongside him, who had long been shrouded in ignorance. Victor needed to emerge from the stables in the deep mountains to showcase his true abilities. However, Daniel could only hope that Victor would retain his humanity and not transform entirely into a ferocious saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 16. Seek a realm. For me, the estate had undergone significant transformation. It was bustling with activity. "Are they renovating the main building?" Daniel inquired of the captain of the Hawley family's rider team, who had welcomed him in Red Deer the previous day. Thanks to James's prior arrangements, they had indeed encountered a gang of gold-seeking bandits on the way. Had Daniel been alone, he and the coachman would surely have been stripped bare by the time they reached Edmond. "They are digging a cellar. Young Master James places great importance on this project. As you know, he is now managing the family affairs," the captain explained. Jack Peter, the captain, had been recently promoted by James and was barely 30. His father had been an old subordinate of Mr. Hawley, and as these veterans aged, most had retired to a life of leisure. Their offspring continued to work for the Hawley family, serving James. A new generation replaced the old. Perhaps their descendants would one day work for James as well. "Oh, this does not resemble a mere cellar," Daniel murmured to himself. Having traveled extensively in Egypt, he had witnessed the grandeur of vast tombs, which only deepened his sense of unfamiliarity towards the students he had not seen in years. "Please, step inside. Mr. Hawley and young Master James are awaiting you in the estate," Captain Peter urged gently. Daniel, momentarily lost in thought, smiled apologetically and hastened inside. At the entrance of the estate stood a tall young woman. Her vibrant, thick red hair and luminous white skin made her a striking figure amidst the scenery. She tilted her chin slightly, peering around, and upon spotting Daniel, broke into a sweet smile, her gaze mischievous yet silent. "You are O'Hara, little Rose," Daniel exclaimed, both excited and astonished. "Ha! You guessed it." O'Hara laughed heartily, clearly pleased to be recognized. "Come along. Everyone is waiting for you in the parlor." As Daniel marveled at how she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan, he entered the parlor amidst her playful admonishments. After a delightful dinner filled with laughter and joy, Mr. Hawley retired early to his room, his energy now quite limited, and he rarely hosted guests anymore. O'Hara assisted him back to his bedroom, while James invited Mr. Daniel to the study for a chat and to sample the distinctive cigars he had brought back from Cuba. This feels delightful," James remarked, somewhat entranced. Oddly enough, he had previously abstained from tobacco and alcohol, having little experience with cigars. However, after being encouraged by Mr. Hawley to try one a couple of years ago, he had grown fond of the aromatic essence it imparted. "In recent years, I've traveled to India and Egypt, spending the most time in the Middle East, before finally returning from Morocco. I've witnessed the wonders of many ancient lands. Can you believe that during Egypt's first dynasty, it was briefly ruled by a figure named Inshabanur, yet there is no formal record of this in historical texts? Surely, the pharaohs would not allow such tales to circulate, Daniel spoke, puffing on his cigar and sipping fine gin. James listened intently, intrigued. Many ancient histories are steeped in myth, often featuring godlike figures leaving behind some trace, yet these accounts often seem dubious. Strangely, the locals take these matters with utmost seriousness, refusing to tolerate any scorn from outsiders. I suspect that as the flames of industry spread and civilization illuminates, these untamed regions will gradually be assimilated, Daniel said, a hint of pride gracing his features. Though captivated by the history of these enchanting ancient lands, he appeared skeptical of the supernatural tales. By the way, Professor Daniel, do you still harbor any interest in continuing your travels for a while longer? I believe I can financially support you and provide ample remuneration. As there are matters I need to verify, James proposed after contemplating for a moment, exhaling a puff of smoke towards Daniel. Daniel paused, considering, and after a while replied, I have indeed contemplated whether to continue this lifestyle. To be honest, perhaps it is due to my advancing years. I find myself less able to endure the harsh trials of the environment. However, he said, regarding James with amusement, if the price is right, I wouldn't dismiss the idea. They both laughed heartily, and Daniel added, but I have no desire to return to Africa. That place nearly cost me my life. Noticing the awkward expression on James's face, Daniel suddenly felt an ominous premonition. You wouldn't actually expect me to return to the African continent, would you? James did not answer directly, but pondered for a moment before slowly asking, I wonder if, during your extensive travels in Africa, you've ever heard of a place called Wakanda? Amidst the snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas, a temple-like structure stood perched halfway up the mountainside. The melodic chimes of wind bells mingling with the mountain breeze, drifting faintly into the distance. Monks cradling scriptures passed by, alongside Zen masters seated in meditation, lending a touch of vitality to this secluded mountain sanctuary. In the quiet chamber of the central hall, a sorceress clad in a simple robe, her waist-length hair a soft gold, sat upon a cushion, engrossed in a thick tome. Her skin and visage suggested a strikingly beautiful woman, yet her movements and demeanor conveyed a masculine essence, as if she embodied an ambiguous gender. Her gaze held an inexplicable ancient melancholy, as though time flowed like a gentle stream through her being. Suddenly, an ethereal green light emanated from a pendant around her neck. The sorceress arched her brow, forming an intricate gesture with her hands, causing the pendant to rotate and unlock like a clasp, revealing a radiant core of green light within. She closed her eyes, placing her hands at her sides. Arcs of enigmatic green symbols swirled around her as the rings of light rotated slowly. She appeared to be caught in a nightmare, her brow furrowing in distress, until she finally rejoined her palms at her chest, and the pendant gradually locked again, reverting to an ancient brass ornament. The sorceress opened her eyes and sighed softly. Anomaly has stirred the wheel of time. The future is shrouded in fog. I've never heard of it. Daniel replied curtly. James visibly sighed in relief but also seemed somewhat melancholy. Daniel found James's reaction curious and continued. I have traveled in northern Africa, but have not ventured south. Moreover, the concept of established nations is rare there, as regions are primarily identified by tribal names. Thus, while I cannot guarantee the existence of such a place, I am personally unaware of it. James pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, I require a definitive answer. So please, make the journey once more. Very well, since you insist. However, I will need your full support, not just financially, but materially as well. I require capable personnel to accompany me. I cannot accomplish this alone, Daniel replied after much contemplation. James promptly assured him, rest assured, I will provide sufficient manpower at your command, and all necessary supplies will be at your disposal. Additionally, upon the successful completion of this endeavor, regardless of whether you find Wakanda, you shall receive a substantial fortune to enjoy in your later years. This is my promise. I trust you. This is a minor matter. After all, once this task is completed, you'll need to help me enjoy my retirement. Daniel jested. But may I ask, what exactly is the significance of this? Why does an obscure community or indigenous tribe in Africa warrant such your deep concern? James pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, while I cannot divulge the specific reasons, it is akin to the myriad of bizarre myths and legends from ancient civilizations that you just mentioned. Should one manage to uncover this place, perhaps all that is deemed impossible could be substantiated. Daniel lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought. James continued, if you do find it, endeavor to gather as much information about Wakanda as possible, its geography, history, culture, and so forth, while prioritizing your safety. Maintain a safe distance. If my knowledge serves me right, it is a nation notoriously insular, shrouded in secrecy from outsiders. Do not attempt to intrude, he cautioned Mr. Daniel. The two conversed for quite some time, and Daniel appeared to sense that his pupil might be driven by a desire akin to that of many enthralled by enigmatic cultures, yearning to unveil the truths of the world. Although he regarded such notions with skepticism, deep down, he harbored an insatiable longing for an unexpected revelation, as his explorations over the past 8 years had indeed been in pursuit of an elusive clarity. Chapter 17. Preparation as Christmas approached. James was in no rush to urge Mr. Daniel towards Africa. He had ample time to wait. This seasoned traveler required rest, and the preparations for the forthcoming journey would necessitate considerable time. James had already begun to contemplate establishing a factory in Northern America, having gleaned a general idea from his extensive observations of the region over the past year. The Howlett family had a robust foundation in agriculture and livestock, amassing considerable wealth. Yet they remained unacquainted with the industrial sector. He intended to collaborate with Herbert Finnan and Tom, the machinery factory owner, to venture into America's heavy industry. Based on his recollection, he estimated that the American Civil War would erupt within 4 to 5 years. It was imperative to lay down a solid industrial foundation beforehand, capitalizing on the anticipated surge in demand for steel machinery during the conflict to amass initial capital and timely support for the Northern armies, thereby accruing political leverage. However, his greatest concern lay with Victor Logan's state. The awakening of mutant genes had profoundly influenced Victor's character and psyche from a young age. James had been cautiously observing Victor's living conditions, as his fierce and brutish exterior, coupled with a taciturn demeanor, made him nearly unapproachable. The primal desire for hunting that resided deep within his blood compelled this man to delve further into the forest in search of catharsis. James recognized the necessity of curbing Victor's feral instincts. He required a rational ally, not a bloodthirsty beast. Are you planning to establish a factory? Herbert Finnan, emerging from the construction site with a disheveled appearance, was taken aback to learn that young Howlett aspired to enter the industrial realm. Into America. You must be aware of the current situation there. It could erupt into war at any moment, and all investments might go to waste. Mr. Finnan regarded James with a puzzled expression, increasingly convinced that this youthful man was merely a reckless spendthrift. First, he wished to excavate a vast cellar without clear purpose, and now he intended to squander money in America. The elder Howlett's lifetime savings seemed destined to be squandered by this grandson in no time. Indeed, Mr. Finnan, I intend to establish a factory in America. The specific direction is still under consideration. The Finnan family possesses a substantial foundation in engineering. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? James said with a smile, fully aware of the calculations running through the rotund man's mind. In truth, James did not wish for Finnan to become extensively involved. He envisioned his enterprise burgeoning into a colossal entity, and sharing it was not his inclination. If you do not plan to invest, I can continue collaborating with you through employment, including support for the factory's construction and certain technical assistance. What do you think? That way, I could still be of assistance. Finnan's small, beady eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. Subsequently, he beamed. Rest assured, with such a significant venture, I will ensure you receive the most favorable prices. It will undoubtedly be more cost-effective than seeking contractors in America. This cunning man was calculating his own gain, realizing that investing money to indulge the wealthy young gentleman was out of the question. Yet he could not let a lucrative opportunity slip through his fingers. A full-grown coyote was seized by the throat, powerful hands gripping tightly, fingers resembling a tiger's claws digging deep into its flesh. The creature whimpered twice before ceasing its struggle. Victor, wearing a look of satisfaction, reveled in the release he felt. He had long since grown weary of hunting deer, fawns, and antelopes. He was far more captivated by the thrill of grappling with predatory beasts. The sheer ecstasy of clawing flesh, be it his own or that of the animal, intoxicated him. The inhabitants of the lag forest not only had to contend with the destructive presence of James, but also with the relentless pursuit by Victor, rendering their existence perilous. Victor strolled leisurely towards the estate, compelled to delve deeper into the lag forest to capture a fierce beast while distancing himself from areas frequented by humans. This secluded region bore witness to untold events, evidenced by broken branches and scattered stones, while the cracks and scratches on the larger trees could be attributed to a frenzied adult grizzly bear. The spiderweb-like fissures on several boulders, coupled with discernible imprints resembling fists, indicated that he was not the sole individual possessing unique inclinations and abilities. The combination of forest and rain easily dissipated sense, and after an extensive search, Victor, intermittently sniffing the air, found no trace of human presence. Reluctantly, he began retracing his steps, yet a flicker of excitement lingered in his eyes. Providing channels for purchasing equipment and technical training is certainly not an issue. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Howlett, you do not oppose my participation, do you? Tom, the machinery factory owner responsible for crafting training equipment for James, spoke cautiously, appearing to harbor an entirely different perspective than Darrell Finnan. Yes, Mr. Tom, I apologize. But your full name is? Tom Whittle, Mr. Howlett. Please, just call me Tom, he replied nonchalantly. Unlike Herbert Finnan, he was not a titan of the industry, and in this era, large machinery factories faced limited business opportunities. Compared to a prominent family like the Howletts, he saw himself merely as a blacksmith shop owner. I must admit, your proposal surprises me, Mr. Tom. This investment direction is not one that many would endorse. May I inquire why you wish to join? James asked with genuine interest. I have spent my entire life in Edmond, and I am well aware of the caliber of your grandfather. I have heard tales of your intelligence and vast knowledge since your youth. Furthermore, the blueprints and designs you provided, while I still do not comprehend their purpose, I can see they are no ordinary objects. If I could become your partner, then assuming some risk would certainly be worthwhile. Mr. Tom Whittle spoke earnestly, prompting an even broader smile from James. Rising from his seat, he extended his hand, sealing the partnership with Tom. We shall discuss the particulars later. Your primary role will be providing technical and channel support, without risking your family's fortune. Your lineage will surely express gratitude for this decision in years to come. James exuded an air of ambiguous confidence as Mr. Tom conveyed updates regarding the progress of the machinery fabrication, assuring that everything would be completed by autumn of the following year. After bidding farewell to Mr. Tom and returning to his study, he gazed at the map of North America that adorned his wall, marking several cities in red. Despite the promise of a long life, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The challenges that lay ahead were numerous and formidable. Even the most formidable lone wolf, no matter how powerful, would ultimately find themselves at a disadvantage. Wolves are strongest in packs. A solitary wolf is destined to wander in desolation. This Christmas was livelier due to the presence of Mr. Daniel. While Mr. Hawley had become increasingly incapacitated, his voice dwindling. James surmised that this Christmas would likely be Mr. Hawley's last. His mother, Elizabeth, had long been silent and mentally unstable, even insisting on reserving places for John and Tony during such festivities. Every seemingly illustrious family harbors unspoken sorrows. After symbolically participating in the Christmas dinner, both his grandfather and mother were escorted back to their respective rooms by servants. O'Hara listened intently as Daniel recounted his travel experiences, occasionally erupting into nervous laughter. As James looked out at the snow-covered Rocky Mountains, he momentarily fantasized about a world devoid of challenges and crises, where a tranquil existence would be a source of joy. Chapter 18. The completion of the crypt. James had never longed for automobiles and airplanes as much as he did now. He felt fortunate that this era had at least given birth to steam trains and a relatively robust railway system, all thanks to Mr. Wood's early improvements to the steam engine. After Christmas, James, along with Tom and Daniel, traveled across America to finalize the details concerning the factory locations. This time, James indulged in the extravagant spending of the Hawley family's wealth, acquiring vast tracts of land in New York, Chicago, Detroit, and Philadelphia. As unrest intensified across the nation, land became increasingly affordable, albeit in overlooked areas. Many attempted to thwart James's reckless endeavors, but to no avail. Had it not been for the distance and chaos of the times, he might have ventured to Southern California and Texas for further acquisitions. Mr. Tom Whittle began to question whether he had misjudged this young Hawley. Establishing factories was not akin to being a landowner, and having more land did not necessarily equate to success. Nearly 6 months of investigation and acquisitions had provided James with profound insights into the contemporary American landscape, particularly the impending injustices, discrimination, and even animosity that mutants would face within ordinary human society, even in the northern states, which leaned toward abolishing slavery and were grounded in capitalist industry. African Americans lacked any semblance of rights or dignity, apart from the still unfreed, enslaved population. Every city designated specific areas that were accessible to black individuals, with restaurants, hotels, bars, and even restrooms distinctly segregated. James recognized that his grandfather, Mr. Hawley, was an unabashed racist, driven not only by ingrained prejudices, but also by the death of his brother from a disease contracted from enslaved individuals. He understood how deeply rooted cognitive opposition could be. In truth, James was merely a warrior learning the ropes of becoming a landowner and a businessman in high society, a role that had already begun to wear him down. Thus, he pondered whether he possessed the capability to advocate for, protect, and even lead the mutant community in the future. Burdened with anxiety and despair, he made his way back to Edmond, to the Hawley estate. The construction of the crypt had entered its final stages, expected to be completed within 3 months. After Christmas, Daryl Finnan redirected all available workers to the Hawley estate project, significantly accelerating the progress. He was determined to finish this peculiar underground venture swiftly, so that he could continue with the construction of 6 factories across 4 cities that James was about to initiate. Even for Canada's largest construction contractor, this represented a workload sufficient to last 2 to 3 years. The machinery crafted by Mr. Tom was nearing completion and would soon be transported to the estate for assembly, as the large components could not be easily moved in their assembled state. Meanwhile, James's training was finally set to follow a structured path. Mr. Daniel resolved to spend one final month preparing before embarking on a journey to Africa, a venture whose duration remained uncertain, based on a gentleman's agreement between him and James. Daniel promised to exert every effort in his search for Wakanda, hoping to yield results within a year or 2, should he fail to find it. He reserved the right to abandon the mission at his discretion. As the weather grew colder, James had bid farewell to Mr. Daniel and his party of 17 2 months prior. This expedition comprised 9 riders from families that had been partners with the Hawley family since their inception, tasked with ensuring the safety of the entire group, especially Mr. Daniel. 3 enslaved individuals, procured from diverse regions of Africa, had been promised their freedom upon commencing this mission, along with a handsome remuneration upon their return. For others, skilled in essential fields such as medicine and cooking, would be employed as guides and porters once they reached Africa. In early autumn of 1857, James reached out to the world's firsthand that would alter the trajectory of history. Factories across America began to commence operations, ultimately. Herbert Finnan could not undertake all the projects simultaneously. James insisted that the 6 factories be built in succession, with a renowned construction company from Washington overseeing 2 of them. At this juncture, the Western world was transitioning from one industrial revolution to the next, with the steam engine era at its zenith, while the internal combustion engine had yet to emerge. Among the 6 factories, 3 would serve as steel mills, producing various mechanical raw materials, alongside 2 machine processing plants and 1 enigmatic mechanical experimentation facility. Entering this new industrial domain demanded more than mere financial means to purchase land and construct factories. James had devoted only a fraction of his 6 months of investigation to site selection and land acquisition. The bulk of his efforts had been devoted to acquiring mismanaged steel mills and processing plants, securing mineral raw material channels, and navigating the complexities of the American industrial market. After bidding farewell to Mr. Daniel, he traversed the nation for over 2 months, addressing numerous matters. He also employed professional geologists to explore the mineral potential of the Hawley family's land in Canada, as the family moved forward with a sense of urgency. If all went well, the major factories would commence operations within a year, allowing this plantation and livestock estate owner to gradually transition into a burgeoning industrial magnate. Finally, during this winter, James arranged all affairs satisfactorily, affording himself some leisure time to train in martial arts while also cherishing the final moments spent with his grandfather. Mr. Hawley had become entirely bedridden, subsisting solely on liquid nourishment. The butler, Wayne, and O'Hara devoted their days to his care, while any able-bodied old friends would take turns visiting to converse with him. Most of the time, Mr. Hawley could only muster the effort to breathe heavily, emitting sounds to convey his responses. Each evening after dinner, James would personally feed the elder, help him bathe, and meditate beside him until dawn. He yearned for a world where his only true kin, held dear in his heart, would not depart this life alone, lying in bed amidst the bewildering darkness, but rather could behold his beloved grandson peacefully slumbering in contentment for eternity. Deep within the subterranean depths of Hawley Manor, approximately 30 meters down, lay a colossal space of nearly 13,000 square meters, equivalent to almost 2 modern football fields, echoing with the resounding clamor akin to a pile driver. This underground palace, segmented into multiple chambers and structures, featured a training area of about 2,000 square meters, where James, bare-skinned and sinewy like twisted steel, unleashed his fists and legs upon a towering iron mace standing 5 meters tall, occasionally striking with shoulder, elbow, and knee, his silhouette rising and falling in the dim light. In this profoundly tranquil subterranean realm, pots of charcoal and flames illuminated the surroundings. After nearly half an hour of relentless striking, James delivered a final powerful blow, encircling his sandbag with his fists, thus concluding his warm-up regimen for the day. The quality was commendable. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his current strength, even when exerted to the utmost, merely left a faint impression, insufficient to lift the iron post, a feat requiring an impact force exceeding 3 tons, which he had yet to achieve. James referred to this massive iron construct, resembling the traditional Wing Chun wooden dummy, as the iron post. After examining it, he moved to a nearby steel frame piled high with heavy weight plates, hoisting a specially designed iron rod, thick as an arm, to perform basic modern strength training exercises such as squats and deadlifts, continually increasing the load to test the limits of his physical prowess. With a squat of 520 kilograms and a deadlift of 580 kilograms, his current weight hovered around 130 kilograms, over 4 times his body weight. James meticulously recorded the data in his notebook, reciting his thoughts aloud. A healthy individual who engages in strength training of a certain intensity and duration can reach a strength level of twice their body weight, while elite athletes can attain thrice that or even more. Once reaching this category, each incremental increase by a kilogram becomes a significant milestone, representing the limits of human physical strength. James's data had already surpassed this threshold, and he had yet to fully tap into his body's potential. Now, he sought to master his martial arts, no longer merely comprehending the application of energy through the intricate training of muscles, tendons, and skin, but rather to explore the depths of his own limits and unlock latent abilities. Many believe practitioners of traditional Chinese martial arts would not engage in such foundational Western strength training. In reality, such training serves as one of the most direct methods for assessing and enhancing an individual's physical strength. Historically, the Chinese have employed tools such as stone locks and grinding stones to hone their bodies, paralleling the efficacy of modern strength equipment. Chinese martial arts emphasize the application of energy, fundamentally rooted in technique, akin to an algorithmic formula where inputting a certain amount of energy can yield a transformation that releases 2 or even 3 times that energy, exponentially enhancing destructive power. However, what if the initial input is 2 or 3 times greater? Thus, the ancient martial arts systems have long studied how to amplify one's limited strength to overcome the stronger. In more recent times, combat styles such as jiu-jitsu and joint lock techniques have particularly employed leverage to amplify effects. Should a mutant with extraordinary physical gifts master Chinese martial arts, their superior physical foundation would undoubtedly render them more destructive than an equally skilled human martial artist, potentially surpassing them significantly. Yet, for many years, Chinese martial skills have intertwined with esoteric culture and philosophy, not to mention the immense barriers posed by foreign practitioners, even among the Chinese. Few possess the innate talent to glimpse the mysteries of martial arts, contributing, to some extent, to the decline of martial combat techniques. James Hawley, previously known as Bai Feng, a master of martial arts, represented an unimaginable anomaly, where various impossible conditions converged, making the pinnacle of martial arts elusive once more. After completing 20 sets of maximum weight squats, deadlifts, and a series of strength endurance exercises, James donned a weighted vest, adding 100 kilograms of lead blocks, officially commencing today's training. Only by exhausting his abundant physical energy and strength could he truly perceive the profound essence of force within his movements. No longer constrained by the shackles of martial arts schools, James integrated the stepping techniques of Baguazhang with the hammering methods of Tai Chi, while the crashing punches of Xingyi melded with the swift footwork of Yubu. In terms of techniques, he had reached the zenith. Sensing that his post-integration training in martial arts might enter an entirely new realm, perhaps devoid of the shadows of past martial traditions, the clock in the chamber signaled that nearly 5 hours had elapsed since noon, prompting James to gradually cease his exertions, gently shaking out his muscles and relaxing his skin, closing his pores to allow the beads of sweat to evaporate slowly. He breathed deeply, exhaling a long sigh, akin to the flames dancing in a fire pit, the currents of air ultimately settling at his temples, his energy contained. From the initial warm-up strikes to the strength endurance and culminating martial practice, he had remained bare-skinned. Not a single drop of sweat shedding, an essence of internal martial arts. Ascending the lengthy stone staircase, the study was lined with cabinets filled with various firearms, which he opened with ease. Having changed into fresh attire, James descended calmly to partake in his meal. Victor had not discovered new peculiar traces in the forest for quite some time, since that extraordinary encounter in late autumn of the previous year. He had remained vigilant to the changes within the woods. Unfortunately, the creature capable of such destruction seemed to have completely vacated the area, leaving no further signs of its presence. Instinctively aware, Victor sensed it was a fellow of his kind, firmly believing that they would cross paths again, in a century hence. Genetic research on mutants would label this instinctual, communal desire as the beastly mutant community effect. Those of close blood relation or sharing similar mutant genetic traits would experience a natural kinship phenomenon rooted in the deepest instincts of survival. Akin to the predatory behaviors of pack animals, this instinct would draw them closer and foster interdependence. Yet, the social structure of animals dictates the necessity of a leader, the beast king of the hunting ground, resulting in a paradoxical desire for closeness and reliance, ultimately culminating in a duel for dominance within the group. Typically, apex predators either hunt alone or assume the mantle of alpha, seldom relegating themselves beneath others. Victor, both mentally and physically, was fervently searching for his kind, yearning for his own pack. His formidable mutant gifts, which would later be known as saber-toothed tiger traits, implied that only by becoming the Beast King could he coexist with his fellow mutants. After dinner, Butler Wayne delivered letters from the Hawley family in America, detailing the recent events surrounding John Brown's uprising and the political situation concerning Republican leader Abraham Lincoln. After meticulously reading through the correspondence in his study, James pondered for a moment before diligently drafting a reply, outlining subsequent strategic plans. The curtain on the American Civil War was set to rise. As night descended, the winter nights in Canada felt eerily silent, as if sound had been extinguished. Thick layers of snow blanketed the vast Rocky Mountains, and the fireplace in Mr. Hawley's bedroom crackled gently, casting a warm yet comfortable ambience throughout the room. James sat cross-legged on a plush Persian rug in the left corner of the room, meditating beside the hearth, his handsome visage illuminated by the flickering flames. Accompanying his grandfather brought him a sense of reassurance in a world that did not belong to him. He needed some persistence and bonds to alleviate his disorientation. Ahem, cough cough. Mr. Hawley intermittently coughed as he struggled to turn over. Hearing the commotion, James opened his eyes and rose to the bedside, gently rubbing his grandfather's back while offering him a cup of warm water to sip slowly. The elderly man seemed unusually spirited, signaling James to help him sit up against the bed. Oh, cough cough. It's all right, Jamie, it's all right. I'll sit for a while and have a chat with you. He deftly shifted on the cushions his grandson had arranged, seeking a comfortable position. These recent days must have been uncomfortable for you, right? Staying up every night with this old fellow, dealing with tasks meant for servants. You just again. Those tasks should not be left to others, James replied, sitting beside Mr. Hawley, lighting an oil lamp. He observed the old man's gaunt face, now tinged with a hint of color, as if he had regained some vitality. In his murky eyes, a glimmer of once piercing depth could still be discerned. This made James uneasy, and he responded to his grandfather's words in a flustered manner. Alas, I have been at a loss for words lately, feeling faint. Yet I can sense your presence every night, feeding me, bringing me water, assisting with my needs. As one ages, one fears becoming a burden to their children. Yet I cannot bear the thought of you leaving, knowing you are by my side. Mr. Hawley shared long-held thoughts that had remained unspoken for far too long. And the more James listened, the heavier his heart became, as if an invisible hand were tightening around it. Grandfather, please, do not say more. Conserve your strength and rest well. He pleaded gently, attempting to interrupt Mr. Hawley, who tightened his grip on James's hand. I am well aware of my condition. Some words, if missed, may never come again. He inhaled slowly, then continued, you are intelligent enough, more capable than I. And you need not be instructed on what ought to be done for our family. Whether it flourishes or declines, one must take care of themselves. James nodded, tenderly caressing his grandfather's hand. I only worry about your proud nature. I know you've never been inclined to trust anyone since childhood. But remember, no solitary wolf can rival a lion. Only a pack can conquer all. You must gather your own pack to face the storms of the future. Do not shoulder everything alone. I have taken that to heart, grandfather. The foundation of a family lies not in blood ties, but in a legacy, a spirit and persistence that binds us. Anyone who identifies with and surrounds you can be a member of this family. Shared blood does not guarantee a shared heart. What I wish to entrust to you is the Hawley name, ensuring that this family, which began with me, continues. That is my sole desire. James nodded earnestly, rest assured. The Hawley family will endure. Also, while bloodlines need not be an obsession, children should still be welcomed. I may not witness the day you have children, So do not dwell on trivialities. Have as many as you can. There is ample space in this vast world to accommodate life. Mr. Hawley continued to reminisce, his words flowing intermittently for over 10 minutes, gradually returning to his former state of fatigue until he seemed to drift off to sleep. James assisted him in lying down, kneeling beside the bed, holding the old man's hand, his cheek resting against the back of his grandfather's hand, acutely aware of the elderly man's heart, stubbornly beating, until it gradually fell silent. Chapter 20. Strange Encounters in the White House. Dear Mr. Hawley, this is my first private correspondence since taking office. As I previously mentioned in our communications, it is essential for us to converse face to face and formally introduce ourselves. As my campaign's largest benefactor and one of the most important capital partners since the founding of the Republican Party, you have both the right and the obligation to express your political inclinations and demands. I look forward to our meeting. Your friend, Abraham Lincoln. Nearly 3 years had passed since the late Mr. Hawley's death, and once again, a chilling winter enveloped the landscape. Canada's snow had never failed to disappoint. The sound seemed to be swallowed by the snow, with a few distant whinnies from the stable echoing through the stillness, while beneath the snow, cries and roars grew increasingly intense, penetrating nearly 20 meters of earth. A colossal figure over 2 meters tall breathed heavily, its long arms, muscular and gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree, hung at its sides, slightly bent, with claws stained crimson. Quite impressive, Victor, truly remarkable. You've made significant progress. You've actually managed to injure me, James Hawley remarked with mild astonishment. Observing the shallow scratch marks on his shoulder, resembling cat scratches, he turned slightly. Ensuring Victor did not see the wounds heal instantaneously, and continued, "It seems the tiger-style fist suits you well." Yet Victor Logan showed no elation at these words. Instead, he let out a humiliating roar, baring his fangs as dust swirled around him, vanishing silently, leaving no trace. Still that old habit. James shook his head, taking a step, twisting his hips, turning, and throwing a punch. The strike sliced through the air with a crack as it landed on Victor's cheek, accompanied by the sound of 2 teeth flying and his head twisting slightly. Boom. Victor crashed heavily to the ground, his lower body elevated, pinned by James's horizontal fist. That will be all for today. James donned the robe hanging nearby, gesturing for Victor to join him. The latter ignored him, rising to spit out blood and shattered teeth, cracking his misaligned neck before striding toward the massive iron stake, attacking it with fervor. Watching Victor, who was engrossed in practicing the tiger-style fist against the iron stake, sparks flying as his fingers bled without concern, James could only shake his head in resignation and ascend the stairs slowly. About 2 years ago, on a night much like this, James had once again found a relaxed Victor in the woods. He mentioned a place where Victor could vent his frustrations, leading him to the underground training ground. That day marked the beginning of their acquaintance. James candidly confessed to having a similar ancestral connection, to which Victor responded with silence, merely extending his clawed fingertips. James refrained from revealing his own claws, instead raising his fists. That night, he nearly shattered every bone and organ in Victor's body. Faced with a saber-toothed tiger possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities, he felt no need to hold back, thoroughly exercising his limbs. Victor remained silent throughout, except for his roars, instinctively rising, attacking, being struck down, recovering, until utterly exhausted and unable to rise again. They shared an unspoken understanding, never exchanging words, just meeting every few days to spar in the underground training facility. No, to be precise, Victor Logan was merely subjected to one-sided torment. In the days that followed, Victor trained with James in the underground complex daily, and James did not deliberately teach Victor martial arts for a long time. He simply engaged him in combat using the form and intent, tiger-style fist, which suited Victor perfectly. The saber-toothed tiger adapted remarkably well to this deadly combat style. James had scarcely returned to his study from the secret passage when the butler gently knocked on the door. Steward Wayne was acutely aware of the hours during which it was absolutely inappropriate to disturb his young master in the study, hence his timely arrival. "Young master." "A letter from Washington," he announced, still accustomed to addressing him as Master James. After glancing at the letter, a playful smile appeared on James's face as he jested with Wayne. "Someone can hardly wait. Prepare for my trip to Washington tomorrow." "Yes, young master." "Should I arrange for anyone to accompany you?" Wayne inquired, his concern evident. "With the impending civil war, perhaps it would be wise to have Victor join you," he suggested cautiously. James waved his hand dismissively. "He is currently preoccupied. Telegraph the family in Washington to fetch me. I shall go alone." Abraham Lincoln had just been elected as the 16th President of the United States last November and had recently assumed office. He was a figure of great charisma and leadership, rising from humble beginnings like a tempest sweeping through American politics and claiming the presidential seat. In addition to his adept political maneuvering, his considerable campaign finances were also a contributing factor to his election. What troubled the president was that Mr. James Howlett from Canada had supported him for nearly 3 years without ever showing his face or hinting at any personal interests. According to his investigations, the Howlett family had rapidly ascended in the industrial and real estate sectors of Northern America over the past 3 generations, their origins rooted in the landholding aristocracy. The president was never afraid to recognize the extent of a person's desires. More often than not, the unreciprocated was the most expensive. That evening, the White House was hosting a small gathering of unknown guests. Several maids, clad in standard black dresses with white headpieces and aprons, busily flitted about. Mrs. Mary, the president's wife, caught sight of a tall, unfamiliar maid, who gently pushed open Lincoln's door as she passed through the hall. "Is someone dining with us today?" Mrs. Mary, a graceful and unpretentious woman, hailed from a family of considerably higher status than Lincoln. In her youth, she had courted a city councilman, while Lincoln was then self-studying law and working as a grocery clerk. It was a mystery what had transpired between them that led this wealthy heiress to fall for the tall, shy, yet intellectually profound Mr. Lincoln. Even now, residing in the White House as First Lady, Mary conversed as though she were entertaining guests in a modest home. "Ah, yes, that Mr. Howlett. I have mentioned him to you," she said. The president, engrossed in paperwork, adjusted his glasses and looked up at his wife. "That young man, I recall. I have yet to meet him." "Yes, just the 3 of us shall dine together." Mary nodded and left the room, pondering the identity of the maid, chastising herself for her poor memory. As dusk fell, James stood before the White House, still somewhat dazed by the realization that he was in the very residence of President Abraham Lincoln. A smile crept onto his face as he strode confidently inside, following the guidance of the reception officials. "Mr. President, I must say, I never imagined you to be so imposing," was James's somewhat impolite first remark upon taking his seat, a reflection of his surprise. President Lincoln stood at 6 feet 4 inches, only slightly shorter than James, with broad shoulders reminiscent of 2 large fans, and a firm handshake that spoke of years of labor. His strikingly deep features and bushy beard were indeed impressive to James. "Aha, I too did not expect the famed Mr. Howlett to be so remarkably youthful." President Lincoln responded with the charm and humor he was known for, while Mrs. Mary chimed in with a smile, inquiring whether Mr. Howlett was married and what kind of lady he preferred. The atmosphere was lively and convivial. "Do try this dessert." My aide remarked that one should run for president merely to enjoy this cake. A tall, slender maid entered, placing the final dessert on the table. James twitched his nose, a fleeting look of distaste crossing his features as if he had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Regaining his composure, he responded to the president, though his mind wandered. After dinner, James was invited to join Lincoln in the Oval Office for cigars. Just as he settled in, the president casually broached the topic. "Mr. Howlett, your thoughts on the United States?" "Pardon me, Mr. President, forgive my rudeness, but what room is approximately 10 meters next door?" Lincoln looked momentarily perplexed, glancing toward the direction James was pointing. "That would be the children's playroom." The president thought to himself, perhaps he needed the restroom? "My apologies, Mr. President," James exclaimed, slipping out the door and swiftly covering the distance to the adjoining room. Inside, the tall maid was hunched over on the floor, her complexion turning ashen, veins bulging as she lunged toward a cherubic little boy, her mouth filled with viscous fangs. Chapter 21. The Shadows of History. Well, the young Lincoln, clutching a soldier toy and a small silver sword, was terrified and began to wail. As his cries echoed, James dashed forward, the carefully woven carpet tearing beneath his feet. Just as the maid's nose nearly touched the child's fair, sweet skin, James's vision blurred, and the ceiling's mural of the War of Independence filled his gaze, suddenly stained crimson. With a thud, he grasped the maid by the nape and slammed her head into the ground, the violent impact causing her skull to bleed. Her body convulsed twice, then fell still. Lincoln rushed into the room, followed by shouts and footsteps. Observing the maid's ghostly visage on the floor, he exhaled in relief, his face visibly easing. James crouched before young Lincoln, covering the child's tear-streaked eyes to shield him from the horrific scene, and lifted him into his arms, placing him in Lincoln's embrace. "Little sir, you seem well. I imagine you have quite a tale to share with me." Suddenly, the maid behind James surged forward like a specter. Lincoln, witnessing this, shouted a warning, while the arriving guards, weapons drawn, hesitated, fearing a shot might harm the president or his guest. James, maintaining a gentle smile as if unaware of the sharp fangs nearing his neck, swiftly turned and evaded the attack, his blade slicing through the air to strike the maid's neck, twisting his wrist to secure her under his arm. With a quick pull, there was a sickening crack as the maid's neck broke. James lightly tapped her back, producing another sickening sound as her spine shattered. Even with her neck and spine broken, the maid continued to scream and curse, her body rendered immobile. James stepped on her face to prevent this unknown creature from rising again, continuing his conversation. "You seem to have a story to tell me." Two towering men, ensconced in the cramped storage room, smoked cigars amidst swirling smoke, as James's fingertips brushed against the gleaming blade of a long-handled axe. Its handle worn smooth from years of gripping, surrounded by a cache of dulled silver daggers, needles, glass vials, and the like. Can only silver be effective? I refer to items such as wooden stakes, sunlight, and the legendary means that are said to inflict fatal damage upon vampires. James earnestly inquired of the president, who was reclining against a wooden crate. Legends are often exaggerated. Wood is completely ineffective. They abhor sunlight, which diminishes their strength, and prolonged exposure can indeed cause harm. Thus they resort to protective substances akin to sunscreen, though these are not lethal. Additionally, fire can be utilized. Lincoln rose and took the long axe from James's hand, skillfully flipping it and demonstrating a few feigned strikes, while adding that they can deceive your vision, rendering them partially invisible, especially in shadows and during the night. They possess the speed of a galloping steed and the strength of an ox. Aside from silver, injuries inflicted by other weapons or methods can be swiftly healed. James tilted his head, asking, "Can they survive decapitation?" "Well, that is indeed not possible. While it can be done, it is exceedingly difficult," the president replied, seemingly pondering why he had never considered such a method before. The truth of history is truly astonishing. The great Abraham Lincoln was once an exceptional vampire hunter, while the Southern slave owners were directly or indirectly affiliated with vampire families. "Mr. President, you are truly remarkable," James said, bowing slightly in respect. "I hardly consider myself great." Lincoln shook his head and continued, "The so-called truth is buried beneath layers of obscurity, known only to a select few. The vampires of America arrived alongside European pioneers, and they have since taken root. You must remember the events surrounding Governor Smith and his niece's demise." James's expression turned somewhat uneasy as he responded, "Of course. I heard it was food poisoning." "No, it is highly likely that it was the work of those vampire fiends. It even stirred the British clergy to investigate the matter." James replied somewhat noncommittally, "Mr. President, call me Abraham. Regardless, you saved my son, and I shall not forget this debt." President Lincoln said with a serious and solemn tone. "Call me James," he softened his tone. The two exchanged smoke rings and shared a smile. "Now, tell me, James, it is your turn to share your story. For instance, how old are you this year?" James paused for a moment, somewhat perplexed. "In my 20s. The president, both surprised and hesitant, asked, "Not over 120? 220? James inwardly mused. He was indeed not an ordinary human, and this question was quite bothersome. "How did you discover it? How could you know that room would be problematic from such a distance?" The president's expression grew more puzzled. "The scent. Since my arrival at the White House tonight, I have sensed the faint traces of blood. Initially, I did not think much of it, considering the presence of many guards and the frequent comings and goings of professional soldiers. Of course, you carry a strong scent as well. I merely wondered if you had ever been on a battlefield." James took another puff of his cigar, exhaling languidly as he continued, "However, upon getting closer to that thing, I knew it was not a normal human. The overpowering stench of blood was akin to a mountain of corpses, exuding a nauseating odor. My sense of smell has always been keen, and that scent made me feel ill. Thus, I remained vigilant until I sensed a surge of murderous intent at that moment. Circumstances were dire, and I could not explain further." President Lincoln gazed intently at James, a mix of seriousness and amusement in his eyes, falling into a momentary silence. "I believe you can see that I cannot be considered an ordinary person, but I assure you, I am human and do not require the methods of such dark beings to gain strength," James stated after a brief contemplation. "I trust you. Even if you were a vampire, it would matter little. The one who guided and trained me is a vampire with a conscience. Some individuals are compelled into such a state, and they became the first generation of vampire hunters. A glimmer of reminiscence shone in the president's eyes as he recounted the tale of witnessing his mother being slain by a vampire in his childhood, and how, through a twist of fate, he became a hunter seeking revenge. James departed the White House at dawn the following day. Having conversed with the president throughout the night about strategies to confront the vampire slave owners, issues regarding the American political system, and the necessity of abolishing slavery, among other matters, President Lincoln was deeply moved by the young and enigmatic Mr. Hawley's insightful perspectives and profound understanding. With nearly 2 centuries of foresight, James possessed a unique wisdom regarding this nation and the world. The president expressed a desire for James to remain in Washington to assist him in defeating the Southern slave owner system and the rampant vampire population afflicting the continent. James did not immediately acquiesce. He still had matters left unfinished, and the time was not yet right for his involvement. This was a war that engulfed such a vast nation, affecting millions. It was not a challenge that could be resolved by an individual. Even if James no longer perceived any threats in the realm of ordinary humanity, on his way back, he found himself enveloped in deep confusion, lamenting the inadequacy of his past knowledge. At that moment, James regretted not having watched more Marvel Universe films or related stories in his previous life. To his knowledge, this world ought not to harbor creatures such as vampires. Yet now, not only had the entire southern United States become the largest gathering place for vampires in the world, but even the renowned President Abraham Lincoln had become a vampire hunter. The complexity of this world was increasing, and he questioned how much utility his past memories still held. As he neared the estate, James finally resolved that regardless of the complexities and dangers of this world, his own strength and power were fundamental to addressing all challenges. Having practiced martial arts for nearly 5 years, he gradually felt his energy coursing through his face. He was nearing the level he had previously achieved in his training, and it was close at hand. Chapter 22. Unwelcome Guests. So, another hunter trained by Henry. Master, I do not know. I do not know. At the long table, the high-backed chair reflected the flickering candlelight on the man's face, which was marked by a pallor reminiscent of a corpse submerged in water for too long. His hawkish nose and sunken eyes revealed a sense of discomfort. Dressed in an impeccably tailored double-breasted black wool coat, with dark reddish-brown stains on his polished boots. Is Waldemar still alive? The man suppressed his emotions, the veins on his forehead and around his eyes darkening. Alive, alive. The slightly corpulent man, hunched over and hesitant to rise, hurriedly replied. Miss Waldemar has been detained in the White House. We are currently unaware of her exact location, but we can confirm that she is alive. Lincoln wishes to extract information from her. Holly. The master in the high-backed chair toyed with a ring fashioned into a fong shape on his finger. Muttering slowly, I will personally handle Waldemar. As for that lad in Canada, you should pay him a visit. Take more people, regardless of the outcome. Yes, Master Adam. I say, young master, you spend half the day in the basement with Victor, 2 grown men. You wouldn't be. O'Hara leaned on his chin, casting a strange glance at James, his mouth poised to speak, yet hesitating. James paused for a moment, then, with a hint of irritation, pinched the soft flesh of her cheek. O'Hara, wincing in pain, complained, Then why didn't you accompany me for a picnic and afternoon tea? When has a beauty like me ever been rejected? With that, she turned away, leaning against James's desk, crossing her arms in silence. Her graceful silhouette traced a striking curve at her waist, and her vibrant red hair cascaded down, her shoulders gently heaving, seemingly agitated. Well? Fine then, James said, a hint of helplessness in his voice, his eyes reflecting a trace of apology. O'Hara abruptly turned back. Really? Without waiting for James to respond, she declared, no backing out. I'll prepare right now. With that, she lifted her skirt and hurried out of the room, giving James no chance to speak. He felt a twinge of headache, hesitating as he gazed at O'Hara's charming figure, his eyes glistening like a gentle stream. James couldn't help but recall Mr. Howlett's words on his deathbed, lost in thought. That night, before bed, the rhythmic clanging of neatly stacked heavy weights echoed as a towering, bare-chested giant with disheveled hair squatted down, creating a symphony of sound. This intimidating figure stood a staggering 2 meters 20, his broad frame almost unbelievable, sweat trickling down the contours of his muscular body. His bare feet gripped the tiles firmly. The weight of his hefty form and the exaggerated barbell caused cracks to appear on the surface. Panting heavily, Victor finally completed his training for the day. He felt a peculiar pain and itch in his legs, realizing he had surpassed the limits of his body, resulting in injuries to his knees and bones that were slowly healing. The intense training had also caused his skin to seep blood, mingling with the sweat. Victor lowered himself to the ground, resting on all fours, like a fierce tiger ready to pounce. A rhythmic rumble began emanating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, as if the sound originated from every bone within him. After practicing the tiger-leopard thunder voice technique in front of Victor without reservation, this seemingly brutish giant had gradually mastered the art of power and sound, beginning to train in it himself. The practice of this technique suited both James and Victor exceptionally well, resulting in a notable physical transformation, their bodies growing even more robust and imposing, particularly Victor's. After a considerable time, Victor concluded his training, grabbing a wooden bucket and filling it with water from the corner sink, pouring it over himself to wash away the sweat and crimson stains, which quickly drained away through the cleverly designed channels of the subterranean space. Shaking his wild hair, he picked up his clothes and ascended. This flower's fragrance is faded, much like the breath your kiss once revealed to me. Its color has wilted, having once shone with your unique brilliance. A shriveled, lifeless, and hollow form lies abandoned. Have you been muttering about these things all night, Jamie? Victor's rugged face bore a mocking expression as he gazed at James, who was reading aloud to O'Hara. The scene struck him as so comical that it evoked memories of the teasing nicknames he had for James in their youth. O'Hara glared furiously at Victor, who had barged in without knocking, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, almost matching her vibrant hair. Just as she was about to confront Victor, James, naturally closing his book, casually remarked, "It's Shelley, a withered violet, a poet I greatly admire." Victor scoffed dismissively. Instead of reciting poetry, why not engage in a good fight with me? O'Hara burst into laughter, clutching her belly, shaking with mirth, while James shook his head, watching her with a mix of exasperation and amusement. "You big fool, it's Violet, not some purple radish. You two spend all your time practicing those strange techniques and fighting. What good is it? No matter how skilled you are, can it compare to a rifle?" O'Hara chided, casting an annoyed glance at both James and Victor. Victor grinned slyly, saying with a hint of significance, "Guns, indeed, are not of much use." All right, O'Hara, I shall read you poetry tomorrow," James interjected, trying to smooth things over. Little O'Hara huffed, turning up her nose. He then addressed Victor. "It's still worthwhile to read some books. Training endlessly can wear the mind." James abruptly stopped, frowning as he took a few breaths. Victor seemed to sense something as well, his nostrils flaring, instinctively licking his lips, a fierce excitement flickering across his face. "O'Hara, secure the doors and windows. Do not venture out. If anyone attempts to intrude, use the hidden door in the study to access the basement," James instructed O'Hara sternly. The young girl stood frozen, somewhat anxious at the sight of James displaying such a serious demeanor. James, however, appeared quite relaxed as he turned to Victor, saying, "Let us go down and investigate, Victor. A hostile guest has arrived. We must extend our hospitality." "Just what I was hoping for. Lord Marcus, this is the place." A rider on a black horse galloped back, addressing the leader of the following group. They donned wide-brimmed cowboy hats, black overcoats, gloves, and boots, carrying no weapons. Under the large, round moon, they appeared as pale as floating corpses. The man called Marcus, slightly plump with a scraggly beard and a broad, sunken face, looked at the towering Howlett family castle ahead and skeptically inquired, "Are you certain this isn't the residence of the governor of Canada?" The rider nodded, and Marcus slowly sneered. "A landowner who has turned his home into a military fortress, fortified with towers and hidden bastions. Be cautious, there are likely sharpshooters lurking." The crowd behind him chuckled. "My lord, what good are sharpshooters? Ha ha ha." Marcus laughed too. "Indeed, what good is a multitude of guns?" He cracked his whip, and the horses neighed as they surged forward, the group hastening towards the castle. Yet, as they approached, the torches that had been visible on the walls vanished, as if the sentinels had retreated entirely. The castle's grand gate creaked open ominously, revealing two shadowy figures in the expansive courtyard. Marcus hesitated, but the others and their spirited steeds did not. They swiftly charged through the gate, unaware that it was slowly closing behind them. Chapter 23. Confronting Wolves and Tigers' Woe. The cavalry reined in their steeds, and Marcus, atop his horse, faced the two figures ahead, yet he felt no sense of superiority. The vampires possessed heightened vision and perception in the night, and he clearly observed the strikingly handsome young man before him. His face was impeccably clean-shaven, with neatly groomed medium-length black hair, clad in an elegant velvet coat, his dark eyes revealing only serenity. This young man was tall and robust, yet the giant beside him, towering even more, overshadowed him, rendering him somewhat ordinary in comparison. The colossal figure was adorned with damp, deep brown hair cascading around his face, accentuating his prominent brow and deep-set eyes. A thick beard covered his cheeks, and he wore a loose linen shirt that hung open at the chest, revealing shoulders as broad as a blacksmith's anvil. His arms, long and stout as masts, reached down to his knees, and even while Marcus was mounted, he felt the giant's gaze meet his own. "I am James Howlett. I presume you have come seeking me." James broke the silence, taking the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Marcus's entourage slowly urged their horses forward, encircling the two men. "Mr. Howlett, since you, are these the only ones present?" James interrupted, surveying the pale-faced yet crimson-eyed riders around him. "They are all here. What do you mean?" Marcus replied instinctively, increasingly sensing something was amiss. He awkwardly tugged at the reins, causing his horse to rear back in discomfort, its hooves stamping restlessly. James, suppressing a surge of excitement, turned to Victor beside him. "One half each? Leave the plump one. These fellows are troublesome to kill. Destroy the heads, but be cautious of bites." "Humph. Who's sharing with you?" "It's all about skill." Victor grinned, revealing an elongated canine, as he stepped forward, prompting the surrounding knights to exchange wary glances. Suddenly, a piercing neigh erupted as Victor lunged at a tall, lean knight beside Marcus, striking the horse's head with a resounding crash. The unsuspecting vampire knight fell beneath the horse, and with a powerful stomp, his chest was crushed, black blood choking his throat as he felt iron spikes pierce his neck. In the next moment, his vision spiraled into darkness. With a thud, a severed head rolled aside, accompanied by a gruesome mess, its eyes blinking even in death. Victor's hands plunged into the vampire's neck, pulling out the head along with a bloodied segment of spine. In a flash, the vampire riders remained frozen in their saddles, witnessing the titan drenched in black blood howl to the heavens, emitting a primal roar far removed from human speech. Amidst the chaos, curses and cries erupted as vampires dismounted, their forms blurring into shadows that melded with the night, vanishing from sight. "Rough," James muttered, confronting an approaching vampire whose speed was astonishing. The creature's grotesque mouth, dripping with foul slime and sharp teeth, was thrust before him. James refrained from revealing his bone claws and instead unleashed a powerful punch to the vampire's chest, creating a gaping hole. With a swift pivot, he swung his arm with a cracking sound, smashing the vampire's skull, reducing it to a messy pulp as the body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. The scene devolved into pandemonium. Initially perceived as an ordinary man compared to the giant, James proved to be far more terrifying than anticipated. His movements were enigmatic and fluid, leaving the vampires, accustomed to simple attacks, utterly astonished. Assessing the vampire's strength, James grew more relaxed, using these loathsome creatures for practice. He danced through the fray, employing his mastery of martial arts and innate beast-like instincts to evade 4 or 5 vampires, their attempts to strike failing to touch him. As he fluidly executed various techniques, portions of the vampires' bodies exploded under his strikes, though he refrained from targeting their heads. While engaged in combat, James gauged the disparity in power these grotesque beings, despite their repulsiveness, matched his own burgeoning prowess, even surpassing him in speed. Their ability to conceal themselves and create illusions, coupled with their rapid regeneration, made them formidable foes. Having spent over a decade in this realm, diligently honing his skills, James's mastery of martial arts, combined with his mutant gifts, endowed him with his current strength. However, the idea of facing an army of such vampires was chilling. Fortunately, their combat skills were rudimentary, lacking in coordination, resembling a brawl between skilled fighters and mere street thugs, an overwhelmingly one-sided slaughter. Meanwhile, Victor's situation was dire, bordering on tragic. Yet, the saber-toothed titan appeared to revel in it. As vampires danced around him, raking their claws across his body, yet they dared not bite, only skirting around him. Victor's immense strength and fearsome approach meant that any vampire attempting to engage would find themselves caught in his powerful grip, their skulls crushed in an instant. He disregarded their assaults, relishing the pain as it fueled his excitement. Vampire Marcus observed his comrades being mocked and slaughtered, devoid of any intention to join the fray. A singular thought occupied his mind. Could this be another faction of the Bloodkin? As the vampires, encircling James and Victor, began to flee, sensing the tide of battle shifting, James ceased holding back. Having discerned their movements and combat logic, he unleashed a flurry of Tai Chi hammer strikes, obliterating several vampires in his wake, before darting towards Victor to seize a head. "Get away!" Victor bellowed in anger, instinctively turning to capture a vampire leaping from behind. With a powerful thrust, he pierced through its back, but failed to destroy its brain immediately, resulting in a bite to his shoulder. In a swift retaliation, Victor crushed the vampire's skull, disregarding the wound as his shoulder healed, the black blood seeping from fur puncture marks. Crouched like a tiger, he lunged at the remaining vampires. Marcus, stripped of his courage, felt the specter of death for the first time in over a century. No longer did he fear even the vampire hunters wielding silver weapons, who could only ambush solitary bloodkin. Never had he witnessed such ferocity against multiple vampires. Only his progenitor, Adam, embodied such power. In that moment, Marcus grasped a twinge of empathy. The humans who had been toyed with and slaughtered by the bloodkin must have felt this same helpless despair. The steed he rode, unable to bear the terror any longer, bolted away without his urging. Yet, as it fled, Marcus saw the castle gates firmly shut. In a panic, he scanned his surroundings, leaping nimbly from his mount and scaling the walls like a spider, racing towards the main building. James kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding battle, soon abandoning his desire to linger and hurriedly pursued Marcus. The vampire fled towards the very room where O'Hara had taken refuge. Chapter 24. Transformation. Rose O'Hara had obediently remained in James's study. She was a clever girl, and although the cacophony of otherworldly wails from the estate's courtyard made her lips pale with fear, she managed to suppress her curiosity. She even retrieved a hunting rifle from the study, skillfully checking it, loading the bullets, and securing the chamber. The estate offered few diversions. Yet James was particularly open-minded and indulgent with O'Hara, allowing her ample opportunities to ride and hunt. At that moment, O'Hara leaned against the concealed door leading to the basement, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a disheveled figure burst through the window. A stout and unattractive man collapsed onto the floor of the study, dust swirling around his pallid face marred by dark streaks of blood. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting to the tall, trembling girl nearby. Marcus's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Indeed, he had no other option. This monstrous Mr. Howlett was sprinting along the estate's walls as if they were flat ground, matching Marcus in speed. After absorbing a punch from James, he was propelled into the room, and in a desperate bid to save his own life, he could conceive of no other means than to seize a human hostage. Bang! The rifle in the girl's hands discharged decisively, the impact momentarily slowing Marcus's advance. He paused, his fangs lengthening further as he lunged toward the woman who dared to shoot at him. At that instant, the wall of the room erupted as if struck by a cannon, debris flying and creating a gaping hole, through which bricks and stones hurtled toward Marcus, burying him beneath the rubble. James rushed in, relief washing over him as he saw O'Hara unharmed. Observing the vampire trapped in the debris, he slowly raised his hand and brought it down with deliberate force. Marcus, in excruciating pain, attempted to scream, but only a gurgle of blood escaped his throat. James's strike, fueled by the utmost limit of his dark energy, spared Marcus's head but obliterated the rest of his skeletal structure and organs, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. As foul black blood seeped from the ruins, even with a vampire's regenerative abilities, it would take time for him to regain mobility. In the dead of night, after ensuring the situation was under control, James sat by the fireplace, comforting O'Hara. He felt deeply remorseful for the fright she had endured and blamed himself for not neutralizing the enemy sooner, having hesitated in his training. Young O'Hara leaned against James's shoulder, appearing quite well despite the ordeal, a smile lingering on her lips. Such moments spent beside him were rare. And though she had a courageous heart, she could not help but murmur about how terrifying the night had been, expressing gratitude to her master for his prowess. Are guns effective? Victor leaned against the doorframe, his insufferable smile still present. Despite his increasingly exaggerated physique, he moved with a stealth akin to that of a predator, easily unnoticed by all but James. O'Hara glanced up at Victor, rolling her eyes dismissively and ignoring him. Is everything secured? James inquired gently. Victor responded with a haughty snort, quickly adding, do not steal my prey in the future, if you can help it. James's indifferent reply made Victor grind his teeth, and without further words, he turned to leave. Helena was a nascent town that had recently captured the imagination of many, having reportedly struck gold. Cowboys, adventurers, fortune-seekers, and criminals flocked to this burgeoning settlement, bringing along bar owners, restaurateurs, and innkeepers. The gold rush was akin to the industrialization of the era, spurring urbanization. A group of riders clad in black had taken residence in the town's largest and sole inn for 2 or 3 days, leaving many prospectors without shelter. It was not for lack of attempts to confront them. Those who had tried simply never returned. How many days has it been? Adam drawled lazily, appearing as though he had just risen, his elongated face and narrow nose reminiscent of a snake, yet possessing an oddly enchanting allure. Leaning back in his chair, he sipped from a goblet filled with a crimson liquid. 3 full days, my lord, came the response, glancing at the darkening sky, now evening. Marcus had tarried too long. If Vidoma had not lied, they should have returned by now. You do not believe me? Adam's sister laughed, shaking her head. Initially, I did not believe you. I thought it was merely a foolish excuse for your failure. But Marcus is a cunning and cowardly fellow, and he brought 18 of the Holy Clan. Even the hunters of the church should not be unable to converge. But my lord, how could it be? The blood servant attending them murmured in disbelief. How could there be a being capable of defeating and killing my Holy Clan with bare hands? Impossible. The servant hastily knelt, bowing low, panic evident in his explanations. Adam ignored the servant's apologies, his gaze narrowing, lost in thought. Vidoma, standing nearby, hesitated to speak. We will not wait any longer. The war has commenced. Davis, that fool, still believes he can defeat Lincoln alone. Humph. Return to Cedar Mountain and summon all the Holy Clan across the continent. Yes, my lord, the servant hastily replied, rising to make arrangements. Vidoma, still holding her goblet, wore a pained expression, her sharp features making her appear even more unpleasant. What of that Canadian Howlett? She could not help but inquire of Adam. Send your human servants to investigate, but do so cautiously. It will not be an ordinary human. It cannot be human. It is likely something akin to us. Adam's eyes seemed to recall distant memories, for he had lived a long time, having glimpsed the true nature of the world only in fragments. Howlett Manor, subterranean training chamber. Buzz. James manipulated a massive hollow lead sphere, a specially crafted ball weighing 1,500 kilograms, infused with a specific amount of mercury. As he exerted his strength, the sphere emitted a deep, resonant rumble. His feet moved in constant motion, gliding, darting, and stepping without a fixed direction, the lead ball occasionally resting on his shoulder, then rolling back into his palm. Regardless of the exaggerated or peculiar movements, the sphere glided smoothly, unfettered by any obstruction. The battle against the vampire marked his first genuine opportunity to unleash his full combat potential since arriving in this world, allowing him to swiftly discover the final piece of inspiration required for his ultimate transformation. Although he had previously achieved this state, the true sensations of the body could not merely be recalled from memory. Over the years, James has been trapped at the pinnacle of latent power, merely a step away from fully harnessing it. Although he often engages in combat with Victor, he invariably lacks a genuine aura of lethality. In the realm of martial arts, no master can achieve greatness through mere comfort and solitary practice. With a resounding thud, James struck a colossal lead ball, causing the mercury within, which had been spinning at high speed, to come to a sudden halt as his force penetrated it. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though all power had dissipated. The lead ball ceased to rotate. Even its inertia vanished, remaining motionless, save for the resonant sound that echoed like a morning bell in the training chamber. He felt a chill atop his head, and a surge of energy erupted forth. Thus, mastery was attained. Chapter 25. The Arrival of War. 3 days. Uncle Wayne. The young master has not emerged for 3 days, O'Hara exclaimed, hands on hips, addressing the butler with a hint of agitation. Mr. Wayne rubbed his brow, feeling the strain of being tormented by Rose O'Hara's incessant inquiries over the past few days. How had he never noticed how troublesome this girl could be? He silently lamented. The young master has an insatiable appetite. He typically devours 7 to 8 pounds of steak and lamb chops daily, not to mention vegetables, fruits, desserts, and iced drinks. It's hard to fathom that anyone could survive 3 days without food or drink. I inquired about him long ago. Victor merely said, do not concern yourself with him. Victor visits the basement daily, so there's no need for undue worry. Mr. Wayne continued to reassure O'Hara. You trust Victor's words? O'Hara raised an eyebrow, her elevated tone causing Mr. Wayne to startle. That muscle-bound fool Victor knows nothing. The young master insists on reading to me every night. If he doesn't, I can't even sleep properly. I suspect it's you who can't sleep well. Mr. Wayne muttered under his breath, continuing to placate O'Hara. In truth, he felt no concern for his young master. It seemed that, apart from O'Hara, no one else in the estate worried about James. Reflecting on the events of that fateful night, Mr. Wayne still felt as if trapped in a nightmare. Boom, boom, boom. These past few days, Victor had been pushing himself even harder, a response to the battle of that night. He became increasingly aware of the vast chasm separating him from James. a realization he could not endure. This obsession appeared to be ingrained in his very genes. Another reason for his fervent training stemmed from the ominous aura and vibrations emanating from the small meditation chamber where James had confined himself 3 days prior. The intensity of the tremors was far beyond anything Victor had ever experienced in his own practice. The rhythmic sounds, akin to the low growls of lions and tigers, reverberated throughout the underground training space, causing dust and debris to fall from the ceiling. Several massive lead balls infused with mercury continued to hum ominously. Even the smallest of them remained beyond Victor's ability to manipulate as effortlessly as James. Crack, crack. The unsettling sound of joints popping echoed from within, soon giving way to silence. Strangely, Victor suddenly felt the absence of James's presence. The stone door of the chamber trembled slightly before slowly swinging open. As air rushed in, Victor caught a whiff of James's scent, squinting as he focused intently on the figure emerging from within. Ah, Victor, how many days has it been? James appeared utterly unfazed by having gone 3 days without sustenance. His skin radiated a luminous quality, resembling polished jade, and despite the dust floating in the basement, not a speck marred his form. Victor ignored James's question, his gaze unwavering, his breathing slightly quickened. Noticing this, James smiled and casually asked, "What, do you wish to spar?" Humph. For the first time, Victor did not accept the challenge, striding purposefully toward another area equipped with specialized apparatus, throwing himself into relentless training. It was remarkable how 2 individuals could create such a tempest. James shook his head and hastened down the passageway of the underground chamber, having been absent for several days. Surely everyone must be concerned. August 1862. The war in America had officially erupted in April of the previous year, yet the situation for the Northern forces remained grim. Thanks to the Mexican-American War, the Southern Confederate Army was formidable, comprised of seasoned veterans tempered by the crucible of battle. Their leader, the esteemed military strategist Robert E. Lee, devised a strategy of offense as defense, concentrating his forces to annihilate the Northern Army's main body, compelling the North to capitulate. Conversely, the North was ill-prepared for war, employing the so-called Anaconda Plan, which scattered their troops across an 8,000-mile front. Coupled with the passive tactics of sympathetic Commander McClellan, the Northern forces suffered repeated setbacks. At this rate, Lincoln's administration was bound to falter. O'Hara fretted as she gazed at the newspaper on James's desk. "It is President Lincoln. Do not grow too accustomed to calling him that, lest you inadvertently address him as such in person, for it would bring me great embarrassment," James remarked, rapping O'Hara gently on the head with a letter in his hand. Lincoln's current goal is to restore the Union. He is yet to fully commit to abolishing slavery, fearing that doing so might push some border slave states toward the Southern rebels, thereby losing these crucial strategic regions. O'Hara listened, half comprehending, as James continued to write. "However, this president is not one to dither. He will abolish slavery, for it is the will of the times." With that, James paused, sealed the letter with wax, bearing the Hawley family crest, an ancient H marked with claw-like scratches. "Send this letter to Washington." O'Hara accepted the envelope, observing James's composed demeanor, giggling with a playful innocence as she sashayed out of the study. In contrast to his concerns about the Southern Army, James was far more apprehensive about the creature confined in the dungeon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A wretched figure, gaunt and tattered, hunched over a rooster, its claws twitching sporadically. The figure's face was buried deep in the rooster's neck, sucking greedily. Mere moments later, the rooster lay motionless, falling to the ground among other lifeless creatures resembling rabbits and mice. Once a portly bloodsucker named Marcus, he now resembled a desiccated corpse, meticulously licking the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. "Speak. Is there anything I am unaware of?" "Think carefully." James sat in his chair, regarding the iron cage, thick as a forearm, reeking of the vampire within. He covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, expressing his disgust. "Reply, my lord. There is nothing left, truly nothing. I have lived for over a century, and I have exhausted every memory I could recall." Marcus frantically clawed at the iron cage, his greasy, disheveled hair revealing one half of a pallid cheek resembling lime, his eyes bloodshot as though bleeding, and drool incessantly trickling from the corners of his mouth. Akin to a starving stray dog. Since being captured and imprisoned, Marcus had initially displayed a facade of resilience, even mocking James with claims that the progenitor would come to taste his blood. However, the subsequent months filled him with a profound loathing for his vampiric existence, to the extent that even the thought of suicide eluded him. Chapter 26. The secrets of the blood clan the giant known as Victor frequently visited, tormenting him as if he were a mere plaything, incessantly demanding that he attack, questioning whether he was hungry, suggesting that self-inflicted wounds would yield blood to drink. Yet after a few encounters, Marcus completely lost his dignity. Each time, he was battered by the monster, reduced to a mere rag doll under the sharp claws. And the absence of sufficient blood made it arduous for a vampire to recover. The relentless agony of insatiable hunger tormented him without respite. Upon seeing James, he cried out, desperate to do anything for him, pleading for the monster to be kept at bay. And what of your progenitor? James pinched his nose, lamenting the burden of his acute sense of smell. Yes, my lord. Adam is the saint of the entire Americas. No, the progenitor of vampires. He created us. And we have never fathomed the extent of his power, for all vampires he has fashioned cannot resist him, regardless of how much they yearn to harm or kill him. They are invariably governed by the terror deep within their blood. This is why some vampires who harbor hatred for Adam secretly nurture human hunters. Marcus swallowed hard, greedily eyeing the rooster tethered at James's feet, and continued, thus, I truly do not know how his power compares to yours, yet your unparalleled might inspires my reverence. For over a century, I have seen no mortal as formidable as the gods. Enough, James waved his hand dismissively, then inquired. You assert he is the progenitor of all vampires on the American continent. Could it be that the progenitor is not singular? The rooster instinctively flapped its wings, seemingly attempting to resist. Marcus hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. It is merely my conjecture. Adam has never explicitly stated, yet he once vaguely mentioned that since his inception, throughout the long ages, all holy clans have perished, save for him, who remains immortal to this day. I surmise that Adam may have brothers, or that he too was transformed into a vampire. What of that sister of his, Vedarama? She is not. Vedarama was also transformed by Adam. He simply cherished her and referred to her as sister. Cluck, cluck. The rooster was thrown into the iron cage, and Marcus scrambled up, the heavy iron chains clanking against his legs, biting down without raising his head, casting a fleeting, numb glance at the departing James. For months, James had persistently interrogated the vampire Marcus, sometimes repeating the same questions after intervals, even posing contrary answers to gauge whether this cunning Marcus would dare to refute him. Initially, the wily Marcus had attempted to deceive him, but once unmasked, James had not appeared for a long time, allowing Victor to occasionally keep the foolish littlebat company. James's correspondence with President Lincoln had already elucidated the significance of abolishing slavery. He was certain that even without his urging, Lincoln would make the right decision. The Howlett family's factories in North America were fully engaged in producing military equipment for the Northern Army, and he was dispatching individuals to extensively gather pure silver, experimenting with silver ammunition and weaponry. Marcus, this living specimen, had provided him with a clear understanding of the extent of silver's harm to vampires. Washington, the White House. The Southern Confederacy would become utterly vulnerable following the Emancipation Decree, a realization he was sure Lincoln grasped even more keenly than he. Yet, the choice of history ultimately rested in Lincoln's hands. What truly concerned them was Adam and his vampire army. I have previously communicated about the current magnitude of vampires. Yet I fear that once the Southern Army collapses, Jefferson Davis may act desperately, seeking aid from Adam, which could very well lead to the reckless mass production of inferior blood slaves. William Johnson read James's letter to President Lincoln. He was a trusted companion of Lincoln, having supported him throughout. Equally worthy of Lincoln's trust was his youthful employer, Joshua Speed. Look at the choice of words from Mr. Howlett. A cornered dog. Goodness, how did he conceive such a vivid expression? It's simply splendid. The president jested, continuing, I must admit, his wisdom and foresight make me feel as though I have wasted my years. So have you decided? Johnson asked eagerly. Indeed, Abraham Lincoln stated solemnly. The complete abolition of slavery has been my intention for quite some time. I simply struggled to summon the resolve. The victories in the West have been overshadowed by the Eastern defeats, and with the Southern Army poised before Washington, I can no longer hesitate. Joshua, I need you to oversee the procurement of pure silver. James is correct. We must prepare for battle against the vast vampire army. His factories are already engaged. But only by mobilizing the entire North can we achieve sufficient scale. Lincoln instructed Joshua Speed, who appeared somewhat pallid and weary. Johnson continued, in the closing of the letter. He mentioned he would be traveling north soon to assist us in confronting Adam Abraham. Can we truly place our trust in this young Mr. Howlett regarding Adam? Lincoln said little but nodded with conviction. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, as a seasoned vampire hunter, He would never have believed that humanity could truly triumph over and eradicate vampires. James Howlett must be a divine envoy sent to extinguish this wicked race of vampires. September 1862. Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Upon reaching the South, thousands of slaves fled north, nearly overnight draining the Southern Army of vital resources, supplies, and labor. Subsequently, the North enacted a policy of arming black soldiers, further augmenting the Northern Army's strength. At this juncture, James boarded a steam train bound for Washington, accompanied solely by Victor, while nearly 100 armed family members, particularly those equipped in advance with silver weaponry and ammunition, had already arrived days prior. O'Hara, having been denied the request to accompany James, sulked for an entire week, marking the longest period she had ever ignored him. Only on the day of departure did she uncomfortably wait by the carriage, cradling a box of homemade toast. James approached, whispering softly against her cheek, causing the beautiful maiden's face to bloom with a deep blush. They exchanged a few admonishments and reminders, ultimately gazing longingly at the four-wheeled carriage adorned with their family crest as it faded into the distance, lingering in that moment. A man was heading to the battlefield. Regardless of his strength or apparent safety, it was still, ultimately, a battlefield. Chapter 27. The local scene: Virginia, Chancellorsville. Jeremy anxiously rubbed a dark stain on the oak rifle stock, perplexed by its origin, as he had only received the elongated firearm 3 days prior. This morning, they set off early, traversing nearly 12 miles, pausing only once for a brief respite, continually besieged by the Union forces. As dusk enveloped the landscape, he grew increasingly agitated. Rubbing the stock of his rifle, its stain appeared so out of place that it unsettled him. "Have you heard about Fredericksburg?" a fellow named Tommy whispered conspiratorially to those nearby. Jeremy had never been fond of him. He was quite the chatterbox. Yet, he found himself instinctively slowing his movements, ears perking up. It had been a few months since the incident. What more could there be to learn? "Haven't we heard enough about our defeat on the Eastern Front?" came a strange response from the group. Jeremy couldn't discern who had spoken. They were merely a hastily assembled unit. Tommy's interest piqued. He craned his neck to survey the surroundings before ducking back down, lowering his voice. "Do you know how they were defeated?" he asked eagerly. "Something terrible happened. There are unkillable things among the Union troops." A murmur of derisive laughter rippled through the crowd, prompting an anxious Tommy to exclaim, "What? You don't believe me? Those things can't be killed by Gatling guns. They leap and bite, turning men into desiccated corpses." The group struggled to contain their laughter, drawing the ire of the sergeant major. Jeremy merely smirked, no longer interested, as he continued to rub the rifle stock vigorously, catching a glimpse of an old soldier across from him. The veteran leaned against a tree, his gaze vacant, fingers tightly gripping the cross pendant hanging at his chest, knuckles paling. Jeremy couldn't recall from which unit the veteran had been integrated. An inexplicable annoyance welled within him. "Gather! Emergency assembly!" The sharp voice of a lieutenant rang out from the 11th Army, punctuated by the blaring of a bugle. The men scrambled to their feet, several fumbling on the ground for their rifles. The squad blindly followed the crowd, anxiety palpable as they ducked their heads, scanning for any sign of clarity. The sergeant major cracked his whip, urging teams to form ranks according to protocol. Jeremy knelt on one knee, leaning against a rock, rifle at the ready, repeatedly checking the bolt. After the chaotic flurry, the unit fell into an eerie silence, raising their rifles to scrutinize the darkened woods. Jeremy glanced left and right. Beside him was the loquacious Tommy, and on the other side, the taciturn veteran. They all shared the same palpable fear, even the veteran. Rustle. The forest began to stir, though light was obscured. The sounds of footsteps grew increasingly dense. The sergeant major raised his hand, and the unit collectively braced their rifles to fire. The enemy's figures became clearer, their pace quickening as they seemed poised to charge rather than engage in a shootout. Jeremy cast a tense glance at the sergeant major. Fire. At last, the command ignited the night with bursts of flame, illuminating the advancing Union soldiers, whose ill-fitting uniforms and ghastly expressions were alarming. Curiously, they bore no weapons. Jeremy distinctly saw a shot strike the enemy's chest, but before he could revel in victory, the veteran beside him let out a shriek, dropping his rifle and fleeing. Confusion struck Jeremy as he felt a hand grasping at his feet. It was Tommy, sprawled on the ground, eyes unfocused, desperately clawing at the air. A Union soldier was atop him, gnawing at his throat, blood gushing forth. Tommy's strangled gasps echoed as he choked on his own lifeblood. Bang! Before Jeremy could gather his wits, he was tackled by a Union soldier. In a panic, He raised his rifle defensively, instinctively pushing against the assailant. With a sickening crunch, Jeremy finally beheld the grotesque visage of the enemy. Its mouth stretching unnaturally as if reaching its ears, teeth sharp as a beast's, skin pallid, marred by dark veins, and blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Jeremy felt the last vestiges of his strength waning. Suddenly, a weight lifted from him as the creature emitted a horrific wail, crashing against a tree several feet away. Jeremy distinctly heard the sickening sound of bones fracturing as he frantically crawled into a thicket. A towering, muscular man approached the downed creature, lifting its head with a boot, pinning it against the tree, splattering blood and gore in a grotesque display. The man surveyed the area, clad in a deep brown leather coat. A reflective black silk mask obscuring his face save for his dark eyes, his hair meticulously styled, appearing immaculate, not a drop of blood marring his attire. "Jack, take a squad up the hill, fire at will," James commanded the captain of the family marksmen. Jack Peters quickly called out a few names and ascended the rise. 7 or 8 marksmen firing at the vampire hordes. To the astonishment of the Federal soldiers, these bullets that could not kill seemed to bring the creatures to their knees. Their cries fading into silence, their bodies rapidly decomposing and oozing pus. James navigated the battlefield, aiding beleaguered Federal soldiers. His attacks brutal and direct, either smashing or kicking the heads of the vampires, supported by the skilled marksmen of the Howlett family. Their well-equipped and trained unit, armed with silver-tipped bullets and daggers, proved to be the vampires' bane, swiftly reversing the tide for the Northern Federal forces as the first wave of vampire attackers was systematically eradicated. "Victor! Damn it!" James cursed in frustration as Victor entered the fray like a wild stallion, moving on all fours like a living tiger. Heedless of the vampire's bites or rifle fire, he charged deeper into enemy lines, lacking the precise strikes James employed, instead using his claws to tear through anything in his path. Watching Victor carve a path into the depths of the Union forces, James felt compelled to follow, worried that Victor might lose control of his primal instincts. With a swift motion, Victor's claw sunk into the vampire's shoulder blade, while the other ensnared its thigh, tearing its torso apart. The vampire, witnessing its severed lower half and the dark organs within, howled in despair, but within moments, Victor crushed its skull beneath his foot. Bang! 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 Victor roared, momentarily halted as bullets struck his back. He shook off the pain, slowly turning around. 2 trembling Union soldiers struggled with a new model Gatling gun, their bullets embedding themselves into the exaggeratedly wild giant's back. Yet, he merely advanced, pain evident, revealing a fearsome grin and elongated fangs as he grasped the gun mounted on the cart. His claws, elongated further, deftly sliced through the gun barrel, rendering it a useless heap as he mockingly regarded the 2 soldiers, who were scarcely taller than his chest. We surrender. We surrender." The soldiers, suddenly paralyzed with fear, collapsed to their knees, trembling as they raised their hands, averting their gazes from the approaching monster. Victor approached, extending his hand slowly towards one soldier's head. Chapter 28. The turning point. Suddenly, a hand grasped the wrist of the monstrous giant. James silently glared at Victor, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he exerted pressure against Victor's wrist, unmoving. "Why are you stopping me?" Victor rasped, his voice low and menacing, his eyes narrowing with a glint of danger. "They are not vampires. They are our enemies," Victor finally shouted, using his other hand to twist free from James's grip. "Then let them face the bullets and judgment of the Federation," James retorted, raising his voice defiantly. He observed the numerous bloodstains on Victor's body, inflicted by the vampires, slowly oozing black blood, the wounds healing sluggishly, making his gaze even more terrifying. The Federal troops were gradually arriving, calling for the enemy to surrender. The Union forces, sensing their defeat, began to abandon their weapons and surrender. General Joseph Hooker of the Federal Corps approached James, guided by his aides. "Mr. Hawley, on behalf of the entire Potomac Corps, I extend my deepest respect and gratitude for your assistance. You are the most welcomed sight for the entire Army of the United States." General Hooker removed his hat and placed his hand over his heart in salute to James. "Without your support, we could not have achieved such a resounding victory, capturing the left flank commander of the Northern Virginia Corps, Stonewall Thomas Jackson. This is the greatest triumph on the Eastern Front since the war began." Hooker continued with excitement. James gently lowered his mask and replied calmly, "This is our collective victory. Your Excellency, I regret that I could not reach Fredericksburg in time." Hooker waved his hand dismissively. "The front line is so extensive. It is commendable that you could provide support in several areas. This must be saber-toothed tiger Victor, correct? He is even more imposing than the rumors suggest." Hooker continued enthusiastically. But Victor remained silent and turned away. The general, undeterred, seemed to have anticipated this, and his earlier excitement faded into concern as he continued speaking to James. The ranks of these monstrous southern armies are ever increasing. We cannot rely solely on you and your team to extinguish the fires. We must urgently devise a means to arm the federal soldiers en masse. Since President Lincoln announced the Emancipation Proclamation and a series of orders regarding armed black soldiers, the Southern Confederate armies faced a devastating disintegration. Yet soon, indestructible Confederate monster battalions emerged on various battlefields, plunging the Federation back into crisis and severely dampening troop morale. Fortunately, James and Victor, leading the Hawley family's forces, continuously appeared on the battlefields, eliminating vampires and stabilizing the resolve of the Federation. As battles increased, James's team gradually became a legend within the Northern Army, while Victor garnered the moniker Saber-Toothed Tiger due to his fierce appearance and lethal combat style. In contrast, James, who focused on concealing his identity and executing precise, rapid strikes, did not attain Victor's level of notoriety. However, with each battle, the primal ferocity within Victor's blood grew increasingly uncontrollable. In addition to hunting vampires, he began attacking ordinary Southern soldiers and even prisoners. In the chaos of battle, James would usually remain silent about the life and death struggle, but Victor was different. He sought to restrain the bloodlust of the saber-toothed tiger as much as possible. Having been bitten by vampires too many times, James suspected that Victor had already begun to be influenced by their blood. Silver bullets and silver-infused explosive shells were being prepared for dispatch to various combat zones. Once the federal troops were fully equipped, the vampires would no longer be a source of fear. Most of them were hastily produced inferior blood slaves, and a single touch of pure silver would lead to rapid decay of their bodies. James conveyed to General Hooker that relying solely on his limited forces, no matter how formidable, was insufficient in the grand scheme. Alas, I can only hope. I worry whether the troops can be equipped in time. The rebels are continuously gathering at Gettysburg. It will become the most critical juncture of this entire war. If by then, we cannot. Hooker did not finish his thought. Rest assured, Mr. President, and I will do everything in our power to ensure this matter is handled. Are you unsure as well? Adam's eyes narrowed as he fixated on the frail, ragged man with dirty golden hair before him, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The man trembled slightly and stammered, "Yes. Lord Adam, there may be 2 trains of silver ammunition headed for Gettysburg. Besides James Hawley and Lincoln himself, no one knows which train is carrying the ammunition." Fearing Adam's disbelief, he added, "All ammunition is secretly packed at Hawley's factory, which is guarded by his own armed family members. The workers transporting it are unaware of the contents of the crates." "Huh, that's all you're good for," Adam scoffed, casting a disdainful glance before pausing for a moment. He slowly continued, "Well, at least you know who is escorting each train, correct?" His gaze turned particularly menacing, as if the man would become the drink in today's cup if he failed to provide this knowledge. "I know. I'll definitely find out." The long-haired man nodded vigorously, eager to prove his worth. Relay the information quickly. If you perform well, I might grant you a chance to join the holy faction," Adam said lazily, seemingly indifferent. The man's face flushed with excitement as he lavished praise upon Adam, desperate to cling to life. "Is it just you and Victor who are insufficient?" Abraham Lincoln expressed his concerns. Since he took office, the war had been unrelenting, and in these years, even Lincoln's beard had begun to turn gray. James replied nonchalantly, "Victor and I are enough. Having others would only hinder us. As for you, a president of the United States, with the war reaching this point, even the White House Guard has been sent to the front lines. If I don't keep these people from following you, how could I dare let an old man like you escort ammunition in person?" You underestimate me. I can still wield that axe with finesse. I was a prominent figure in the hunting circles. Having said this, the president could not help but chuckle bitterly, reflecting that as president, he might be the most poorly faring in American history. After a moment of contemplation, Lincoln continued, "I share your thoughts. At this stage of the war, Gettysburg will be a decisive battlefield. As long as Adam desires victory, he will undoubtedly attempt to thwart the shipment of ammunition. He will personally intervene. If he does not, that would truly disappoint me." James spoke quietly, anticipating a worthy adversary to emerge in this world. Pigeons flapped their wings, eagerly pecking at the grain by the window. Vedarama removed the message from the pigeon's leg, glanced at it, and hurried into the hall to deliver it to Adam. "Which train do you think it will be?" Vedarama's harsh voice rang out. Adam smiled faintly, his eyes slightly reddening as he solemnly replied, "A powerful individual will only believe in themselves." Chapter 29. The night falls. Kinura, why are you helping us? Daniel Farron asked, struggling to drink from a water pouch handed to him by a black man. His throat still burned painfully, his voice hoarse, while two ragged white men took turns with the pouch, hastily gulping down the precious water. It was difficult to find safe drinking water in this godforsaken place. Kinura, a wiry black man in his 40s, appeared frail and short, yet his eyes shone brightly. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Yet his hands deftly peeled an unknown fruit. I was sold to the estate when I was merely a teenager. The initial days were quite difficult. Old Mr. Howlett, he. No, I do not mean to speak ill of him. Kinura grew anxious as he spoke, hurriedly explaining to the others. Daniel waved his hand, his gaze gentle as he comforted him. Kinura gradually relaxed a bit, continuing to stammer, less fluently now. Young Mr. Howlett is a good man, ever since childhood. He treats us very well, exceptionally well. After he became the master, our lives felt like a dream. Kinura's vocabulary was limited, primarily knowing the words for good and bad. He asked me if I would help him to accompany you here. He even promised me a vast expanse of land upon our return, where I could cultivate freely, planting whatever I wished. The crops would all belong to me. Moreover, he told me that at that time, everyone like me would also be able to become human. Upon finishing, Kinura lifted his head, shyly smiling and revealing his white teeth, concluding, I believe him. Daniel sighed deeply, accepting the fruit Kinura offered, taking a couple of bites. The fruit was sweet and refreshing. He took a moment to gather himself before continuing. But they are considered your kin, right? This is your homeland. Why do you still wish to return to the estate, even risking your life to bring us out? They are not my kin, Kinura replied while eating the fruit, his head bowed and voice somber. They regard us as thieves, regardless of whether we look alike. Even someone like me is considered worse. This is my homeland. I am a Kikuyu, but living here is so difficult, so difficult. Kinura seemed unwilling to speak further, silently consuming the fruit. Noticing this, Daniel refrained from asking more questions and turned to the two white men nearby, saying, after one more day's journey, we will reach Mombasa, where there are British resource ports, and we can connect with the estate to find a way back. Alas, it's a pity only we managed to escape. Blake, Jason, the younger one couldn't hold back his tears, utterly shocked that this exploratory mission had turned out this way. Alongside the local guide and porters, there were over 20 people, yet only 4 managed to escape. Such mysterious and terrifying tribes still exist in the world. It is my fault. If we hadn't ventured so deep. Don't cry, David. The fact that we escaped is worth celebrating. As long as we return, James might still have a way to rescue them. Daniel patted David's shoulder, revealing peculiar symbols branded on his arm, indicating that this strange mark resembling some kind of script had been there for a long time. I wonder what James is doing right now, Daniel mused, reaching into his pocket for a dark, elongated ornament, slowly caressing it. Deep down, he knew that in a place guarded by such terrifying beings, how could James possibly rescue them? Achoo. Perhaps choked by the coal dust, James couldn't help but sneeze. He rubbed his nose, leaning on a shovel beside the boiler. His linen white shirt smeared with soot, and his beard had grown considerably, making him resemble a rugged cowboy more than the refined gentleman he once was. This is not a place for you, Jamie girl. Victor, bare-chested and glistening with oil, sweat cascading down as the flames of the steam boiler illuminated his muscular physique. He teased James with his favorite jibe while continually shoveling coal into the boiler. James, unfazed, calmly retorted, if you could engage your brain and ponder the things I taught you, you wouldn't look like a drenched chicken. Unlike Victor, drenched in sweat from the boiler's heat, James showed no sign of perspiration, appearing remarkably fresh apart from the soot on his clothes. Having mastered the art of control, James had reached a new level in managing his body, effortlessly regulating his pores, body temperature, and organ movements. Victor paused, scoffing, "Humph. Who cares about practicing those peculiar things?" James produced a finely crafted copper cigar box from his pocket, lit it by the fire, and after a moment's thought, tentatively suggested, "Mastering it might enable you to defeat me." Victor suddenly halted, ceasing his speech, and resumed adding coal to the boiler after a long pause. To ensure safety, James and Victor had not brought any crew or workers with them on this steam train to prevent any harm to ordinary people in case Adam attacked. Operating the steam train was straightforward. It merely required the effort of shoveling coal into the boiler. Having traveled for the better part of the journey, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. At their current pace, they would reach the freight station near Gettysburg by dawn, where they would finally meet the so-called progenitor of the blood clan, leaving both James and Victor feeling exhilarated. As night descended, several miles ahead, Adam and Vedoma stood aside, observing several blood clan members prying at the tracks with iron rods, while others lifted large stones to obstruct the way. Vedoma waved her hand, dispersing the dust in the air, and asked somewhat aimlessly, "Must we wait? Do you truly believe these stones can stop us?" Adam appeared serious, and Vedoma could hardly recall the last time she had seen him so earnest. "My naive sister, one must not evade when it is time to confront the truth. Are you worried I might fail?" Vedoma lowered her gaze, trembling as she spoke. "He and his brothers have killed too many of our kin. There has never been such a human, never." "They're your kin." Adam gently tucked a strand of Vedoma's hair behind her ear, caressing her elongated face as he softly said, "Have you forgotten? It has been so long that you have forgotten you are merely my creations." The shrill whistle of the steam train echoed from afar as the rhythmic clanking of the tracks grew louder, the train's headlights illuminating Adam's eerie, pale visage. He licked his lips and smiled in delight. Chapter 30. God? James donned a black coat with rank insignia, seemingly anticipating the encounter. He stood firmly at the front of the train as it approached Adam and his entourage. Victor leaned out to take a glance ahead, pulled the brake, and the train screeched to a halt, sparking flames as it ground against the tracks, coming to a gradual stop amidst an ear-splitting cacophony. Victor leaped onto the roof, bare-chested, his imposing figure and fearsome physique casting an overwhelming shadow over the vampires below. Interesting. Adam intently observed Victor, taking a deep breath as if he had uncovered something, his gaze becoming peculiar. Except for Vedoma, the other vampires began to disperse, encircling the train, some leaping onto the roof while others infiltrated the compartments. She retreated slightly, hiding in the woods by the roadside, watching discreetly. James uttered not a word, merely gazing down at Adam, his entire being focused intently on this progenitor of the blood clan. He sensed that Adam was different from all the vampires he had previously encountered. After achieving mastery, James's body had undergone a qualitative change, allowing him to overpower the blood clan using sheer physical strength alone, yet he felt uncertain against Adam. Bang! Adam unleashed a fierce strike towards James, harboring a deep disdain for James's haughty demeanor. In an instant, his visage transformed into that of a vengeful specter. Fangs bared and skin turned a ghastly shade of blue-black, completely devoid of his previous ethereal beauty. His right hand contorted into a claw, aimed directly at James's head. A dull thud resounded as the two collided. James, ever stable, countered with a powerful punch that met Adam's claws. To his astonishment, Adam's seemingly slender form possessed immense strength, pushing James back several meters, forcing him to absorb the impact against the rear of a carriage. Meanwhile, Adam remained poised upon the front of the train, reverting instantly to his earlier noble elegance, as though the ghastly visage had never been his at all. The bloodkin witnessing Adam's effortless repulsion of James felt a surge of confidence. Many had recently witnessed the brutal slaughter perpetrated by James and Victor against their kind, casting a shadow of doubt over the progenitor's might. In this moment, Adam's casual display of power elicited cruel, excited smiles among them. Victor's pupils narrowed as he comprehended the extent of James's strength. No matter how much he had progressed or how exaggerated his physical training had become, James consistently subdued him, leaving Victor increasingly hopeless of victory. Adam's ability to effortlessly repel James ignited a fervent desire for power within Victor. Yet, Adam himself was not as optimistic. He maintained an air of confident elegance while swiftly mending the twisted and shattered bones and muscles of his wrist and elbow from that peculiar punch. The gentleman, Mr. Howlett, appeared to be under 30, yet his fist emanated a spiraling force that violently ruptured his forearm. Adam's mind raced with thoughts about the origin of this young man. Progenitor. "You have already lost," James stated quietly to Adam. "Oh, could it be that the ammunition you transport is not genuine?" Adam replied, feigning surprise as he glanced at the bloodkin emerging from the cargo hold, who confirmed his suspicions. "It is indeed real," James continued, "but both sides are authentic." Adam's expression shifted to one of dread as he realized he had been deceived. "I warned the president about Joshua Speed's situation. He effortlessly discovered Speed's clandestine communications with the South. We cleverly exploited him, leading him to believe that the North could only muster the capacity to produce a single-armed train." James chuckled, observing Adam's gradually darkening countenance, and continued, "In truth, my factory's production capability is abundant, and silver-infused ammunition will continue to be supplied to various battlefronts. Your defeat was predetermined from the outset." "Huh. You think you are different from us? Adam remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded James and Victor. Do you believe you and your companion are akin to Lincoln and his kind? Indeed, I am different from you, James replied calmly. Because you do not require blood? Adam laughed heartily. Mr. Howlett, you fail to grasp the essence of the matter. Our very existence is the problem. Our strength, longevity, and all that which mortals cannot attain fundamentally precludes coexistence with them. Humanity. They may possess distinctions in status, wealth, appearance, knowledge, and so forth, yet they cannot escape the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Adam nearly howled the last 4 words, his impassioned monologue momentarily startling James, who appeared lost in thought. Yet we cannot even grant them these inequalities. We lack the qualifications to be considered human. Adam's tone grew somber, his demeanor calming to an unsettling stillness as he concluded, thus, we are gods. The destiny of gods is to dominate mortals. The divine must fulfill its obligations. Having finished his soliloquy, Adam seemed disinclined to speak further, as if presenting a choice to James. So this is the God you envision? James suddenly regarded Adam with a gaze filled with compassion. Anyone powerful enough is a god. Are you prepared to embrace mortality tonight, Adam? James's expression hardened as he looked into Adam's frigid eyes, slowly clenching his fists. With a thunderous roar, they both charged at one another, the iron beneath their feet buckling under their force. Adam's speed appeared marginally superior as he lunged, one claw aimed for James's chest, the other for his throat. However, James, responding with remarkable swiftness, demonstrated a fighting style that bore little resemblance to any ancestral martial arts. A punch was merely a punch. A palm simply a palm. The trajectory of his attacks was straightforward, yet each contact inflicted considerable distress upon his adversary. As Adam observed James's punch aimed at his forehead, he defied the laws of physics, momentarily shifting sideways in midair, evading with an effortless grace, his crimson claws striking with alarming speed. Though Adam, like other bloodkin, lacked a systematic combat technique, his extraordinary speed, uncanny agility, and millennia of combat experience momentarily placed James at a disadvantage. Yet, like a colossal ship weathering a tempest, James remained steadfast, unyielding as a 100,000-ton vessel, irrespective of Adam's rapidity or bizarre angles of attack. He consistently adjusted his body minimally to intercept Adam's strikes. Amidst the howling winds and surging waves, this great ship continued to forge ahead. On the other side, Victor faced the onslaught of over a dozen vampires. Initially, as was customary, he exchanged injuries for kills, but the bloodkin soon leveraged their speed and numbers to turn the tide. They became akin to kites, launching brief, swift attacks before retreating. Victor found himself a mere target for their fury, the battlefield quickly devolving into a stalemate. Chapter 31. The Power of Adam. It seems Adam has indeed chosen that side. Mr. Peter, is James truly all right? Lincoln inquired. Concern etched across the deep creases of his face as he regarded James, who faced Adam directly. The steam train laden with silver-infused ammunition was nearing its destination, and the outcome of this somewhat fantastical civil war was already sealed, yet the battle on James Howlett's front was only just commencing. I do not know, but I have faith in the young master, Mr. President, Jack Peter replied, his voice calm, yet resolute. The elders of the Howlett estate still habitually referred to James as young master, having watched him grow. Jack, though of the same generation as John Howlett, was scarcely a decade older than James. Indeed, I also believe in him, yet, after all, he is perhaps a vampire progenitor who has lived for 1,000 years. Our understanding of him is regrettably limited. As Jack listened to President Lincoln's words, images of James personally training the family's forces years prior flooded his mind. He did not know how formidable a progenitor could be, but he had deeply, from that moment, turned James into a kind of faith, the faith of the Howlett family. As his skills became refined, James felt an invigorating energy coursing through his body, stimulating further transformation. Through 3 days and nights of relentless training, honing his essence and fortifying his bones, signs of substantial enhancement began to manifest. Yet he had not achieved a complete metamorphosis. Nevertheless, his foundational physical prowess had nearly tripled. At the moment Victor laid eyes on James emerging from his confinement, he comprehended that he was utterly devoid of any possibility of rivaling him. He had observed James's daily training regimen and witnessed how James had consciously guided him in the application of martial techniques numerous times. Despite his attempts to seek out that formidable force, Victor's saber-toothed tiger essence consistently hampered him. Anger perpetually engulfed his spirit, preventing him from achieving inner tranquility. Adam, on the other hand, relentlessly enhanced his destructive capacity, his speed, strength, and defensive rhythm growing increasingly formidable. James, in his steadfastness, countered every challenge with unwavering resolve. Although there remained a disparity in combat prowess between him and Adam at a fundamental level, his martial skills were sufficient to bridge that gap, patiently awaiting Adam to reach his limits and reveal his true capabilities. It appeared that Victor had been excessively drained by the relentless assault of the Horde. For even the power of the saber-toothed tiger could not serve as an eternal engine. He stood bloodied, his giant frame marred by numerous wounds that slowly healed. Yet the blood that flowed from him pooled darkly upon his skin. Victor had lost an alarming amount of blood, his movements becoming progressively sluggish. Fatigue setting in, a sensation he had never experienced before. From a young age, he had been full of vigor and robust health, seemingly endowed with boundless energy. Training alongside James had made him acutely aware of his burgeoning strength, but now, this unfamiliar weariness brought an unexpected calm to his mind. As though the ever-raging saber-toothed tiger within him had grown weary, Victor seemed to grasp something profound. Your brother can hardly endure much longer. How much longer can you withstand? Adam. Under Adam's relentless high-speed assaults, his voice pierced sharply, agitating James. With a swift motion, he deflected Adam's attack from behind, ignoring Adam's provocations. Yet his concern for Victor intensified, prompting him to hasten his own offensive. It seemed time to test that state. James mused internally when suddenly, the vampires surrounding them let out a chilling shriek. Victor was no longer the futile, clawing tiger. He appeared to have mastered the trajectory of his opponent's strikes, deftly capturing a vampire's head as it lunged from the side. Strangely, Victor made no observable movement. The vampire's head trembled, dark blood seeping from its eyes, ears, and nose, as it was held aloft by Victor's single paw, lifeless. In that fleeting moment of contact, a surge of explosive power erupted from Victor's palm, obliterating the unfortunate bloodsucker's brain. He felt an increasing number of his body parts capable of delivering powerful blows. Any vampire that dared to engage him would feel an extraordinary force emanating from his massive form, as though he were covered in spikes. Soon, the vampires surrounding Victor fell one by one, their skulls shattered, lifeless. Your brother can hardly endure much longer, Adam. A slight smile graced James's lips as he reciprocated the sentiment to Adam, sensing the shift in the battle. Adam, realizing he could not subdue this tortoise-like behemoth, abruptly retreated a few meters, halting his assault, and regarded James with a bemused expression. The color of his irises began to alter, the pitch-black center gradually spreading into the whites of his eyes as he mockingly remarked, "They are not my brothers. They are merely playthings I created to stave off my solitude." Adam suddenly let out a piercing howl, appearing to be in excruciating pain as he clawed at his own body. His eyes turned entirely black, his ears elongated, and his skin acquired a metallic, bluish hue. His form, once slender, rapidly expanded, two protrusions emerging from his shoulder blades, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. With a sudden thrust, a pair of flesh-covered wings erupted from Adam's back, their span exceeding 5 meters, coarse black fur sprouting from his chest and back, his hands transforming into bony claws. As he slowly ascended into the air, Valdoma, who had been observing from the forest, clamped her mouth shut to suppress a scream, even as Adam's favored sister. She had never witnessed him in such a guise. At that moment, she, along with all the other vampires, felt a profound terror emanating from the depths of their bloodlines. An instinctual urge to prostrate themselves. The fighting on both sides ceased, and Victor inexplicably sensed a peculiar urge within him, as if some force compelled him to submit. I have forgotten how long it has been since I transformed into this form. Adam's voice became grating, akin to nails scraping against a wall. His face bore no resemblance to humanity, eyes as dark as the abyss, a bat-like nose, and elongated, razor-sharp teeth. Yet, from his tone, one could discern a hint of nostalgia. Even the creations surrounding me have never seen me like this, because it is simply too grotesque. Suddenly, Adam was consumed by a deep fury, lunging at James with the rage of his unmasked form. A sickening thud echoed as James felt Adam's dark claws pierce through his chest. Chapter 32. Heart like a drum. James gazed at the dark arm protruding from his chest, a surge of blood choking his throat, which he spat onto Adam. He was assaulted by Adam's uniquely foul stench, which made him retch. What a delightful aroma. Unprecedentedly delightful. Adam mused, savoring the blood he had drawn from James's chest. Simultaneously, he was taken aback to see a gaping wound beginning to heal before his very eyes. Adam seethed with rage, exclaiming, "You are indeed the same as me. How foolish of you to forsake the chance to ascend to godhood alongside me." Meanwhile, Victor felt a mix of relief and astonishment, his expression complex. He understood that James was undoubtedly different from ordinary humans, regardless of the source of his extraordinary abilities. A mere human could not possibly possess such exaggerated strength, speed, and resilience. He had never witnessed James sustain an injury, even when besieged by hordes of vampires. James remained unscathed. However, observing the noticeably quicker healing of James's wounds, Victor pondered anew the connection between them. In a mere 10 seconds, James was restored. And he reflected on the severity of the injury he had just endured, noting the impressive regenerative power akin to that of Wolverine. Adam's true form instilled a deep apprehension within him, for in that instant, James had genuinely been unable to keep pace. To surpass Adam, it appeared he would have to harness the strength that came with mastering his martial arts. Adam, licking the blood from his arm, seemed disinclined to grant James a moment's respite as he lunged downward once more with his bat-like wings, while the other vampires resumed their relentless assault on Victor, emboldened by their progenitor's terrifying form and might. In stark contrast to Victor's currently advantageous state, James was thoroughly overwhelmed by Adam. Adam no longer relied on speed for his attacks. Even in close combat, he maintained a distinct upper hand, his physical prowess far surpassing that of James. The cacophony of battle continued to escalate. James struggled to withstand Adam's direct and unrelenting assault, although he managed to counterattack with sufficient force to inflict some damage. It was significantly diminished compared to before. After transforming into his true form, Adam's physical resilience had markedly increased. He no longer risked broken bones from James's peculiar strikes. With the regenerative abilities of a vampire, he remained largely unaffected. Meanwhile, James's body was being savagely torn apart by Adam, with his chest, abdomen, shoulders, and back repeatedly pierced, and his face clawed and shredded. The rapid healing ability turned this battle into a protracted and tedious affair. With a thunderous crash, James seized the opportunity when Adam's claws became lodged in his shoulder. He crouched low, grasped Adam under his arm, and hurled him into the train car, completely demolishing the train's roof. The battle had utterly ravaged the once sturdy locomotive. With a swift flap of his wings, Adam soared into the air, looking down at James with disdain. "Howlett, your chances are gone. No matter how quickly you heal, it cannot alter the disparity between us. You are merely a durable target now. I will shatter you and rip off your head to see if you can grow another." A series of deep, resonant thuds echoed, growing faster and clearer. James ignored Adam, standing resolutely atop a rare intact section of the train's roof, his gaze fierce and fist clenched. The thudding noise, akin to a drumbeat, emanated from his chest, the sound of his heart pounding. After mastering his martial art, one enters a new state where internal energy circulates seamlessly, allowing for effortless exertion of force. Not only could he strike from any part of his body, achieving a level of agility that even the smallest insects could not approach, but his physical capabilities had also significantly increased, setting him apart from ordinary individuals. Upon reaching this pinnacle of martial prowess, James found his vital energy overflowing to an astonishing degree, yet he had never unleashed his full potential. The air around him seemed to warp from intense heat, and his figure shimmered in the moonlight, as if dancing within flames. Invisible waves of energy radiated from every pore of his skin, propelled by the exaggerated rhythm of his heartbeat, surging through his limbs. His shoulder-length black hair subtly fluttered in the invisible currents. Adam sensed an instinctive danger from James's current state and chose not to delay any longer, launching an all-out assault without reserve. With a swift motion, James shaped his hand into a blade and, slightly turning, sliced through Adam's wing with precision. "Ah!" Adam cried out in pain, the severed wound gushing dark blood as the detached wing fell to the ground, quickly decaying. "Damn it!" Adam retaliated with frenzied attacks. James's newfound state seemed to enhance his physical abilities, making him faster and stronger, yet it still did not surpass Adam's level. However, an intense radiance of power radiated from him, far surpassing before. His strikes continued to inflict damage upon James, yet each contact felt akin to plunging into flames. The energy enveloping James penetrating Adam's skin, causing him to feel overwhelmed even in his transformed state. James's counterattacks were explosive in their impact, with a series of devastating punches, drilling, explosive strikes, swinging hooks, and whip-like kicks. Adam's body was gradually reduced to a pitiful state. He could still heal rapidly, but the regeneration of his organs and limbs proved to be an arduous task, particularly with extensive internal injuries. With a sudden crash, James feigned an opening, allowing Adam to land a claw on him, but he swiftly retaliated, smashing his fist into Adam's shoulder, shattering the joint and severing his left arm. seizing the moment. James delivered a kick and elbow strike, piercing Adam's chest and shattering his right knee, causing his lower leg to contort and separate. Fear gripped Adam for the first time since his birth, having never felt such dread except in the presence of his father. In this moment, he realized he might die at the hands of Howlett. Meanwhile, Victor had gradually eliminated the remaining bloodsuckers. The last two, witnessing Adam's pitiful state, howled in despair and fled swiftly. Victor, drenched in dark crimson blood, strode forth like a fierce red tiger, having acquired a new power reminiscent of James's earlier abilities. Adam, at the cost of a large portion of flesh from his side, fought back with all his might to gain a brief respite. His arms, legs, and various bodily tissues were slowly regenerating, but it would take days to fully recover, rendering him incapable of complete mobility. As Victor approached, Adam's gaze sharpened. James resolved to end Adam, to completely obliterate his head and body using the simplest means, utterly shattering him. Suddenly, from the woods, Vedarama lunged out in a frenzied attempt to intervene. "Go!" she cried out, charging at James in a seemingly suicidal manner. James effortlessly dispatched her with a fatal blow to the head, yet her hands clung tenaciously to him. In that brief moment of stillness, Adam pushed himself off the ground and propelled toward Victor. Even in his current state, Adam was a force Victor could not withstand. However, he was momentarily hindered by an inexplicable will, freezing his movements. With a primal roar, Adam sank his fangs into Victor's shoulder. The unprecedented pain was unbearable for the fierce saber-toothed tiger. As Adam's fangs penetrated, a venom seemed to course through Victor's body, the agony radiating through his nerves far exceeding any previous injury. Fueled by this infusion, Adam's severed wing began to heal rapidly. "I can grant you power," Adam hissed fiercely in Victor's ear, flapping his wings and dragging his battered form beneath the moonlight as he fled. Chapter 33. Various parties on July 1st, 1863. The Union Army and the Confederate Army engaged in a decisive battle at Gettysburg, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the South, with nearly 30,000 casualties. The initiative of the war had irrevocably shifted to the North, marking a pivotal turning point in the entire Civil War. The young master sent a telegram stating he could not join you in celebrating victory, as he had important matters to attend to in Edmond. The triumph at Gettysburg had nearly sealed the fate of the war, and our role in subsequent battles would be minimal. Once the young master resolves his affairs, he will meet you in Washington, Jack Peter informed President Lincoln. Has James encountered any trouble? Is he injured? Lincoln inquired with urgency. Jack smiled reassuringly, gesturing for the president to remain calm. The young master is quite well. He has other issues to resolve, the specifics of which I am unaware. Furthermore, he instructed me to inform you that Adam has escaped. He sustained severe injuries and may require a considerable amount of time to fully recuperate, but you must remain vigilant. He might engage in covert activities. Lincoln nodded slowly, although the war had lost its suspense. The persistent threat of a stubborn enemy and the vengeance of remaining vampires could not be ignored. Please extend my regards to James, Abraham Lincoln stated solemnly. The assistance provided by the Hawley family will be forever etched in my memory, as well as in the hearts of the entire American nation. The history and people of the United States shall never forget the hope and support you brought during these harrowing times. I find myself at a loss for words to convey my gratitude and eagerly await the day I can meet Mr. Hawley again. Edmund, beneath the Hawley Manor. Are you truly all right? James inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Victor, who was devouring his meal. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke again. After Victor swallowed the last bite of his steak, he growled in annoyance. What foolishness are you spouting now? He carelessly wiped his hands with the napkin from the tray and grumbled. The war is not over. There are still battles to fight. Why must you return at this moment? If you want to be with women, why drag me into it? You've been bitten, James said, fixating his serious gaze on Victor as he scrutinized the whites of his eyes and his skin. I've been bitten many times, Victor retorted. Adam is different. Huh? Victor scoffed disdainfully. So you've locked me underground and sealed the stone door? James, feeling a twinge of guilt, collected the utensils Victor had used and replied softly. It's not about imprisoning you. It's a means of separation, for your safety and that of everyone at the manor. Huh? Who knows what nonsense you're concocting? Victor barked in a raspy voice, striding toward the nearby water basin and filling a bucket with a splash. After the battle that night, Adam barely managed to escape. His body battered and broken. Given his condition, such injuries could not be easily healed by a vampire's self-repair abilities. Having witnessed Victor's bite, James was deeply concerned about the potential unforeseen alterations to his body and psyche. He forcefully took Victor back, enduring several fierce confrontations, and finally, after Victor had been pushed to the brink of unconsciousness, he relented and returned to the manor, where he remained underground for many days. What puzzled James was that Victor exhibited no unusual symptoms. He had previously inquired with the vampire Marcus, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, about the transformation process following a bite. Yet, Victor showed no aversion to normal food, nor did he exhibit extreme thirst for blood. His physiological traits remained unchanged. His eyes were not blood red, nor did he possess sharpened fangs or claws, though he always had them. Observing the numerous claw marks and shredded steel training equipment in the training room, he sighed and casually said, "It should be fine now. You may leave." Victor cast a surprised glance at James, snorted heavily, and strode away. As he turned his back, a fleeting glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. "Jack, come here." "And where's O'Hara?" "O'Hara." The butler, Mr. Wayne, clutched a telegram in his hand, hastily adjusting his single-lens gold-rimmed glasses while urgently calling for Jack, Peter, and O'Hara. "Jack, gather the men immediately. Send Lauren and Chris to Victoria Harbor in Vancouver to find O'Hara." I'm coming, Uncle Wayne," O'Hara yawned. James no longer required O'Hara's assistance in his daily life, primarily due to his unusual sleeping habits and frequent training in the manor's underground, which caused O'Hara to rise increasingly late. "Where's the young master? Hurry and fetch him." Mr. Wayne snapped at O'Hara. Observing her curious head tilt, he added seriously, "Daniel has sent word." James looked at the telegram he had received from the British resource port in Kenya, its contents brief. Yet he scrutinized it for quite some time before raising his eyes to inquire of Mr. Wayne, "Have the men already been dispatched to Victoria Harbor?" "Yes." Upon receiving the telegram, I instructed Jack to take a team there. James pondered for a moment and replied with gravity, "That is insufficient. Contact the governor's office to inform the British government, requesting local personnel to ensure their protection. Additionally, send a telegram to the White House in my name, directly seeking assistance from Mr. Lincoln, urging the American government to enhance communication with the relevant local authorities in Kenya. If Washington possesses resources in Africa, I implore them to dispatch individuals to escort Daniel." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wayne promptly departed the room. James cast a glance at O'Hara, muttering to himself, "Daniel's return journey must not be compromised." Lady Elizabeth had enjoyed good health over the years, yet her mental state fluctuated. Recently turned 50. As the matriarch of the Hawley family, she should have been attending noble banquets and social gatherings with dignitaries and wealthy merchants. However, she had remained withdrawn for many years, with many outsiders unaware that Mr. James Hawley's mother was still alive. The Hawley family was one of the largest estate owners in Canada, since James expanded into industry, manufacturing, and real estate during the tumultuous times of the Civil War. This colonial landowner family, originating from William Hawley, had quietly transformed into a formidable titan spanning North America. Yet, the most esteemed lady of such a family often only frequented churches and charitable institutions, engaging in acts of philanthropy. During her moments of mental instability, she depended solely on a few maidservants for care, confined to her chamber. Lady Elizabeth no longer resided in the original old manor with James and the others. A few years prior, James had constructed a separate dwelling for her beside the newly expanded castle of the estate. Since moving away from the old manor, her emotional state had stabilized considerably. This night, the rain fell heavily, a weather she despised, for it evoked unpleasant memories. Lady Elizabeth lay in her velvet four-poster bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Faint sounds from the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window reached her ears, and she felt a surge of annoyance. Wondering if the maid had failed to close the window properly, she pulled back the covers and turned to look. A towering figure, seemingly touching the ceiling, stood on the balcony. He stepped into the room, clad in a coat, rain-soaked hair cascading down his form. Thunder rumbled. A flash of lightning illuminated the giant for a brief moment. It was Victor. Chapter 34. Departure. Victor. "What are you doing here, James?" Lady Elizabeth stammered, trembling. Whether from the cold wind blowing through the open balcony or sheer fright, she could not tell. Victor remained silent, standing there, shrouded in darkness, with only the sporadic flashes of lightning revealing his silhouette. Lady Elizabeth became more fearful, clutching the bedclothes in a panic. She opened her mouth to scream, but feared provoking Victor. "What is the relationship between James and me?" At last, Victor's deep voice resonated, and the rain outside seemed to lessen. What are you saying? "Victor, what do you intend to do?" Victor took 2 steps closer, nearing the edge of the bed. Thunder roared. Another clap of thunder echoed, and the clouds rumbled ominously. Victor's voice grew even more terrifying. What is the relationship between James and me? A crack of lightning struck, illuminating Victor's face, his rugged, deep features strikingly reminiscent of Thomas. Lady Elizabeth let out a piercing scream, her hair grasped in desperation as she shouted the name Thomas Logan. Victor thundered once more. What is the relationship between James and me? James. James, do not harm him. Thomas, do not hurt James. He is your son. You cannot harm him. Elizabeth had completely lost her mind, desperately tugging at her hair and the bed covers, her eyes vacant as she howled incoherently, her words dissolving into meaningless screams. Victor stood frozen for a moment, as if the torrential rain and the madwoman were entirely disconnected from him, as if they belonged to a different realm. Though his heart had already formed suspicions, he sought a definitive answer. Victor vanished into the rain-soaked night, leaving no trace. Have you searched everywhere? James inquired of Jack, the captain of the family's riding team, as Victor had gone missing without a single sighting of his whereabouts. Jack, fatigued, had scoured the surrounding towns and woods for days with all available manpower. We've searched every inch within 30 miles. Yet there have been no reports of unusual deaths or injuries among the locals, Jack replied wearily. James nodded, expressing his gratitude for Jack's efforts and urged him to take a rest. The previous night's downpour had rendered even his keen sense of smell unproductive. If Edmund was not nearby, then Victor must have journeyed to America. Initially, James had been worried that Victor had succumbed to Adam's influence, prompting the search for unusual occurrences among the residents. The absence of any such incidents reassured him. He pondered that perhaps Victor had been eager to return to the battlefield, resulting in his abrupt departure. Simultaneously, he recalled his mother Elizabeth's chronic affliction, which had worsened in recent days, and he sighed deeply. O'Hara, how many trunks do you have? James asked, observing O'Hara bustling about, directing servants to load luggage into the carriage. Just these, she replied, her eyes crinkling in delight, her long lashes framing a face aglow with excitement, as she clutched her cream-colored pearl handbag, lifted her skirt, and stepped into the carriage. James had long opposed the constrictive and cumbersome fashions of the era, finding them uncomfortable and detrimental to health, which was why O'Hara had opted for comfortable, practical long dresses or trousers for many years. This is my first time venturing so far, and I shall meet the president and his wife. I must prepare well. O'Hara chirped, her enthusiasm infectious. The war is not over yet. We may often visit America in the future, or even relocate there. James adjusted his cufflinks, instinctively reaching for his cigar case before returning it to his pocket, mindful that O'Hara detested the scent of cigars or cigarettes. O'Hara eagerly inquired about the prospect of moving to America. Canada felt too vast and sparsely populated, though the natural beauty surrounding their estate was exceptional, having grown up there. The novelty had long since faded. She yearned for the bustling cities and crowds. Their journey to Washington was twofold: to meet the president regarding the myriad matters of war and post-war negotiations, and to continue the pursuit of the vampire progenitor, Adam. Despite his current state of weakness and concealment, allowing such a terrifying immortal being to roam free would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Most importantly, they needed to locate Victor. In September 1863, the Union Army captured Chattanooga, and with the July occupation of Hudson Port splitting the Confederate forces into eastern and western factions, the Union's victory was all but assured from both strategic and tactical perspectives. Mr. Hawley, madam, please follow this way. A White House attendant respectfully guided James and O'Hara into the banquet hall. This was a small celebratory gathering proposed by the Northern capitalists and government officials. Despite President Lincoln's insistence that the war was not yet over and that it was premature to hold a banquet, ultimately, the enthusiasm and pressure from various quarters compelled him to relent. O'Hara was pleased by the young attendant's address, offering him a radiant smile as she linked her arm with James, her face betraying a mix of nervousness and rigidity as they entered the hall. James, President Lincoln called out, waving enthusiastically upon spotting him. He quickly apologized to those around him and hurriedly took Mary's hand to greet them. You've finally arrived. The president's gaze held a hint of inquiry, as if seeking confirmation that all was well with James. James nodded slightly, wearing a smile as he introduced O'Hara. Mary kindly took O'Hara's hand, gently saying, "No wonder Mr. Hawley remained unmoved by all our attempts to introduce him to exceptional young ladies. He was already acquainted with such a beautiful girl." President Lincoln playfully patted James on the chest, joyfully leading them to the center of the banquet to introduce them to magnates from northern industry, manufacturing, and various government officials. The name of the Hawley family had become well known among the American elite in recent years, with some influential figures in the military possessing numerous channels of information. They held a particular reverence for this seemingly young upstart in the industrial sector. Chapter 35. The carnivores. The lavish and bustling banquet swiftly transitioned to its next phase following President Lincoln's toast. Ladies continued to dance, savor desserts, compare jewels, and discuss snippets of war-related gossip they had heard from their husbands. O'Hara felt out of place. A simple country girl yearning for the city's vibrancy, yet acutely aware of her disconnection from the surroundings. Fortunately, First Lady Mary kept her close, introducing her to others and deflecting unkind inquiries, piquing the interest of many well-connected ladies. Meanwhile, the true wielders of power, the men, discreetly retreated to a side room, an intimate space adorned with exquisite leather chairs, its center left somewhat open. The few attendants present were remarkably efficient, providing attentive service. President Lincoln gestured for James to sit beside him, taking advantage of the ongoing commotion to speak quietly. I have ordered all military districts to conduct searches. There is no news of Mr. Logan. He has not appeared on the battlefield. We have a trade office in Kenya, and I personally instructed my secretary to issue directives under the authority of the White House. They will look after your friend. You needn't worry. James paused for a moment, sincerely expressing gratitude. Thank you for your help, Abraham, but I must resolve Victor's situation myself. Be cautious regarding Adam. Information from the bloodline suggests pure silver has little effect on him. I've faced him before, and he is unlike any ordinary vampire, especially not like the numerous inferior blood slaves on the battlefield. The president chuckled heartily. Rest assured. By the way, how is your factory faring? Though you are rising swiftly, these old-timers have spent their lives in the industrial field. They practically built American capital industry. Competing with them will not be easy. Lincoln gestured toward the bearded, rosy-cheeked magnates, and James, appearing more relaxed, replied casually, my primary focus and funding are directed towards research on new power machinery. Over the past 2 years, a scientist named Renoir from France and another named Russia have made significant advancements in this area. I have also recruited numerous talents from Germany and England. And my mechanical experimental factory is quite lively, albeit costly. This is indeed a commendable direction. The modernization of industry relies upon the continuous advancement of technology. Mr. President, everyone has arrived. The secretary had no choice but to interrupt President Lincoln's conversation with James, as this somewhat private gathering was about to commence formally. James nodded at Lincoln and then surveyed the room, which housed approximately 30 individuals. Excluding the high-ranking military officials, all the prominent figures of the American Federation were present. President Lincoln approached the center of the room, lightly resting his fingers on a dark brown antique wooden table, signaling the commencement of today's discussion. Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive elaboration regarding the subsequent developments of this war. At this moment, I wish to hear your views on the matters concerning the rights of African Americans post-emancipation. Abraham, you are well aware of why all of us gathered here are fighting this war. We in the North seek development. We aspire for the strength of American industrial capitalism. In the South? Those landowners are solely focused on their own profits. After years of tugging over tariffs, is it feasible to refrain from conflict? As for the issue of enslaved people, well, this stout, slightly balding man took a puff from his cigar, his fingers adorned with a golden emblem ring trembling slightly, and continued in a somewhat boisterous manner. Everyone knows the situation. Therefore, while we support your emancipation initiative, do not expect us to dine with those people. At this declaration, murmurs rippled through the room, with some voices expressing support while others shook their heads in disapproval. James silently enjoyed his cigar, inhaling its pervasive aroma, casting a glance at the somewhat exasperated president. He was taken aback that Lincoln would broach such an unpalatable topic here. The American Civil War, though ostensibly a righteous battle for the advancement of human civilization, was fundamentally a struggle over the core interests of two capitalist factions. Following American independence, the South and North embarked on divergent developmental paths. The North experienced rapid capitalistic growth, commencing its industrial revolution in the 1820s, while the South adhered to a plantation-based system reliant on enslaved labor, which severely stifled the industrial and commercial growth of the North. The newly acquired Western lands became fertile ground for the burgeoning conflict of interests between North and South, with one side advocating for increased tariffs to compete with British industrial capital, while the South pushed for lower or even no tariffs to promote free competition in the sale of agricultural products, thus rendering each other the greatest of foes. The original sin of the South's enslavement of African Americans merely served as a nominal strategy for the North to tout its progressiveness and the righteousness of the war. Those enslaved individuals who fled to the North would face conditions no less harrowing than the toil of the plantations, trapped in the labor of sweatshops. The discourse swiftly shifted to the matter of resource allocation post-war, primarily concerning the North's desire for easier access to the South for establishing factories and selling goods, along with the degree of external tariffs. James also expressed his aspirations regarding land transactions in the South, once his new power machinery was successfully developed. The resources deep within Southern lands would become the lifeblood of the world. As for the current era's issues surrounding African American rights, he felt ill-equipped to intervene. What he could do was provide them with relatively better treatment in his factories and enterprises, preparing for more significant and complex challenges ahead. In today's world, it must be acknowledged that all types of individuals exist, and with the backdrop of war, the presence of maimed and grotesque figures was not uncommon. Yet, the people of Jacksonville were witnessing for the first time a figure reminiscent of a circus monster, towering at over 7 feet. This man with a physique akin to a water tower compelled the townsfolk to instinctively clear a wide path for him, clad in a massive cloak that obscured his brow. Only his long, brownish-yellow hair cascaded down the sides of his face, his wide jaw and thick, unkempt beard accentuating his fearsome appearance as he strode towards the edge of town. A few quick-witted individuals hurried to inform the mayor and sheriff. As reports of missing persons had become frequent in the town, and those occasionally found were often lifeless corpses, desiccated beyond recognition, the townspeople, unaware of the dreadful events transpiring, naturally sought to associate any malevolent occurrences with this imposing stranger. Victor was unaware of Adam's whereabouts, yet he possessed an instinctive, almost supernatural sense guiding him southward. As he approached the town, this sensation intensified. Upon entering, Victor not only felt it, but could distinctly trace Adam's lingering scent. Adam was here. In recent days, fervent discussions had erupted regarding the concerns and criticisms surrounding the plates, and truth be told, I was particularly pleased. I was delighted by the ongoing attention to the work and wished to convey that there was no need for haste. The unfolding narrative would soon address various inquiries, such as the absence of the wolf claw and the development of power. It can be stated that current predictions regarding the wolf and the tiger are only marginally accurate, and even that is merely scratching the surface. With the completion of 2 chapters today, many speculations will arise, only to possibly be overturned by tomorrow. Chapter 36, The Tiger Combined, in Arkansas, Jacksonville. In the northwest corner of Jacksonville, there stood a decrepit 3-story mansion, abandoned for many years, which few dared to approach. It was said that many had perished within its confines. The original owner had been a notable landowner, presiding over vast gardens and hundreds of enslaved individuals to the north of town. However, this malevolent master was notoriously cruel to his slaves, with reports of tortured bodies being discarded nearby. Legends tell of a particularly brutal murder of a male slave by the master, whose wife was a shaman who cursed him. One fateful night, this master, seemingly possessed, shot his wife and children before ultimately taking his own life. Terrified townsfolk burned a female slave, and the mansion fell into utter disrepair, becoming an unapproachable taboo within Jacksonville. Whether the rumors held truth remains uncertain, but those who might glimpse the interior of that old mansion would likely find themselves haunted by nightmares for the rest of their lives. Scattered throughout the hall and various rooms lay over a dozen pale corpses, both male and female, including the elderly and children. They appeared as if they had withered, desiccated by time, resembling dried remnants. As night fell, within the mansion's cellar, a coffin caked in dried earth and roots somehow managed to be placed there, slowly creaked open. A long, pale finger delicately traced the edge as a figure began to rise. At that moment, Adam bore a disheveled appearance, as if he had not bathed in ages. His hair was entangled with dirt and smeared with dark, clotted blood, and a filthy woolen coat obscured his form. His complexion remained as pale as ever, yet it bore the markings of age, riddled with fine wrinkles, and his eyes appeared cloudy. He licked his cracked lips, sensing something, and a cruel smile crept across his face. Boom! Victor kicked open the mansion's front door, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the room. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Victor made no attempt to ignite an oil lamp or candle. His pupils glowed in the dimness, reminiscent of a feline's luminous gaze at night, his vision unaffected. He glanced around the room at the scattered corpses, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Your choice is indeed correct. Adam emerged from the cellar, moving with surprising agility as he pulled a high-backed chair to sit in the center of the first-floor hall. His demeanor appeared relaxed as always, though the noticeably gaunt and wrinkled skin betrayed his less than favorable condition. "I don't quite agree," Victor remarked, his contempt unmistakable. Adam's expression momentarily faltered before he broke into a sly smile. "But you still came, didn't you? You had no other choice." He chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. "Your brother, though I am uncertain of your exact relationship, seems to possess a different kind of power. He truly surprised me. His strength inflicted upon me a wound I had not experienced in millennia." Victor stood silently, without uttering a word. "Yet, you yearn for power, do you not? Your desire for strength is unmasked. Imagine, if our powers were to combine." Adam's eyes glinted with an eerie red light as he excitedly continued. "It would undoubtedly far surpass his. Are you so confident that I would accept your so-called power?" Victor surveyed the multitude of drained corpses around him, disdain evident in his voice. "I have slain hundreds of your servants. Such power holds no value for me." In Victor's eyes, even acquiring the strength of a mere common vampire was insignificant. He regarded those pathetic half-breeds with utter disdain. "No, no, no. You are not like them. You will receive my power, my source blood, and that will transform you into the most formidable being in existence." Adam's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Victor. Rising slowly to his feet, "Why do you believe you have the right to choose?" He extended his palm toward Victor, fingers spread wide, a crimson glow emanating from his eyes as if it were tangible. Crack! Victor's knees buckled under an immense pressure, trembling uncontrollably. He let out a low growl. But it was too long before he collapsed heavily before Adam. "Ha! From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were destined to be my servant. You were careless, bitten by my progeny countless times, and that last bite I bestowed upon you left you with no chance to resist." Victor's body quivered, as though battling against an unseen force. As Adam spoke, he began to shed his clothing, revealing his bare torso, which was marked by dark crimson veins. With his sharp, black-red nails, Adam sliced open the skin on the left side of his chest. "Come now, drink my source blood, and become my most powerful servant. I want that bastard who dared to harm me to be slain by his own brother. Go forth and avenge me, reclaim all that was lost." The glory of the divine. Adam spread his arms wide, his head held high. From the wound at his heart, a blood unlike that of ordinary vampires flowed, not the usual dark red, but a brilliant scarlet, exuding a peculiar fragrance. This blood appeared exceptionally viscous, akin to gelatin, refusing to spill or drip onto the ground. Victor seemed entirely ensnared, gradually approaching Adam, seizing his shoulders, and bending down to bite the wound at his heart. Gulp. The moment Victor swallowed the first taste of source blood, his pupils constricted violently, as if he had ingested scalding liquor, igniting a sensation both scorching and exhilarating throughout his nerves. The blood surged into his body, permeating his flesh rather than merely filling his stomach. A fiery explosion erupted in his chest, coursing wildly through his entire being. His bones began to crack, claws extending uncontrollably from his fingertips, while tufts of dark brown hair fell to the ground. His body hair shed and regrew with a gleaming luster, and his skin continuously cracked and regenerated, the new flesh becoming tougher and more resilient. "Enough! Enough!" Adam gasped, clearly fatigued, yet Victor showed no signs of halting. His transformation persisted, bones shifting and growing within. "Stop! Damn you! Stop!" A howl escaped Adam's lips as he rapidly transformed into the form he had assumed during his battle with James, summoning all his strength to push Victor away. Victor's claws had grown thicker and longer, and he instinctively scratched his head, feeling disoriented by the loss of his long hair and the emergence of new, short locks. Adam gasped heavily, his figure resembling that of a drained human corpse rather than the robust form he had exhibited during his clash with James. His bat-like wings appeared smaller, and the bristles on his back were faintly turning white. "You! How dare you defy me?" Victor licked his lips, gazing at Adam with a lingering desire. James had always believed that a vampire's bite would strip Victor of his reason, perhaps even transform him into a vampire. He was not mistaken. The continuous bites from vampires had allowed Victor to absorb their venom, which intensified his brutality and bloodlust. Upon encountering Adam, he could indeed sense the influence of Adam's bloodline upon him. However, he was no ordinary human. The ferocious and untamed genetic power of the saber-toothed tiger was formidable enough. Even with Adam's prior bite, his control over Victor was akin to an incessant, nagging thought that one cannot easily dismiss. In the heat of battle, a fleeting lapse in concentration might be detrimental, but to exert complete control and compel Victor to obey remained an elusive goal. The saber-toothed tiger never yields. "You are right." Victor finally revealed a rare expression of joy, Speaking softly, this power indeed enhances my strength, but it is still insufficient. Adam's pitch-black eyes revealed no spark. Yet his twisted visage radiated fury. Damn it. Enough. Boom. Adam unleashed his claws, lunging at Victor, causing the decrepit mansion's floor to erupt into a massive crater as wooden fragments scattered throughout the room. Thud. Victor remained rooted, seizing Adam's claws in response. The ground beneath him splintered as his legs sank into the tiles, both engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Your strength pales in comparison. Is it the earlier injury that has weakened you, or should I blame myself for draining you so thoroughly? Roar. A tremendous roar erupted from Victor's chest, reverberating toward Adam, who felt Victor's claws sink deep into his palms as he instinctively unleashed the power of the tiger's claw. Crack. Crack. Victor tore through Adam's arm and shoulder as Adam screamed in agony, thrashing desperately to escape Victor's grasp. Yet his arms had lost all strength, and seeing no escape. The danger in Victor's gaze intensified. Adam had no choice but to rip. He severed his own arms, blood gushing from his shoulders as he frantically flapped his bat-like wings. Soaring toward the ceiling above the hall staircase, Victor sprang into action, leaping forward, using the staircase railing to propel himself upward in pursuit. He grasped Adam's foot, yanking him down with brutal force. Adam let out a piercing scream as Victor hurled him in a sweeping arc toward the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. The immense weight of Victor's boot crushed Adam's ribcage, and Victor bent down, seizing Adam's wings, tightening his back muscles to forcefully wrench them from his body. Do not kill me. I am still of use. I can assist you, Adam whispered incessantly, his arms severed, his wings lost, reduced to a mere human stick. Victor, akin to one listening to the irritating buzz of insects, turned his head slightly and stepped aside, grasping Adam by the neck and lifting him. He scrutinized Adam's pitiful state and could not help but remark, James was right. You dare to call yourself a god, yet you are nothing of the sort. Shaking his head, he seized Adam by the hips and swung him, revealing that in his prime, Adam towered over Victor, his expansive bat wings adding to his imposing presence. Now, however, he appeared drastically diminished, resembling a lamb poised for slaughter before Victor. Adam trembled, weakly struggling, but Victor's grip on his throat rendered him voiceless. As he gazed at Victor, who unveiled his fearsome fangs and sank them into Adam's heart, a dreadful gulp echoed as Victor consumed the remnants of Adam's essence. The transformation within Victor surged, a powerful aura emanating from him, while Adam's once dark eyes gradually faded to a pale gray. You need not be overly remorseful. To be candid, I am astonished that you chose to speak of this matter today. I find it quite admirable. James and President Lincoln conversed at the entrance of the banquet hall. After their meeting concluded, the Lincoln couple insisted on escorting him and O'Hara, while the women engaged in their final discussions. The two men stepped aside for a moment of private dialogue. No, James, I am acutely aware of my initial intentions, Lincoln replied, glancing down at his feet with a hint of melancholy. From the outset, I was thrust into this position to fulfill the desires of northern capitalists, and my resolve to wage this war stems from a deep-seated hatred for vampires. However, to claim that I genuinely care for the lives and suffering of those southern black slaves. Lincoln shook his head and sighed. Slavery has been abolished, and victory in this war is imminent. Yet southern plantation owners continue their business as usual. The black slaves they once owned are no longer legally classified as such. But how much has their existence truly changed? And what of the black laborers in northern factories? We have nearly eradicated vampires from the North American continent, leaving southern slave owners devoid of support, whether directly or indirectly. We have legally affirmed the freedom of black individuals, thus sowing the seeds of true equality. James gazed steadfastly at President Lincoln, wishing to offer him a sense of support. Leveling a mountain is far easier than dismantling the prejudices entrenched in people's hearts. Regardless of your original intentions today, history will bear witness and reveal whether your choices were indeed correct. Hey, then I might as well have turned to dust long ago. As you say, let everything be left to the damned annals of history. President Lincoln laughed heartily, even uttering an expletive, his exuberance resonating throughout the era, uniting the nation's spirit to the fullest extent. James strolled hand in hand with O'Hara toward the White House, where the Howlett family's carriage awaited them. O'Hara's mood was not as elevated as when she first arrived. She appeared somewhat fatigued, her graceful neck bowed as she linked her arm with James, leaning against his shoulder. A sudden shyness enveloped them as they shared a quiet moment, their first time attending a banquet together. Upon entering the carriage, James turned his gaze toward the White House, and an inner voice quietly emerged within him. Abraham, not only history will witness, I too shall bear witness for you. The coachman cracked the whip, and the wheels rolled forward. Chapter 37. New machinery nestled in Brooklyn, New York. The Howlett Mechanical Experiment Factory is a site that stirs curiosity and bewilderment among many in the industry. Established 6 or 7 years ago, the factory boasts opulent space and facilities, yet it has never produced a single product. The Howlett family possesses a complete industrial supply chain in North America, encompassing mineral raw materials, smelting, casting, and both military and civilian machinery. Yet, this well-equipped factory has never yielded anything. Since its inception, it has maintained stringent security. Mr. James Howlett, the head of the Howlett family, devotes the majority of his time here whenever he is in North America. So, have you managed to create that reciprocating piston you mentioned? James called out to a tall, dark-haired white man, his voice slightly elevated. He then inquired, "Can it run on gasoline? You know what gasoline is, right?" Mr. Howlett, I understand, but that fuel has only recently had its combustion theory validated, and it is not yet suitable for practical machinery. The man spoke with a heavy accent, sounding German, and his words came forth slowly and hesitantly. Noticing James's disappointed expression, he hurriedly added, "But sir, this machine is the first completed internal combustion engine with a compound piston. It currently operates on gas, achieving 4 horsepower with remarkable stability. It is the highest in power and thermal efficiency available today." James's expression shifted slightly. He offered some words of encouragement. The German engineer, eager to showcase his recent improvements in English, continued, "I sincerely appreciate the excellent conditions you have provided me over the past 2 years. Without your selfless investment, this machine would have been delayed by over a decade. Mr. Otto, you needn't be modest. This is entirely the result of your efforts and those of your fellow engineers and technicians. However, there is room for improvement. You must focus more on the application of gasoline in internal combustion engine research," James advised. Since the factory's construction, he had dispatched numerous individuals to Europe, seeking engineers and scientists specializing in mechanical manufacturing from countries such as Britain, Germany, and France. He lured them to America with promises of generous compensation, which was no simple task given the prevailing tariff disputes and the looming civil unrest in the United States. Most of them arrived with the mindset of earning a quick sum and returning home, yet upon witnessing the exceptional facilities and generous treatment, many decided to stay. A few who still wished to return found their families encouraged to join them, and thus they remained in New York. The German mechanical engineer, Otto, held a genuine fondness for the Howlett Mechanical Experiment Factory, where they could continuously advance theoretical or conceptual mechanical innovations, supported by the finest equipment, materials, and labor. Occasionally, Mr. Howlett would provide guidance on research directions, such as the combination of pure silver and ammunition or the application of new fuels. James certainly hoped to expedite the development of technological creations from his memories, but in the realm of advanced specialized issues, his only recourse was to find people and invest money. Fortunately, the wealth of the Howlett family's enterprises afforded him the luxury of pursuing his whims and preferences. "Sir, Mr. Finnan wishes to meet with you. He has been waiting outside for over 2 hours." Mr. Tom Weddle had taken to addressing James in the manner the Howlett family members did, believing it showcased his identity as part of the family rather than merely a minor partner. "Finnan? Ah. He is the Frenchman who assisted us in establishing the factory a few years ago. I cannot quite recall his surname. What does he want?" James inquired, somewhat perplexed. Over the years, Tom had long since shed his identity as the owner of a mechanical foundry in Canada. He now served as the external business manager for the formidable Hawley family, one of the most dynamic industrial giants in North America. His usual meetings involved prominent tycoons and dignitaries. With a deft motion, he pulled out a silk handkerchief from his suit pocket and brushed off non-existent dust from James's attire, casually remarking that he merely hoped their southern project would allow him some participation. James nodded in agreement, and Tom quickly gestured to the secretary, who then contacted the factory security team to grant entry. The safety personnel at the experimental factory were individuals personally trained by James and the Hawley estate. "Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, it's wonderful to finally meet you." Herbert Finnan approached with a speed that was entirely disproportionate to his size. James exchanged a brief, cordial handshake with him. "Did you come here for something specific? I apologize for being preoccupied inside and not realizing your arrival." "No worries. I happened to pass by and saw your carriage. It has been years since we last met, and you haven't changed a bit." Finnan enthusiastically engaged in small talk, though indeed, James's appearance had remained relatively unchanged. Over the past 2 years, he had consciously opted for a more mature style and allowed a bit of facial hair to grow. Otherwise, he could easily be mistaken for a man in his early 20s. James responded politely, glancing at Tom, who, with a knowing look, took the lead in the conversation, suggesting that young Master James had pressing matters to attend to. Finnan couldn't help but express, "I heard you have new construction projects underway, and I thought it best to discuss these matters with Tom. You have been involved in quite a few of the Holly family's projects, and I trust your judgment." James amicably acknowledged Finnan's remarks, noting that the underground structures of the estate were indeed impressive, and he had been quite satisfied with his training there over the years. "Not at all. I assure you, if you entrust your project to me, it will meet the highest standards, and you won't need to spend a dime," Finnan said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "I merely wish to participate in the Holly family's ventures, perhaps by acquiring a small stake." At that moment, James realized Finnan's intentions and, with a semblance of regret, replied, "I appreciate your regard for the Holly family, but our operations are family-owned, and we currently have no such plans." With that, he indicated he had urgent matters to attend to and headed toward the carriage. While Tom naturally engaged Finnan in light conversation, the carriage arrived at a high-end bespoke clothing store on Queen Street, where O'Hara was trying on a new dress in preparation for their dinner with the Lincolns at the White House that evening. The president was eager to converse with James, as their private time together during the banquet was all too fleeting. Through the large glass windows of the store, James observed O'Hara in a cream-colored gown, and a smile lit up his face. "Mr. Lincoln, you've grown rather serious," James exclaimed as he embraced the young president's son, playfully exaggerating his expression. "Willie, you mustn't cling to Mr. Hawley. Come down," Mrs. Mary Lincoln called out with a smile, while also restraining the youngest child, Thomas Lincoln, who was about to leap into James's arms. Watching the two children frolicking around Mrs. Lincoln, James felt a wave of affection wash over him, and he silently resolved a thought. "Quick, James, Miss O'Hara, do try this dessert. The last time James visited, you must savor it this time." President Lincoln almost revealed a peculiar story from James's first visit to the White House, but thought better of it. After dinner, O'Hara, at the request of the two young gentlemen, joined Mrs. Lincoln for some playful activities. James and Lincoln exchanged sly smiles and produced their respective cigar boxes. "Try this one." Cabana. James offered a cigar to Lincoln, who unexpectedly accepted it, having put away his simple wooden cigar box. "This is quite rare. They are primarily reserved for a few European royals. The relations between America and Europe have soured in recent years, making such treasures scarce," Lincoln remarked, savoring the aroma before expertly cutting the cigar. "The governor's office in Canada sends me some each year, but I find the flavor lacking. I'm planning to send someone to Cuba to acquire a good location to craft some exceptional cigars, not for sale to the public." As James lit his cigar, he expressed his high standards for quality, noting the distinct difference between cigars and inhaled cigarettes, emphasizing savoring the flavor and aroma. His unique olfactory sensitivity had led him to develop an exacting criterion for cigars, making anything subpar simply inedible. After taking a couple of puffs, Lincoln playfully blew a smoke ring and remarked, "You capitalists truly know how to indulge. When you finally produce a fine cigar, be sure to remember to send me a couple of boxes for tasting." "Rest assured, I will cover your annual consumption," James replied with a smile, as an earlier thought resurfaced in his mind. Just a little will suffice. If I indulge too much, Mary will scold me," Lincoln chuckled, sharing amusing anecdotes about his life with Mary. He felt at ease in James's company, not only due to their shared experiences, but also because of James's unrestrained and carefree personality. After a brief pause, Lincoln continued, "In about a year, the South will officially surrender. Only a few diehards and formal resistances remain. What are your thoughts on post-war developments? The capitalistic industry will experience rapid growth, and national strength will elevate swiftly, securing a position among the world's elite in a few decades," James replied without hesitation, continuing, "In the coming decades, who occupies the presidency will matter little. Everything will flow with the prevailing tide. However, afterward, we shall confront the sweeping contradictions and monumental changes facing the world." Lincoln, taken aback by James's insights, remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, "Your direct and profound predictions, if voiced by a venerable professor at Oxford, I might accept. But for one so young as you to boldly predict the trajectory of the world over the next half-century is rather unsettling." James shook his head, exhaling an ambiguous breath as he regarded Lincoln, Understanding these matters is not particularly challenging. It is merely the inevitable law of increased productivity. But you, Abraham, what are your thoughts after the war concludes? My task will be to mend this nation, a country cobbled together from colonization, immigration, and the slave trade, rife with issues. Lincoln replied, you should focus on your own security after the war. Abraham, if you merely stop here, you will be remembered as one of the greatest presidents in this nation's history. But should you attempt to accomplish those grand ambitions, you must be prepared for what lies ahead in your lifetime. Even for a long time thereafter, public opinion may not yield favorable outcomes. James spoke earnestly to Lincoln, emphasizing that each era carries its unique challenges, and the endeavors the president aimed to pursue would likely be met with resistance from the prevailing global sentiment. Lincoln shook his head lightly and responded with ease. You remind me that history will ultimately bear witness. Very well then, I shall endeavor to heed your counsel, James replied, feigning a jesting tone. The residents of Jacksonville harbored a deep-seated suspicion that God had utterly forsaken them. This sentiment was exacerbated by the recent mysterious disappearances of several individuals from the town, not to mention the unsettling rumors of a monstrous figure resembling an iron tower that had recently emerged. Sheriff Redstern, accompanied by his men, followed the trail of this supposed beast to the infamous haunted house that no townsfolk dared to approach. Initially skeptical, Stern's doubts began to wane upon witnessing the scene before him, prompting a growing concern that his men and firearms might prove insufficient. The so-called haunted house appeared as if it had been struck by artillery. The entrance bore the marks of violent destruction, with the door lying askew on the ground, revealing an abyss-like interior. Surrounding the structure were numerous breaches, seemingly made from within, while the roof sagged precariously, suggesting a compromised foundation. The most chilling aspect was the rhythmic, haunting howls emanating from the depths of the house, sounds akin to the low growls of a formidable carnivore. No one could ascertain the nature of this beast, but its sheer size was undeniable. The vibrations of its growl resonated throughout the entire building, causing it to tremble incessantly. For 3 days, Sheriff Stern had not enjoyed a single restful night since they had arrived at this place. The ominous growls had persisted without interruption, leading him to speculate that this unknown predator might be slumbering within. The sound merely its snoring, complemented by faint, grinding noises that reinforced his conviction. To ensure the safety of the townsfolk, he had to assign guards to this location, dismissing thoughts of the towering creature that had initially sparked their investigation. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the air, causing 2 officers, accustomed to the cacophony, to falter momentarily. They turned abruptly towards the mansion, where a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. To their astonishment, it was a man, an imposing figure whose head nearly grazed the doorframe. He had short, dark hair, a scruffy beard, a broad face, and deep-set eyes. His physique was extraordinarily robust, with thick, elongated arms, and his fingers appeared oddly elongated, as if encased in sharp implements. For a moment, the officers were taken aback. Where was the beast? They did not immediately connect the towering man before them with the creature inside the house. After all, despite his exaggerated appearance, he was indeed human. The relentless, thunderous growls they had heard for days could hardly be attributed to a person. The giant's strides were long, and before the officers could fully comprehend the situation, he stood before them, grinning menacingly, revealing exceptionally long canines. An odd thought crept into their minds. He seemed hungry. Chapter 39. The Wolf and the Tiger Combined. Listen. Once we reach Chicago, you will take the train back to Edmond. Bob will accompany you, James patiently instructed the temperamental O'Hara, though no longer a young girl. O'Hara seemed determined to press her case, playfully insisting, please take me with you to find Victor. The situation in the north is promising, and with you by my side, we would surely be safe. James resolutely shook his head. After bidding farewell to President Lincoln in Washington, he had journeyed southward, both to search for Victor and to assess the current state of the southern United States for future land acquisition and investment opportunities. However, the war was not yet concluded, and the quest for Victor could expose him to unforeseen dangers. Questions loomed. Was Victor under the influence of vampires? What role had Adam played in this matter? And could they encounter remnants of the bloodline? Thus, taking a woman along for such perilous travels was decidedly imprudent. Realizing her plea was in vain, O'Hara shifted her strategy, requesting that James spend a few days in Illinois before heading to Chicago. Considering it was only a short delay, James acquiesced. Joliet, not far from Chicago, had experienced rapid growth in recent years and was on the verge of achieving city status. The town also had train connections to Arkansas. With a newfound inclination for scouting investment opportunities, James could not help but contemplate the potential for acquiring land wherever he went. The group of 5, including their coachman, settled into a quiet and situated a distance from the town center. It was rumored that a nearby hillside offered the best sunset views in the area. With the innkeeper's knowing recommendation, James took O'Hara for a picnic, enjoying afternoon tea as they awaited the sunset. Meanwhile, the other 3 associates from the Hawley family opted to visit the town's liveliest bar, leaving the couple to enjoy their private time. James, I can't shake the feeling that you haven't changed at all, O'Hara mused, resting her chin in her hands as she watched him peel an apple for her. What could possibly change? You've known me for how long? Don't be silly. No, it's just that your appearance remains remarkably the same. If you were to shave your beard, you would look just as you did at 20. Your skin is still so smooth, O'Hara remarked, gesturing to his face while occasionally touching her own for comparison. James paused momentarily in his task, dismissing her observations with a casual denial. O'Hara playfully insisted he shave his beard the next day, and as they continued their banter, a sudden change came over James's expression. He inhaled deeply, a look of concern crossing his face. O'Hara returned to the room immediately. This was the second time O'Hara had witnessed such a transformation in James. The first had been during their encounter with those terrifying blood-sucking creatures. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly turned and sprinted toward the inn, the distance of just a few hundred meters seeming insignificant. Having experienced the previous incident, she felt reassured about James's safety. James rose, gazing towards the southern woods, grappling with disbelief at the scent that wafted through the air. It was reminiscent of Victor, yet distinctly different. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a golden light through the trees, James waited patiently. After a while, a figure emerged, gradually taking shape as Victor stepped out from the forest, looking intently at James. Well, this saves me the trouble of traveling all the way to Edmond to find you, Victor remarked, his demeanor seemingly more loquacious than before. What have you done? James's gaze sharpened, his expression transforming into one of alarm. Victor's scent had shifted, now entwined with atoms, mixed with fresh, metallic notes of blood. Victor shrugged nonchalantly. I completed the task you left unfinished. You accepted Adam's power. No, I have seized his power, entirely. Victor smirked, and his eyes began to alter. They were no longer the deep black of Adam's, but rather a striking yellow with dark pupils, reminiscent of a tiger's gaze. A thunderous roar erupted from Victor's chest, causing every hair on James's body to stand on end. Almost instantaneously, it appeared as if countless writhing creatures within Victor's body were striving to break free. His physique expanding, his garments straining under the pressure. With an unsettling sound of cracking bones, his fingers elongated, the bones and nails pushing through flesh, transforming into a more formidable and razor-sharp appendage than before. The bone at the tip of his elbow pierced through the skin, evolving into a 10-centimeter-long, conical exoskeleton. For massive canine teeth further elongated and coarse, brownish hair sprouted along his spine, entwining with his locks. He grew taller and more formidable, his muscles coalescing into a singular mass, his skin radiating a muted earth tone, reminiscent of stone. Victor had transformed into a true behemoth. Do not underestimate me, James, he rumbled, his vocal cords rasping like coarse sandpaper, producing a cacophony. Bang! The grass surrounding James was pressed flat to the ground as his heart raced furiously. Akin to a roaring engine igniting with fervor, its thudding echoing like a war drum. Intense heat radiated from his body, distorting the air around him, while his shoulder-length black hair danced rhythmically in the turbulent waves. With an unprecedented coldness in his gaze, James regarded Victor, remaining silent. Excellent, Victor exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he bared his fangs and roared. Boom, boom. The two charged at one another, akin to two speeding locomotives, colliding with reckless abandon. Victor lunged onto the grass, resembling a true predator, each leap carving deep impressions into the ground. James, fists clenched, exhibited explosive agility, as if propelled by gunpowder igniting beneath his feet. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. Victor's claws and James's fists collided with tremendous force. Victor staggered back, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, yet it failed to penetrate completely. Given Victor's current monstrous strength, this level of injury was manageable. Having absorbed all of Adam's source blood, his healing abilities had significantly enhanced, seemingly surpassing James. James, however, was flung back by Victor's immense power. His shoulder and collarbone shattered, muscle torn asunder by Victor's claws. After rolling on the ground, he regained his footing, crouching low as he assessed his mending bones and muscles. An unprecedented gravity in his gaze. Victor twisted his neck, surveying his hands with satisfaction before lunging forward again, denying James any respite. They grappled fiercely, their fists and claws striking flesh, both impervious to death, each assault delivering lethal damage. Their anguished and exhilarated roars provided the perfect soundtrack to their battle. With a resounding crash, James's swinging punch was caught by Victor's claws, who seized the opportunity to turn and drive his elbow into James's right chest, creating a wound the size of a fist. Each time Victor closed in, he suffered radiating damage akin to fiery needles, yet he remained unfazed, allowing his skin and muscles to erode, confident that his enhanced healing abilities could keep pace with such injuries. Why will you not accept yourself? What are you afraid of? James found himself increasingly on the defensive, Victor's current attributes surpassing even those of the once mighty Adam, particularly the strength and explosiveness of a saber-toothed tiger. Each of Victor's strikes, despite James's perfected combat techniques, inflicted destructive harm, a consequence of his further enhanced physique. Victor relentlessly posed the same question to James, seemingly without reason, each inquiry accompanied by even more ferocious attacks. James's flesh almost seemed to regenerate anew, awakening the powers of Wolverine, and for the first time, he felt a hint of impotence. Crack. Boom. Victor entirely abandoned any defensive maneuvers, absorbing several of James's punches to the chest. As his insides ruptured and blood spewed forth, he gathered strength, striking James's head with both claws before kicking him into a massive boulder several meters away. James's eye was crushed, his visage unrecognizable, his neck broken in two, his chest caved in, and the rock behind him spiderwebbed with cracks. He intermittently coughed blood, momentarily devoid of strength to rise. Still unwilling to accept yourself? Are you afraid of becoming like me? Victor advanced slowly, step by step. James squinted through his one uninjured eye, his lips twitching as if to voice something. What do you desire, Victor? This. From the flesh of James's arm, writhing masses of fleshly tendrils emerged, two pairs of bone claws nearly 30 centimeters long piercing through his fingertips, mottled and palate. His body healed rapidly, his shattered eyeball soon restored. James's pupils transformed into an olive shape, shimmering with a greenish glow as he erupted with renewed vigor, the bone claws akin to blades tempered by fire. Yes, this is you. Victor beamed at James's emerging claws, laughing maniacally, overwhelmed with an unparalleled joy. He was no longer alone. James clenched his fists, launching himself at Victor with his claws poised. As his rage boiled over, it seemed to amplify his strength and speed, with fury fueling his innate power. Swish. Victor's claws were pierced by James's bone talons. Twisting his wrist, Victor's elbow joint cracked. The saber-toothed tiger roared, witnessing James's frenzied assault with the other bone claw. With each strike, James's claws penetrated Victor's frame, each impact exploding against his muscles, creating deep craters. In a flurry of blows, he battered Victor's massive form into a mere wreckage. Bang! Bang! The saber-toothed tiger, in a fit of rage, unleashed two wild strikes with his other claw at the side of James's head. James, unfazed by the cracking of his cervical spine, retaliated with an uppercut, shattering Victor's jaw, the bone claw piercing through his chin, mouth, and into his skull. Victor's brain suffered trauma. He staggered as if inebriated, blood streaming from his eyes, consciousness slipping away, instinctively roaring in fury. His paw, pierced by James's claws, gripped tightly, bones locking onto the talons, ignoring the pain as he twisted forcefully. Crack! James's left claw was forcibly snapped, the jagged ends revealing the rich, red marrow within. He howled in agony, crouching low and slipping behind Victor, who was momentarily slow to react. In that fleeting hesitation, James's right claw plunged into Victor's neck, his left fist clenched. Even with the fractured claw, the broken bone still radiated fierce energy, penetrating Victor's back and striking his spine. In that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The marrow within James's broken claw fused with Victor's spinal fluid in an extraordinarily coincidental manner, both feeling a surge of mutual attraction, as if siphoning each other's marrow. The pain of marrow extraction surpassed any agony they had endured throughout their battle. The bone claws of James merged with the flesh and bones of Victor's spine, solidifying the connection into a robust tissue. They howled in agony, instinctively summoning every ounce of strength within their bodies, striving to absorb each other's marrow. James reigned in all his energy. Years of martial arts training allowed him to quickly harness his vital essence. He could distinctly feel a surge of potent energy from Victor's body flowing into his bones. It was a sensation of power expanding within him, as his entire skeletal structure was soon filled with abundant warmth, causing it to overflow. James's bone cells began to rapidly divide, decay, and regenerate. Before long, every bone in his body was completely replaced, becoming sturdier and more resilient, far surpassing the typical density of bone structure. His skeleton began to take on a new form. His spine transformed into 3 interlocking spiral columns, exuding an alternative biomechanical beauty. Similar transformations unfolded throughout James's body. Then came the regeneration of his flesh and blood cells, the replacement of skin and hair tissues. The claws on his right hand became thicker and longer, extending beyond the knuckles. The skin on his forearm split open, revealing ivory bone that grew outward, forming a shape akin to an arm shield, enveloping his fist up to the elbow. The newly formed claws thrust out from the shield, extending over half a meter, while 3 clusters of shark fin-like sharp barbs protruded from the shield. The tip of his elbow, much like Victor's, bore a long, sharp-boned spike. His skeletal texture grew increasingly metallic, with only a few scattered scars marring the claws and shield. In addition to the strength absorbed from Victor's bones, a portion of a chilling liquid substance integrated into him, unlike Victor's marrow that melded seamlessly with James's being. This dark, bloodthirsty essence surged through his thoughts. Having absorbed excessive new power, James found himself unable to control his body's vital energy as he once could, his martial prowess diminishing. Victor's body visibly shrank. His nearly 2'4" frame gradually diminished, his broad shoulders narrowing, while the hair and beard on his head rapidly turned gray, and his skin became increasingly wrinkled and sagged. The flesh connecting them, forcibly grown together, quickly decayed and vanished after James finished absorbing it. Victor lay on the ground, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. His eyes turning a ghostly gray, his lips twitching slightly. James was filled with an explosive power he could not control, his left claw proliferating into a form akin to his right arm. Yet, he found himself powerless, kneeling beside Victor, dazed and blankly staring at Victor's face, his lips moving involuntarily, drawing a little closer. "Thank you, Jamie." James felt a sense of panic, unsure of how to confront such a situation. Victor desired him to face his own truths, to cast aside all reservations and engage in a genuine battle. Even in the face of such an outcome, Victor seemed satisfied. He had found a kindred spirit and experienced a truly exhilarating fight. His gaze was more complex than ever, a mix of reluctance, deep satisfaction, and release. The corners of his cracked and wrinkled mouth curled upward as the sun began to set. The golden rays illuminated Victor's face, and he smiled joyfully. This was the first time in his life that the saber-toothed tiger, Victor Logan, had smiled. Chapter 40. Return, combined. The humid sea breeze caressed the sunburned, rough visage of Daniel Ferrand, who stood on the deck, gazing out at the ocean. This was not the first time he had done so, but it was the first time he waited so eagerly for the coastline to materialize. After 7 long years, Daniel had not anticipated that his final adventure would endure such a lengthy and arduous duration, leaving him profoundly weary. Having traversed the world for nearly 2 decades, he had witnessed a wealth of rich and wondrous sights, yet every inch he had traveled was imbued with youth and fervor. Daniel Ferrand was truly fatigued. He longed to sink into a well-crafted leather sofa by the manor's fireplace, savoring the finest gin, and perhaps find a gentle and beautiful woman to care for him for the rest of his life, or even several, if it pleased him. Jack had arrived 2 days early at Victoria Harbor, and although reports indicated that Daniel and his companions were returning smoothly, this matter was the only one James had focused on recently. He hoped that the well-traveled Mr. Ferrand could assist young Master James, as his recent circumstances were far from favorable. "What did you say?" James has locked himself away. After exchanging warm embraces with Daniel and Jack, they eagerly opened a bottle of gin in the carriage heading back to the manor. As Daniel swallowed his drink, he curiously inquired about the situation. Jack carefully chose his words. "Much has transpired in these years, perhaps unbeknownst to you. This world holds many unimaginable truths, and some individuals exceed our understanding of humanity." "Oh." Daniel refilled his glass, speaking oddly. "Young man, I have encountered and experienced far more than you can fathom. Your mention of this surprises me." Daniel suddenly found himself uncertain about what had transpired during his absence, expecting that the news he brought back would shock everyone, or perhaps be met with skepticism. However, given the current situation, it seemed he himself might need to brace for the unexpected. He took another gulp of gin, listening as Jack recounted events from the American Civil War. In the depths of the Edmund Hawley Manor Castle, within a tranquil stone chamber illuminated by flickering flames, James stared at the slightly charred, tender steak on his plate, forcing himself to take the last bite. The taste he once adored had become nearly impossible to swallow. The medium-rare fillet, sourced from the prized Congenital cattle raised exclusively for his enjoyment, had been prepared by the longtime French chef who knew James's palate well. Yet, at this moment, James grimaced as he chewed the tasteless meat, straining his neck and pressing down on his tongue to push it down. He yearned for the steak to be a bit rarer, even dripping with fresh blood. That would have been delightful. Months had passed since James returned to the Manor Castle after burying Victor and Joliet. He had confined himself underground, communicating only with Butler Wayne and Jack from a distance of several meters, instructing them to deliver food and news daily. James had undergone a significant transformation. Those few who had seen him were too shocked to speak. This was why Jack was exceedingly worried, fearing that young Master James had been influenced by the vampires. And Victor's death could only be explained in such a manner. Fortunately, James's mind remained relatively clear, though a dangerous aura seemed to threaten everyone around him. He forced himself to eat daily with immense willpower, ensuring he consumed every morsel. On that fateful day, James had unexpectedly and completely usurped Victor's powers, which included the bloodline source from Adam that Victor had absorbed. The saber-toothed tiger's strength and the mutant genes within James's body melded together flawlessly, as if they were always meant to be one. This allowed James's claws to evolve into an entirely new form. Moreover, his physique grew to match Victor's towering stature, increasing by nearly 30 centimeters, transforming from a height of just under 2 meters into a giant, robust figure, as formidable as Victor himself. Apart from an entire skeletal transformation, James's skin, fascia, and muscular tissues have undergone a complete renewal. His original body, having been honed through years of rigorous training and the enhancement from his current state, while exceptionally resilient and capable of withstanding impacts far beyond that of an ordinary human, has yet to reach the realm of extraordinary abilities. Although James has not conducted meticulous tests, he senses that modern firearms may only inflict superficial damage upon his flesh. His beastly instincts, olfactory senses, and multiple sensory abilities have been further heightened, endowing him with an innate awareness of potential threats, both positive and negative, drawing from his past martial arts training. This represents a mystical state of human spiritual cultivation, where one can sense danger without visual or auditory cues. Initially skeptical of this ability, he now discovers that his mutant genes have bestowed upon him a similar perception. Meanwhile, Adam's source blood, having been absorbed by Victor and subsequently by himself, has diminished certain vampiric traits and powers. He has developed an aversion to sunlight and experiences a slight sting upon contact with pure silver, akin to a mild metal allergy. His speed and neural reflexes have significantly increased, granting him an instinctive capability for stealth. He also realizes that he possesses the ability to transform others into vampires through biting. However, the troublesome aspects of vampiric power, the insatiable thirst for blood, and the feral savagery reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger cause a disjunction in James's mental awareness. He constantly battles the violent thoughts swirling in his mind and the physiological craving for blood. Due to their formidable mutant abilities, both he and Victor have not been transformed into the vampiric structure, which typically consists of organs solely capable of consuming blood. Nevertheless, they both experience an overwhelming desire for blood and a disdain for regular human food. This implies that they can still consume ordinary sustenance and derive energy from it. Yet, every bite of food is repulsive to them, akin to rotting flesh, while fresh blood appears irresistibly delectable, igniting their appetites. Victor does not reject this desire, rather, he indulges it, which significantly exacerbates his primal instincts, culminating in a final battle against James. James endeavors to control himself and seeks to mitigate the detrimental effects of vampiric power within him. Thus, he isolates himself within an underground stone chamber, striving to suppress his bloodthirsty urges. The surge of power coupled with unstable mental clarity causes him to lose mastery over his abilities, often resulting in the accidental destruction of specialized steel training equipment in the subterranean facility. Since entering the realm of dark energy, James began to temper his body, initially possessing a foundational strength only 5 times his body weight. As he progressed through the phases of energy refinement, he attained a strength measured in tons. However, the various training apparatuses in the underground space have become utterly ineffective against him. He is unaware of the extent of his current physical prowess, with the heaviest specialized barbell weighing approximately 2 tons, and he can only feel a semblance of weight while performing simple bicep curls. The massive iron stakes, which once required a minimum of 3 tons of impact force to shift, now yielded his strikes as if he were practicing against a wooden post. The heaviest hollow mercury lead ball, weighing 3 tons, can now be manipulated with pure physical strength, without the need for concentrated force. These 2 items remain the only playthings he can still engage with. He is perplexed by the strange connection and transformation he and Victor have undergone. His understanding of the so-called mutant X-gene abilities is limited, and in this era where modern science is still in its infancy, every aspect of his journey feels like navigating uncharted waters. He must swiftly leverage the knowledge he has accumulated during this time to consciously propel some scientific advancements. The most pressing issue at hand is the vampiric powers dwelling within him, and James is confident that he can resolve it through his mastery and perception of his internal energy. Although he can no longer perfectly control his energy to unleash immense power, he can still distinctly sense the cold, dark blood energy residing within him. He believes that if he can again refine his energy and regain control of his body, he will be able to dominate this vampiric essence and potentially eradicate it entirely. This inferior yet highly detrimental power is something he utterly despises. A bell, hanging at the entrance of the quiet chamber, rings out coldly, a means for James to be contacted by the estate's inhabitants in urgent matters. He rises slowly, his formidable silhouette advancing as he shakes another iron handle, signaling acknowledgement. This marks Daniel's first descent into the subterranean passage of the Hawley estate. During his last visit, renovations were in full swing, and although he had observed the progress numerous times, he had yet to see the completed structure. At this moment, he feels as though he is embarking on an archaeological adventure in a pharaoh's tomb. The deep passage and underground space are exquisitely designed, showcasing the pinnacle of contemporary architectural craftsmanship. The air is fresh, free from foul odors, and the oil lamp lighting is thoughtfully arranged. However, the prospect of meeting James in such an environment sends shivers down his spine. Butler Wayne reluctantly informs him that he must enter alone to see the master, adding a rather ominous warning. Whatever he may witness, he should not be afraid. "James, it's me, Daniel. Are you there?" Daniel calls out, trembling as he ventures deeper into the stone chamber. An unsettling chill seems to envelop him, akin to a draft brushing against his neck, making him feel like a small rabbit lost in a lion's den. "All right, you can stop here. It's been a while, Daniel. Thank you for your efforts." James's voice emanates from within the chamber. Daniel recognizes it, though it now sounds raspy and deep, resonating with a subtle growl. He halts abruptly, peering into the dim light, faintly discerning a figure sitting cross-legged within. The flickering flames cast a shadow that is excessively large, even more so than Victor's imposing stature when he last departed. "James, what has happened to you? Have you fallen ill?" Daniel inquires anxiously, struggling to comprehend how this person could be James in his current state. "Well, I suppose Jack has filled you in on the American Civil War and the vampire situation. I've been somewhat affected, but rest assured, I am aware of my condition." James's voice grows even hoarser as he detects the scent of living flesh, feeling the rhythmic pulse of Daniel's carotid artery. He struggles to suppress his physiological craving for blood, even as his 4 fangs instinctively elongate. "Quickly, tell me about Wakanda. Be concise and don't linger down here." "All right," Daniel replies, a rush of urgency compelling him to recount his experiences searching for the Wakandan tribe in Africa. "Jason and Blake were brutally slain on the spot, while the rest of us were captured and imprisoned. They branded us with a searing iron, marking us as thieves and intruders. It was only later that I learned about this. Our confinement lasted over 3 years, but we were fortunate to have the assistance of Kanara, a certain enslaved individual from your estate. Under the cover of a tribal sacrificial ceremony, he managed to rescue the other 3 of us. Do you remember the routes and locations?" James seemed to be suppressing something, his words measured and deliberate. Daniel hastily rummaged through his coat pocket, producing a rolled leather map and a slender, elongated piece of black metal encased within. "I've noted everything. I've even secretly stashed away a precious metal where they revered like life itself. Here, I place it on the ground for you." His hands trembled as he laid the leather scroll down, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. "Thank you, Professor Daniel. You may remain at the estate from now on. Do as you wish, and Wayne will make the necessary arrangements for you. Go now. When I am in better spirits, I shall converse with you more." Daniel nodded silently, gradually making his way down the corridor. As he neared the exit, Daniel faintly heard a chilling roar emanating from deep within the underground, a sound filled with anguish and terror. He suddenly perceived that the formidable guardian of the Wakanda tribe was not as fearsome as he had once imagined. In the subterranean darkness, James slowly picked up the leather map left by Daniel, examining the rough, black metal or with a grin that felt somewhat foreign. Chapter 41. Countdown. It was just last September when General Sherman's federal troops decisively captured Atlanta, prompting the Union to initiate the March to the Sea, which systematically obliterated enemy military facilities and severely undermined the Southern economy, rendering it nearly paralyzed. On the Eastern Front, General Grant commanded the Northern forces, driving the enemy back to the rebellious capital of Richmond. At the beginning of the year, freed African Americans from the Southern slave states began to flee. As the plantation economy teetered on the brink of collapse, the naval blockade enforced by the Union virtually severed trade between the South and Europe. Concurrently, numerous dissenters emerged within the South, with many small farmers joining the Unionists to engage in anti-war activities. Desertions from the Southern ranks escalated, leading to a dire shortage of food and necessities. The comprehensive victory of the war was now on the verge of being proclaimed. Having read the latest issue of the New York Times, titled Countdown to Victory, which summarized the recent developments in the war and extolled the Union's righteousness and progressiveness, James glanced at the date, April 2nd, 1865, and felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something significant. Casting his eyes upon the food on his plate, he let out a deep sigh. Each meal had become a form of torment. It was as if he were feeding a savage beast with its most despised fare, enduring painful bites with every morsel swallowed, yet compelled to continue this dreadful feeding. His extreme self-discipline and martial training had borne some fruit over the past 6 months. He could maintain emotional stability for increasingly longer periods, and his control over his vital energy had improved, albeit still limited. James finally grasped why Victor had struggled so profoundly during his advanced martial training. The torment within the psyche relentlessly disrupted inner tranquility, and the interference of vampiric powers exacerbated this chaos. In the depths of the underground, he faced unhealable wounds, the solitude of which filled him with profound despair. How few friends remained in this world. Wayne the steward, Professor Daniel, Abraham. Ultimately, they too would depart from his life. Abraham Lincoln. The name of President Lincoln thundered in James's mind, prompting him to snatch up the newspaper from the stone table. Glancing at the time, he hurriedly rang for a summons, suddenly recalling what he had neglected. John Wilkes Booth had consumed brandy for 2 consecutive days. His face bore the remnants of handsomeness, adorned with a mustache, yet marred by puffiness around the eyes and hair slicked back with grease. Booth had not anticipated the war to conclude so swiftly. Despite the South's repeated defeats, there still existed a glimmer of hope. General Joseph Johnston commanded 30,000 troops, and 2 states remained under Southern control. Yet Robert E. Lee, that coward, had surrendered without a fight. He still had over 20,000 men. He should have fought to the death. Booth had once lauded Lee as the greatest military strategist of the age. How foolish. For the South, Booth had selflessly devoted himself, utilizing his fame as an actor to traverse the nation, gathering vital intelligence and procuring much-needed medicine for the South. Yet all his efforts could be obliterated by mere words from a traitor. He grabbed the bottle and took several swigs, the resentment in his eyes palpable. A knock echoed through the room. "John, are you in there?" Booth instinctively shrank back as he recognized the voice of his colleague, Harold from the theater. He hurriedly tidied his greasy hair and opened the door. "You're in here, John. The smell in this room is quite something," Harold remarked, unable to suppress a grimace while also feeling it impolite to complain, forcing himself to continue. "I haven't seen you lately. The owner of Ford's Theater has invited 2 guests. Would you be interested in attending a new play on the 14th? It's a stage adaptation of the Battle of Gettysburg, and the president and other dignitaries will be in attendance." "Gettysburg? Huh. I think I shall pass." "Wait a moment. Who did you say would be attending?" Booth's interest suddenly piqued, his previously despondent eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The president, the vice president, the secretary of war, and General Grant, along with many other significant military and political figures," Harold recounted, counting on his fingers. "Excellent. I shall go. The evening of the 14th at Ford's Theater, correct?" Harold was taken aback by Booth's sudden enthusiasm, having noted his recent despondency, yet perhaps the prospect of seeing President Lincoln had rekindled his spirit. Booth thanked Harold and bid him farewell. As he closed the door, a surge of noble purpose welled within him, solidifying a certain resolve. On the evening of April 14th, 1865, in Washington, the train had not yet fully come to a halt as Jack Peter and his 2 companions wearily gazed out at the slowly approaching station. "Let us find an inn to rest for the night, then report to the White House in the morning to meet the president," Lauren suggested to Jack, who sat opposite him. This unexpected mission had kept them in constant motion for days, leaving no room for delay, now that they had finally reached Washington. A restful night was in order. Jack yawned, resting his chin on his hand. He was tempted by Lauren's proposal, but then recalled the urgent and desperate demeanor of Master James in the underground. He shook his head. The master's command was clear. There could be no delay. They were to hasten to Washington and meet the president without pause. Jack spoke with a grave expression, uncertain as to why James had ordered them to hastily travel to Washington to assume the security duties for President Lincoln. The terror of James when he was agitated, paired with the crimson hue in his eyes, sent shivers down Jack's spine. Lauren and Chris exchanged resigned glances. They dared not voice any dissent regarding Master James's commands, a fear instilled in them from years of training under his strict regimen. Inside the White House, Mrs. Mary anxiously grasped Lincoln's hand, softly inquiring, "Is it just Stephen as the soul guard? Isn't that a bit insufficient? This young man seems rather impulsive." "Rest assured," Lincoln replied, "besides myself, General Grant and others will be present, each accompanied by a few guards. In Washington, everything will be just fine." He patted his wife's hand and led her to the carriage. At Ford's Theater, nearing 10 o'clock, John Wilkes Booth conducted a final check of his pistol in the restroom. His ambitions loomed large. If he could eliminate the president, the vice president, and General Grant in one fell swoop, perhaps the tide of war would turn. It must be said that the effects of the brandy were quite potent. After finishing his preparations, Booth stealthily ascended to the second floor where the President's box was located. He had previously observed that the only guard accompanying the president had slipped away for reasons unknown. All he needed to do was burst in and fire, and then all would be accomplished. "Jack, do you truly intend to seek out the president at the theater?" Lauren asked helplessly. The three of them had hurried to the White House, where they informed the reporting office of their situation. Many staff members recognized Jack. During the war, James had frequently brought him to meet the president, so they informed him that President Lincoln was attending a play at Ford's Theater that evening. "Well, I suppose I shall go for a brief visit, just to greet him at the entrance. You two head to the inn. I shall join you later." Jack decided after some contemplation. He thought it prudent to meet with the president, as they had already endured several days of travel. Upon arriving at the theater, Jack noticed a man across the street, sipping from a small bottle, who seemed vaguely familiar, one of the guards from the president's security detail. Initially intending to wait outside the theater, Jack inexplicably felt compelled to go inside. The theater lacked substantial security personnel, allowing him to enter the lobby freely. A handsome man emerged from the restroom, looking anxious as he hurried toward the box seats, clutching his pocket tightly as though concealing something hard within. Jack's unease deepened, and he instinctively followed the man, who quickened his pace. Suddenly, the theater erupted in raucous applause, signaling a climactic moment in the performance. Seizing the opportunity, the man forcefully pushed open the box door and charged inside. John Wilkes Booth drew his gun, aiming it at the oblivious President Lincoln, who was lost in the drama unfolding on stage. Bang! Thus, history recorded Lincoln's demise in such a casual manner, though it cannot be dismissed that others may have paved the way for the assassin. Chapter 42. The newborn master. "Jack has sent a telegram," he said. The president was attacked by a Southern spy disguised as an actor while at the theater. Fortunately, he arrived just in time to save the president. Butler Wayne recounted the news from Washington, standing about 10 meters from the chamber where James resided. James breathed a sigh of relief. He had arrived just in time. Furthermore, "The president has sent a telegram expressing his gratitude for your assistance, stating his concern for your well-being and his desire to meet with you," Wayne continued. "Send a telegram to Jack instructing him and the others to remain in Washington for the time being to ensure President Lincoln's safety. Also, inform the president that I cannot meet him just yet and to take care of himself," James instructed Wayne. "And, by the way, Uncle Wayne, please find a secluded spot by the sea and construct a house, preparing some daily necessities." "Master, what are your intentions?" Butler Wayne inquired, somewhat perplexed and worried. "Do not fret. This will be beneficial for me." Along the northern coast of Vancouver Island, this year's hurricane season proved particularly prolonged. The island's inhabitants languidly drank and embraced their wives, occasionally scolding their children. Approximately 4 to 5 years prior, a group of unknown origin constructed a stone cottage on the northernmost slope of the island, adjacent to the sea. Although modest in size, a closer inspection would reveal it was comparable in scale to the grandest homes of the town's wealthiest maritime magnates, boasting 3 stories and a medieval castle-like design. The slope was nestled against a cliff towering several dozen meters, rarely traversed by foot. Years passed without anyone discovering the presence of occupants within the cliffside stone fortress. The northern coast of the island, rife with reefs and sheer cliffs, was unsuitable for port construction, resulting in sparse habitation. As time went on, the stone fortress faded further from public consciousness. James emerged from the cottage, bare-chested and barefoot, donning a pair of oilcloth shorts typical of sailors. His hair had grown long, and his physique remained impressively robust. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, and the wind howled with the promise of a tempest. He stretched languidly before sprinting toward the cliff's edge, leaping from a height of over 50 meters into the inky depths below. James swam effortlessly beneath the surface, propelling himself like a torpedo toward the ocean's abyss, venturing over 10 kilometers away from Vancouver Island. This location was the most suitable deep-sea area he had discovered during his years of underwater training to address his physical concerns and re-enter the realm of cultivation. James had primarily resided in this cliffside stone fortress for several years. The training environment of the manor's underground facilities could no longer accommodate his current physical intensity. Considering the factors of space, time, and his own physical potential, the pressure of the sea proved to be the most advantageous and convenient training ground. On his first dive, James descended to approximately 800 meters, a depth he estimated based on his dive time and speed. The human limit for unassisted diving in contemporary times is just over 100 meters. As James reached 800 meters, he felt the greatest pressure affecting his internal organs, bones, and muscles, all nearing their limits. He began practicing various martial arts techniques underwater. Gradually, the forms of all his techniques transformed, and James unleashed his bone claws, adapting to their new shape, using it as a foundation for further cultivation. The immense, unyielding water pressure exerted force evenly across every inch of his body, surpassing any training equipment. James increasingly felt his control over his physical form returning. Every so often, Butler Wayne would send someone to deliver essential supplies, recent updates on the political situation, and important business arrangements. In recent years, Mr. Daniel had also assisted in managing the business affairs of the Hawley family. He had visited James on Vancouver Island twice. Although they maintained a certain distance, it was evident that James's condition had significantly improved. The most notable change was that being in the same space with him no longer instilled fear. The deep sea holds an immense terror, akin only to the boundless void of outer space. James sensed he had reached the extreme limits of his physical capabilities, nearing a distance of 3,000 meters beneath the ocean surface. Each time he approached this depth, even the strongest bones began to feel the unbearable strain of physical deformation. Under the rigorous training over the years, particularly the enhancement of visceral organ tissues, his physical capabilities have undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, when confronted with the immense pressure at a depth of 3,000 meters beneath the sea, an abyss that even whales cannot traverse, he relies solely on his relentless self-healing ability to sustain his fundamental mobility. With his current capacity for oxygen intake, he can hold his breath for nearly an hour and a half underwater after taking a deep breath. As he descends into the depths, deprived of certain senses by the crushing pressure of the ocean, each movement feels as if it is shaking an invisible mountain. His blood surges violently, pulsating through every inch of his body, and James once again experiences the sensation of harnessing his entire physical strength. On one side, he endures the relentless creaking of his bones under the weight of the water pressure, while on the other, he executes slow, deliberate movements akin to an elderly man practicing Tai Chi. His evolved bone claws have transformed into innate weapons of offense and defense. Originating from the art of cold weapon combat, James fully embraces his instinctual power, seamlessly integrating the martial arts of his past life. This allows his natural weapons to acquire true significance. Thump, thump, thump. His heart races increasingly, with even the cardiac muscle beginning to show signs of damage and bleeding. However, his self-healing speed now nearly matches the rate of his injuries. Battling the omnipresent pressure, he forces blood to surge into every corner of his body. Having experienced the sensation of energy coursing through him, the challenges posed by the pressure on his head and face no longer present insurmountable obstacles. In an instant, James seems to break free from the confines of the deep-sea pressure. His speed of strikes accelerates dramatically. He intends to rely on this desperate burst of energy to break through the threshold. Boom. At the ocean floor, James silently unleashes a surge of energy throughout his body. With his claws raised high, the seawater is repelled by the force emanating from every inch of his skin, creating an elliptical vacuum environment with a radius of about 2 meters. After more than 10 seconds, as the energy retracts, the seawater rushes back in an instant. James relaxes his body, allowing himself to ascend slowly with the buoyancy of the sea. He withdraws the exoskeleton from his arms, and blood, dark red and faintly glowing, seeps out through the cracks between his bone claws, arm shields, and skin, staining the surrounding seawater crimson, forming a blood-red ribbon that gently coils around him. His bones begin to show signs of renewal under the stimulation of energy. The first time James perfected his martial arts, there were signs of transformation in his skeletal structure, with increases in bone density and strength. Yet, it seemed insufficient for a complete metamorphosis. This time, fueled by the full power of the saber-toothed tiger, James's bones and muscles begin to writhe with self-initiated movement, and the speed of transformation is swift but excruciating. His skin continuously sheds, oozing dark, grimy substances, and his teeth feel loose and itchy, soon to be replaced by newly formed ones. In pain, James claws at his entire body, unable to suppress his cries, which only result in bubbles surfacing. Gradually, he can see light above, and the pain subsides, replaced by a wave of comforting tingles and relaxation. Phew! James finally breaks the surface of the sea, exhaling stale air and inhaling the fresh, moist sea breeze. The sky, clear and pure after the storm, stretches above him. He lies on the water's surface, allowing the waves to gently rock him, gazing at the cerulean heavens as if reborn. Chapter 43. Journey north. Seeing you all as usual brings me solace. Throughout these years, the animosity and discontent from both external and internal forces, the hatred stemming from the Civil War, have been alleviated. Had it not been for the trust one have in your people, I cannot fathom how many times I would have faced death. Abraham Lincoln has been out of office for several years now. Although he narrowly escaped an assassination attempt during his presidency, thanks to the protection of James's appointed family guard captain, Jack, the subsequent 4 years have still been fraught with turmoil. Had President Lincoln fallen to an assassination in the post-war South, the negative sentiments and conflicts stemming from the war would have been significantly diminished. The Southern plantation owners' animosity towards the Union would have also lessened, potentially mending the nation's post-war divisions. Lincoln's tragic fate of being assassinated shortly after victory would have made him one of America's most legendary presidents. However, the surviving President Lincoln must bear the ceaseless hatred from the old guard and the internal resistance from the federal hierarchy concerning the rights issues following his emancipation efforts. White Americans harbor little affection for him, while Black Americans continue to struggle in a haze of existence. Throughout his term, Lincoln faced assassination attempts and unexpected dangers. Relying on the covert protection provided by James's arrangement of the Hawley family as private militia to ensure his family's safety. During your presidency, the security was relatively high. After all, you were the President of the United States. Some individuals, despite their intentions, would think twice before acting excessively. Once you become a former president, well, there is no telling what they might dare to do. James reclined indulgently into the sofa, one hand holding a cigar while the other gently swirled an empty glass. Daniel, nearby, refilled it with whiskey. Upon arriving at the Hawley estate, Lincoln quickly bonded with Daniel, as their ages were similar, allowing for engaging conversation. Lincoln, with a twinkle of curiosity in his eyes, observed James closely, stroking his graying beard, and chuckled. So you wrote to invite me to stay at your family estate for a few days, and immediately I brought Mary and the children along. I can only imagine how difficult their lives would be if something were to happen to me. But you, James, seem somewhat different now. Have you shrunk a bit? Lincoln inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. Having undergone another transformation, James had seized the opportunity to compress his skeletal structure and physique, maintaining a height just above 6 feet. This state requires the suppression of certain powers. Once fully liberated, he would revert to a towering figure exceeding 7 feet. Nonetheless, this adjustment facilitated daily life significantly. Though still robust, he now exudes a more natural elegance. His hair had grown longer, his rugged demeanor contrasted with finely chiseled features. His canines slightly sharp, and his handsome, virile visage bore an unusual charm. Once his martial arts further progress, James will truly gain control over the changes in his physical structure, no longer needing to seal away a portion of his strength. No, interjected Daniel, sipping his gin with a serious expression. Your entire demeanor, even your character, seems altered. You appear lighter, as though the weight of the world has been lifted from your shoulders. James smiled. That sounds like a positive development. After more than 5 years, James finally resolved the latent dangers posed by the bloodline within him, cleansing himself of all traces of vampiric blood. His body now feels entirely transparent, although some passive enhancements to his speed and neural reflexes persist as remnants of his evolutionary adaptation. Fortunately, 5 years is not an excessively long period. he still has time to share moments with friends. O'Hara remained by his side, and after returning to normalcy, they lived together until her old age. Butler Wayne has grown elderly, now content to reside in the estate, avoiding involvement in the Hawley family's various enterprises. More responsibilities have shifted to his son, Caspar Fox, who, though younger than James, possesses a maturity beyond his years. Once Mr. Wayne, donning his monocle and tailcoat, serves breakfast to James, Mr. Caspar will take over the duties. Daniel, restless by nature, did not linger long on Hawley family affairs, always feeling an inner turmoil. However, he would no longer endure the hardships of venturing into desolate and savage lands. After years of travel in Europe, indulging in the pleasures of life, the Howlett family had afforded him a lifetime of luxury. This included a substantial fortune for the families of those explorers who either returned or did not return. Unexpectedly, Mr. Daniel had a son in his later years, bringing back from France a graceful and attentive wife along with a pair of children. They settled in New York, enjoying a comfortable life, and he found himself devoid of the energy to engage in further adventures, instead focusing on penning an autobiographical account of his explorations. Abraham Lincoln resided at Howlett Manor for several years, diligently working on writings regarding civil rights and legal matters, his expertise in law being well established. The modern legal insights from James provided him with considerable inspiration, and under James's guidance, his two younger sons adopted new names and attended university in New York. In his twilight years, Lincoln yearned to revisit his birthplace in Hardin County, Kentucky, the state where he grew up, Indiana, and the place where he met and fell in love with Mary, Illinois, where he had long worked. James accompanied him to various locations, observing the realities of different American states. Ultimately, Lincoln returned to Washington with Mary, expressing his desire to pass away with dignity befitting a former president, even if it were by assassination. Thus, the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, who brought an end to the Civil War and liberated enslaved individuals, peacefully departed from this world in the comfort of his home. Following the return of their patriarch, James, the Howlett family soon overcame the last technical challenges of the gasoline internal combustion engine. In the late 19th century, the industrial capital world of humanity began to undergo seismic changes. While sailing the Mediterranean on a newly designed steamship, James was momentarily struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he were once again embracing the modern life he had previously experienced. The journey from the port of Piraeus to the port of Alexandria and Cairo took merely 3 days, during which one could also relish the unique beauty of the Mediterranean. He had grown weary of the so-called historical academic atmosphere of Europe's prestigious universities, reminiscent of overly proud martial arts schools. The venerable Oxford looked down upon all emerging universities and schools, employing a convoluted admissions process that was almost outrageous. After considerable effort, James managed to secure an appropriate noble identity to enroll. Institutions such as Cambridge, Munich in Germany, the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, and the youngest Zurich University of Technology each boasted their own formidable disciplines, remaining wary of other colleges while engaging in relentless academic disputes. Consequently, he found himself changing identities every couple of years to fit into new academic circles, a tedious endeavor that often left him confused about his concealed identity. Fortunately, after over a decade of academic pursuits in Europe, he felt a strong urge to stretch his limbs. Upon arriving in Cairo, he planned to journey southward to experience the splendor of Egypt, exploring potentially real myths or histories, and then travel to a secluded indigenous tribe nestled between Kenya and Uganda. Hoping for a promising encounter, Helwan, a city close to Cairo and dubbed Egypt's second-largest city, had diminished his hopes for this ancient land. Once home to one of humanity's grandest civilizations, beyond various historical relics in the tombs of pharaohs, nothing piqued his interest. The dilapidated houses and vacant stares of the populace left him with a sense of melancholy for this country that had succumbed to colonial rule. He did not linger long in Helwan, quickly examining the map and deciding to head straight for Sudan. At his current pace, he would reach it in just a couple of days, far quicker than the fastest available means of transport. Not long after setting off, having traveled merely around 100 kilometers, James suddenly experienced a surge of intuition. Over the years, his instinct for danger had seldom sparked, as it was primarily attuned to threats. Yet, this moment felt different. It was a sense of curiosity. He meandered through a town named Wazit, which was bustling with activity due to the arrival of a traveling circus. Unlike a traditional circus filled with animals, this troupe showcased an array of peculiar talents and curious spectacles: sword-swallowing, fire-eating, contortionists, dwarfs, giants, and four-legged performers. He shook his head in disinterest, finding the displays to be cliché and rudimentary. Devils from hell. Living devils indeed. This is a scene you shall never forget, the circus master proclaimed. Sensing that without a substantial attraction, this modest town might struggle to generate any profit, he unveiled a cage encircled by iron balls. Draped with a curtain depicting a long-tailed red-skinned demon, its visage grotesque and its fangs menacing. Quite the artistry, James mused silently. With a dramatic flourish, the master unveiled the curtain, only to be met with raucous laughter from the crowd. The cage was utterly empty, save for a few rattling chains. Disappointed, James turned to leave, while the circus master hurriedly called to his performers, seemingly in pursuit of something. James chuckled to himself, speculating that it might be some creature akin to a baboon, merely marketed with the guise of a demon. Approaching the edge of town, James glanced around and consulted his map, confirming his direction. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine as he spotted a seemingly abandoned barn, partially concealed. He distinctly heard a strange muffled sound emanating from outside the barn, and as he slowly pushed the door open, he found the interior barren, save for a few dilapidated tools leaning against the wall. Abruptly, he raised his gaze and glimpsed a dark red figure darting away. His instincts led him to pursue the fleeting shadow, which seemed oblivious to being watched, flickering in and out of sight, each movement accompanied by a soft thud and wisps of black smoke. With a swift motion, James leaped onto a nearby beam, his speed surpassing that of the elusive figure. He extended his left hand to steady himself on the beam while seizing the thin, elongated arm of the creature with his right, bringing it down. Before him stood a child with blood-red skin, an oversized head, and a gaunt body, creating a stark and exaggerated contrast. The child had black eyes and hair, with long, pointed yellowish nails, encircled by a tattered piece of brown cloth at its waist, and a thin tail swaying behind. Hiss! Ha! The child cried out, trembling as if on the verge of vanishing from James's grasp, yet something seemed to tether it in place. Black smoke billowed from its form, and soon the child ceased to struggle, its expression pitiful, large eyes brimming with tears. Fear not, little one, all shall be well. I mean you no harm. James softly reassured the pitiable creature, gradually loosening his grip. See, I am releasing my hold. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Uncertain whether it was James's soothing presence or the child's prior exertion, the little one ceased his attempts to evade and instead nimbly crawled into a tattered corner. Peering out with a round head and blinking eyes, fixated on a greasy paper parcel James had extracted from his cloak. This is food. Take a whiff. It smells delightful. James revealed a pie wrapped in the paper, breaking it apart to release an enticing aroma of meat that caused the child to inhale eagerly through his tiny nose. With a hint of disbelief, he gazed at the food offered by James, tentatively extending a somewhat grimy little red hand. As the child devoured the pie, James couldn't help but smile at the sight, and he handed over the remaining half, gently inquiring, Can you speak? Do you understand me? What is your name? Asazo, Asazoso. Asazom. James furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought, softly muttering, It sounds like Hebrew. It should be Azazel. Asazo, a name associated with demons, which is rather unfortunate, yet fitting. Over the years, James had immersed himself in the historical records of various cultures, mastering numerous languages. In a short span, the child, self-identified as Asazo, had polished off the entire pie, his slender neck seeming to choke slightly as he craned his head and patted his chest awkwardly, emitting faint whimpers. James instinctively reached out to rub his back, aiding the child in swallowing most of the food. He then produced a water pouch and handed it to him, feeling as though the child resembled a skeleton draped in a parched human skin. Observing the multitude of dark bruises and whip marks across Asazo's body, his expression darkened. Now satiated, Asazo appeared bewildered, akin to a frightened little creature, instinctively clutching some tattered woven rags to shield his diminutive form. James, understanding the child's fear, smiled reassuringly, saying, Do not worry, do not be afraid. Look. He extended his right arm, pulling up his sleeve slightly to reveal 3 menacing, elongated bone claws and a bone shield. Asazo's eyes lit up, fixated on the bony protrusions growing from James's arm, his gaze unwavering. Tentatively, he reached out, lightly touching the claws with his fingertips before boldly caressing the bone shield, his tail wagging with excitement while he emitted muffled sounds of delight. James then extended his left hand, palm open, watching as the ruddy, unattractive child slowly placed his hand upon it. Come over here and take a look, quickly. There's nothing this useless thing can do. Boss, look at this man, he A member of the traveling troupe gaped at the tall figure emerging from the barn. Something wrapped in a cloak in his arms, a slender red length slipping inside. The troupe's master glared at the man cradling what resembled an infant, barking in a hostile tone. "What are you holding? Show it." James appeared oblivious to the boss's shouts and the gathering crowd from the troupe. As Asazo trembled in his arms, his small hands clutching James's chest tightly. "Is it them?" James whispered lightly. "Fight, Asazo, they are." With a slight smirk, James encouraged Asazo. "Close your eyes and cover your ears. Be obedient." Obediently, Asazo pressed his hands to his ears, burrowing his head inward. James strolled forward casually, unleashing a few strikes into the air and gesturing with his fingers. The troop members fell to the ground, their heads and chests exploding with a series of crackling sounds. After entering a state of heightened energy, James had developed the ability to project his strength outward. He had not comprehended the mystery behind this power, relying instead on an abundance of life force to manifest it. Within a 10-step radius, he could unleash energy. As he carried Asazo beyond the town's edge, he inquired curiously, "Is that all there is to your name, Asazo? What is your surname?" "Surname?" Asazo hesitated, unsure of its meaning, wondering if it was food. Habitually, he called out, "Asazo. From now on, your surname shall be Howlett, Asazo Howlett." The winds of the Egyptian sands quickly obscured their vision as James's silhouette faded into the path leading northward. Chapter 44. Death. The butler, Caspar Furs, was in his 60s, considerably younger than James. Yet, perhaps the span of life truly influences one's intellect and perspective. Caspar conducted himself in a manner that entirely conformed to the expectations of a prudent elder, while James had become increasingly careless, retaining his former demeanor. "Cough, master. I must remind you, young Asazo. This is the third time this month that Master Asazo has unreservedly ventured into the city center for revelry. The entire town of Edmond is abuzz with rumors. Speaking of demons among us," Caspar stated gravely, adjusting the monocle inherited from his father, Wayne Furs. He cleared his throat. His hands folded with a sense of urgency as he glanced at James, who was engrossed in his writing, and coughed again, expressing his discontent. "Soon, I shall bear the name Bruce Howlett in public. You mustn't mistake my title when the time comes, Caspar." James continued writing with a gold-plated pen bearing the Howlett family crest, seemingly nearing completion of his task. It was now 1910, and James Howlett was approaching 80 years of age. He had not made an appearance before the public or outsiders for many years. Even within the family estate, only a small circle of close acquaintances could catch a glimpse of him. To the outside world, this super-oligarch, the patriarch of the renowned Howlett family, was believed to be languishing in the Canadian estate due to frail health and old age. He intended to re-emerge as Bruce Howlett, the son he had secretly raised. All necessary documentation and arrangements had been meticulously prepared, not to mention, his striking resemblance to James Howlett would leave no room for doubt among outsiders. James paused in his writing, momentarily concluding his thoughts. Noticing Caspar still standing by, he apologetically inquired, "Has Asazo returned? I shall discipline him. Worry not. You have known this child since he was small." Caspar pursed his lips, a hint of resignation in his sigh. "He is no longer the obedient and charming child I once knew. I remember when he first arrived, a tiny thing trembling in my arms." The butler appeared somewhat nostalgic, reminiscent of a grandfather recalling his grandchild, blinking his eyes in a manner that suggested deep reflection. James picked up a black and white photograph from his desk depicting a younger Asazo, clad in a knitted sweater of varying shades and a pointed woolen hat, joyfully seated on James's lap, revealing a hint of his small teeth while holding a finely carved toy train, with a small tail trailing beside a nearby Christmas tree. Ah, he was indeed quite endearing in his youth, James mused, reclining in his chair with his legs propped up on the desk. In the estate's underground chamber, a slender, red-black figure flickered in the dim space, wisps of dark smoke dissipating around him. Asazo Howlett alighted softly on the stone floor, peering around with curiosity. Now standing over 6 feet tall, he donned a finely tailored black linen suit, his shirt buttons undone, revealing a robust chest. Though slender, his physique was well proportioned, a stark contrast to his childhood appearance. His face was somewhat elongated, with a prominent nose and semi-long hair that he occasionally tousled nonchalantly. His skin bore a dull reddish hue, reminiscent of weathered leather, adorned with peculiar markings. A long, resilient tail trailed behind him, its tip resembling a hardened, triangular spike. "Father, father, did you call for me?" Asazo ventured tentatively into the empty underground space, his voice sharp and slightly playful. "Come here." James's deep voice resonated from within the silent chamber. Upon hearing him, Asazo instantly appeared in the stone room. He fidgeted awkwardly with his tail, his gaze wandering. Going out to play is one thing, but not wrapping yourself properly? Do you think your appearance goes unnoticed? James reprimanded, seated on a stone bed, bare-chested. Observing Asazo's fidgeting. That is too much. It's cumbersome to wrap myself like a mummy. I cannot manage it, and Uncle Casper certainly won't assist. If he knew I wanted to go out, he would lecture me for days, Asazo protested, his frustration evident. You are going too far. 3 outings in a month. Relying on your capabilities, thinking no one can restrain you? James's tone hardened further. Asazo's striking appearance often drew attention, and he typically wrapped himself in specially tailored cloth to disguise exposed areas, leading others to assume he was a burn victim or disabled. In a fit of irritation, he turned away, lamenting broken promises of taking him on outings, his protests growing more fervent. How far have you progressed with your training? Have you reached the 3rd stage yet? Asazo suddenly fell silent, as if grasped by an unseen force, mumbling about the overwhelming difficulty of the 3rd stage. James softened his tone. Stay with me for a few days and observe how I practice my final steps. It will benefit you. He carefully chose his words, pondering before closing his eyes, his breath gradually intensifying. Asazo slipped into the corner, his eyes reflecting James's form. He was growing, becoming exaggeratedly tall and strong. Nearing the height of the chamber's ceiling, his heart raced increasingly, pounding violently, prompting Asazo to cover his ears to alleviate the discomfort. The temperature in the room rose steadily, akin to being scorched beneath the sun, causing his vision to blur. Even before his adoptive father, Asazo felt an innate fear towards this formidable presence. With a resounding boom, a shockwave radiated from James, pinning Asazo firmly against the wall. As if he were a painting displayed there, all objects within the chamber were pushed away, only for the force to abruptly retract, drawing back the intense heat emanating from James's body. His heartbeat faded into silence, and all signs of life contracted deep within him. Asazo could no longer sense any vitality from his father. James's complexion had turned ghostly pale, devoid of any color, as if he had long since departed this world. Chapter 45. Living fully approximately 30 years ago, James entered the realm of martial arts mastery for the 2nd time, effectively purging the taint of the bloodline and achieving perfect command over his physical prowess. Within the framework of his martial arts cultivation system, the next step was the so-called embracing the elixir stage. However, upon reaching this juncture, James found himself unhurried. He focused intently on developing the industrial empire of the Howlett family, completing the invention and utilization of the gasoline internal combustion engine a decade ahead of time. This technological advancement catapulted him to the position of the world's foremost industrial oligarch, exerting significant pressure on the entire Western industrial capital during an era before antitrust laws came into play. James had long since aligned himself with several capital titans from Europe and America, binding them to his chariot rather than relying solely on his own resources to navigate the entirety of the capitalist world. As for the clandestine methods he employed, he remained unperturbed. Simultaneously, he delved deeply into the histories and cultures of ancient civilizations, traveling extensively and studying at various European academies for many years. He re-examined his own cultivation practices, seeking training modalities more compatible with mutants or other extraordinary races. Over the years, he consciously collected individuals exhibiting human mutations through the influence of the Howlett family and his travels. Most of these individuals displayed either congenital or acquired bodily deformities, with only a rare few showing signs of mutant characteristics, albeit with low-level abilities such as a prehensile tongue or mildly corrosive bodily fluids. It was not until he encountered Asazo, an adopted child who became his most effective teaching and experimental subject, that significant progress was made. Comparing his own mutant abilities with those of Asazo, James discerned that mutants could follow 2 distinct pathways in enhancing their powers and physical forms. For instance, the strengths of Wolverine or Sabretooth are inherently melee combat abilities. Practicing martial arts not only enhances control over mutant powers, but also significantly augments destructive capabilities. Conversely, individuals like Asazo, who possess various extraordinary and enigmatic mutant abilities, derive their strength from the powers themselves rather than physical destructive force. Such mutants, if they wish to improve their mastery over their abilities, do not necessarily need to practice martial arts, but rather focus on pure control over their physical bodies, consciousness, and spirit. Thus, James aimed to attain a high level of physical cultivation, gaining a panoramic perspective to reassess the essence of his training methods. He integrated martial arts, meditation, breath control, and yoga into a comprehensive system, akin to the process of martial arts evolution from manifesting strength to transformative energy, delineated into 3 stages. However, the essence of his training lay in self-regulation, beginning with mastery over his physical body to subsequently control his mental awareness and emotions, thereby enhancing his comprehension and command over his mutant abilities. The practice conditions of Asazuo over the years aligned closely with James's expectations of this training regimen. Upon reaching the first stage, mutant abilities would no longer spiral out of control. In the second stage, one could effortlessly manage their strength and maturely employ their mutant powers. The third stage promised the potential for maximal development and flawless utilization of one's current mutant superpowers, possibly even transcending existing limits. Asazuo had reached the second stage, exhibiting refined control over his teleportation abilities in terms of frequency, distance, accuracy, and quality. Unlike his early attempts, where he could only estimate teleportation directions, he had made significant progress. However, he had yet to attain the third stage, leaving James without a precisely objective reference sample. His years of academic exploration in Europe had endowed him with a scholarly mindset. Within the framework of James's entire mutant cultivation philosophy, these 3 stages represented only the initial tier. The subsequent tier awaited his completion of the final challenge of the day to begin exploration. According to Taoist cosmology and the philosophy of life, martial arts cultivation at this stage is referred to as embracing the elixir, where one metaphorically swallows a golden elixir, asserting dominion over one's fate rather than being subject to fate itself. In essence, this stage entails the perfect mastery of the body's chi and blood, compressing and condensing the so-called energy, vitality, and essence into a single point to stimulate further enhancement of the body, akin to a second birth. Yet the question remained, where exactly was this point? It varied from person to person, depending on the cultivation method, and even fluctuated with time and place. Thus, James found himself in uncertainty, as he had never achieved this realm in his former life, nor had his teachers or peers ever reached such a level. Consequently, he could only experiment gradually based on his martial arts knowledge and understanding of the human body. For others, this would be a reckless gamble with one's own body, risking a 1 in a million chance of survival, a suicidal endeavor. For James, however, it was a remarkably effortless pursuit, allowing him to amass an immense wealth of experience regarding internal injuries from physical cultivation. Each time he mismanaged the condensation of qi and blood, his organs would swiftly deteriorate, leading to a variety of conditions. Fortunately, his self-healing abilities would restore him instantly. Thus, for many years, James engaged in this daily practice as if it were a routine exercise, sitting cross-legged, concentrating his energy, only to spew blood and experience internal damage, before promptly attempting another point without lasting harm. He explored nearly all acupoints, energy pathways, internal organs, bones, and blood vessels, meticulously recording the bodily responses to each failure and noting the potential beneficial effects of precise and cautious stimulation. One day, these experiences and studies would become invaluable treasures in the exploration of human physical evolution. Throughout these years of experimental cultivation, he undoubtedly achieved success. However, when James first identified the correct condensation point, he hesitated, pondering the possibility that a human body could form more than one golden elixir. With such curiosity, he resolved to continue his experiments, intending to explore every part of his body to determine whether there could be a second, third, or even more elixir points. This was why, after more than a decade, he finally decided to venture into this entirely new realm. Asazuo gazed intently at his father. After a moment of silence, his skeletal muscles began to rhythmically convulse, starting from his cervical vertebrae and cascading down to his tailbone. 9 excised, crimson, pulsating points emerged along James's spine. His body trembled more violently, the bones beneath his skin cracking audibly, while his flesh began to fissure and slough off, new skin rapidly regenerating. He occasionally expelled blood clots and murky fluids from his mouth, with teeth falling out and regrowing once again. The entire scene resembled a grotesque peeling away of skin and bones, followed by a rebirth, evoking a sense of horror. The rapid self-healing abilities of his mutant nature accelerated what would ordinarily be a protracted process of metamorphosis, completing it within a short time. James's physique began to shrink. Even seated, his once imposing stature gradually diminished, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of cracking bones. Moments later, all signs of decay and transformation ceased. James stood, his skin as smooth as jade, seemingly devoid of pores. His hair, beard, and body hair had all regrown. Upon closer inspection, each strand of new hair was 4 to 5 times thicker than normal, while body hair and skin pores had vanished without a trace. His visage, majestic and exquisite like a sculpted figure, bore an air of enchantment. His skeletal frame had become remarkably robust and broad. Yet the contours of his physique no longer revealed any muscular prominence. The texture of his flesh resembled an entirely new organizational structure, diverging from the typical lines of human musculature while exuding an unusual sense of strength. James glanced at the various dismembered tissues strewn about, tainted and grotesque, then cast a fleeting look at Asazuo, whose face reflected a profound disillusionment. With a buoyant tone, he inquired, "Son, do you think your father is handsome?" Chapter 46. Father and son. The Black Panther lay low in the grass of the open field, its muscles rippling with each subtle movement. Eyes fixated on a herd of antelopes just a few dozen meters away. With almost imperceptible precision, it inched closer, its breath held in perfect control. The antelopes grazed peacefully, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. After a considerable time, the panther, with its remarkable patience, finally reached its target. In a flash, it pounced, closing the distance in an instant. The antelope had no time to react. The panther's claws sank deep into its flesh, and it was swiftly brought down, the panther's powerful jaws clamping around its neck. The antelope's hind legs twitched involuntarily before succumbing to stillness. "Did you see that, Chaka?" A robust man adorned in a panther skin headdress and a leather skirt asked the young boy lying beside him on the slope. "Wow, the panther is so fast," the boy mused, tilting his head as if struck by an epiphany. Shaking his head, the man ruffled the boy's soft, curly hair, his tone turning serious. "Patience is essential. Do not rush into the attack. Wait for the moment when all conditions favor you, and then strike decisively, leaving no chance for your prey to resist." He stood, exuding both warmth and gravity. "This is the first lesson in the art of hunting I wish to impart to you, my son." Chaka gazed up at his towering father with reverence, his eyes sparkling like those of a devotee before the imposing statue of the panther deity, Bast. As the man turned toward the dense forest, Chaka, barefoot and nimble, swiftly followed, darting beside him. "But father," Chaka inquired, as a warrior blessed by the panther god, "is it not true that nothing can harm you, be it the eagle in the sky, the lion on land, or the crocodile in the water? Should such strength still rely on patience in hunting?" The man sighed, shaking his head as he imparted wisdom to his son. "The world is vast. How far can one's gaze truly extend? Thus, as guardians of Wakanda and warriors of the panther god, our duty is to protect this land, our sacred mountains, and our people." With a proud smile, he playfully patted Chaka's head, adding, "Moreover, I had already conquered the entire tribe in the wilderness long before receiving the panther's blessing. It is not solely through bestowed power that one achieves greatness." The duo emerged from the thicket, greeted by 2 spear-wielding warriors who stood at attention, their fists clenched and arms crossed over their chests, bowing their heads in respect. Behind them lay an expansive, verdant plain where a wide and clear river flowed, and uniquely styled buildings dotted the landscape at the base of towering mountains. Atop one of the peaks, a colossal Black Panther statue was under construction, with hundreds of artisans meticulously chiseling its details. Men herded swift horses and rhinos across the plain, while fierce women practiced with spears. Chaka paused to take in the beauty of the land before sprinting after his father. Ah, the Indian Ocean, compared to the Mediterranean's jewel-like waters. Asazuo preferred the vastness of this ocean, which offered an exhilarating sense of space. After traversing the Red Sea for several days, he found joy in the simple pleasures of freefall, relishing the thrill it brought. With a sudden burst, Asazuo teleported thousands of meters into the air, the weather pristine, the azure expanse of sea and sky his playground. He surrendered to gravity, descending rapidly, the exhilarating rush prompting joyous exclamations. "Yahoo! Woo!" each time he neared the water's surface. He would teleport back to a higher altitude, engaging in this playful dance. On the deck, James, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and basking in the sun while sipping rum over ice, glanced up from his book, adjusting his sunglasses with a hint of disdain. "Do you realize how hideous red skin looks with a green shirt?" he remarked absent-mindedly. "Really? I think it looks great. Ramis and the others say I look fantastic," Asazuo exclaimed, glancing down at his attire, surprised by his reflection. He spun around, admiring his outfit, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Come on, try it. It's thrilling." His tail swished excitedly, betraying his emotions, as if the very essence of his being expressed joy through its movement. James, still engrossed in his book, scoffed dismissively. What do you know about thrill? Up and down is utterly dull. What are you doing? Ignoring James's retort, Azazel draped an arm around his father's shoulders and teleported them to an even higher altitude, far surpassing where he had previously played. With a sly grin, Azazel watched as James plummeted into a rapid free fall, his laughter echoing triumphantly. He relished the thought of his father splashing into the water. Even if it meant facing some consequences, it was worth it. For an ordinary person, falling from such heights would result in a tragic fate, but for James, it was akin to leaping into a swimming pool. James, arms crossed, descended headfirst, resigned to the inevitable. He had anticipated his son's mischievous scheme and was already plotting his retaliation. As the rush of air whooshed past him, James fell for over 2 minutes, bracing himself for the splash. Azazel, ecstatic, held his breath in anticipation of the spectacle. With a thunderous crash, a massive wave erupted, only to be instantly vaporized under intense heat. James, arms extended, hovered mid-air, his body charged with energy, producing a high-frequency hum as his hair was blown upwards. Suspended a meter above the sea, while the water below transformed into mist, Azazel watched in awe as James slowly floated back onto the deck, dry and refreshed. The family's armed guards stood in shock, bowing their heads in respect. "Father, you can fly," Azazel exclaimed, scampering over, feigning innocence as if he had done nothing wrong. James, contemplating, replied, "Not quite. I can only manage this level of levitation for now. The future remains uncertain," feigning seriousness. Azazel pretended to ponder deeply while James's voice echoed from afar. "You were grounded for 12 hours of meditation in the hold. You want to escape if you teleport. I will sense it." Wails of despair filled the ship as it approached the shore after several more hours. Chapter 47. Arrival. Gazing at the orderly docking of a 10,000-ton cargo ship and 2 state-of-the-art diesel-powered warships at the port, Azazel scratched his head, then turned to observe the fully armed squad directing dockworkers and crew members in unloading transport equipment and even large transport trucks. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered to James, "Father, what exactly are we doing? Are we going to war? Why have the naval ships been brought here?" James cast a curious glance at the ironclad warship and replied nonchalantly, "Aren't these vessels produced by our family's military-industrial sector? I merely summoned 2 for escort duty." "What? Do you have reservations about engaging in battle?" Azazel nearly leaped with excitement, lowering his voice with great effort. "I absolutely love fighting. Father, you truly are generous. You said you would take me out for a bit of fun, and here we are with such a grand spectacle." He instinctively scratched the back of his hand, finding the cloth bindings around him somewhat irritating. He was thoroughly fed up with them. James recognized Azazel's fervent enthusiasm for combat and warfare, a trait stemming from his mutant genes, which inherently bore a mischievous, belligerent disposition. Azazel reveled in chaos and the thrill of battle, earning his notorious moniker of the Red Devil due to his mutant abilities. You might be disappointed. This isn't the kind of combat you envision. Their primary role is to transport certain items, but you will have opportunities to engage in battle, James reassured him. Azazel nodded eagerly. The prospect of fighting was the best news he could hope for. He bore no aversion to combat or even killing. Having already witnessed bloodshed during previous encounters James had orchestrated against heinous criminals, the team quickly organized under the meticulous oversight of Reams Peter, the alpha wolf of this generation and the captain of the private, secret armed wolf pack belonging to the Holler family, a lineage passed down through generations from the late Mr. Holler. Following the ancient scroll Daniel had brought back, James journeyed from within Kenya toward Uganda, where the indigenous people had scarcely encountered such massive trucks or so many oddly clad outsiders. They screamed in fright as they fled, casting curious glances at the convoy. Buzzing incessantly, the team ventured deeper into the jungle. Kenya, classified within the tropical monsoon zone, boasted a relatively mild summer daytime temperature of 26 to 27 degrees Celsius, providing an ideal habitat for various forms of life, particularly mosquitoes. Azazel found himself utterly vexed by the palm-sized mosquitoes, utilizing his teleportation abilities to evade these incessant pests, only to discover it bore little effect. He envied James, who strode along unaffected, seemingly surrounded by an invisible barrier that kept all serpents, insects, and vermin at bay. "What are you staring at? Don't even think about acquiring this skill. Mastering an evolution technique is arduous enough. You need to learn what Reams and the others have mastered for that," James remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the agile Reams Peter, who was cleaving through the underbrush with an elegant fluidity that evoked a unique artistic essence. The members of this wolf pack had all been trained by James, particularly this generation, whom he had instructed since childhood. They practiced a combat technique he had named the slaughter technique, with Reams showing remarkable aptitude, nearing the third tier of mastery before the age of 30. Conversely, the evolution technique was a training method specifically designed for mutants to enhance and control their abilities, possessing an element of bodily mastery akin to the slaughter technique but requiring significantly less physical exertion, thus rendering it simpler. With a downcast expression, Asazuo regretted removing the cloth bindings from his body too soon. They could have offered some reprieve from the accursed mosquitoes. James glanced at the map once more, comparing it to the position of Lake Wakanda, signaling Reams and the others to halt. You will set up camp here and prepare for reception. Should anyone attempt to attack or approach, eliminate them without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, Reams quickly began organizing the troops. The armed members were few, numbering only around 30. Yet they were accompanied by a substantial contingent responsible for transportation, unaware of what they might be receiving shortly. James cast a glance toward the east, seemingly estimating the distance. Asazuo, keep up. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed into the depths of the forest, the air crackling with energy as his explosive speed nearly broke the sound barrier. Asazuo grinned in excitement, disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, Tulu, dozing against a tree, was lost in thought. As a member of Wakanda's border guard, daily patrols had become mundane. The last incursion had occurred decades ago, resulting in the capture of several individuals, though a few had managed to escape. For many years, nothing had transpired, making the border guard the most tedious assignment in the entire nation. While he continued to rest, he pondered when he might add a few scars or tattoos to his face, hoping to catch the attention of Leah from the Valley tribe. Suddenly, Tulu jolted awake, sensing something rush past him, only to vanish in an instant. He scratched his head in confusion, worried that the king might have passed by and seen him dozing on duty. James burst forth from the thicket, abruptly halting his momentum as if defying the laws of physics, dissipating the tremendous force of his inertia. Asazuo promptly emerged in a cloud of black smoke, exasperatedly stating, "Father, why go through the trouble of running here? I could have simply brought you directly." "I wish to assess the distance and evaluate the surroundings," James replied, observing the vicinity before asking Asazuo, "Can you manage to teleport from here to Ream's position? Underestimate me? I could go even farther." Asazuo boasted, "That's not the plan. You'll need to carry quite a bit back," James teased, taking a keen interest in the vast expanse of Wakanda's interior, where a patrol team draped in uniquely styled indigo cloaks was visible not far ahead. Upon spotting the two figures ahead, the patrol halted in disbelief, exchanging queries, and under the leader's command, unsheathed their curved blades and advanced towards them. As they drew closer, the entire team erupted in loud shouts and strange movements upon recognizing Asazuo's appearance, speaking in an unknown tongue while brandishing their peculiar curved knives and spears, roaring with fury. Asazuo glared menacingly at them. Although he could not comprehend the native shouts, their demeanor and emotions evoked memories of his childhood. He slowly drew a pair of finely crafted, menacing daggers from behind his waist, slightly crouching in a defensive stance. James, meanwhile, observed the indigenous people across from him, who were screeching and howling like monkeys. He understood some Hausa, a common African language, yet it was evident that the Wakandans spoke a unique dialect of their own. Soon, the border guard sounded the horn, and an increasing number of indigenous warriors surrounded them, accompanied by cavalry and a squad of spear-wielding women with shaved heads. In the distance, a shadow raced toward them, leaping over streams and boulders like a ravenous panther, soaring 6 or 7 meters into the air before crashing down before James with a thunderous impact. Chapter 48. The Battle of Asazo. The man was remarkably tall, surpassing James, who stood over 190 centimeters. He was clad in deep black semi-plate metal armor, with leather and iron plates connecting the joints, affording substantial protection to most parts of his body. His arms bore sharp, pointed spikes, and his fingers ended in silver-tipped claws. Upon his head rested a helmet resembling a black panther's jaws, adorned with 4 long, sharp fangs, revealing a face that was both rugged and fierce, complete with a thick beard and piercing eyes. "Who are you?" the armored man inquired in Hausa. Thankfully, James did not expect anyone here to speak English. Conversing in Hausa was already a considerable advantage. "A lost traveler," he replied calmly, eager to engage with the locals, hoping to save time in his future studies. The man scrutinized Asazo closely, clearly suspecting that this was not an accidental intrusion by an ordinary outsider. The dense forests surrounding Wakanda had been meticulously crafted over millennia by the tribes, making the paths to the heart of Wakanda perplexingly elusive, laden with countless traps and hidden guards. Decades ago, as a youth, he had witnessed a planned invasion by a group of white intruders who, after meandering on the outskirts, were swiftly apprehended by border guards. Armed with weapons known as guns, they had inflicted injuries upon the warriors. Ultimately, his father, the previous Black Panther, had decimated those who dared to resist. Most alarming was this creature, with its crimson skin, tail, and fearsome visage, reminiscent of the demonic tales whispered on the plains. Azuri suddenly realized that today could very well mark one of the most perilous days in Wakanda's history. Intruders, lie down and surrender, and I may grant you mercy. Azuri bellowed in Hausa. They leave you to die, James chuckled, addressing Asezo before turning to the armored man with a mocking tone. So merely arriving here is a crime? Regardless of the reason, those who uncover Wakanda's secrets shall bear the mark of eternal imprisonment. Black Panther, you are rather overconfident. Azuri's pupils constricted. The words of the human man made it clear that Wakanda's secrets had indeed leaked. Dora Milaje, commanded the Black Panther King. As a formidable group of women wielding finely crafted spears swiftly encircled the two men. Clad in red garments and golden armor, they held their spears aloft, crouching slightly. Their expressions stern. The Dora Milaje had long been recognized as the mightiest warriors of Wakanda, serving every king as a formidable all-female guard proficient in various weapons. Membership required women to triumph over the male warriors of their respective tribes. These exceptional women, having risen to such combat prowess despite inherent disadvantages, were undoubtedly gifted. Asezo observed the fierce women surrounding them. Although they bore fierce appearances with shaved heads, he could still discern their femininity and cast a curious glance at James, silently inquiring. Primitive tribes often select women from various regions to serve their leaders as guards or attendants, akin to a pride of lions with a single male. While the females undertake the hunting, these women may also become queens, thus solidifying the political alliances of their tribes, James elucidated calmly. On the other side, Black Panther Azuri could no longer allow this human to converse with the demon in an incomprehensible tongue. He shouted, "Surround and eliminate." With that, the front line of warriors formed a tight formation, narrowing their encirclement, while the outer soldiers hurled javelins towards Asezo. All Wakandan warriors, including the Black Panther himself, regarded the Crimson Devil as the most dangerous foe, dismissing the unarmed white man as merely the devil's servant. Asezo, unbidden, let out a cackling laugh, and in an instant, dark smoke billowed forth as a dozen javelins struck the ground. James deftly sidestepped a few that were aimed at him. Thud, thud, thud. Asezo vanished into thin air, reappearing behind a disoriented man, his short dagger swiftly slicing across the man's neck. Before blood could even spurt forth, Asezo blinked away to another location. Throughout the battlefield, observers could see Asezo's figure flitting about, his short dagger slitting throats while his tail pierced through the necks of enemies. The tribal warriors, now gripped by panic, spun in frantic circles. The soldiers of Wakanda, already steeped in fear of the devil's image, soon lost their morale and cohesion, descending into chaos. They witnessed their comrades collapsing, clutching their throats or chests after a fleeting wisp of black smoke. Yet no matter how fiercely they swung their weapons, they could not touch the demon. Their spirits began to fracture, and they cried out, forgetting even the most basic of defenses. Azuri, witnessing the relentless flickering of the red demon, extended his claws. He lunged multiple times in an attempt to grasp the elusive figure, but failed each time. Realizing that leaving these ordinary tribal warriors here would only exacerbate the chaos and lead to needless casualties, the Black Panther roared orders for his warriors to retreat swiftly. The elite Dora Milaje regrouped, forming a protective circle, spears poised to strike at the flashing red demon, quickly stabilizing their formation and denying Asezo further opportunities for carnage. Asezo took note of the elite women's formation, resembling a porcupine, and recognized the emerging challenge. His gaze shifted to the imposing native leader clad in peculiar armor, whose previous displays of speed and strength had indicated he was no ordinary human. With a swift motion, Asezo lunged, his short daggers slashing at the armored man. But to no avail. The armor was exceptionally resilient, absorbing the strikes as if the force had been diverted. The man reacted with remarkable speed, compelling Asezo to remain intensely focused to evade his counterattacks. As James observed Asezo engaging the Black Panther, his demeanor turned serious. He prepared himself for any unfavorable turn of events while keenly assessing the Black Panther's combat responses and evaluating his strength. Azuri relentlessly assailed the elusive red demon, his claws creating a flurry of afterimages as he agilely leaped and tumbled, striving to capture the spectral form. since the ancient unification of the 18 tribes. Wakanda had never suffered such significant losses at the hands of outsiders. He seethed with rage, his eyes bulging as he clawed furiously. The heightened senses granted by his power allowing him to gradually discern the demon's teleportation patterns. Bang! Asazo crossed his blades defensively against his chest, only to be sent flying by a powerful claw strike. He flashed back to James's side, his exceptionally crafted short daggers severed into fragments, leaving him with only the handles. While his chest was torn and blood trickled from his skin, the Black Panther Azuri can withstand the onslaught of the Red Devil without sustaining the slightest injury. In contrast, Asazo cannot afford a single misstep, had it not been for his unique combat techniques honed alongside his father since childhood, coupled with his swift reflexes. He would have already found his heart pierced. Chapter 49. Vibranium, are you now aware of your greatest weakness? James remarked lightly, addressing his somewhat pained adopted son, who winced in discomfort. Asazuo possessed a uniquely peculiar ability, yet his sheer physical strength and destructive capacity only marginally surpassed the limits of humanity. Thus, his effectiveness against particularly formidable opponents was limited. Asazuo appeared quite discontent, having tasted defeat at the hands of someone other than his father for the first time. Confronted with James, whose engagement bore no semblance of combat, all of Asazuo's evasive maneuvers seemed predictably foreseen. The elder loomed like a fathomless abyss, extinguishing any desire within him to contest. Yet this Black Panther was not ready to concede so easily. Enough. You cannot contend with his strength and armor. Do not take unnecessary risks, James admonished, shaking his head to deter Asazuo, who was eager to re-engage. He shed his jungle jacket, tossing it to the disgruntled Asazuo, feigning concern for his garment, and stepped forward, bare-skinned, to face Azuri. The Black Panther regarded the uniquely proportioned, enigmatic white man approaching him with confusion, pondering if the devil, unable to vanquish him, sought a truce instead. Just then, with a dry mouth, he observed the man's relaxed arms as the skin began to undulate. His robust bones and particularly thick wrists and hands revealed 3 gleaming bone claws that emerged slowly, devoid of blood. The flesh on either side of his forearm split, revealing large, hardened, bone-like structures that formed a shield, adorned with 3 clusters of backward-curving blades. James refrained from releasing the bone spikes from his elbows. This was sufficient. Surveying his hands, he felt a transformation taking place within him. After stimulating his body and reshaping his bones through rigorous training, he stood tall and coordinated, no longer suppressing his form. The newly formed exoskeletal weaponry became exquisitely refined, akin to modern technology, with bone claws exceeding 1/2 meter in length. Their triangular tips sharp and thick, each resembling a dagger. The bone shield, smooth and robust, tapered from a narrow front to a wider rear, perfectly enveloping his fists up to his elbows, presenting a fearsome yet magnificent appearance. Clash! The sound of his claws colliding echoed like metal striking metal as he exchanged glances with the Black Panther, smiled, and prepared for the encounter. Boom! Azuri's vision blurred instantly. The white man erupted in a cacophony, and before he could react, the razor-sharp claws sent him soaring upwards, crashing into a massive boulder some distance behind him. The vibranium armor penetrated the stone as if it were mere brick, embedding itself deeply, causing the boulder to tremble precariously. Shaking his dazed head, the Black Panther unleashed a powerful roar, "Long live Wakanda!" as he clenched his fists and charged forward. The Dora Milaje and the tribal warriors observing from afar, witnessing their king being struck back, also raised their voices in a furious chorus of Wakandan battle cries, surging toward James. Seeing the formidable female warriors abandon their defensive formation, Asazuo darted forward, ensnaring one by the neck with his tail while teleporting another hundreds of meters into the sky, then vanishing from sight. Blood-curdling howls filled the air as Wakandan soldiers plummeted to their deaths from above, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish inferno, with Asazuo as the devil toying with life. The clash between the Black Panther Azuri and James unfolded without interference from others, as their speeds and momentum collided across the field. Azuri became an indomitable target, akin to a marble struck by James's claws, sending him sprawling in chaos. James grew increasingly fascinated by the vibranium metal, his bone blades, imbued with the force of tens of tons, struck with no discernible effect, revealing that the armor possessed extraordinary shock absorption capabilities. Not only was it incredibly durable, shielding its wearer from harm, but it also dissipated and absorbed immense kinetic energy. Having sufficiently tested the strength of the vibranium armor, James slowed his assault, allowing the Black Panther to catch up and seize opportunities for counterattacks. Swish! Swish! Azuri finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope in battle. He speculated that his opponent, after relentless efforts, must be experiencing fatigue, with a noticeable decline in speed and frequency of attacks, relying on the marvels of his armor. He believed he could stand his ground invincibly. The Black Panther Azuri retaliated with fervor, his unique and primal fighting style reminiscent of a wild beast, evoking memories within James. He defensively absorbed the vibranium claws that viciously grazed his arm's bone shield, meticulously evaluating its durability. After 3 phases of bone transformation, the exoskeletal claws and shield had surpassed the strength of any alloy humanity could forge at that time. The bones exhibited remarkable resilience, assuring that even with greater force applied against the vibranium, they would not shatter. However, the sharpness of his claws was significantly inferior in comparison. The Black Panther's claws easily inflicted deep gashes on the bone shield, and soon, James's arm was littered with fragments of bone, nonchalantly fending off Azuri's onslaught. James found himself lost in thought. Suddenly, the Black Panther's claw penetrated deeply into James's chest, creating a wound several centimeters deep. James paused, astonished by the panther's considerable strength, which seemed to accelerate as the battle progressed. Through keen observation during this phase of combat, he discerned that the Black Panther's overall combat prowess equated to his own upon first entering this heightened state, albeit devoid of his unique life force. He gazed down at his chest, where the wounds did not bleed, nor did the scars on his exoskeleton heal. The Black Panther and Asazuo likewise halted, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Azuri examined the superficial wound that, while raw, did not bleed. The sensation of tearing felt akin to stretching an extraordinarily resilient rubber. Without the vibranium claws and his exceptional speed and power, ordinary attacks might not pierce his skin at all. Yet, Asazuo was taken aback, pondering if this peculiar metal could suppress his father's formidable regenerative abilities. James smiled, and in an instant, the 4 wounds on his chest and the battered bone shield and claws returned to their pristine condition. Now, he had attained such mastery over his body that he could control the speed of his healing. If he wished, he could feign a lack of regenerative abilities, allowing the wounds to remain as they were or to bleed. The Red Devil felt at ease, self-deprecatingly acknowledging that his father, this immortal enigma, required no concern from him. "Wakanda's king, do you possess any other tricks?" James inquired earnestly, retracting his exposed bone weaponry. "None," Azuri replied, "just advanced technology." James's inquiry lingered as he observed the Black Panther's reaction, confirming the intel Daniel had brought back years ago and his own earlier suspicions. Azuri, king of Wakanda, was left perplexed, his heart sinking as an inconceivable thought crossed his mind. Had the Panther god, Bast, withdrawn her favor from Wakanda? Chapter 50. Long live since arriving in this world and discerning its true nature, James has pondered extensively, drawing from the scant knowledge of his past life. He is acutely aware of the emergence of a peculiar and diverse mutant race, perpetually scorned by humanity and struggling for survival. He is also vaguely cognizant that a formidable being from beyond the stars will soon cast a pall of despair over all life in the universe. Yet, amidst this myriad of revelations, one element remains shrouded in mystery: the fabled hidden realm of Wakanda, reputed for its advanced technology and wondrous resources. It perplexes him how this isolated primitive tribal nation, existing on the same planet, could ascend to become the most technologically advanced country. When Daniel returned to Canada, he meticulously recounted his experiences of captivity and servitude in Wakanda. According to him, aside from mastering basic forging techniques and utilizing a remarkable mineral metal, the society bore no distinction from other indigenous tribes in Africa. Indeed, it seemed even more archaic and savage. The nation's leader, known as the Black Panther, possessed unimaginable strength and speed. Adorned in indomitable vibranium armor, he resembled a deity. Thus, James contemplated 2 possibilities. Either Wakanda's technology was imparted by another race or civilization, or they had yet to embark upon the pursuit of modernity and technological advancement, remaining ensconced in their primitive state. Should the latter be true, it would suggest that their future technological prowess must surely stem from the unique properties of vibranium. For James could not fathom that this tribe could rapidly surpass the entire world in technological advancements merely by self-studying modern science in isolation. "What is your name?" "King of Wakanda." "Azuri," the Black Panther king intoned solemnly in Hausa. "Can we converse?" "I am the devil. Wakanda will fight you to the bitter end," Azuri declared with deliberate cadence. "Do not perish, Azuri. Allow me to witness the extent of the power of the Black Panther and vibranium," James responded, now somewhat serious, offering a modicum of respect befitting a warrior. Boom, boom, boom. James unleashed his full might, marking his first complete exertion of vitality since achieving a new level of evolution. No longer did overwhelming heat and shockwaves emanate from him. Instead, all energy was impeccably contained within himself, with only faint crimson ripples of energy undulating around him, akin to vapor rising from blood. His feet hovered slightly above the ground, toes barely grazing the earth, while his long hair floated gently in the air. Bang! The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated through the air as James propelled himself towards Azuri, opting not to reveal his bone claws, for their power would not suffice to breach vibranium armor. He sought to ascertain whether the Black Panther could withstand the full force of his assault, shielded by vibranium. The tribal warriors in the valley, along with the Wakandan citizens observing from the distant cliffs, were rendered numb, some silently shedding tears, others gritting their teeth in rigid agony. A child's piercing wail echoed through the valley, penetrating the minds of every Wakandan. Azuri found himself devoid of any possibility or purpose for retaliation. Each punch from James detonated against him, even the Black Panther's reflexes struggling to keep pace with his speed. Azuri could only wonder how many punches this man could deliver in a second. Hundreds? Thousands? Bus. 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 James's strikes became a cacophony beyond normal perception, the speed of his attacks merging into a continuous high-frequency hum, their figures blending into a blur across the earth. Vibranium, possibly the most extraordinary metallic structure in the universe, absorbed the force of each of his diverse attacks, spiraling, vibrating, exploding, dissipating them to a remarkable degree. He deliberately refrained from targeting the exposed seams of the armor, eager to discern the limits of his own formidable strength. Even a creation as remarkable as vibranium must possess limitations. And while James's full power could not shatter or even injure it, Azuri, encased within the armor, remained flesh and blood. Azuri's capacity for self-reflection dwindled. His vision, nerves, and body could not synchronize with the dreadful man before him. For the first time in his life, even while clad in vibranium, he felt pain. The armor absorbed at least 80% of the impact and destructive force, yet even so, the enigmatic energy of James's assault seeped through, inflicting torment upon his body. Blood trickled from Azuri's lips, his insides fracturing, muscles and bones beginning to splinter, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz. Perhaps his eardrums had burst, his vision blurring, consciousness fading. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, everything came to a halt. James grasped Azuri's chest armor and gently lowered him to the ground. He sensed Azuri's waning strength. Even with the Black Panther's extraordinary abilities, whether he would survive was uncertain. Wakanda forever. The captain of the Dora Milaje, with bloodshot eyes, brandished a spear and bellowed in fury, rallying all Wakandan warriors and even civilians to arms, charging forth in a frenzy. James shook his head in resignation. He had little interest in indiscriminately wielding death against the innocent. He gazed down at Azuri, whose lips moved silently, his expression growing increasingly apathetic. Crackling flames devoured the wooden structures, the mine's tunnels strewn with the bodies of many Wakandans, uncertain if they were alive or dead. A closer look revealed that most still quivered slightly, emitting low groans of agony. James and Asezo stood upon a circular stone platform, flanked by towering Black Panther sculptures, while beneath the fertile black soil, plants glimmered with iridescent blue-violet luminescence. Asezo's long tail ensnared a plump woman adorned with extravagant feathers and metallic adornments, lifting her into the air as she struggled for breath. What is the effect of this herb, and how is it to be used? James inquired in Hausa. Addressing the woman, he nodded to Asezo, who released her, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, her face contorted in rage as she shouted incomprehensible words. James crouched down to meet her gaze once more, inquiring again. Devil, you shall not wrest Wakanda's secrets from us. Spit, she retorted in Hausa, attempting to hurl saliva at James, but his emanating energy repelled it back onto her face. James rose and deftly kicked the woman, sending her crashing into the wall, where she lost consciousness. He patted the shoulder of Asazuo, which was significantly lower than his own, and casually remarked, Son, it's time to get to work. The name of the current Black Panther has been altered. Previously, Azuri was not utilized due to the overarching worldview being primarily cinematic, where this name belonged to another character. However, upon reflection, it was deemed inconsequential, and thus the change was made to align with the comic book canon. Gratitude is extended to the companions who offered their suggestions. Chapter 51. The oath as Asezo grimaced at the vast deposits of vibranium or that his father had assigned him. He finally grasped the true significance of this journey. Father, can't we have Reams bring in some people to help? The Red Devil attempted to negotiate further. James pondered for a moment, then shook his head, explaining, "After all, there are still numerous indigenous inhabitants here. What would Reams and his crew do? Slaughter them all? Moreover, there are no transport vehicles that can access this area, and most importantly, too many voices complicate matters. The wolf pack are our own, but we cannot manage a large number of workers alongside the Kenyan natives. I am also not inclined to let the outside world learn of this place." He became more severe in tone and urged, "You should take this opportunity to train well and tackle some work instead of complaining." Asezo sighed heavily, pressing his hands against a massive piece of vibranium, or that was nearly as tall as he was, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, with a puff, he vanished. Boom. "Damn it," Reams exclaimed, dancing on his feet as he watched the enormous stone materialize out of thin air, nearly crushing him, cursing incessantly. Gasping for breath, Asezo, with a grim expression, urged, "Hurry up and clean this up, cover it with cloth, and work swiftly." Reams laughed and scolded him. They had grown up together, and their bond was close. Thus, Asezo flitted back and forth, transporting vibranium ore and a portion of the already refined and shimmering blue-hued vibranium, each time carrying a weight of 4 to 5 tons, teleporting over 10 kilometers away. James had calculated Asezo's limits. The capitalist's ability to exploit was indeed innate. Meanwhile, James roamed the expansive vibranium mine, marveling at the magnificent mountain of vibranium. The vibranium in Wakanda originated from a meteoric fragment from the cosmos. He could not ascertain the exact magnitude of this meteorite, but considering the vast internal space for extraction and disregarding the weight and density of the vibranium, it must be at least in the realm of 1 billion tons. Moreover, the vibranium meteorite possessed peculiar radiative properties that affected the heart-shaped herb cultivated within. James retrieved a vibranium box he had found in the mine and carefully uprooted a dozen heart-shaped herbs to place inside. Asezo made dozens of trips, yet the vibranium in the mine was still abundant. His visible exhaustion was apparent, his tail dragging weakly on the ground, his steps unsteady as though his very essence had been drained. "All right, that's enough for now. We can come back if we need more later." James finally liberated the beleaguered laborer Asezo, who sighed deeply and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After a moment, he rose again, tilting his head in contemplation. And with a flicker of black smoke, he reappeared moments later, grasping the panther helmet of his father, Azuri. It's not every day I get to venture far. I ought to bring back a memento." Noticing the odd look from his father, he quickly added, "I only took the helmet. That panther was on its last legs." James nonchalantly organized the heart-shaped herbs within the box, while Asezo approached him, hesitantly asking, "Father, are the panther and we the same? Do you see this? It relies on the power of this plant." Asezo seemed to have just discovered the heart-shaped herb, curiously examining it as if he could discern some hidden truth. "Let us depart." James finally cast a lingering glance at the endless vibranium deposits and instructed Asezo. With a puff, the two vanished from the mine, the rising black smoke dissipating swiftly, leaving only a chaotic scene and faint ashes drifting in the air. Wah! Young Chaka wept by his father Azuri's bedside, while his mother, Nanali, and the elder priest applied herbs slowly to Azuri's swollen and decaying body. 3 days had passed, and the Black Panther King's breath remained faint. But at least he had held on to life for the moment. Whether he would awaken depended solely on Bast's will. Nanali's eyes were red, her lips pressed tightly together. Throughout the ordeal, she had not shed a tear. As the Queen of Wakanda and the former leader of the Dora Milaje, she possessed an indescribable primal ferocity and resilience. "Do you know what to do, Chaka?" Nanali asked, her voice hoarse. With tears still glistening on his face, Chaka gritted his teeth, forcing the words from his throat. "I want revenge." Smack. Chaka received a harsh slap from his mother, followed by 2 more swift strikes that left his expression numb and his body trembling. Finally, with a choked voice, she spoke to Chaka, each word deliberate, "I want you, by the souls of your father and me, to vow that after death, they may find peace in the embrace of Bast and Sekhmet, forever and ever. Do not seek revenge against that demon. Mother, I swear." Chaka's tears inexplicably ceased as he hoarsely pledged, his fist clenched tightly against his chest, still stifling sobs but managing to maintain composure. "I, Chaka, son of King Azuri and Queen Nanali of the Golden Tribe of Wakanda, vow by the souls of my father Azuri and my mother Nanali that in my lifetime, I shall never seek revenge against the red and white demon who came to Wakanda. Should I break this vow? May the souls of my parents never find peace in the embrace of Bast and Sekhmet." Days later, Azuri's brother temporarily ascended to the throne. other than the Jabari tribe, which had remained hidden in the Jabari Mountains and failed to arrive in time to confront the enemy. The other 4 tribes, the Merchant tribe, the Border tribe, the River tribe, and the Mountain tribe, suffered devastating losses. The royal family of Wakanda, the leader of the Golden tribe, King Azuri, gravely injured and dying, succumbed to his grievances after years of paralysis. On the day Azuri's brother prepared to officially succeed him as king, the Jabari tribe voiced their opposition, claiming the Golden family and the other tribes had failed to adequately protect Wakanda, thus challenging their claim to the throne. The ancient traditions of Wakanda could not be disregarded, and the severely weakened 4 tribes were powerless to oppose the already formidable Jabari tribe, which had long been known for its defiance. Azuri's brother ingested the heart-shaped herb that suppressed the powers of the Black Panther and fought the Jabari leader in a fair battle, sustaining injuries and ultimately losing. Thus, the throne of the Vibranium Kingdom of Wakanda changed hands, while the former king's youngest son, Chaka, was preparing his belongings to leave his homeland. "You are still young. Wait a few more years," Nanali said. Though her age was not particularly advanced, her hair had turned completely white over the years. "Mother, you said the same thing 2 years ago. I'm not going out alone. Many have been sent from the tribe in recent years, and several cousins will look after me. You need not worry." Chaka had already matured into a young man, tall and robust, with a demeanor far beyond his years. He continued to reassure his mother while deftly packing his belongings. Nanali ceased her protest as batches of Wakandan warriors embarked on their journeys of exploration and learning. This decision was made collectively by all surviving tribal leaders, elders, and successors after that fateful night referred to as the Red and White Blood Night by the Wakandans. The secluded and insular Wakanda had not truly gazed upon the outside world for millennia. They had always possessed ample confidence that with the powers of the Black Panther and the sacred metal, they could protect themselves and safeguard their greatest treasures. However, that night had instilled profound fear and confusion within the Wakandans. They had been violently awakened, as if from a prolonged slumber, to a reality filled with chaos and pain. The meticulously selected warriors of the tribe, alongside the astute young men and women, have embraced the profound responsibility of safeguarding the future of their nation. They must venture forth to witness the current state of the world, to discern the myriad threats that loom over Wakanda, and to acquire the knowledge necessary for their empowerment. This journey, however, will be fraught with immense hardship and anguish. This once proud and exalted primitive race will come to realize their own insignificance in the grandeur of this vast world, finding themselves as lowly as swine. Chapter 52. The interview in 1919, in East Egg, Long Island, New York, Tom Buchanan exuberantly exclaimed, "Daisy, my dear, today I shall unveil to you the allure of polo. You will surely fall in love with me anew. Trust me." Daisy, with a playful smile, replied, "But Tom, I already love you." Tom, grasping his newlywed wife Daisy Buchanan's hand, hurried toward the polo field at their estate, adorned in traditional polo attire, a knitted shirt, suspenders, and polished leather boots. His hair meticulously styled. Outside the hedge bordering the field, a remarkably unique black limousine, distinct from the commonplace coupes or sedans, glided smoothly past. Tom Buchanan gazed at the elegantly shaped front, marked with an emblem resembling the letter H, and beckoned a nearby servant holding a towel. "Has anyone visited the Harlow estate recently?" he inquired earnestly. The servant glanced toward the direction of the limousine and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. A convoy was seen passing by the day before yesterday. And yesterday many servants were busy attending to the manor. It must be Mr. Harlow taking residence here. That model is not available for public sale." "It can only be his," Tom murmured, his thoughts drifting. "Daisy," he called out, noticing Daisy joyfully teasing a brown-black horse, her alabaster skin and golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. "Let us not play polo today. Come with me to visit the Harlow estate." Tom, still brimming with enthusiasm, abruptly changed his mind. "Not playing? But darling, where are we going?" "I've never heard of the Harlow estate." Daisy blinked, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "It is quite normal for you not to have heard of it. The name Harlow is not known to the ordinary folk," he said with a hint of pride, handing his polo mallet to an attendant while adjusting his suspenders. "But Tom, you cannot visit dressed in polo attire without having sent a formal greeting beforehand." "It's rather improper," Daisy pointed out. Only then did Tom realize he was still in his boots and suspenders. He nodded vigorously and exclaimed, "Right, dear. How unseemly of me. Lawrence, quickly, assist me in sending a note, expressing my hope to visit tomorrow if he is available. Do you remember to mention my father's name?" "Tom Buchanan? The son of old Buchanan?" James asked, puzzled. Turning to the butler, Mr. Casper, whose hair had turned mostly white, yet his vitality was remarkable, thanks to the exercise James had imparted to him. Casper chuckled. Not the old Buchanan you are familiar with. This is his grandson, the youngest son of the current head of the Buchanan family. James, slightly bewildered, nodded while holding exquisite stationery, pondering how this long-abandoned estate in East Egg would suddenly attract visitors on just the second day of their arrival. Since James had re-emerged into society, he had garnered significant attention from the elite capitalists. As heirs to the Harlow family, who were titans in the global energy, industry, and manufacturing sectors, they were figures of immense power and wealth that could not be overlooked. The move from Edmond to New York was strategic, facilitating a series of ongoing research and business endeavors. The former Harlow Mechanical Testing Plant in Brooklyn had now evolved into one of the nation's premier technological research institutes, clandestinely developing groundbreaking innovations. Have you not eaten? Put some muscle into it, lads. A group of drunken men, swaying and slurring their words, surrounded a young man in a narrow alley, mercilessly beating him. Each of them was robust, exerting their strength against the slightly hunched figure of the youth. Leaving the alley in disarray, the young man appeared unharmed. Instead of pleading or cursing, he taunted the drunken ruffians, calling them weak and ineffectual. After a protracted struggle, the men, having exhausted their strength, muttered incoherently before finally retreating, leaving behind a few harsh words. The young man slowly straightened, smoothing out his slightly wrinkled brown jacket, with an almost surreal distortion of light surrounding him. He meticulously arranged his dark hair into a neat side part. He looked splendid, devoid of even the slightest bruise. His complexion radiant, eyes bright, and demeanor invigorated, as if he had just enjoyed a restful sleep and a sumptuous breakfast. Sauntering out of the alley, he crossed 2 streets back to his temporary lodgings, changing into a light gray double-breasted suit. He picked up his resume and an invitation letter addressed to the Bedlam Psychiatric Hospital. Today was the day of his interview. Having received the invitation, he felt confident yet endeavored to present himself at his best, a habit ingrained in him over the years, as he preferred to be energized before significant endeavors. Securing a position at Bedlam would mark the inaugural step in his grand career and ambitions. Mr. Sebastian Shaw, you appear much younger than your stated age on the resume, remarked a thin, middle-aged woman with arched eyebrows. Her curiosity piqued as she adjusted the precarious glasses perched on her nose, scrutinizing the youthful and somewhat rakish applicant before her. A positive mental state and demeanor can indeed preserve one's youth, can it not, Miss Farmer? Shaw replied, flashing a radiant smile that only added to his roguish charm. Captivating Miss Farmer. She struggled to maintain her seriousness as she continued her inquiry. I see you initially attended the Cambridge Institute of Technology, then pursued studies in psychology and psychopathology. May I inquire as to your motivations behind this shift? Straightening his suit jacket, Shaw responded with composure. Attending the engineering school was my father's dream, yet my passion has always resided in psychology. Following graduation, I served as a technical officer during the war. As you know, nearly every eligible young man was conscripted. He took a sip of the offered tea, expressing his gratitude and admiration, then continued. Through the war, I witnessed countless shattered souls. My God, you cannot fathom the devastating psychological trauma and enduring stress disorders that warfare inflicts. Thus, I resolved to become a psychologist and psychiatrist, to bring hope to the unfortunate. Shaw's earnest demeanor left Ms. Farmer momentarily dazed. He appeared to be a commendable young man, albeit with a somewhat lofty view of the profession. Nevertheless, his competencies should be adequate, especially considering the current demand for personnel. Congratulations, Mr. Shaw. I shall take you on a tour of the hospital shortly. Each doctor has a small but comfortable office, of course, if you prefer to work on a shift basis. That is entirely acceptable, as most doctors prefer to rest at home. After all, the atmosphere here. Please, call me Sebastian, Miss Farmer. I would be delighted to reside at the hospital. It would afford me more time to dedicate to my work and studies. Sebastian Shaw smiled more radiantly, relishing the sensation of everything unfolding according to his desires. He advanced step by step towards his grander ideals, guided by his own volition. Chapter 53. The Institute. Thank you. That will suffice. Tom Buchanan, with a hint of awkwardness, adjusted the hem of his suit and gestured to the young servant who had brought the refreshments. Today, he appeared particularly dapper. Daisy found it curious that her husband, who typically treated servants as if they were invisible, would display such courteous behavior. She had never witnessed such refinement in him before. James, clad in a comfortable and casual silk smoking jacket, accepted the handkerchief offered by the butler, Casper, and gently dabbed his mouth, lifting his cigar in a questioning manner. Mr. Buchanan leaned forward to take one, carefully lighting it while Daisy, ever poised, inquired with a soft voice about a recently unwrapped helmet-like object that had yet to be arranged in the parlor. Mr. Howlett, what is that rather intimidating helmet? Is it a new trend in craftsmanship? James glanced over, bemused by Asazo's perpetual disarray, and explained warmly. It is a souvenir from my travels in Africa several years ago, a chieftain's helmet. Daisy gazed at the peculiar helmet, which reflected a silvery gray hue under the light, and expressed her longing to travel to the African continent with her husband. Seizing upon this topic, Tom Buchanan visibly relaxed and began to converse over cigars. My father has shared numerous legendary tales about Mr. James Howlett. It is truly an honor to visit you today. That is merely my father's experience. I am but a leisurely individual, no need for such formality, James replied with practiced ease, accustomed to such visits and flattery. Buchanan continued to engage in pleasantries, expressing hope that the Howlett family would extend greater trust, as the Buchanan family possessed the capability and confidence to undertake more collaborative projects. Daisy was inwardly astonished. The storied Buchanan family, with nearly a century of traditional capitalist aristocracy in America, seemed to rely heavily on this young heir, who appeared to be not yet 30. She, a somewhat diminished noble lady, realized her perspective was rather limited. After exchanging more cordialities, Buchanan astutely rose to take his leave. Today, having met Mr. Bruce Howlett, even his father could no longer claim he was merely a useless polo player. With your robust physique, you must be quite the athlete. Do come to my estate sometime to try your hand at polo. I have a large field, though of course, it cannot compare to your estate. But our polo grounds are top-notch. The Buchanans exited the hall, bidding farewell to James, who was courteously escorted out by the servant. James called out for Asazo a few times, but received no response, so he instructed butler Casper to drive to the Howlett Institute in Brooklyn. Ever since arriving in New York, Asazo had frequently vanished, yet he had become much more discreet and composed, avoiding any significant disturbances. In Brooklyn, the Howlett Technology Institute. In the current era, attaching the name of a technology research institute can invite skepticism, as recent years have seen an influx of unscrupulous merchants peddling dubious high-tech goods. For instance, following Madame Curie's discovery of radium over a decade ago, a trend emerged proclaiming the health benefits of ingesting radium, leading to a brief craze of drinking radium-infused water. Fortunately, the difficulty of extracting this element meant that most of what was sold was counterfeit, preventing a widespread catastrophe. However, the Howlett Technology Institute not only holds an unassailable position in the civilian manufacturing industry, but is also a focal point of high-end research in military technology, garnering the attention of the American government. Dr. Walden McCall, dressed in practical work attire, was in the Institute's highest-level underground laboratory, presenting various mechanical products made from vibranium to James, such as entirely vibranium engines, cars, and motorcycles. In fact, the vibranium research conducted at this institute was merely foundational. Extensive research and casting of vibranium took place at a secret facility in the suburbs, where scientists had affectionately dubbed vibranium sound-absorbing steel. Vibranium possesses the remarkable ability to absorb nearly all vibrations, including kinetic energy directly applied to it. The energy absorbed is stored within the molecular bonds of the material, rendering it stronger. It is relatively easy to smelt in its raw or form, but once the melting point exceeds that of special steel, it begins to show signs of liquefaction, allowing for shaping and forging. However, once cooled and cast, it becomes exceedingly difficult to remelt it at the same temperature, as its melting point significantly increases. This extraordinary characteristic renders vibranium the ideal material for power machinery, eliminating concerns over engine overheating or excessive power leading to instability. And there is no need to worry about the material's strength and endurance. The intrinsic properties of vibranium dictate that engines crafted from it can achieve the theoretical limits of performance for their time. And the extent of vibranium's energy absorption capabilities remains beyond current measurement techniques. Furthermore, its remarkable malleability and plasticity afforded a vast array of applications, though it is regrettable that vibranium is unsuitable for manufacturing explosive weaponry. For instance, bullets rely on the explosive force of gunpowder within the chamber to propel them. However, if the firearm were made of vibranium, the explosive energy would be absorbed, resulting in a lack of propulsion. James's team of engineers and material scientists speculated that the unique properties of vibranium might be influenced by specific high-frequency sound waves. And while research into vibranium's potential as a weapon, aside from cold arms, is more suited to energy-based weaponry, The technology to achieve this level remains unattainable for now. How are the experiments with the fusion of other metallic materials progressing? James inquired subtly, as this was a key area of focus for the Secret Research Institute. Dr. McCall rubbed his temples in frustration and replied, "Currently, we have not discovered any combination superior to refined vibranium. Most alloy products merely enhance the properties of the original materials without significant meaning." James, having attended an engineering school in England, understood the challenges of materials science. Recognizing that breakthroughs in this area require substantial time, resources, and even a touch of luck. No matter, we shall proceed gradually in this area. Let us not produce too many finished products. Our existing raw materials are still quite limited, and you should primarily focus on research. Dr. McCall was aware that obtaining such a remarkable metal was exceedingly challenging, likely due to its inherent scarcity. Having studied metals and biochemical materials for many years, he never imagined encountering such a wondrous substance in the world. Only a powerhouse like the Howlett family could muster such resources. What troubled James more was the progress of research into the heart-shaped herb. The Howlett family had not delved much into biological and pharmaceutical realms and had always lacked a technological leader. He had a vague candidate in mind, derived from scant information he possessed, yet he did not even know the person's name. The example of radium water had preceded by several years. That era had witnessed many bizarre and alarming scientific innovations. Chapter 54. Treatment. Abraham Erskine suggested conducting live animal experiments directly, asserting that any theoretical model must be tested in practice. A young man with a slightly receding hairline but pronounced brow ridges spoke impatiently to his research partner. Erskine's demeanor was somewhat slow, exuding the aura of a congenial individual, and he addressed his companions in a casual manner. "John, the foundational framework of our model is still too immature. Attempting live experiments at this stage poses a significant risk of failure." John Schmidt, growing increasingly impatient, had chosen Erskine as his experimental partner solely to secure the best possible results for their graduation assessment. As Abraham Erskine was recognized as the most outstanding student in the field of biology and genetics at the University of Munich. With a degree from Munich and an exemplary academic record, John aspired to enter a prestigious German research institution, gradually paving his own path towards success. However, this Jewish individual was persistently frustrating him, dragging him into theoretical deductions in the calculations of equations. If this continued, he might as well transfer to the mathematics department. Impatiently, John remarked, "If the live experiment fails, we can simply retry. After all, they are merely mice and rabbits available in abundance. Data obtained from live operations can expedite the modeling process. No need for such drastic measures, John. With just a bit more time and effort, we can achieve satisfactory results without resorting to such brutality." Erskine continued meticulously calculating formulas and cross-referencing data. If this project succeeded, he intended to pursue it as his future research focus, delving into the feasibility of biological and genetic limits and evolutionary leaps. Meanwhile, John, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair and resignedly resumed his calculations, revealing the underlying cause of his receding hairline. Bethlehem Royal Hospital, the oldest psychiatric institution in England, was established in the 13th century and originally referred to as the St. Mary Bethlehem Hospital, later colloquially known as Bedlam. This hospital initially functioned as a monastery under a religious organization and is considered one of the earliest facilities for treating mental illness. However, it also gained notoriety for its exceptionally cruel treatment of patients, to the extent that the term Bedlam in English now connotes chaos and insanity. Yet, in this institution that would not easily yield to mediocrity, Sebastian Shaw found himself particularly at ease. Today, he was testing a novel therapeutic approach gleaned from a psychiatric journal. An American physician named Henry Cotton theorized that mental illness stemmed from infections in specific organs, which could be surgically excised. This idea resonated with Shaw's own philosophy, prompting him to experiment with it. Mr. Derek Birmingham, born in 1890, had once served in the British Army's 6th Corps. "Ah, Mr. Birmingham. We were comrades in the same legion," Shaw recalled. After his discharge, Birmingham frequently fell into severe bouts of violence and mania. As Shaw perused Birmingham's medical history, he examined the patient's dilated pupils and the mouth restrained by an oral retractor. Birmingham was tightly bound to the bed frame by 5 leather straps, desperately vocalizing, but only able to emit muffled cries. Dr. Henry Cotton seemed to favor the extraction of teeth. Although uncertain of any direct correlation, Shaw pondered, why not give it a try? As he seemingly communicated the treatment plan to Birmingham, He flashed a bright smile before turning to select forceps from a tray. With a sudden pull, one of Birmingham's molars was extracted, the root still attached to some vibrant, red tissue. The patient convulsed violently, emitting a mournful wail that echoed hauntingly within the small room. Shaw quickly monitored Birmingham's condition and reactions, believing that the initial excruciating pain would yield the best results. Yet, aside from the intense shivering and cries, Birmingham displayed no remarkable responses, leaving Shaw disheartened. Unwilling to concede defeat, he persisted with the treatment, hoping for a miraculous outcome. Approximately half an hour later, Shaw opened the door to the treatment room, removing his gloves as his expression betrayed his disappointment. The meticulously styled hair had become somewhat disheveled. Behind him, Birmingham had ceased his screams, only revealing bloodstains and the faint rise and fall of his chest. Self-doubt began to creep in for Sebastian Shaw. This was not the self-assured individual he was accustomed to being. He had long hoped to replicate his previous successes, but after genuinely engaging with patients, he realized that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. He felt certain he had overlooked something crucial. He recalled his astonishing awakening experience from his youth, when he had just been admitted to the Cambridge Institute of Technology. His eccentric behavior had quickly alienated him from a group of aristocratic peers. Reflecting on this, he remembered how he had once styled his hair in a center parting, tucking his jacket into his trousers, silently ridiculing those who lacked a sense of fashion. As he washed his hands in the restroom, under the pretense of inviting him to join a fraternity, they had lured him into the woods behind the college, where, in a moment of confusion, they had blindfolded him and proceeded to beat him mercilessly. It was the first time he had experienced such pain. Fists and feet rained down upon him, and though he lay on the ground, they continued their assault, kicking him until he struggled to breathe from the pain and nausea. He could not recall how long he had suffocated, but the agony and the sensation of impending death had awakened a profound awareness within him. As if a barrier encasing him had shattered, the pain vanished, replaced by an odd sense of empowerment. Each blow felt as though it infused him with strength, rendering the beating oddly comforting. As he reflected on this experience, Shaw wore no mask of suffering or resentment, but rather an air of serene contentment. What had been lacking? Was mere pain insufficient for transformation? Youth, suffocation, the brink of death. These words flashed through Sebastian Shaw's mind like lightning. His gaze unfocused as he stared into the mirror above the sink, contemplating how, during his recent experimental treatments, he had exclusively targeted older adults in their reactions to intense pain. He recalled research on the psychological and mental instability of adolescents and examples of unique reactions exhibited by individuals near death. Shaw's confidence returned as he identified a new avenue for research and experimentation. With Lady Farmer's favor, transferring to the adolescent mental health treatment department should pose no challenge. He began formulating a more rational treatment plan, his smile brightening once more as he wiped his hands and meticulously arranged his hairstyle before departing with a light step. Chapter 55, The Desire for Capital Swish. Swish. Reams Peter deftly dodged two of Asazuo's tail strikes. His combat technique had advanced to the third stage, enabling him not only to execute extraordinary movements beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals but also to exert a degree of control over the peristalsis of his internal organs and the velocity of his blood flow. In contrast to Asazuo's evolution technique, Reams could deliver limited, penetrating secondary strikes during his attacks from the second stage onward, inflicting inadvertent internal injuries upon his adversaries. Upon reaching the third stage, he could elevate his physical attributes, strength, speed, and more, to the limits of his corporeal form, allowing his secondary strike capabilities to permeate throughout his body, employing them with increasing ease and proficiency. Yet, despite these advancements, he could only barely hold his own against Asazuo, who was not utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Asazuo, while lacking the combat skills for secondary strikes, had a physical strength that inherently surpassed Reams. His evolution technique, at its third stage, allowed him to reach the pinnacle of his current physical prowess and capabilities. Furthermore, Asazuo's tail served as a natural weapon, with an uncanny angle of attack and remarkable speed. Had it not been for Reams's superior fighting techniques, he would have perished countless times. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of punches and kicks. Asazuo's fighting style leaned towards thrusting attacks, complemented by his tail strikes, akin to a scorpion executing a precise assassination. Meanwhile, Reams employed a more conventional approach. His movements expansive and comprehensive, each contact causing Asazuo's limbs to sting as if pricked by a needle. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Reams reached for Asazuo's tail, sweeping towards his lower body, raising his elbow like a battering ram aimed at Asazuo. However, Asazuo, utilizing his ability to teleport, evaded the blow. Though he inadvertently violated the rule of not using teleportation during unarmed practice. All right, that's enough. James interrupted their duel, offering a few words of guidance. After a moment of hesitation, Reem spoke up, "Young master, regarding the next level of the combat technique. Hold on, let me clarify this joint first. If all goes well, I might be able to assist you," James replied, having developed a newfound understanding of this stage through years of refinement and research into Taoist texts from the East. Observing their conversation, Asazuo feigned an attempt to sneak away, fully aware that he could not vanish without a word in front of James. He laughed awkwardly and pretended to take his leave. "Where are you headed?" James called out sharply, having already discerned the young man's recent activities. Asazuo responded vaguely, "Oh, just going to play cards with some of Reem's subordinates, right, Reems?" He transformed into a wisp of black smoke, flickering beside Reems and nudging his shoulder. Reems, loyal to his friends, paused for a moment before quickly agreeing. James merely smiled, not probing further, but unexpectedly called out to Asazuo with a tone of significance. "Your father will not allow you to hide away indefinitely. He certainly will not." Asazuo stood momentarily stunned, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly as he nodded. He had faith in his father, just as he had on the first day they met, placing his hand upon his palm. In recent years, the Howlett family had been quite occupied with matters of capital, and at this juncture, James could not afford to be complacent. The 1920s represented a brief yet distinctive period in American history, later dubbed the Roaring Twenties. The United States found itself at a historical crossroads. As the vigorous development of capitalism propelled the nation from an agrarian civilization into an industrialized modern society. Simultaneously, having entered World War I, America profited immensely from the conflict, transforming from a debtor nation into a creditor nation. The country was then under a government policy of laissez-faire economics, allowing the free market to operate independently, with minimal governmental interference, thereby enhancing economic efficiency. During this time, the American economy thrived, with rapid expansions in transportation, mining, and construction. The electrical and automotive industry surged, introducing automobiles, electrical appliances, household machinery, processed foods, and ready-made clothing into homes, significantly elevating the comfort of many Americans. Real estate transactions and the stock market boomed, with speculators becoming overnight millionaires in these gambling-like ventures. However, James had no desire to partake in this frenzy. He understood that such superficial prosperity would soon lead to a monumental disillusionment. The Howlett family's commercial empire had transcended the simplistic pursuit of wealth, focusing instead on the extent to which they could wield power to influence the world. The following morning, James was beneath a ginkgo tree in the estate's garden, engrossed in an ancient tome when butler Casper approached him, catching a glimpse of the unfamiliar characters within. His young master possessed an abundance of knowledge. "Master Bruce, Mr. Whittle has arrived," Casper announced, always meticulous with titles in the presence of outsiders. Herman Whittle, the son of the late Tom Whittle, was now in his 50s. In the eyes of the public, the Whittle name resonated with formidable power. Yet, only a select few top oligarchs understood that this influential figure in the Western capital world was merely a subordinate executing tasks. "What brings you here, Herman?" "You've come in person," James remarked, somewhat surprised, recalling the young Herman who once called him uncle, now in a position of lower standing. "Mr. Whittle leaned closer to James's chair, perplexed. "Master, there is an inquiry from the White House. President Wilson himself mentioned it. They are puzzled as to why the Howlett family has halted all business dealings in support for the Japanese government." James, hardly concerned, gestured for Whittle to have some iced tea, watching as he cleared his throat to continue. "The White House is implying that this has escalated to matters of intergovernmental commerce. Moreover, I understand that President Wilson is particularly invested in the relationship this cooperation might foster, as America's influence in East Asia has always been limited. This is a decision made solely by the Howlett family. The U.S. government has no authority to interfere, correct?" "Indeed, certainly," Mr. Whittle responded promptly, catching the directive nature of James's inquiry. "I believe that Japan lacks fundamental morals and principles of integrity. In the recent war, that ancient nation emerged victorious yet failed to secure its rightful claims, which have been retained by Japan. Therefore," James paused to sip his iced tea, "henceforth, the Howlett family will cease all procurement channels with Japan and terminate our support projects in their industry and manufacturing sectors." "But master, this will result in significant losses for us," Mr. Whittle interjected, unable to restrain himself. It does seem like we're leaving money on the table. James waved his hand dismissively, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, in a few years, when a new president takes office, they will thank me for this decision. No need to worry. Let us proceed as planned. He returned his focus to the book in his hands, unperturbed by the interruption. Chapter 56. The Theory of Variant Cultivation in the Stillness of Night. James stood on a terrace of the three-story mansion, gazing up at the starry sky. The night sky of this era was relatively clear, with the Milky Way casting a scattered veil of stars. He often found solace in observing the celestial river, reminiscing about the times when he would bring a Seizo along to share in such moments of tranquility. A gentle vibration seemed to permeate the air as James slowly ascended, rising several hundred meters into the sky, as if yearning to draw closer to the galaxy. Initially, he could only hover slightly above the ground to defy gravity. However, with an enhanced understanding of the external force and the so-called gongqi, this ability became increasingly practical. The martial arts training transcended the so-called danqi and aimed at mastering gongqi. Previously, he had little knowledge of what that entailed, even muddling through the concept of Baodan. Over the past few days, he had delved into numerous texts on Eastern Taoism, reevaluating his own journey in Baodan, which he now recognized as fraught with misconceptions. Once, he had only grasped a vague notion of the practice of Baodan. Yet he had never studied the Taoist understanding of the golden elixir. In truth, this process represents both a physical evolution and a spiritual synthesis. The golden elixir symbolizes a state of perfection and unity, wherein one must integrate their essence, energy, and spirit, coalescing into a singular force. However, James had naively interpreted this as merely seeking the evolutionary stimulus within his own body to improve his constitution and undergo a metamorphosis. Yet, if his understanding had been flawed from the outset, how had he ultimately succeeded in his practice, genuinely discovering the 9 golden elixirs aligned along his spine? This conundrum left him perplexed until he contrasted his own evolutionary techniques with his combat methodologies, finally grasping that the training approaches of mutants diverge significantly from those of ordinary humans at this stage. The power of mutants emanates from their very genes and abilities. Currently, his research tools and materials were insufficient, but having achieved a level of self-healing control, he could distinctly perceive that the mutant ability of Wolverine drew its strength from the bone marrow. Human bone marrow produces blood, while the heart circulates it. These two organs formed the foundation of his core self-healing ability. By pinpointing the 9 nodes along his spine, he maximized the stimulation of his skeletal regeneration, thereby completing a secondary awakening of his mutant powers. In the absence of explicit training methods, the enhancement of a mutant's strength largely relied on emotional and mental stimuli, leading to considerable uncertainty. Most mutants would never experience a second awakening of their abilities, save for those with immense potential who encountered intense stimuli under specific circumstances. Thus, James had not achieved the martial arts level of Baodan, but rather a secondary evolution of his mutant abilities, which coincided with the stage a Seizo was currently practicing within the second dimension of evolution. Although distinct in cognitive understanding, the outcomes bore no difference. The mutant's Baodan lacked the harmonious perfection of spirit. This indicated that James had successfully attained the concept of the second level of evolution that mutants could cultivate. The first level involved mastering the physical body, focusing on self-cultivation without the need for energy manipulation. The aim was to control one's physical self to regulate spirit and emotion, thereby heightening awareness and mastery of one's mutant capabilities. Mastery of energy manipulation was not strictly necessary, though for close combat mutants, it significantly augmented their destructive power. The 3 substages of this level, as one progresses, allowed for increasingly refined control over one's mutant abilities, preventing loss of control and maximizing the utilization of existing power limits, akin to an ordinary person training from a 12-second 100 meters to breaking the 10-second barrier. Upon reaching the second level, the focus shifted to mastering the mind, specifically stimulating and regulating the secretion of certain hormones in the brain, paralleling the stages of martial arts techniques. Through perfect control of the body achieved in the previous stage, one could attain a nuanced awareness of how to utilize physical power, recognizing the patterns of brain stimulation or bodily operation when employing their mutant abilities, thus triggering secondary evolution of superpowers. Currently, a Seizo had reached the limits of the first level. His teleportation ability developed to an extraordinary degree, enhancing distance, frequency, and quality of his teleportation exponentially compared to his time in Wakanda. Now, he required only a few rapid flashes of teleportation to traverse continents and oceans. whereas his younger self had been limited to teleporting only to places within his line of sight. However, the second evolution of mutant abilities was not only challenging but perilous. Miscalculations in bodily stimulation could potentially damage the mutant gene chain, leading to unpredictable consequences. James continued to experiment with himself, aiming to refine the evolutionary technique and reduce risks. Suspended in midair for a while, he contemplated the stars, yet his awareness delved deeper into the mysteries within his own being. After some time, James returned to himself. Stretching in midair as he prepared to descend, relying solely on his energy to hover still consumed considerable effort. Once he advanced further, he should be able to truly grasp the secret of flight. Accidentally, he caught sight of the opulent West Egg district across the coast, where a lavish mansion shone brightly, illuminated by countless crystal lights, creating an ambience akin to daylight. Listening intently, he could discern the raucous laughter and music emanating from the revelry. James chuckled softly, feeling no aversion to the scene. Cars filled with people from all corners of the city flocked to the Gatsby Mansion every weekend. Individuals from diverse professions in New York immersed themselves in this extravagant celebration. The towering pipe organ resonated with thunderous volume, merging with the melodies of several jazz musicians, making the men and women flooding and feel as though they were stepping onto searing ground, compelled to dance. Panther, Blake Panther, come over here. You're in charge of the hors d'oeuvres. Be sharp. The tips here are the highest in all of New York. A somewhat portly young African-American man called out to another, who was tall and robust but clearly out of place in this setting. They were apprentices working together in a factory, and this oddly named fellow was a good-natured soul who often lent a helping hand. Therefore, when the opportunity arose to earn extra money as a server on the weekends, he brought his friend along. Blake Panther surveyed the chaotic scene, his mind momentarily overwhelmed, as if witnessing a grand tribal festival following a ritual. Over the years, he had painstakingly learned the most commonly used language of the white world. Yet their lifestyle remained a perplexing enigma to him. Night after night, he reminisced about the sunsets beneath the cliffs, the grassy valleys, and the carefree chases on rhinoceros backs with his tribal companions, while he was continuously astounded by this jungle of steel, the deafening machines, and the plethora of the unknown. Standing there, he felt both present and detached, a disconcerting sense of unreality washing over him. Unlike some of his compatriots who had returned early, disillusioned, or resorted to abducting a few white individuals for dubious information, he sought to truly understand this world, to uncover the secrets of strength, and return to his homeland to reclaim his rightful place. Hey, get to work. The portly man slapped him on the back of the head, prompting Blake Panther to nod vigorously, lifting a tray of hors d'oeuvres and deftly weaving through the throng of frenzied dancers. Chapter 57. Sebastian's Success. Sebastian, are you aware that your treatment methods have recently faced numerous complaints and protests from the families of your patients? Mrs. Farmer spoke with grave seriousness. Even in Bedlam, a hospital infamous for its practices, Sebastian Shaw's methods have been deemed excessively radical, particularly when applied to adolescents seeking help for their psychological issues. Shaw's astonishment was somewhat theatrical. He gaped and shrugged, defending himself. Mrs. Farmer, I simply desire their recovery. They are so young and should not waste their time in cold, sterile hospitals. This is why I have intensified the frequency and intensity of the treatments. Surely, you understand my intentions. With innocent blinking, Sebastian Shaw softened Mrs. Farmer's demeanor. However, they are still children, Sebastian. I mean, if it were older individuals seeking treatment, their families would not be as concerned, making the situation somewhat easier. She subtly hinted to Shaw that the children brought in for psychiatric treatment had worsened after his interventions, becoming more agitated and hysterical. Some were merely children with autism, who had been relatively calm, yet after undergoing Shaw's treatment, they became violently aggressive towards anyone attempting to approach them, including their own parents. Mrs. Farmer was uncertain about the specifics of Shaw's treatment, but she had a general understanding of the hospital's style and many physicians' methods. She had even suggested to Shaw the recently popularized ice pick therapy, which worked wonders for more agitated patients. Shaw appeared to agree wholeheartedly with Mrs. Farmer, nodding vigorously and assuring her his experimental protocols and data were becoming increasingly refined. With a stroke of good fortune, success might be imminent, just a touch of luck. Days later, Shaw received a particularly violent 16-year-old boy, known for his daily altercations at school and his unpredictable destruction of anything within reach. Shaw meticulously prepared for the experiment, retrieving a glass vial wrapped in copper wire, containing a faint amber liquid, serum he had crafted from his own blood, which he believed would enhance the guiding stimulus. He then produced a specially designed, fully enclosing oxygen mask and carefully connected one end to an oxygen tank, placing it over the boy's head, which was adorned with sensory wires, his mouth restrained by a cloth strip, allowing only minimal breathing. The boy was tightly bound to the inclined experimental table, his youthful strength manifesting in frantic movements, his nose snorting vigorously, and the table's frame creaking under the strain. Shaw placed a gentle hand on the frame, and the boy's violent thrashing abruptly ceased, leaving only a faint tremor in Shaw's vision as the boy gradually lost strength and resistance. "Tommy, do not worry. It will be over soon. Naturally, if you are exceptional, this process shall not take long," Shaw said warmly to the boy, whose eyes blazed with fury. He solemnly withdrew serum with a syringe and injected it into Tommy's neck vein. He opened the mask's release valve, and the scant air was quickly evacuated. Tommy strained his neck, his face turning crimson as he gasped for oxygen. Shaw observed the data on the electroencephalogram as the oxygen levels decreased and suffocation set in. A slowing of brainwaves indicated impending unconsciousness, at which point Shaw would open the oxygen valve slightly, carefully controlling the dosage to ensure Tommy remained conscious to experience this extreme agony. Thus, Shaw's experimental treatment maintained the subject in a state teetering on the brink of suffocation, yet without losing consciousness, enduring the torment of near death. Like an innocent child, he crouched beside Tommy, watching the boy's expressions of despair and pain, witnessing his pupils dilate and constrict, and his lips transition from pale to purple. Watching the timer, which indicated over 2 minutes had passed, Shaw found himself absorbed in the spectacle as if it were a thrilling sporting event, even encouraging Tommy, "Hold on. You can do it. Just a little longer." Time passed slowly, and suddenly Shaw felt the room grow warm, akin to a summer fireplace ignited indoors. He looked at Tommy, whose skin appeared scalded, reddening and glistening, even developing blisters as if burned. Suddenly, flames erupted from the back of Tommy's bound hands, the burning leather emitting a nauseating scent of charred protein. "Ha ha ha. I have succeeded," Shaw exclaimed, jumping with joy, oblivious to the ignited sheets on the experimental table. Tommy screamed in madness as the flames seemed to torment him further. Flames erupted from Tommy's body, even igniting his cheeks, sparks racing along the oxygen line, swiftly setting ablaze the tank beside the table. Boom! The explosion's shockwave and flames, along with shrapnel from the ruptured tank, filled the room, shattering the glass and doors on both sides. Shaw remained in the center, occasionally laughing, his body trembling and contorted, as if engulfed in a vortex, absorbing the explosive energy and heat that had impacted him. He gradually calmed himself, taking time to absorb this sudden surge of energy. On the table, Tommy was unrecognizable, his skin charred and crimson, festering with pustules, his body grotesquely twisted from the explosion's force, with shards of the oxygen tank embedded in his chest and neck. Shaw surveyed the devastation, gazing at the lifeless Tommy, a hint of regret crossing his face. In that moment, he appeared remarkably vibrant and youthful, without a single tear in his clothing. What a pity, what a pity. Even the recording device has been destroyed. Oh. Some data remains unscorched, Shaw mused, quickly rummaging through the wreckage. He had to act swiftly, soon. Others would arrive. In the chaos, he needed to escape. Having proven his success, Europe is vast. He only needed to assume a new identity, shift to another country, or find a new hospital where he could continue his experiments and further his research. As he swiftly gathered the surviving documents, whether intact or singed to mere fragments, he contemplated his next destination. "My German is quite good. Perhaps I shall venture to Germany," Shaw thought to himself, seeing the recently defeated nation as a land of great potential. Chapter 58, Gatsby's Party Since Joining the German Institute of National Research. Abraham Erskine seldom encountered his former classmates and experimental partners, John Schmidt. Schmidt quickly transitioned to the National Weapons Development Department, primarily populated by physicists focused on military equipment research. He was indifferent to the specific subjects he studied. Although John Schmidt possessed formidable learning abilities, his motivation lay in securing better opportunities and ascending to higher positions. With a keen interest in political maneuvering and power, Erskine continued his research at the University of Munich, making significant breakthroughs regarding the limits of human capacity and the potential for evolution. He established a clear direction for strengthening human physiology and uncovering latent capabilities, with notable discoveries concerning mutations within human genes. It had been some time since Abraham Erskine had last seen John Schmidt. As Erskine prepared to head home, he unexpectedly encountered Schmidt, whom he had not seen in a long while. "Oh, John, where are you off to? That suit is splendid. And it pairs wonderfully with your leather coat," Erskine remarked. Schmidt appeared to be preparing for some sort of event, clad in polished leather boots and a black leather coat, resembling a military officer. "I'm attending a workers' party rally. Mr. Adolf Hitler is an extraordinarily charismatic and talented individual. Come along, Erskine. I shall introduce you to some key members of the party," Schmidt eagerly proposed, his enthusiasm palpable at the mention of Hitler. Abraham shook his head, politely declining the invitation. He had heard of Mr. Hitler and his extreme nationalism, which often manifested in open hostility towards Jews. Furthermore, he harbored no interest in such social and political gatherings. Schmidt, undeterred by Erskine's refusal, inquired further about his recent research on human enhancement agents. Upon joining the weapons development department, he had realized the immense potential of his old classmates' work. "So this Mr. Gatsby is a schemer?" Schmidt inquired. "Indeed, sir. This J. Gatsby is a war veteran and former officer. His wealth primarily derives from the illicit sale of liquor in pharmacies, with close ties to the notorious mobster Meyer Wolfsheim, known as Big Money. Furthermore, Mr. Gatsby has been engaged in some questionable stock manipulation activities," Erskine replied. James had been listening to Lame's investigation into the owner of the mansion across the coast, Mr. Gatsby, for 4 or 5 years. Gatsby's lavish estate in West Egg hosted grand parties every weekend, welcoming all of New York's elite, particularly those adorned in finery. Naturally, James found himself intrigued by the wealthy Gatsby. He arranged for a discreet investigation, quickly uncovering the depths of Gatsby's dealings. It was astonishing that someone engaged in such business practices remained so unabashedly extravagant, suggesting he was far from foolish. James paused, glancing at the time. It was indeed Saturday. Azaz. In an instant, the red demon appeared in the study, feeling rather bored and contemplating where to venture next. "Let us attend a party. Get ready, Lames. You should join us too," James instructed with a casual air. Excited, Azaz clapped enthusiastically, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped him as he returned to prepare his elaborate attire. Gatsby's mansion continued to epitomize revelry and indulgence, filled with an assortment of eccentric individuals. Azaz, wrapped like a mummy, merely elicited a few curious glances. "Father, I adore this," Azaz exclaimed, surprised that this somewhat stoic elder knew of such delightful places. Azaz swiftly made his way to the dance floor, joining the festivities. Surrounding guests, captivated by his exquisitely tailored black suit adorned with silver silk strips, assumed he was merely showcasing a new trend. James casually took a drink, gesturing for Lames to explore as he meandered upstairs, leaning against the railing and gazing down at Azaz's increasingly flamboyant movements. "You must be new here. I have never seen you before," a melodious female voice chimed beside him. He turned to find a tall woman with short hair, appearing to be in her 20s. Her doe-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. James, now standing nearly 6 feet 5 inches tall, had stabilized his physique after a recent transformation, intentionally maintaining a compressed height. This striking woman, wearing high heels, matched his gaze, explaining her attention towards him, as few could command the presence of such tall women. "Indeed, it is my first time. I reside across the bay, and every Saturday night, this place shines like a jewel in the night," which piqued my curiosity, she replied, thoroughly intrigued by James. His indefinable charisma and youthful, sculpted visage exuded an aura reminiscent of a young body housing an ancient soul. "Jordan Baker, a golfer," she introduced herself, extending her slender fingers for a handshake. Bruce Howlett. "Do you frequent this place often? Have you encountered Mr. Gatsby?" James inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. He found it peculiar that Gatsby, who had hosted such extravagant parties for years, had never been seen publicly. Many had heard his name but had never laid eyes on him. Miss Baker chuckled mischievously, responding, "I have only just met Mr. Gatsby, I assure you. You won't find another soul at this party who has seen him, but I promised him not to discuss it with others. I have a lovely lawn suitable for golf at my home. Would you care to join me sometime?" James offered with a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, slightly sharp canines adding an alluring charm. Morning sunlight streamed into James's bedroom, illuminating the foot of his grand bed as a delicate white foot withdrew beneath the covers. James rose and opened a window, his demeanor devoid of any signs of morning lethargy. "Bruce, I think I lack the energy for golf today," Jordan Baker said, languidly sinking into her luxurious velvet silk sheets, reluctant to move. "That's perfectly fine. You can play whenever you wish," James replied, thoughtfully placing a glass of water beside her. With a hint of amusement, he continued, "Who would have thought that Mr. Gatsby orchestrated such extravagant gatherings merely to attract a particular individual?" The prospect of gossip rekindled Jordan's energy as she propped herself up on her elbow, murmuring, "Indeed, for just across the way, one can see," she quickly covered her mouth. having inadvertently revealed too much. James, unperturbed and uninterested in prying further, remained focused on Gatsby's remarkable ability to charm and manipulate. If this peculiar party was merely a testament to an unrequited love, it would not hinder him from utilizing Gatsby for his own purposes. Chapter 59. I could spend the day like this. Gatsby's mind raced as he swiftly sifted through the recent troubles and offended individuals he might encounter. For the sake of the woman he cherished, he had already delayed many significant business dealings and important matters for far too long. He even harbored doubts about his partner, Meyer Wolfsheim, the notorious mobster, fearing he might betray him. However, when he was whisked away by a group of exceptionally professional individuals to a discreet estate in East Egg in a luxurious car he had never seen before, Gatsby, ever perceptive, found himself utterly bewildered. He gazed at the expansive yet understated estate, characterized by its minimalist elegance, desperately trying to recall which affluent individual bore the emblem shaped like an H. It was tea until he entered the parlor and encountered a tall, strikingly handsome young man seated before him that he was at a loss for words. "Sir, I believe we are not acquainted. I am J. Gatsby, originally named James Gatz, a poor farmer's son from North Dakota, who once served as a lieutenant in a training camp and later participated in the war, where I distinguished myself. Due to my exceptional performance, I was afforded 5 months of education at Oxford," James said as he approached and took a seat, lighting a cigar as he continued. Closely associated with the mobster Meyer Wolfsheim, they engaged in illicit dealings such as selling bootleg liquor and manipulating stocks, amassing considerable wealth in just a few years. Gatsby's lavish parties at his mansion were held for 5 consecutive years, all to attract a certain someone. James did not explicitly state his intentions, but as he observed the once self-assured man before him becoming increasingly flustered, Gatsby's complexion began to flush. He took a deep breath and, with a confident smile, inquired, "What is it that you desire?" James nodded, exhaling a cloud of smoke, appearing somewhat satisfied. "Without a woman, you are quite astute. I require your assistance with a particular task. Until it is accomplished, your safety will be guaranteed by me. Upon completion, I shall offer you a future that wealth tenfold cannot surpass." Gatsby chuckled suddenly. His infectious laughter, tinged with a hint of mockery, was nonetheless endearing. "I am unaware of any personal safety issues, sir," Gatsby replied calmly. "Recently, your bootleg operations have been causing quite a stir. You've been evading Meyer Wolfsheim for some time now, and there are increasing signs of your stock market manipulations being scrutinized. Should I continue? What do you wish for me to do?" James casually offered him a cigar. "Acquire a piece of land." After Gatsby departed, Asazo suddenly emerged, landing on the sofa, puzzled. "Father, I've never seen you invest so much effort into an ordinary person. Is it truly necessary?" James glanced at Asazo seriously. "This matter must remain devoid of my involvement. Any information linked to the Howlett family must be kept secret. When I eventually unveil the cards, I must not encounter a single voice that can challenge me." On October 29, 1929, a throng gathered in New York's Wall Street as stock prices plummeted dramatically. From the rooftops of the stock exchange buildings, despairing individuals began to leap to their deaths. The stock market reached its nadir, ushering in an unprecedented global economic depression of significant severity and duration. As many nations struggled to pay war debts, money flowed incessantly into the United States, resulting in the country's gold reserves constituting half of the world's total within a decade. However, an imbalance in domestic and foreign investment, coupled with stagnant wages that lagged behind rising productivity, led to many independent banks lacking the necessary capital to withstand the financial tempest. Following the collapse of one bank, a panic ensued, prompting depositors to withdraw their funds, triggering a chain reaction that devastated the entire financial structure. By the end of 1933, signs of recovery from the Great Depression began to emerge, yet the streets were still rife with homeless vagrants and menacing street gangs eyeing passers-by. In a narrow alley beside the small kitchen community in Brooklyn, a diminutive, frail white boy emerged clutching a paper shopping bag, having taken a shortcut home from the secret factory's rear entrance. The secret factory was the local moniker for the Howlett Advanced Technology Institute, a facility that loomed large over Brooklyn, heavily guarded at all times. Large cargo trucks and military vehicles frequently came and went, while workers, content with their generous wages, remained tight-lipped about what transpired within, hence the name Secret Factory. "What have you got there?" A few boys clad in loose shirts and youthful in appearance suddenly appeared, blocking the boy's path. "Just some food," he replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, though his steps involuntarily retreated. "We're hungry too. Hand it over." The boy halted, resolutely stating, "This is for my mother. She is ill." The tallest boy burst into laughter, mockingly saying, "Sick people can hardly eat. I doubt she would mind. Hand it over." The boy tightened his grip on the bag. Suddenly, he was knocked to the ground by a swift kick, causing the bread and somewhat stale fruit to spill out. As the youths rushed to seize the food, the boy was determined not to relinquish it so easily. "Hey, I see you're quite stubborn for a little chick." He was too frail, easily toppled by the tall boy, who sent him crashing into a nearby trash can. The boy picked up the lid of the bin and held it defensively in front of him. Wiping the blood from his nose, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "I could spend the day like this with you." With a resounding thud, the trash can lid was kicked away, and the boys surrounded the diminutive youth, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, cursing as they made off with the food. Slowly, the boy propped himself up, sitting against a railing on a staircase, adjusting his tattered jacket, glancing forlornly at the torn shopping bag. "What were you thinking? With such conditions, why resist so stubbornly?" A tall man with shoulder-length hair settled on the steps, partially obscured by the light, making it difficult for the boy to discern his features. "My mother always said that those like me, who are easily bullied, must never back down. If you give in once, you'll never rise again," the boy explained, though his words seemed more a pep talk for himself as he rubbed his sword jaw. "She sounds like a courageous woman. Often, those with such thoughts lead difficult lives." "Come on." The man stood up, brushing off his pants and addressing the boy. "Who? Me? Where to?" At last, the boy could see the man's face, handsome and youthful, his smile revealing slightly elongated canine teeth that caught the eye. "Of course, to show your mother her indomitable son, proud and brave." Chapter 61. Undercurrents Today. James visited the Institute to inspect the successful new transistors, 5 or 6 years prior, at his request. The Hawley Technology Research Institute had completed the first generation of electronic tube digital machines, and recently, they had just overcome the technical hurdles associated with transistors. As the car traversed the street behind the Institute, James spotted a frail, diminutive boy who was fiercely confronting several larger boys. He instructed the driver to pull over. Intrigued by the unfolding confrontation, with his keen eye, he quickly discerned that this scrawny blond youth possessed a notably frail constitution, likely exhibiting 2 or 3 symptoms of developmental issues. Typically, such children shy away from physical conflict. Yet in this boy, James observed no hint of timidity or retreat. His demeanor was that of a true contender, seemingly indifferent to the physical setbacks he faced. This resemblance stirred memories of his own past, invoking fragmented recollections that had long faded. Steve Rogers stammered his gratitude, earnestly refusing the kindness of the unfamiliar man. However, his objections proved futile as the man hoisted him into a vehicle, stopping along the way to procure an array of food and necessities. Steve Rogers. Steve. The name resonated with James, though he could not place its origin. It was a rather common name, Mr. Hawley mused, indeed, a quintessentially American name. Understanding dawned upon Steve as he glanced out the window, signaling their arrival. "Mr. Hawley, would you care to join me and this gentleman for a cup of coffee at my home?" Steve Rogers extended a polite invitation to James and the driver, who was clad in uniform and gloves. Observing the modest single-family home characteristic of American lower-middle-class living, James nodded in acknowledgement. The driver merely smiled at Steve, indicating no intention of entering. The interior was modest, and the furnishings bore signs of age, with chairs and sofas showing wear and tear. Aside from a radio, there were no particularly valuable items, yet the space was tidy and exuded a sense of comfort. Steve set down 2 hefty bags of groceries and swiftly opened the cupboard to brew coffee, simultaneously preparing vegetables by slicing carrots and onions. "If you don't mind, would you care to share dinner with me? In light of your generosity, I will cook. I've nearly mastered my mother's signature beef stew," he offered. As James inhaled, he detected a faint, unpleasant odor wafting from deeper within the house and subsequently asked Steve, "May I visit your mother?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Steve's face as he set down his knife and washed his hands. "My mother suffers from a contagious lung disease. She contracted it while working at a tuberculosis hospital. It would be best if you refrained from—" "That's quite all right. I possess antibodies and am not concerned about it," James reassured him with a smile. Steve retrieved 2 thick cloth masks, handing the new one to James. After a brief pause, James accepted it, not wishing to impose any added pressure on the mother and son. "Mother, this is Mr. Bruce Hawley, the gentleman who brought me home today. This is my mother, Sarah." It was evident that Steve's mother had once been a gentle and beautiful woman. Her light blonde hair had lost its luster, and her cheeks appeared sunken. Her breathing labored. "Steve, how could you allow a guest to see me?" "I apologize, Mr. Hawley, but my condition is rather dire." "Please, do leave this room," she implored. "It's of no concern, madam." James waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "I consider myself somewhat of a doctor. May I take a look?" He approached Mrs. Rogers' bedside and gently placed his fingers on her wrist. After a moment, he and Steve returned to the living room, where James spoke gravely to the young man. "Your mother's condition is quite serious. She requires immediate hospitalization for the best treatment. Or else," James shook his head, observing the turmoil on Steve's face. We cannot go to the hospital. My mother raised me alone, and for the past few years, she took a job at the tuberculosis hospital to make ends meet, which is how she contracted the disease." James remained silent, stepping outside to summon the driver. The driver promptly approached, listened attentively to a few instructions, and hurried away. As dinner was still being prepared, a medical transport vehicle arrived at the community, halting at the doorstep of the Rogers home. Several doctors clad in white coats approached with a stretcher. Steve Rogers anxiously watched as the nurses carefully placed his mother onto the stretcher, while Mr. Hawley stood nearby, offering words of comfort and explanation. Mrs. Rogers beckoned to young Steve, whispering a few parting words before being lifted into the vehicle by the medical staff. "I know you may find this perplexing. Perhaps you think I am being overly sentimental. However, I see in you the reflection of a dear friend of mine who departed many years ago." James spoke without waiting for the boy's inquiry, as he regarded the act as merely a gesture of goodwill. In the course of life, one inevitably places value on connections. Steve, and Sarah. What has happened to him?" A robust, dark-haired boy rushed over, observing the ambulance departing from their home. "It's nothing, Bucky. Mom needs to go to the hospital for treatment. This gentleman has been a great help," Steve reassured him. Bucky, instinctively protective of Steve, regarded James with a mature and watchful gaze. James chuckled softly, leaning down to offer Steve a final piece of advice. "Enjoy dinner with your friend. Visit your mother in the hospital tomorrow, and then come find me at Holly Manor in East Long Island." The black limousine drew the attention of several residents in the community, who stood watching as it slowly exited the overly modest neighborhood. In the realm of the supreme and mighty, the king of the 9 realms, Odin, repelled the frost giants from Jotunheim, safeguarding the human realm. From that moment forth, humankind celebrated the illustrious deeds of the god king and the deities of Asgard. John Schmidt leafed through the time-worn pages of a heavy tome, its contents detailing the tale of Odin's arrival on Earth and his triumph over the frost giants, as well as his bequeathing of immensely powerful artifacts hidden away in the world. In recent years, Schmidt had rapidly ascended within the German Research Institute. He was a quintessential opportunist rather than a noble scientist, even channeling his pursuit of power into the realm of mythology. To John Schmidt, power equated to dominance. After the ascension of the new Chancellor, Adolf Hitler, an inexplicable fervor swept through the nation, with German nationalism reaching fever pitch. The populace began to harbor an extreme sense of superiority, believing themselves the epitome of the world's ideal race. The failures of Germany in the Great War, coupled with the despair of the Great Depression, exacerbated the nation's collective angst. Schmidt observed the Institute's fervent research into new weaponry, such as tanks, exoskeleton suits, and other devastating biological weapons, fueling an insatiable thirst for power. "Researcher Schmidt, you cannot possibly take these myths seriously," one of his colleagues remarked. Mr. Ernst Kaufmann, the director of the German National Weapons Development Department, observed John Schmidt engrossed in reading in the office and remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Schmidt unflinchingly closed the book, cleared his throat, and corrected him, stating, "It is Deputy Director, Mr. Kaufmann." Furthermore, if one were to conclude that something does not exist simply because it has not been discovered, then we might as well revert to a primitive society. John Schmidt had no intention of showing weakness before his superior. He surmised that Kaufmann, who seemed uncertain of his alliances, would not last long in his position. Schmidt hoped that, as deputy director, he could focus on the tangible business of weapon research and development. Rather than wasting time, Kaufmann glanced again at the book's cover, which bore the title Norse Mythology and Archaic Script, snorted, and dismissed it. Meanwhile, Dr. Abraham Erskine, a colleague and former classmate of Schmidt, was attending a technology symposium in Geneva, Switzerland. "May I have a moment of your time, Dr. Erskine?" approached a tall man with dark hair and a small mustache, extending his hand. Howard Stark, from Stark Industries, the most distinguished company in American applied technology. Dr. Erskine, with a warm demeanor, shook hands with Stark, bantering lightly. "To my knowledge, the pinnacle of American technological research should be the Howlett Institute." Stark laughed heartily, a note of arrogance in his voice as he replied, "The Howlett Group has approached me with offers to acquire Stark Industries. They are formidable, their offers exorbitant, yet I have no desire to merely be one of their researchers. I hold great confidence in Stark Industries. Dr. Erskine found Stark to be an intriguing individual, remarkably carefree, almost nonchalant, exhibiting more vitality than many researchers he knew. Dr. Erskine, I read your paper this year on the feasibility of extreme human evolution. Regarding the energy beams mentioned as experimental aids, I have conducted some research. Stark engaged Dr. Erskine in conversation, discovering genuine common ground in their studies, which delighted Erskine. His serum research was taking shape, yet the current situation in Germany filled him with concern. From June 30th to July 2nd, 1934, Adolf Hitler, then Chancellor of Germany, unleashed a purge to consolidate his control over the nation and military, eliminating dissent and instability. On that fateful night, John Schmidt conspired with Heinrich Himmler to eliminate Ernst Kaufmann. Schmidt assumed full control of the weapons development department, symbolizing it with the mythological Hydra. Raising a banner to recruit Dr. Arnim Zola for the development of soldier exoskeletons and new weaponry. In 1935, the Heir enacted the anti-Semitic law, initiating a nationwide purge of Jews. Schmidt swiftly acted, capturing Dr. Erskine and his family as they attempted to flee across the German-Swiss border. To compel Dr. Erskine to expedite his research on the serum for extreme human evolution, Schmidt imprisoned Erskine's family in the notorious Dachau concentration camp. From Brooklyn to the East Egg of Long Island, Steve Rogers pedaled for over an hour, a grueling endeavor for his frail body. As he passed through the wrought iron gate into the Howlett estate, he found himself questioning whether it was a private residence or an exquisite art garden. With a scattering of sculptures and horticulture in diverse, exotic styles, arranged in a seemingly deliberate composition, rows of massive bramble bushes, robust and gnarled like oaks, adorned the lawn, while further afield loomed a viewing platform offering a panoramic view of Long Island, accompanied by lakes and streams that embraced the estate. Nervously, Steve explained to the elegant attendant guiding him to the parlor that he was not a young master. Observing the exquisite refreshments in iced tea, coffee, and juice laid before him only heightened his discomfort. Ah, there you are. James descended the staircase, greeting Steve. The young man, taken aback by the estate's grandeur, felt a wave of shyness as he awkwardly returned the greeting. You should have visited your mother by now. Rest assured she is receiving treatment. I can see your health is not at its best. Today, I will teach you some simple exercises to practice at home. They will be beneficial to your well-being. James gestured to two attendants, who moved Steve's refreshments to a small courtyard adjacent to the parlor. Steve followed, puzzled, as James demonstrated a posture reminiscent of horseback riding. With James's current level of expertise, particularly after dedicating himself to the study of his own body as a vessel for experimentation, he had elevated the basic methods of physical conditioning to astonishing heights. He instructed Steve in a series of progressive movements, incorporating various breathing rhythms and techniques, advising him on the optimal sleeping posture and how to visualize certain images and concepts in his mind. Steve's physical condition was indeed poor, as James guided him. He intentionally channeled some of his own energy into Steve's body, which was hardly an improvement compared to his past life. Nevertheless, this adolescent displayed a notable aptitude, quickly grasping the essence of the movements and breathing techniques, which brought a sense of satisfaction to James, evoking a sense of connection to his former self. That should be sufficient for now. Practice these exercises 3 times each morning and evening, and remember the sleeping posture and breathing rhythm. One day, you will find that you can make your spine undulate and your skin react with goosebumps. By then, you will have truly mastered it, and your health will improve significantly. James demonstrated his own skin, smooth and luminous, with pores nearly invisible, suddenly erupting with tiny, sesame-sized bumps. Mr. Howlett, I am at a loss. I don't know how to express my gratitude. When my mother recovers, may I invite you to enjoy her braised beef? She specifically mentioned it this morning, Steve asked nervously, his toes slightly scraping the ground. We may meet again, should the opportunity arise. Train well, young Steve. Remember, do not waver, but strive to be worthy, James concluded, inviting Steve to dinner. The boy intended to return home early to prepare a meal for his mother. James did not press him to stay longer. This brief encounter was but a fleeting whim, and after a century of existence, the memories of his past felt almost ethereal. The connection with this young man would reach its conclusion here. That night, in James's study, Assaz appeared in a flash. Without looking up from the thickly bound tome, James inquired calmly, "Do you have any news?" Chapter 62. The teacher Norse mythology is indeed real. Assaz, with a tone steeped in ritualistic anticipation, spoke slowly, eagerly awaiting the astonished expression on his father's face. James looked up at him, his gaze filled with a sense of exasperation, akin to that of a person observing a naive child, and calmly replied, "You need not elaborate. I am already well aware. Is there any news regarding that thing?" "No." Asa Zweit grinned slyly, his tail swaying as if to claim credit. "You might not comprehend, but during my teleportation, I enter a peculiar space, or, well, state, akin to a vast chamber filled with transparent bubbles of various sizes, where I can sense which bubble can admit me." Lazily reclining on the leather sofa in the study, legs crossed, he continued, "Then I discovered a profound and expansive underground realm, within which, enough with the pleasantries, just speak." James interrupted, "I shall take you to see it." As the words left his lips, Asazwa erupted into a cloud of black smoke, one hand resting on James's arm, and with a muffled sound, the two vanished from the study. They found themselves in a vast, desolate underground cavern, towering to a height of several meters, with a frigid temperature and a subterranean river. Over 10 meters wide, frozen solid. James's eyes adjusted to the darkness, while Asazwa flickered twice, brandishing a lantern. The light illuminated the cavern, revealing a stark and desolate atmosphere, as layers upon layers of corpses of frost giants, their skin a deep, bluish-black, lay scattered, seemingly endless. "Frost giants of Jotunheim," James murmured, observing the remains of these giants, each towering at least 3 meters tall, resembling an ancient sculptural epic. The severed limbs and tattered torsos, alongside the grotesque visages left in death, narrated tales of ancient battles' brutality. He approached the remains of the frost giants, wandering through the cavern, recounting the stories inscribed in Norse mythology. Around the year 965 AD, the frost giants of Jotunheim, from the realm of ice, attempted to conquer the human world. Landing in what is now Tønsberg, Norway, the deities of Asgard, with their celestial armies, descended to combat the frost giants, emerging victorious, after which Odin, the All-Father, concealed treasures of boundless energy within the human realm. Asazwa trailed behind James, intrigued by the varied corpses of the frost giants, and curiously remarked, "So, they are inherently like clumps of ice, and even in death, they do not decay." James extracted a claw from one of the giants, akin to a dagger, severing the hand of a frost giant. The sensation of the cut was reminiscent of slicing through rock. They must not have been as solid as pure ice in life. "We shall conduct further research upon our return." He handed the severed hand to Asazwa, who squealed in delight, clumsily grasping the massive appendage, which was nearly the size of his own head. They continued to examine the frost giant corpses, finding only rudimentary coverings for their lower bodies and some peculiar, rough armor. Some of the giants bore enormous icicles protruding from their arms, likely their innate weapons. Asazwa selected a smaller, more placid-headed frost giant skull, gesturing for James to assist him in detaching it. His obsession with collecting souvenirs had become increasingly peculiar. More than half a month later, "Sir, young Mr. Steve Rogers is outside the manor. He wishes to inquire if you are at home," announced the butler, Casper, as he descended to the underground chamber, casting a nonchalant glance at the pile of dark, gigantic remains before slightly bowing to James. "Steve Rogers? Has something happened to his mother?" "Mrs. Rogers is recovering well. She should be discharged in a few days. I have taken care to inform them," the butler explained. James set down the bisected skull of the frost giant, its interior resembling a strange, intricate anatomical specimen, and removed his gloves, changing his attire before ascending. He had grown accustomed to constructing variously sized spaces beneath the Grand Manor, facilitating his training and research endeavors. Nearly a century of experience and learning had transformed him into more than just a capitalist oligarch and a supermutant. James found it peculiar that young Steve would seek him out. The boy did not strike him as someone seeking to exploit an opportunity. Perhaps he was merely expressing gratitude for his mother's improving health. "Mr. Hawley, I apologize for the intrusion. I have brought some homemade stew. My mother is recovering well, and she insists on personally thanking you upon her discharge." Young Steve shyly presented a somewhat elegant lunchbox, his cheeks flushed, placing it on the marble table adorned with red gemstones. His complexion appeared much improved, his eyes brighter, exuding a newfound vitality. James smiled, signaling to a nearby servant, who swiftly retrieved a set of utensils without any exaggerated movements. James opened the lunchbox Steve had brought, revealing a hearty stew of beef and carrots, and began to eat. Steve's face reddened further as he watched Mr. Hawley adeptly consume the stew with silver utensils, offering compliments. Encouraged, his demeanor shifted from timid to joyful. "This stew is delightful. Tell your mother not to rush her discharge. She must ensure a complete recovery." James dined elegantly yet swiftly, observing young Steve's hesitant expression, and inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss today?" James's patience with this child was unprecedented, even surprising to himself. The exercises you taught me, I can now perform them as required. However, I find myself uncertain about what to practice next. Is there more I could learn? Well, such skills are not easily acquired. If you persist and are fortunate, you may master them in 2 or 3 years. Did you say you could do it? James, having nearly finished his stew, casually remarked, suddenly realizing the implications of young Steve's words, his gaze sharpening, causing the boy to squirm uncomfortably. Mr. Holly's earnest expression indeed instilled quite a bit of pressure. Yes, I practiced for 3 days and can now manipulate my spine from the base up. Experiencing a shiver that causes goosebumps all over. 3 days. James's tone rose slightly as he set down his utensils. Demonstrate it for me. Young Steve eagerly complied. Shedding his father's brown jacket and donning a loose t-shirt, he slightly spread his feet apart, rhythmically moving from his toes, transitioning through several postures. Suddenly, he exerted force through his legs, his body undulating like a serpent, the energy traveling up his spine to his fingertips, causing the fine hairs on his arms to stand on end, his skin covered in small bumps. James considered this for a moment, nodding, his expression shifting significantly. He exhaled, as if exhaling a sigh of relief. You have indeed accomplished it, and with remarkable skill. I presume you have practiced diligently these past few days. Young Steve nodded vigorously. I practice every morning and evening. The more I train, the more invigorated I feel, and I hardly sweat. At night, I follow your advice on sleeping positions and breathing, and I sleep exceptionally well. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he recounted his recent practice sessions, feeling a sense of validation from Mr. Howlett. After a moment of hesitation, he shyly inquired about what else he might learn. These were merely the simplest fundamentals. There remained a vast array of knowledge to acquire. I can teach you, James expressed. But what claim do you have on me, given our lack of connection? His curiosity piqued, he turned to Steve, who was both ordinary and yet remarkably resilient. Inspiring awe in James. He reflected on his own journey, recalling how he had taken over 10 days to grasp this essential yet foundational skill. Steve stammered, acutely aware that it was an extraordinary stroke of luck for someone as enigmatic as Mr. Howlett to offer assistance. He truly could not fathom why he deserved to receive further instruction in such an extraordinary art. James chuckled softly, observing the somewhat clumsy and earnest boy before him. Had it been someone like a Sazuo, they would have already lavished him with sycophantic flattery. If you acknowledge me as your teacher, I shall continue your education. However, you must understand that this teacher is not akin to those in your school. It resembles more the concept of a godfather as articulated by the Italians. I am willing, Steve replied without much contemplation, his voice soft yet resolute. His father had perished in war while his mother was still pregnant with him. Having never lived with any male elder, Steve felt an unusual affinity and reliance on Mr. Howlett, despite their limited interactions. This seemingly youthful, yet mysteriously poised man instilled in him a profound sense of trust. James nodded with a smile, saying, You are still young and may not grasp the implications of what I have said. Discuss it with your mother, and when she is discharged from the hospital, bring her along to meet me. After correcting a few of Steve's movements and imparting some new techniques, he watched as the boy mounted his bicycle, his spirited figure disappearing into the distance. For the first time in a long while, a genuine smile spread across James's face. Meanwhile, in the Spanish town of Guernica, John Schmidt, the head of the German Third Reich's Weapons Development Division, observed the live-fire exercises of a new tank model, accompanied by the chief design engineer, Dr. Anton Zola. A Swiss expatriate, Dr. Zola was a notorious figure in the scientific community, having conducted numerous experiments that defied ethics and legality, leading to his expulsion from conventional research institutions. Schmidt held Zola in high regard, their extreme and inhumane ideologies aligning seamlessly. Very impressive, Dr. Zola. I am certain the heir will be pleased. These tanks will soon be put to use, Schmidt proclaimed, pridefully lifting his chin and clapping his gloved hands together. At last, has the heir decided to launch a full-scale offensive? The diminutive Zola, sporting round spectacles and a slightly balding head, trembled with fervor as he gazed at Schmidt. Soon, very soon, the boots of the German army shall tread across the entirety of Europe, and indeed the world. Schmidt pondered for a moment, descending from the observation platform, and continued alongside Zola. In a few days, the heir will convene the heads of all departments for research and development. You and I shall attend together. We must leave a lasting impression on him to secure the utmost support and trust for the weapons division. Zola halted abruptly and executed a somewhat awkward salute before responding. I believe Dr. Erskine's research is nearing completion. Oh, Schmidt's attention sharpened. While Zola and Erskine's fields overlapped, Dr. Erskine excelled in research on human limits, consistently deflecting inquiries about his progress, even when Schmidt employed threats involving his family. With Zola's keen insight, John Schmidt resolved to seize this opportunity without delay. The first step towards attaining great power was at hand. Chapter 63, The Red Skull. If a civilization lacks the formidable strength to promote and protect itself, it remains fragile and will inevitably succumb to barbarism. The security of a nation cannot rest solely upon the goodwill of others. History relentlessly advances upon the foundations of power and might. We may face annihilation, yet in our demise, we shall bind the entire world together, plunging into the abyss. A resounding and thunderous applause erupted in the not-so-large auditorium, ignited by a brief address from the heir of Germany, Adolf Hitler, captivating the military and technological researchers in attendance. John Schmidt clapped fervently, as Hitler's actions and legendary persona were figures he had long revered and followed. The heir soon descended from the podium to greet the attendees, shaking hands, while Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS, solemnly introduced John Schmidt. Your Excellency, this is John Schmidt, head of the German Weapons Development Department. They have recently overcome challenges in developing new tank equipment. Mr. Schmidt, Hitler remarked in his uniquely sharp and peculiar voice. Hello, Hitler, Schmidt exclaimed, bowing with enthusiasm, his hair slightly disheveled from excitement. There is no need for further introduction, Mr. Schmidt. I have been observing your work closely. You are a source of pride for the Empire. I appreciate your department's moniker, Hydra, the immortal nine-headed serpent. Quite impressive. Hitler whispered a few more words before continuing to meet with others in the crowd. At the end of the line stood Sebastian Shaw, whose appearance was somewhat distinct. He eagerly awaited the heir's audience, now under the alias Klaus Schmidt. Over the years, he had managed to infiltrate the realm of German military technology research through his own findings. Your Excellency, I am Klaus Schmidt. My researches, a brief handshake from Hitler left little room for further dialogue. He had more crucial speeches and arrangements to attend to. He had subtly mentioned to John Schmidt that he would be entrusting the management of the Empire's research departments to him. Shaw silently parted his lips, casting a pitiful glance at the departing Adolf Hitler. His research had not garnered significant attention, and the resources he received were limited, relegating him to the concentration camps to conduct experiments on prisoners. Days later, Shaw received news that he had been assigned to the Weapons Development Department, now referred to as Hydra. He adjusted himself as before, smoothing his distinct side-part hairstyle before knocking on Minister Schmidt's office door. Hello, Hitler. Shaw entered and performed a standard greeting, while Schmidt, indifferent, raised a hand in acknowledgement, engrossed in his documents. Mr. Klaus Schmidt, another Schmidt. Let me see your research, which pertains to the reverse mutation of human bodies. Shaw observed Schmidt sifting through his provided research records, noting the disdainful glimmer in his eyes. Ugh, disgusting. Schmidt remarked upon viewing a photograph of a female specimen riddled with grotesque protrusions, continuing, I fail to see any utility in your studies. Do you intend to nauseate the enemy with these monstrosities? A broad smile spread across his sharply defined face, his eyes bulging with mockery directed towards Shaw. General Schmidt, I have 7 different mutation records, all invaluable specimens derived from years of experimentation. Observe this one, a man resembling a bull, capable of effortlessly snapping steel bars. And this one, her tendrils can adeptly ensnare enough. Mr. Klaus Schmidt, to me, these appear to be grotesque aberrations sourced from who knows where, paraded under your claims of possessing certain abilities. Even if what you assert is true, can they withstand bullets? Can they stop tanks? Shaw gritted his teeth, having long forgotten the sting of such humiliation. Meanwhile, John Schmidt continued speaking. I see you were once a psychiatrist. It's no wonder. You likely haven't attended any esteemed institutions. The medical department in the concentration camps must have a significant need for you, where your skills might find a suitable outlet. John Schmidt cast aside the documents in his hand, ignoring the silent Klaus Schmidt as he turned to leave. This evening held more significant matters for him, an extraordinary ceremony. Sarah Rogers grasped young Steve's hand, gazing at the towering gilded wrought iron gates with a sense of trepidation. After hearing her son relay his thoughts, she worried that Mr. Howlett might be a gangster. Yet, she had witnessed enough of the world to understand that a mansion of such scale in East Egg could hardly belong to a mere mobster. Residing in East Egg was a symbol of status and prestige. Moreover, she had met Mr. Howlett, whose demeanor and eloquence exuded the qualities of a true gentleman. Madam, please hold on for a moment. Young Master Bruce will be here shortly. The silver-haired but sprightly butler led Sarah Rogers and young Steve into the parlor. Sarah felt somewhat uncomfortable with such formalities, surveying the elegant parlor that soared 3 stories high, nervously smoothing the wrinkles of her dress. "My apologies, Mrs. Rogers, for making you wait. I am Bruce Howlett. We have met before." James strode down the staircase, tall and robust, yet wearing a reassuring smile as he greeted Sarah Rogers and young Steve. "You needn't stand on ceremony, Mr. Howlett. Simply call me Sarah. I am unsure how to express my gratitude. The doctor informed me that had I delayed a few more months, I might have, if that were the case." I do not know what Steve would have done, as he was not yet born when his father, as Sarah spoke, her eyes welled with tears, her voice trembling as she embraced her despondent son. Apologizing for her emotional outburst, she brushed her light golden hair and inquired once more. "I heard from Steve that you wish to take him as a student." "Indeed, Sarah. Steve possesses traits and abilities that I highly value, and I wish to take him as my pupil. However, this student-teacher relationship is one of great closeness and responsibility, requiring your consent." Sarah Rogers accepted the exquisitely tailored handkerchief offered by the butler, wiped her reddened and now more radiant face, and nodded earnestly. "Of course, I agree, sir. This is a stroke of luck for Steve. I trust that a gentleman of your stature will teach him well. He is a good boy and will strive to excel." James nodded, glancing at the butler, Casper, who understood the unspoken cue and descended to make arrangements. Moments later, the fully bound Caesar and Reams, along with several members of the wolf pack, entered the parlor, lining up on either side. Reams took a high-backed chair and placed it at the head of the room. A somewhat bewildered Steve gazed at the imposing scene, then turned to his equally perplexed mother, unsure of how to proceed. Hey, come here." A man, entirely wrapped in silvery gray silk bandages and donned in an extravagant yet exaggerated black suit, beckoned to Steve. The boy, seemingly compelled by an unseen force, approached without fear. "Young one, shortly I shall bring you a cup of tea. Approach him, kneel before him on one knee, raise the teacup above your head, and say, 'Teacher, please enjoy this tea.' Do you remember?" Steve's eyes sparkled with determination. As long as he understood what to do, this brave young lad would not falter. Soon, James washed his hands in the silver basin brought by the attendant and took a seat in the imposing black high-backed chair. The butler, Casper, personally presented a tray bearing a covered teacup. Taking a deep breath, the youthful Steve Rogers grasped the teacup and, under the watchful gaze of the sternly dressed men in black suits, approached Mr. Harlow step by step. He knelt, trembling slightly, raised the teacup above his head, and proclaimed as firmly as he could, "Teacher, please enjoy this tea." James suddenly froze. Even after all these years, hearing those words in English sent a jolt through him. He quickly regained his composure, accepted the teacup from Steve, lightly lifted the lid, and took a couple of sips. "You may rise," he said, smiling radiantly like a child. His gaze fixed warmly on Steve as he gently ruffled his golden hair. Nearby, Asatso appeared somewhat dazed, recalling a similar expression he had often seen on his father's face during his own childhood. "Schmidt, John, I implore you, the serum is not yet perfected, and it requires additional equipment and substances. Injecting it now could yield unimaginable consequences." Dr. Abraham Erskine pleaded, grasping John Schmidt's clothing, beseeching him not to proceed with the injection. His concern was not for Schmidt's well-being, but for the fear of inadvertently creating a monster. 2 SS soldiers pulled Erskine away, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. Watching as Schmidt removed his shirt and instructed an attendant to tighten his arm, he seized the syringe, recently dubbed the super soldier serum. His face contorted in a grotesque frenzy. "Abraham Erskine, my friend, many years ago I proclaimed that the best method of validation is personal experience. You should be grateful to me for being your first test subject, and I shall also be the first superhuman with gritted teeth." Schmidt plunged the long syringe into his arm's vein, roaring as he injected the serum, his veins throbbing with a dark, blood-red hue. Dr. Erskine's pupils constricted as he stared at Schmidt, and the soldiers surrounding him began to tremble, wholly oblivious to Erskine's presence. In their eyes, Schmidt was a maniac, tearing at his own flesh, large patches of skin rotting away to reveal vibrant red tissue that rapidly hardened, resembling newly formed skin. Schmidt's face appeared as if scalded, the skin peeling away to expose a blood-red visage, with his nose twisted into 2 gaping voids, resembling a grotesque, sanguine skull. "Ah!" Schmidt cried out in agony. Seizing the neck of the nearby attendant, lifting him effortlessly, with a fierce grip, he snapped his neck with a sickening crack. Dr. Erskine sat in despair on the ground, realizing that his invention had indeed birthed a monster. Chapter 64. The Strategic Scientific Corps. Colonel Chester Phillips, the head of the Strategic Scientific Corps, was acutely aware that if they were to seek scientific advisors and core researchers, they could not bypass the Hawley Advanced Technology Institute. The entire landscape of American military and civilian technology was intertwined with the Hawley Group, which had become a colossal entity. The unique and clandestine nature of the Strategic Scientific Corps rendered it unsuitable for entanglement with such a behemoth. Colonel Phillips had been appointed to this pivotal role by President Roosevelt in response to the seismic shifts in global affairs and the pressures from the German Weapons Research Department. He had racked his brain for suitable candidates for the Corps' scientific advisory position. The Hawley Institute housed the majority of America's cutting-edge scientific talent, a family-run conglomerate that had risen since the Civil War, becoming deeply embedded in the narrative of American industrial development. They were pioneers in the refinement and promotion of the gasoline internal combustion engine, which swiftly supplanted the era of traditional steam engines, and had made significant breakthroughs in electrical devices, digital machinery, and the revolutionary invention known as the computer. The Hawley family seemed to have anticipated the future, acquiring land in the southern United States and various regions worldwide, and their oil and gas reserves positioned them at the forefront of America's energy giants. They generously funded universities, with prestigious institutions like Harvard, Yale, New York University, and MIT benefiting from substantial donations and investments, allowing the Hawley name to resonate within the hallowed halls of the Ivy League. Moreover, they established substantial scholarships and binding contracts in numerous universities, continually attracting the nation's brightest minds. In Western capitalist nations, wealth birthed power and served as its representative. Yet, paradoxically, national governments were tasked with maintaining balance and curbing the boundless expansion of capital. The ever-strengthening antitrust laws and inheritance regulations aimed to ensure that the vast forces of capital grew within reasonable limits. Capital and government engaged in a delicate dance of compromise and cooperation, while simultaneously imposing checks on one another. Thus, Colonel Phillips understood that such a uniquely empowered and secretive department should not be further entangled with such a giant. He had a potential candidate in mind, yet still awaited the right opportunity to make contact. Steve Rogers and his mother, Sarah, ultimately declined the invitation to stay at the Hawley estate. James had considered suggesting that they move in, where Sarah could assist with daily tasks on the estate, allowing Steve to train more conveniently. However, they were somewhat daunted by the grandeur of such a life and preferred to return to the cozy confines of Hell's Kitchen, where life felt more relaxed. Sarah did not object to James's arrangement for her to work at the Hawley Institute, as the so-called secret factory, often whispered of by Brooklyn residents, was close to home. Upon learning that Mr. Hawley was the proprietor of the institute, her worries eased. Each day after school, Steve would take the trolley to Long Island and then practice running for 3 hours at the estate, employing the breathing techniques taught by James. During the day, he seamlessly integrated his training into daily life and school. His best friend, Bucky, expressed mild discontent, lamenting the lack of time to play together. "Let us go explore Queens this weekend, Steve. I heard there's going to be a soapbox derby," Bucky exclaimed, wearing his little cap and eagerly awaiting Steve's response. "I'm sorry, Bucky, but I have to practice with my teacher this weekend, and I'll be staying overnight." "Mom has also been invited over," Steve replied apologetically, wishing he could join his friend, but feeling a sense of accomplishment in pleasing his instructor. Bucky pouted in disappointment. "Ever since you started with this teacher, you've been as busy as old man Zeke next door, but you do look a lot stronger." Steve remained slender, yet his once scrawny frame was gradually developing muscle, and his stamina and spirit were markedly improved, thanks to James's unique approach to health and fitness. Years passed in such a manner, as the Third Reich expanded relentlessly, and the United States braced itself for war. Howard Stark's Stark Industries began to receive military contracts, which were already overwhelming, representing nearly a fifth of the orders flowing from the Hawley military-industrial complex. In 1940, at the Los Angeles Military Expo, the onset of World War II transformed military expos into one of the most significant events of the era. Various military-industrial groups from Europe and America vied to showcase their latest innovations in weaponry and equipment. Ironically, the most established powerhouse, Hawley Industries, presented no particularly groundbreaking weapons, adhering to the status quo, while the upstart Stark Industries stole the spotlight. Indeed, you are not mistaken. This new laser weapon can inflict thermal damage on soldiers confined within armored vehicles. I believe it is time to set aside research into armor-piercing munitions. Howard Stark proudly boasted about his new product. Yet, it was understood that most of the showcased innovations existed only in theoretical or experimental stages, with some merely being grandiose claims. Orders from various nations would still be made for conventional weaponry. Yet the development of these new technologies significantly expanded the boundaries of weapon applications and inventions. Are you Mr. J. Gatsby? I am Lion from the French Procurement Department. A pleasure to meet you, Lion said, approaching Gatsby, who had been engrossed in Stark's demonstration. Gatsby was representing Hawley Industries at the expo, and had it not been for Mr. Hawley establishing the group's tone, Stark would likely have been fuming on the sidelines. What are your thoughts on this laser weapon? Lion inquired, his thick French accent punctuating his words. Well, I imagine the enemy would hardly remain inside their armored vehicles waiting for you to roast them with a laser for half an hour, Gatsby replied with a sly smile. Clinking glasses with Lion as they continued to observe Stark unveil a high-strength material designed to withstand bullets. Suddenly, a blast of air erupted from the Stark Industries demonstration stage, followed by 2 gunshots, sending the crowd diving for cover. Stark, holding the bulletproof material that now bore 2 golden bullets, silently expressed relief that the equipment was reliable. The shooter and the individual responsible for the explosion were quickly subdued, as security at such events was typically stringent, yet an agent had managed to infiltrate. Gatsby stood up, dusting off his clothes and adjusting Lion's collar, offering him a reassuring smile that exuded confidence. His smile was a formidable weapon in itself. Soon, the American military took control of all attendees, conducting thorough inspections. Howard Stark, as the target of the shooting, was taken aside for questioning. As Gatsby and Lion made their way toward the lounge, Gatsby finalized the French military order. Mr. Howard Stark, Colonel Chester Phillips, we have met before. Colonel Phillips, with a prominent nose and drooping eyelids, approached Stark's secure room, shook his hand, and placed a folder on the table. Do you know who attacked you today? Stark shook his head in bewilderment and continued speaking. Hydra, a creature from myth that grows 2 heads for every one severed. It originated from the German Weapons Development Department and, under the leadership of John Schmidt, known as the Red Skull, gradually transformed into a German organization encompassing weapon research, clandestine operations, and military strikes. Colonel Phillips untied the folder and handed it to Stark, stating, they are conducting targeted assassination operations against anti-German personnel, especially those involved in advanced weapon development. Striking at the enemy's progress is a standard means of fortifying their own power. Howard Stark gazed at the document detailing the assassinated military officials and researchers from various nations, his expression growing increasingly grave. Over the past year, Stark Industries had risen remarkably, now under scrutiny. Colonel Phillips intended to broach the topic of joining the SSR Strategic Scientific Reserve. Stark perceptively sensed Phillips' purpose in coming personally. 3 years prior, Phillips had invited him to serve as a scientific advisor, but at that time, Stark Industries was in its fervent establishment, and he had politely declined. Indeed, the Strategic Scientific Reserve was not merely a weapons research group, it was also a counterpart to Schmidt's Hydra organization, employing cutting-edge combat capabilities and weaponry to strike at enemies in the shadows, while also ensuring Stark's utmost protection. The SSR's confidentiality was high, providing Stark Industries with additional contracts. Phillips rubbed his prominent nose and stated plainly, speaking of advanced combat capabilities, have you heard of Dr. Abraham Erskine and his super soldier research? Stark pondered and replied that he had met Dr. Erskine in Switzerland and was aware of his research, which had a significant likelihood of success. We have been searching for Dr. Erskine for many years. His family perished in the Dachau concentration camp, and his rescue efforts have been overseen by the British. According to the latest reports, we have a general idea of his whereabouts. Seeing Howard Stark's interest piqued, Phillips continued, I know about your high-energy ray research. If Dr. Erskine can be successfully rescued, with your collaboration, we could completely alter the course of the war. Stark placed the folder down, pressing it firmly with both hands, and extended his hand to Colonel Phillips, who grasped it tightly in return. J. Gatsby, riding in a luxurious, elongated vehicle exclusive to the Howlett Group, slowly passed by the Buchanan estate, gazing out momentarily as if it were no different from any other manor. Over a decade ago, Mr. Howlett had extended an irresistible invitation to him, and Gatsby had not intended to delve into that matter immediately, still preoccupied with Daisy Buchanan, the woman for whom he had orchestrated lavish celebrations over 5 years, hoping she would one day walk through the door. Yet, the reality was that this woman ultimately did not regard Gatsby as her sole love. Daisy had lost control and accidentally killed her husband Buchanan's mistress, and Gatsby became the target of the deceased woman's husband's vengeance. Fortunately, Mr. Howlett had made good on his word, arranging for Gatsby's rescue. From that point onward, J. Gatsby let go of his fixation and earnestly undertook Mr. Howlett's commission. After years of effort, he finally succeeded and restored his reputation, becoming one of the external business heads of the Howlett family. Now over 40, Gatsby was more composed and astute than ever. The power of the Howlett Group revealed to him the true strength of a select few who wielded the world as prime resources. He patiently stood by the chair on the observation terrace, awaiting Mr. Howlett's arrival. "Please, sit. It has been over a decade. No need for such formality," James said. Dressed in loose-fitting white trousers and a shirt, waving his hand. Yes, over a decade had passed, and Mr. Bruce Howlett appeared just as he had on their first meeting, tall, handsome, and youthful in demeanor. He showed no signs of pretense, which comforted Gatsby, yet also instilled fear. "Sir, there was an attack by Hydra at the Los Angeles Military Expo, targeting Howard Stark." James offered no immediate response, but instead inquired about other matters. "How is the development there progressing?" Gatsby's expression turned serious as he meticulously reported every detail. James nodded occasionally, and after a while, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Well done. The military industry should proceed methodically. Let nature take its course. Just be cautious. And I will increase the personnel assigned to protect you." James gestured for Gatsby to have some red tea and continued, regarding that place. "We must be cautious of internal scrutiny as much as external. In any case, we cannot allow Howlett's name to be associated." Gatsby nodded earnestly and brought up another piece of news. A colonel named Chester Phillips is secretly preparing a strategic technology department and seems to have contacted Stark. "Should we keep an eye on this?" "There's no need to concern ourselves with him. They would prefer we not interfere. Supporting Stark Industries during this world war aligns with Roosevelt's hopes. Otherwise, we might as well become the military department of America." Gatsby understood and complied, laughing lightly, albeit with a hint of skepticism, remarking, "I wonder what this strategic scientific reserve could accomplish." As night fell in Bavaria, within the Alps, Peggy Carter, formerly a codebreaker in the British Logistics Department, had initially planned to become a full-time housewife after her fiancé, Fred Wells, proposed to her. However, Colonel Edwards, the logistics chief, received a request to transfer her to a special operations unit, which she initially declined due to her romantic entanglement. In truth, Miss Carter possessed a restless spirit and would never settle for a mundane life as a housewife. Just before the wedding, devastating news arrived, the death of her brother Michael on the front lines, plunging the family into grief. Resolutely, Carter removed her engagement ring and reported to the Special Operations Unit, where she was subsequently assigned to MI5, the British Counter-Espionage and Security Agency, becoming an agent. Now, 3 months after preparing to walk down the aisle, Peggy Carter found herself clad in snow combat gear, scaling the depths of the Alps to infiltrate a Hydra stronghold, Castle Kaufman. Alongside her team, they climbed while setting up rapid response equipment, with support vehicles already discreetly stationed halfway up the mountain. In a secluded corner of the fortress, Agent Carter made her final ascent up the rocky wall. Rolling into the battlements, she swiftly shed her snow gear to reveal a standard maid's brown outfit. Slipping into the castle's shadows, Dr. Erskine had nearly become a shell of his former self over the past 2 years. Once a somewhat portly and amiable figure, he now appeared gaunt and skeletal, his disheveled gray hair hanging loosely, bulging eyes staring vacantly, and a tattered blanket covering his frail body as he lay shivering in bed. As Agent Carter pretended to be a maid delivering laundry, she carried a wash basin while analyzing the fortress's layout, carefully searching for Dr. Erskine. Castle Kaufman was not a crucial facility for Hydra's research or military operations. After Schmidt completed his serum injections, it primarily served to store dangerous strategic materials and detain prisoners. In the depths of the night, the soldiers of Hydra were either resting or gathered together to engage in card games for amusement. In this desolate mountain fortress, where not a single incident had transpired for years, the training in garrison had long become a mere jest. Peggy discovered a record of detainees in the prison section and, following the details therein, located a man idly tossing on a wooden bed. The frigid winter air of the Alps was chilling to the bone. Dr. Erskine, Abraham Erskine. The disheveled middle-aged man on the bed slowly turned onto his side, brushing aside the long hair that obscured his forehead, and gazed out through the iron bars. "I am Agent Peggy Carter of the British Secret Service, here to rescue you." Before Erskine could respond, Carter affixed a peculiar device to the iron lock of the cage and signaled for Dr. Erskine to keep his distance, awaiting something. Boom. A violent explosion reverberated from the upper levels of the prison, coinciding with Carter detonating the lock. She kicked the cell door open and entered, assisting Erskine while scrutinizing him closely. Despite the ravages of hunger and torment that had reduced him to a shadow of his former self, Carter confirmed, based on the facial features in the photograph, that this was indeed Dr. Abraham Erskine. What are your plans for my escape? Erskine's eyes retained their brightness. He still harbored unfulfilled ideals and lingering animosities. Everything is prepared. Follow me, said Carter, half dragging Erskine as they navigated through the chaos of the castle. Making their way to the prearranged extraction point, the father of the super soldier serum was finally free. Chapter 65, Enlistment. The curveball sword past the batter, and the Dodgers once again leveled the score at 4-4. The splendid weather at Ebbets Field today mirrored the brilliance of that exceptional play, as the Philadelphia team found themselves ensnared in yet another stalemate. Pearson, who had excelled against Laser last month, now sent Laser racing toward third base, securing a run. The crowd erupted as supporters of the Brooklyn Dodgers rose in unison, their triumphant cheers and applause merging into a glorious cacophony, marking the birth of the season's most thrilling match at Ebbets Field. Steve, along with his mother Sarah and their friend Bucky, shouted in excitement, united in their admiration for the Dodgers. In truth, there was not a single Brooklynite who did not support the team. We should have insisted on inviting Mr. Howlett to watch the game, Steve exclaimed to his mother, now a young man of 18 or 19, still slight in stature, yet appearing lean and robust, brimming with vitality. Steve, Mr. Howlett has many significant matters to attend to. He cannot afford the time to watch a baseball game, Mrs. Sarah responded, a hint of reproach in her tone. Having worked at the Howlett Advanced Research Institute for several years, Sarah had risen to a minor supervisory role in logistics, frequently hosting generals and dignitaries visiting for discussions and collaborations, which had greatly altered her perception of Mr. Howlett. After the game, their animated discussion about the Dodgers' consecutive equalizers and the final winning run was suddenly interrupted as Steve halted, his gaze drawn to a recruitment poster affixed outside the venue. His expression complex. It featured an elderly man resembling Uncle Sam, sporting a proud expression and a star-spangled top hat, pointing forward with one hand, while bold black letters proclaimed, "I want you." Mrs. Sarah's demeanor shifted abruptly, her previously golden locks neatly arranged, reflecting the years of improved living conditions that had rendered her even more radiant. "Steve, let us depart. This is not a matter for you to contemplate. America remains far removed from this war." Young Steve Rogers quickly regained his composure, offering an apologetic smile to his mother. Indeed, the European front was perilously close to collapse in the Second World War. Far grander in scale than the conflict of a decade prior, seemed to spare the blessed land of America, where its citizens continued to dance, watch baseball, and chase the dreams of their era. On December 7, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, sinking 4 battleships and 2 destroyers, destroying 188 aircraft, and resulting in the deaths of over 400 American servicemen, with more than 1,000 injured, sending shockwaves across the nation. At the Howlett estate on Long Island. "No problem, Mr. President." "Yes, the Howlett family has stood with the White House since the Civil War, and we continue to do so. I look forward to our meeting." James placed the yellowed receiver back on the hook, and the attendant discreetly exited the foyer. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Gatsby and gave a serious command. "Clear the family's Oak Ridge facility in Tennessee immediately. Prepare for reconstruction. Transport large quantities of uranium ore from Canada and our mines in the Congo to Oak Ridge. Dispatch the nuclear research experts and engineers from the Brooklyn Institute to New York City." Gatsby cautiously inquired, "Sir, is this about Roosevelt's growing impatience?" "Yes, though he remains unable to stand firmly. The Pacific base has been bombed, and he will soon mobilize the nation with a speech. Originally, we needed to expedite the nuclear research program to match Germany's efforts. In this call, he nearly summoned Lincoln himself." Upon hearing James's words, J. Gatsby narrowed his eyes and smiled knowingly. Indeed, America possesses only a limited supply of usable uranium ore. Some high-quality ore is located in Canada and Czechoslovakia, but the finest resources lie in the Congo. With Czechoslovakia under German control, our group excels in mineral resources elsewhere. Not to mention the extensive high-level industrial base across the nation. This initiative is currently America's foremost classified research. Soon, the Pentagon and the White House will send representatives to liaise with you. Do cooperate as best you can. A military district will be established in New York City, tentatively named Manhattan, and I will also make an appearance. James's final directive revealed the rarity of his public engagements. He often had to employ disguises. But for the Manhattan Project, Roosevelt insisted he visit the White House. Following the bombing of Pearl Harbor by the Japanese military, President Franklin D. Roosevelt delivered his famous speech of national humiliation, mobilizing all Americans for war, igniting fervor across the nation as patriotism became the dominant topic of discourse. Days later, in the estate's underground facility, Steve adeptly maneuvered, his arms swinging like a shield, continuously deflecting the attacks of a tall, burly man in his early 30s. The assailant exhibited wild ferocity, his hands resembling claws capable of tearing flesh with a mere touch. Bang! After being deflected, the brown-haired man leaped forward with predatory intent, breaking through Steve's defenses, tearing several ribs in his training uniform. That will be enough for today, Colin. You've made progress. A member of the wolf pack bowed and exited, leaving James and Steve in the training area. You seem troubled lately. Care to share? James, well acquainted with his student, noted that over the past month, Steve's fighting style had become either overly aggressive or hesitantly cautious, lacking his usual fluidity. Sir, I wish to enlist, the young Steve Rogers declared earnestly, as if he had resolved his determination. James smiled before asking seriously, what does your mother think? She vehemently opposes it, Steve replied, shaking his head. He bore no resentment toward his mother, Sarah Rogers. His father had enlisted in the 107th Regiment during World War I and perished from mustard gas while she was pregnant with him. He understood her desire to protect her only son from the horrors of war, especially as he appeared unfit for a soldier. Over the years, your aptitude for combat has flourished under my tutelage. You are merely one step away from the third phase, though you may seem slight. You can take down opponents until you are worn out, James remarked, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his face as he continued teasingly. Yet you've never even killed a chicken. The battlefield is not a place for mere fists and feet. What compels you to enlist? A surge of youthful fervor? Steve's face flushed. At 18 or 19, he was at an age where idealism flourished, and he took a steady breath, meeting his teacher's gaze. You once said to never retreat, but only for a worthy cause. What truly deserves a person's unwavering fight? It is only family, loved ones, and friends. Yet all of this rests on the foundation of peace and stability within this nation. Teacher, I wish to contribute. James stood and pressed a button. Soon, a member of the wolf pack descended, swiftly departing at James's command. I will give you a test. Consider it your graduation exam. If you succeed, I will support your enlistment and speak to your mother on your behalf. Steve regarded his teacher's peculiar smile, a chill running through him. In recent years, he had trained not only in hand-to-hand combat, but also endured the harrowing trials alongside James as they trained the wolf pack. The teacher's secret was only partially revealed to him, akin to the mere tip of an iceberg. New York, particularly the western part of Manhattan, is notorious for its chaos and high crime rates, representing a well-known slum predominantly inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrant community, marked by disordered living conditions, severe ethnic conflicts, and rampant criminality. The origin of the name is now lost to time, yet it is commonly referred to as Hell's Kitchen. Steve Rogers sat in the car, his expression grave as he gazed at the document pouch handed to him by the teacher. So, this individual bears no culpability at all? Has he truly escaped unscathed? Steve remarked with a mix of anger and disbelief. Mental illness has become a favored defense for many criminals in recent years. With the right legal maneuvering and covert tactics against victims, acquittal is hardly a challenge. One merely needs to seek treatment at a psychiatric facility. Moreover, James interjected, Gibson Carlin has always been a violently erratic extremist, a madman at heart. Steve, his arms trembling, scrutinized photographs of the women who had suffered at the hands of this monster, his jaw clenched tight. The driver gradually brought the sleek silver limousine to a halt at the corner, indicating that James had arrived. Colin will escort you inside. And then you must confront this brute Carlin alone. What you choose to do is entirely up to you, James said, his gaze fixed ahead, not once looking at his student. Growth is not merely a matter of walking the paths others have trodden, nor is it about absorbing experiences through observation. It is an intrinsic understanding that cannot be imparted by others. Colin gestured towards the entrance of an underground staircase, encouraging Steve with a gentle "be careful" before returning to the car. Steve glanced back at the limousine, fists clenched, and descended into the depths below. The air was thick with foul odors and the harsh sounds of a broken jazz record, filling the modest room that resembled an underground bar. Though sparsely populated, the patrons wore flushed faces and disheveled clothing. Two heavily made-up women smoked while teasingly observing the awkward young man as he entered. At a table in the back, A bald, gap-toothed white man shouted in a thick Irish accent, while several greasy, beady-eyed men gorged themselves on the cash laid before him. "Gibson Carlin?" Steve called out, instantly regretting his choice of words, as he was unprepared to confront this villain. "Your mother isn't here. No one is here to nurse you. Even if she were, I'd drink my fill first." Several men, their faces red and eyes bulging, erupted into raucous laughter, mocking the small-framed youth. In a fit of anger, Steve shouted, "If a scoundrel like you has a mother, she must regret not drowning you at birth. Those women you've harmed will haunt your nightmares." The room fell abruptly silent. A click echoed as Carlin drew a revolver from beneath the table, aiming it at the peculiar young man. Steve felt a surge of tension. He had trained for various confrontations involving firearms, yet this was his first encounter with an opponent who might genuinely shoot him. "Hey, nice threads you've got there." Like something from a wealthy family, sneered a burly man with a scarred face, reaching for Steve's pockets. Today, he wore the training jacket his teacher had provided, showcasing exquisite fabric and style. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Steve seized the man's fingers, twisting and kicking, sending him crashing into a nearby table. In a panic, Carlin fired a shot, but the bullet went astray. Startled, Steve advanced, his right hand poised as if wielding a steel whip, striking towards Carlin's head. "Gunfire!" Carlin exclaimed, turning from the passenger's seat, his expression anxious as he glanced at James, who remained unfazed, savoring his cigar as if nothing had transpired. After a moment, he finally remarked, "If something were to happen, it would reflect my poor judgment." As the words left his mouth, Steve Rogers, disheveled and disoriented, approached the car. His clothing splattered with red and white, blood staining his face, yet he remained unscathed. With a dazed expression, he opened the door to the car. James wrinkled his nose at the sight. "Stop. Discard those clothes before entering. It reeks." Startled, Steve quickly removed the oddly stained jacket and tossed it aside, then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face clean before discarding it as well, finally settling into the car. Colin, observing Steve's antics from the front seat, stifled a laugh, his body shaking slightly. James asked the driver to head towards the Hell's Kitchen in Brooklyn, while Steve struggled to find his voice. "Speak up. Don't hold back," James urged, snuffing out the last remnants of his cigar in his palm without flinching. "Want to inquire about what I did?" Steve's voice took on a resentful tone. "You don't want to know what I faced? My purpose was merely to let you experience the reality of confronting a villain or someone intent on your demise. What transpired in your actions are of little consequence to me. You seek the battlefield, where life and death are the most mundane occurrences." James spoke with a natural ease, genuinely indifferent to how Steve managed the encounter. Even if he had fled in terror, it would serve as a revelation of his true self. "I was too hasty. I used all my strength in that punch, the force of my second-degree kill technique, and crushed Carlin's skull." Upon saying this, Steve sheepishly grinned, a hint of his childhood shyness resurfacing. James regarded him with an odd expression, pondering the irony of finding amusement in the act of taking a life. James and Steve waited in the room for Mrs. Sarah to return home from work. Taking the initiative, Steve prepared a meal. After dinner, James spoke privately with Sarah for a while. Eventually, Steve was summoned inside, where he found his mother's eyes glistening with unshed tears, leaving him with a deep sense of guilt. Days passed. Mike O'Connor, Henry Kaminsky, and Steve Rogers stood before the recruitment officer at the enlistment office, awaiting their physical examinations. Steve's heart raced. Both his mother and teacher had consented to his enlistment, yet he found his fervor thwarted not by friends or family, but by the military itself. "Steve Rogers," the officer called out. "Good heavens." The officer surveyed the lengthy list of congenital ailments such as scarlet fever, rheumatic fever, and allergic conditions alongside the young man's bare torso. Despite his diminutive stature, Steve's physique was remarkably well-proportioned and muscular. "You seem to have done your share of push-ups, young man. However, this one do, 4F. Bang. The auditor did not wait for Steve to be marked with the worst 4F stamp on his file. In fact, over the years, Steve had trained in martial arts under James, especially reaching the pinnacle of the first level and second phase of lethal techniques. And many of the ailments he once suffered from, such as asthma, hypertension, and irregular heartbeats, had long since vanished. Nevertheless, he still did not meet the medical standards for enlisting, and this was his third attempt to change locations and alter his identity to participate in recruitment activities. "Sir, listen to me. Though I may appear diminutive and possess these minor ailments, I am strong enough to easily overpower anyone here." As soon as Steve finished speaking, the room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by an eruption of laughter from all present. The recruits, most of whom stood around 180 centimeters tall and were bare-chested, did not feel offended. Instead, they found amusement in discussing this interesting little fellow. The auditor chuckled lightly and waved him away nonchalantly. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Steve smashed his fist through the wooden tabletop in front of the auditor. He withdrew his arm deftly, revealing no trace of injury. Oh, for heaven's sake! Before Steve could bask in his triumph or boast about his abilities, the officer before him bellowed, "Guards, throw this troublesome little brat out, the farther the better." 2 soldiers, already tasked with maintaining order, swiftly approached Steve, one on either side, and escorted him out of the room. Steve understood he could not engage with the guards. This was not the moment to showcase his skills. He could only shout that it was a misunderstanding as he was ejected from the recruitment office, receiving his discarded belongings in the process. In March 1942, in the town of Tensberg, Norway. Tensberg, one of the oldest towns in Norway, is located at the top of Tensberg Bay in the southeastern part of the country. It is known for its traditional industries, including shipbuilding, papermaking, leather processing, and brewing, and is also famed for its silverware. The outskirts of the town hold numerous ancient royal tombs, and during the Viking Age, it once thrived. However, for over 1,000 years, the town had remained as tranquil as a still pond, until now, when it was shattered by armored vehicles, tanks, and the boots of the German soldiers. They had come for it. A man with dirty blonde hair and a typical Nordic beard rushed into an ancient stone fortress that resembled a church, yet housed a massive stone sarcophagus in its center. Rusted iron candle holders hung sporadically from the vaulted ceiling, and corroded armor lay piled around the room. An elderly man emerged slowly but powerfully from a stone chamber, his flat face framed by coarse, disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders. His nose appeared broken and somewhat distorted, and the wrinkles around his eyes were pronounced. "Let them come. Countless have sought this place over the years, yet they have found nothing. Let them come." The old man's voice was like the harsh sea wind of the worst days, sending shivers down the spine. Boom. The fortress trembled violently, causing the ground beneath them to shake. Boom. A stone wall was violently breached by a tank equipped with a battering ram, and the collapsing debris crushed the messenger who had come to warn them. John Schmidt, clad in gleaming leather boots, descended from a military vehicle emblazoned with skulls and tentacles, stepping onto the cobblestone streets of this ancient town. Hydra soldiers, well trained, surged into the fortress, searching every nook. A few soldiers reached the sarcophagus and pushed with all their might against the heavy lid, but it remained immovable, as if it had fused with time itself over the millennia. "Finding this place is no easy feat. You have done well, and I find similarities between us." Schmidt strolled in casually, as if greeting an old friend, while the elder coldly regarded the black-clad German leader. A malevolent aura seemed to envelop the man, his face unnaturally rigid, with an odd texture to his skin, bulging eyes, a high hairline, and a sharply defined skeletal structure that betrayed every emotion vividly. Of course, that similarity lies in the tales dismissed by the mundane as mere myths and nursery rhymes, while you and I hold them as undeniable truths. The elder's voice trembled, continuing in that hoarse tone reminiscent of the sea wind. "What you seek is but a legend, destined to result in disappointment." Smith smiled broadly, advancing toward the sarcophagus. With a mere gesture, the 3 or 4 robust soldiers who could not budge the lid watched in astonishment as it shifted with a slight tremor under Schmidt's single hand. Dust wafting into the air. Inside lay a long decayed skeleton, its armor and cloak long rusted and rotted, the once mighty sword resting alongside it now dulled and fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. The skeleton's hands were clasped over its chest, yet a hollow space between them suggested it once grasped something of significance. Schmidt glanced at the elder, whose eyes widened as if they might leap from their sockets, the wrinkles on his face smoothing in astonishment, surpassing Schmidt's own surprise. "It seems you have not kept your secrets as well as you thought." Schmidt pondered, then suddenly grinned eerily, "But leaving it here is too conspicuous. Too obvious that something has been taken, yet you remain oblivious." He waved his hand, and the cannon fire from the tank rained down upon the homes of the townspeople. The chilling screams piercing the air as the elder watched in horror, his mouth agape, witnessing the invaders mercilessly slaughter those fleeing. "Speak quickly, how many of them will survive?" Schmidt leaned close to the elder, whispering softly. The elder's throat was dry, breath shallow, and he remained silent, fixated on the grand wooden relief wall. Yggdrasil, the world tree. Following the elder's gaze, Schmidt approached slowly, reciting in a ceremonial tone the intricate and ancient relief of the world tree, a symbol of the Norse mythos that connects the 9 realms and constitutes the very fabric of existence. Chapter 66. Alloys and the Cube. Norse mythology, also known as Norwegian mythology, is a unique mythological system indigenous to the Scandinavian region, with its earliest oral traditions traceable back to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. Within its lore, the world is composed of an immense cosmic tree, with 9 realms spread across its branches, inhabited by gods, giants, elves, dwarfs, and mortals alike. John Schmidt gazed upon the peculiar wooden-like relief, gradually recalling his various studies of Norse legends. He caressed the 3 roots of the world tree, each penetrating the sacred wells of the realms: the well of Urd in Asgard, the realm of the gods; the well of Mimir in Jotunheim, the land of giants; and Niflheim, the misty realm, where beneath its roots lies Hvergelmir, alongside the gnawing, venomous dragon, Nidhogg. According to legend, the dragon incessantly bites at the roots, and one day when it finally severs them, the twilight of the gods will arrive. As Schmidt touched the relief depicting the dragon entwined around the roots, he inadvertently pressed one of its protruding eyes. With a click, a square fissure appeared in the relief, loosening slightly. Schmidt extracted the wooden box adorned with the dragon's carving. Casting a satisfied glance at the elder, he gently lifted the lid of the box, and a piercing ice-blue light illuminated the entire stone fortress as if it were daylight. A steady and constant radiance. The cosmic cube, Odin's greatest treasure. Schmidt murmured reverently, covering the box again, concealing the cube's brilliance entirely. This entire wooden sculpture in the gem-encrusted box must possess remarkable detection-evading capabilities. Otherwise, such a high-energy object would not have gone undetected for millennia. The true guardian of the cosmic cube is this unknown material relief. He glanced again at the hollow space between the skeletal hands and the massive, deep stone coffin. Regardless of who reached this place first, they had inevitably taken the wrong item. Schmidt smirked disdainfully and waved at the guards, who were now more fervently observing the carnage in the town of Teensburg. Watching Asazuo's proud expression, as if he had achieved something monumental, James sighed. He picked up the crystalline, semi-transparent cube from the table, examined it briefly, and then crushed it in his grasp. "Father, what are you doing?" "That is a treasure of the Norse gods," Asazuo exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He had painstakingly followed the clues, even teleporting into a massive coffin to procure this artifact, only to see it shattered before him. "You do realize that this is a treasure of the gods? Such treasures cannot be so casually destroyed." James shot a vexed glance at Asazuo, while the disgruntled Red Devil, sensing something amiss, allowed his tail to droop disconsolately. "No. Take me there." James suddenly seemed to recall something, rising to seize Asazuo's arm as they transformed into a plume of black smoke and vanished from the study. Cough. Cough. Asazuo was choked by the dense smoke and dust within the fortress, while James surveyed the ancient stone structure, ravaged by cannon fire and flames, his heart sinking. The fortress walls were in tatters, with numerous corpses sprawled across the street outside. At James's feet lay an elderly man with a fierce visage, his bulging eyes wide open in death. A section of the wall appeared to have been torn down, gray debris scattered about, revealing a square hollow in the lower right corner. James approached to inspect it closely. "We are too late," he remarked softly, observing the denuded wall in the hollow, which should have concealed the genuine article. Asazuo quizzically regarded the 30-centimeter square hole, perplexed. "I meticulously checked this fortress, even searching for fist-sized voids, and found no hidden compartments here. What was this wall originally?" James inquired earnestly. "A relief, seemingly wooden, depicting a massive tree." Asazuo pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "It must have been a unique relief. Otherwise, similar capabilities would have revealed the treasure long ago." James's impression of this world was shaped by tales of a cosmic overlord descending from the heavens, gathering several gems, and vanquishing all foes, leading to the obliteration of half the universe's life. He knew a powerful Norse god appeared in the narrative, prompting him over the years to delve into legends and ancient texts, searching for all things Norse mythology. Hence, he developed an interest in Odin's treasures, speculating that they might indeed exist on Earth. Given the current circumstances, it seemed his hypothesis was correct, albeit someone else shared this notion, having arrived a step earlier but likely discovering the genuine artifact. "Let us return and have Lemus send someone to thoroughly investigate what transpired here and who was responsible," James stated, undeterred by disappointment. This was merely a probing move. In this world, he was not overly anxious about the presence of anyone who could truly threaten him. Since the item was temporarily taken, reclaiming it in the future was a viable option. Rather, he found himself encountering a bottleneck in further enhancing his own powers. Following Asazuo back to the manor, He retreated alone to the underground training chamber, shedding his shirt to reveal his exceptionally robust and uniquely textured physique. With a mere thought, a faint crimson glow surged from his body. Whether it was the mutant evolution techniques James had developed, the art of killing, or his prior martial arts training, all revolved around the cultivation of the physical body, mastery, potential discovery, and evolutionary breakthroughs, leading him to the second tier, which he simply termed the energy realm. At this level, ordinary human martial artists stimulate their bodies to evolve through the embrace of energy, amplifying their original strength to extraordinary levels, even allowing them to detach from their physical form and strike from the air, akin to mastering the so-called chi. During his time in the first tier of physicality, James had already developed an almost inexhaustible source of vital energy due to his boundless vitality and life force, possessing the ability to project this energy outward. Upon entering the second tier of the energy realm through his mutant evolution, the power surging within him became palpable, visible to the naked eye, even exhibiting properties akin to energy projection. Over the decades, he had mastered this energy application, developing numerous combat techniques, yet he lamented the absence of worthy opponents. Mastering the ability to wield energy within his body marked the first phase of this tier. The second phase, drawing from the internal energy realm of his martial arts, was already conceived in James's mind. The ultimate achievement in the energy realm involved consolidating vital energy, biological energy, bioelectricity, and magnetic fields into a singular force, creating an effect akin to a miniature energy reactor within the body, allowing for a continuous cycle of energy aggregation, distinct from the physical realm's manipulation of bodily vitality. The energy realm governs all life energy, while simultaneously cleansing the physical form through the internal energy field, further enhancing corporeal strength. James observed the faint crimson energy rippling in his palm, shifting shape with the flow of his thoughts, even releasing a concussive force forward, effortlessly shattering the stone chamber's wall. For decades, he had mastered such power with remarkable proficiency, yet whenever he attempted to condense the energy field within him to advance to the next stage, he discovered a lack of strength. He could still manage to gather the energy, but deep down, he sensed that this progression was far from perfect. The life energy within his body had yet to meet the required standard. Reflecting on Wolverine's pure mutant abilities, which consisted merely of potent self-healing and moderately strong bone claws, he recognized that through diligent practice and the unexpected absorption of all the life energy from the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, he had reached his current level. However, to truly achieve perfection and advance further, he needed an additional surge of vigor. Steve Rogers emerged from the alley beside the cinema, feeling somewhat dejected as he walked alongside his childhood friend, Bucky. He had just taught a lesson to a large man who had repeatedly insulted the soldiers in the theater. Although the man appeared tall and robust, he had been thoroughly bested by Steve. Encountering such ordinary individuals lacking combat skills, Steve felt he could continue fighting indefinitely, perhaps even all day. "You're truly remarkable now, Steve. I no longer have to stand up for you like I did when we were kids," Bucky remarked. Dressed in a sharp green military uniform, complete with a cap, looking tall and handsome, his face aglow as he conversed with his close friend. "What good is that? No matter how strong I am, it doesn't meet the requirements. And look at you, all dapper in your 107th Legion attire," Steve replied, his hands in his pockets. Trailing behind Bucky, feeling a twinge of bitterness as he watched his friend eagerly enlist and head off to the European front. "Come on, it's my last night before reporting for duty. Let me take you somewhere interesting," Bucky urged, nudging Steve and draping an arm around his shoulder with a cheerful smile. New York, the Future World Fair. Unlike the military expos aimed at governments and major defense contractors, this year's Future World Fair in New York was a technology exhibition for the general public, showcasing innovative technological products and imaginative concepts for future living from various nations and corporations. Tickets to the fair were in high demand, and the youth of New York flocked to see the myriad of fascinating and entertaining exhibits. The entire exhibition hall resembled a grand celebration as Steve and Bucky passed beneath a massive metallic sculpture shaped like the Earth, with occasional bursts of smoke around them. "Don't worry, I've got everything arranged," Bucky said, greeting two girls in the distance with a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Steve quickly adjusted his hair and straightened his clothing. At their age, it was impossible not to care about the attention of the opposite sex. Inside the bustling exhibition hall, where unique booths and products were displayed, a deep, resonant voice welcomed visitors to the astonishing exhibition hall in the future world. "Look, Bucky. It's a product from the Howard Group." Following Steve's lead, they gazed at the enormous booth adorned with the Howard Group's cutting-edge technology sign. featuring a mechanical contraption resembling a pipe organ. What is this? Bucky, your friend may be small, but he certainly has a big mouth. Is his teacher really the owner of the Howard Group? One of the girls teased softly, while Bucky defended Steve. Of course, Mr. Howard is indeed Steve's mentor. But this machine is a bit perplexing. He observed as the individuals at the display requested exaggerated numbers and complex calculations, which the machine instantly computed. Bong, bong. The Stark booth erupted with lively jazz music, as two elegantly dressed women in high-slit dance skirts and tall hats swayed their dazzling legs towards the center stage, beginning to dance. Soon, the surrounding crowd was drawn to the spectacle, and Bucky pulled Steve along with the two ladies, squeezing their way to the front. Howard Stark, clad in a silk, gleaming tailcoat, flamboyantly stepped to the center of the stage, kissing one of the dancers deeply before casually wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, eliciting affectionate cheers from the audience. Stark took the microphone, brimming with confidence and charm, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe that in a few years, cars will fly in the sky? Thank you, Mandy, you're truly beautiful." As he pulled back the curtain, he jested with the dancer passing by, who was removing the car wheels. Thanks to Stark's anti-gravity technology, flying cars are no longer a dream. As he pressed a button, increasing the power output, a classic red Ford convertible slowly began to levitate, supported by 4 uniquely shaped devices. The audience gasped in astonishment, and a few ladies couldn't contain their excitement, letting out squeals. Suddenly, the car's underside erupted with crackling electricity and flames, hovering only about a foot off the ground for a mere 10 seconds before it plummeted with a loud crash. Stark awkwardly explained, while the audience continued to applaud and cheer enthusiastically. Amidst the laughter and banter, Bucky realized Steve was no longer at his side. "You can't possibly want to miss the chance to dance with the girls for this," Bucky said, patting Steve on the shoulder as he spotted his steadfast brother at a nearby enlistment office. "You go ahead. I'll catch up with you shortly," Steve replied, feigning nonchalance, while an elderly man in a brown casual jacket, wearing glasses, observed them curiously. "What do you intend to do? Pretend to be from Ohio? If they recruit you and later discover your multiple identity fabrications, the consequences will be dire," Bucky said, a hint of urgency in his voice. As the elderly man watched the two arguing young men with intrigue, "What else would I do? Collect scrap metal? So many have gone to the battlefield for their country and loved ones. I am no less than them. This isn't just for me. I don't merely seek to prove something." Steve's expression and tone conveyed unwavering determination. The elderly man, having listened intently, regarded the slender young man with interest, his expression a mix of amusement and admiration. Bucky ceased his insistence as the girls called for him to dance from a distance. He playfully punched Steve's shoulder, widening his eyes in exasperation. "Don't do anything foolish before I return." After a brief embrace, Steve turned to undergo the familiar enlistment medical examination. The elderly man shrugged, contemplating that perhaps he could later seek out Howard Stark to reminisce. Days later, at the Howard estate. "Repeat the name of that plan one more time," James said, lowering his head and rubbing his forehead, appearing somewhat troubled. "The Super Soldier Program, sir." Steve was absorbed through special channels of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. "According to our investigation, the SSR's primary strategic initiative is this seemingly absurd experimental program. A few years ago, we rescued Dr. Abraham Erskine from Germany. He is one of the most esteemed scientists in the field of biology and genetics, and he has been focused on human enhancement and evolutionary modification research, which reportedly has a real chance of success. Apart from the successful enlistment of Steve, which resulted in his absorption into the Strategic Scientific Reserve, James had already comprehended most of the intelligence available. The esteemed Dr. Abraham Erskine was the individual he had long sought. Assaz had been monitoring this scientist closely. However, James now faced the frustrating realization that the so-called captain of the future was likely to be none other than his own dim-witted student. If only he had diligently absorbed the narratives of this world in his previous life, he could have saved considerable effort now. He prepared the vehicle to head to the research institute. Following his journey to Wakanda, it would become increasingly challenging to procure vibranium. If this trajectory continued, he would inevitably have to lend further assistance to that young lad, Steve. At the lowest level of the Hawley Advanced Technology Research Institute, only 3 individuals, including James himself, possessed the authority to enter. Within this sanctum lay the most profound experimental samples and research data regarding vibranium. For nearly 3 decades, most of the capabilities of vibranium had been thoroughly researched and developed. The progress on developing alloyed forms that could surpass the original vibranium's effects had been sluggish. It was only a month ago that Dr. Myron McLean, the principal investigator of vibranium alloys, inadvertently combined raw vibranium with several rare metals he had gathered. Under the influence of a certain catalyst, he produced a novel alloy. Fortunately, the laboratory's recording and surveillance systems were exceptionally well maintained. Otherwise, replicating this extraordinary alloy would have proven exceedingly difficult. I have named it the original Edmund alloy, sir, inspired by the staff of Hercules from Greek mythology. McLean exuberantly introduced this newly fused alloy to James. This alloy, characterized by its remarkably high density, was nearly indestructible. A single blade of pure Edmund metal could sever any known substance, except for Edmund metal itself. Theoretically, under sufficient energy augmentation, this metal could even destroy vibranium. He demonstrated a pair of silver-gray short swords, entirely forged from Edmund metal, with elongated blades measuring over 40 centimeters in length and an intimidating shape. This design was initially commissioned by James, following Assaz's customary style of short knives. The ultimate molecular structure of this material was exceedingly stable, capable of being altered only by exceptionally potent atomic-level forces. However, due to the absolute density of Edmund metal, no known force could currently modify its molecular structure. McLean effortlessly sliced through various experimental materials with the short sword, and even with his slender physique. He could easily cleave through incredibly hard alloys such as titanium and tungsten steel. This indicated that this metal not only possessed vibranium's inherent capability to absorb kinetic energy and reinforce molecular bonds, but also significantly enhanced density and sharpness. Indeed, sir. Myron McLean enthusiastically nodded and continued. The reason it is referred to as the prototype Edmund alloy is that when I further experimented with the alloy and catalyst ratios, reducing the proportion of vibranium, I obtained another artificial alloy that matched the density, strength, and sharpness. This newly designated true Edmund metal exhibited a marked reduction in vibranium's kinetic energy absorption properties, making it more suitable for weapon forging. It could even be further simplified, yielding a lower quality secondary Edmund alloy. Pondering for a moment, James picked up the short sword and concluded, thus, while the original vibranium is highly versatile, easily malleable, and conducive to the creation of various forms, the prototype Edmund and its derivative metals possess greater density and sharpness but are challenging to shape. They are better suited for crafting simple weaponry, whereas the derivative Edmund metal, lacking kinetic absorption, could also be utilized to manufacture specialized ammunition. You are absolutely correct, James acknowledged, finding the alloy system somewhat intricate yet ultimately cohesive. After a moment's thought, he commanded, forge a circular shield using the prototype Edmund metal. Colonel Schmidt, I apologize, but I have reservations about whether these conductors can endure the energy vibrations over extended periods. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, but I fear they may not function effectively. Dr. Zola remarked from a hidden Hydra research base deep within the mountains, as he calibrated a device intended to harness the energy of the Tesseract, his diminutive figure flitting about the instrument's base for final confirmations. John Schmidt opened the wooden box containing the Tesseract, its ethereal blue light illuminating his pale, rigid face. Rather than using his hands, he employed a specialized clamp to extract the Tesseract, inserting it into the energy converter he had fabricated. Almost immediately, a persistent humming sound began to resonate. 20, 40, 60. He observed Dr. Arnim Zola's cautious energy output and, dissatisfied, rushed over, insisting, we must take greater risks. Zola, I expect more than just this. Bang. Boom. The apparatus erupted in flames, seemingly on the verge of collapse, as the Tesseract's energy coursed through the machine's circuitry. Ice blue fissures appearing in the air as if space were being subtly torn asunder. Success, Arnim. The collector is stable, Schmidt declared, his demeanor transforming into one of profound calmness. He gazed at the stable blue energy entity resting within the square-shaped energy conversion pool and softly murmured, with this, I can alter the very fabric of the world. Chapter 67. The Face of Evil. Where did you find this remarkable young man? Abraham? Surely his medical report cannot be fabricated? Colonel Chester Phillips rubbed his prominent nose, his eyes widening as he gazed at Steve Rogers, the diminutive figure who had once again secured first place in the armed swimming training. Professor Erskine, adjusting his round spectacles, took a deep breath and spoke in an unusual tone. I share your astonishment, Colonel Phillips. Although he has consistently asserted his prowess, I have never placed my faith in his claims. Rather, I have valued the sincerity of his intent to enlist and his inherent character. Upon entering the camp, Steve had drawn puzzled and mocking glances from all around. Standing barely at their chins, his slender physique appeared reasonably proportioned. Yet he consistently ranked at the top in physical endurance and training tasks. His stamina seemed particularly remarkable, as he rarely appeared to be sweating profusely. Before long, the attention on Steve intensified, though it became tinged with complexity. His combat training had transformed into a solo performance. With none of the soldiers managing to last even 10 seconds against him, he effortlessly incapacitated his opponents with a single touch, ensuring they sustained no serious injuries. I too believe he is the ultimate candidate for the program. It is not merely his exceptional physical attributes and combat skills that matter, but the character he has displayed during these days. Peggy Carter stated softly, yet decisively, her rich British accent resonating with conviction. Clad in military attire, her hair neatly pinned, she exuded the quintessential traits of an intelligent and astute British woman, shining brightly amidst the male-dominated training camp. However, I have uncovered his rather extraordinary background. Colonel Phillips replied gravely. He is closely associated with Bruce Howlett, who is reputed to be a significant influence in the West, and he refers to this prominent figure as his mentor. The colonel's revelation drew surprised glances from Dr. Erskine and Agent Carter. While they were not particularly concerned with high-level politics or capital, they recognized the Howlett family as a formidable name in the military-industrial complex. Are you worried he harbors ulterior motives? Professor Erskine pondered for a moment, adjusting his tie. Agent Carter, however, smiled knowingly as she retrieved a grenade from a nearby supply box and examined it briefly. Gentlemen, this can be easily tested. With that, she hurled the grenade into the midst of the soldiers engaged in push-up exercises, shouting, "Grenade!" Chaos ensued as everyone scattered, except for Steve, who sprinted toward the danger. With no protective cover and this not being an explosion training ground, he deftly kicked the grenade into the air with the tip of his right foot, executing a smooth change of legs to send it soaring high above before swiftly retreating, ensuring the safety of those around him. Agent Carter, Colonel Phillips, and Dr. Erskine watched in stunned silence at this remarkable response. The grenade, of course, did not detonate, and they struggled to fathom the height he had achieved with that kick, as it ultimately fell back to the ground with precision, creating a small crater. The entire camp soon recognized that the grenade had not been armed. That method of handling the situation is indeed rather unconventional, Erskine remarked, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. At least he was the only one who rushed to resolve the issue rather than merely thinking of his own escape. If he truly had ulterior motives, he would not have risked his safety in such a manner, Agent Carter added, her gaze towards Steve shifting with newfound respect. The serum's power not only transforms the body, pushing it beyond its limits, but also amplifies one's emotions and character, enhancing the good and magnifying the bad. I do not concern myself with the candidate's combat skills or physical attributes, but rather whether their will and spirit are worthy, Dr. Erskine reflected, recalling the terrifying visage of John Schmidt after he had injected the half-finished serum. With a resolute tone, he concluded, prepare for the experiment. In Brooklyn, New York, Asatso had been following Dr. Abraham Erskine as per his father's instructions, waiting for Steve to complete the experiment before seizing the opportunity to abduct the doctor. He had noticed others trailing Erskine, but in Asatso's eyes, their motives were inconsequential. Steve and Carter arrived at an old antique shop in the Brooklyn neighborhood, which evoked a sense of familiarity, filled with memories of childhood tussles and subsequent retribution. Asatso waited impatiently atop the shop, eager for the day of the experiment, anticipating the chance to whisk the doctor away and conclude the tedious surveillance task. He brandished his newly crafted Edmund dagger, playing with it and chuckling ominously to himself. With a sudden flash, Asatso vanished, reappearing in the underground experimental facility. After several rapid teleportations, he found a concealed ventilation duct, cramped yet strategic, ensuring he would not miss the spectacle of Steve being subjected to experimentation. Senator, gentlemen. Colonel Chester Phillips greeted the assembly of political and military dignitaries from the observation chamber above. This is Fred Clemenson, Senator. The senator introduced a bespectacled man with a prominent nose and a wide-collared suit, though he seemed unfamiliar with the name. Fred Clemenson from the State Department. We hope your experiment proves successful, Colonel, so it can be widely implemented soon, Clemenson interjected with a clever smile. Steve removed his shirt and cap. Lying back in the spacious experimental chamber, the cold sensation surrounding him evoking a sense of nervousness and discomfort. He exchanged a final glance with Agent Carter as she ascended to the observation room, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. The technicians completed the final adjustments and preparations, while Professor Erskine spoke into the microphone, exchanging glances with Howard Stark. Steve's mind raced, and he struggled to focus, adjusting his breathing until he steadied his demeanor. The experimenters prepared to inject a series of serums to stimulate cell division and growth, followed by a barrage of high-energy radiation. Injection countdown. 5, 4, 3. Professor Erskine commanded the initiation of the experiment, the chamber slowly sealing shut like a colossal metallic cocoon. Asatso observed the unfolding events with excitement from his hidden vantage point. Buzzing. The machinery emitted a resounding hum as 6 tubes of azure serum were injected into Steve's body, an icy chill penetrating him, followed by an overwhelming sensation of searing heat. Howard Stark manipulated the control lever, gradually increasing the energy input as blinding light erupted from the chamber. As the energy reached its zenith, flashes of blinding arcs and sparks erupted from the mechanical control panel and wiring. Steve could not help but let out a muffled roar within, as the agony seemed to fracture and tear apart every bone and muscle in his body. The sensation of growth was palpable, akin to a decade's worth of physical development being compressed into a mere minute. He suddenly felt that peculiar energy he had been able to summon during training surging wildly. As the third stage described by his teacher, the energy capable of permeating his entire being finally broke through the last barrier at the crown of his head. With a final, thunderous shout, Steve unleashed the overwhelming force within him, causing the experimental chamber to implode from the inside out. He stood bare upon the metallic platform. His trousers stretched to the point of tearing at the thighs, while bystanders were knocked aside by the shockwave, scrambling to regain their footing. He perceived a shift in his vision. He had grown considerably taller, from just over 6 feet to nearly 6 feet 3. His muscles bulging like those of an ancient Greek statue. With his already handsome features, Steve transformed into a strikingly handsome man, his vitality surging like the tide. The energy within him ready to be commanded at will. Dr. Erskine was taken aback by the magnitude of this transformation, sensing a release of energy emanating from Steve. He adjusted his glasses and leaned in for a closer look. Observers in the upper chamber rushed down to witness this miracle up close. Agent Carter had already entered the experimental site, instinctively reaching out to touch the transformed Steve, concerned for his well-being following the recent explosion. Mr. Fred Clemson from the State Department, fixated on the colossal figure at the center, deftly assembled a miniature firearm from his bag, having resolved to thwart this miraculous endeavor, even at the cost of his own life. Amidst the chaos, he stealthily approached the edge of the experimental table, where the last remaining vial of serum fortuitously lay, and slipped it into his pocket as he moved toward Dr. Erskine. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking the doctor, and Clemson turned to flee, taking advantage of the confusion to escape. In a flash, Asazuo disregarded his concealed identity, appearing by Dr. Erskine's side, grasping his arm, and vanishing in an instant. The onlookers could only blink in astonishment before witnessing a plume of black smoke, and Dr. Erskine lay on the ground, having disappeared without a trace. Only Steve's pupils narrowed as he caught sight of the figure swathed in silvery gray silk wrappings. Unbeknownst to him, this elder he had known for 5 or 6 years possessed such extraordinary abilities. Regaining his composure, Steve leaped toward the laboratory entrance, his footfalls indenting the metallic floor as he pursued the assailant who had fired the shots. In the subterranean depths of Howlett Manor, Asazuo brought Dr. Erskine to James's secluded stone chamber. Quickly, James said tersely, glancing at the ailing doctor, who was bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Asazuo vanished again, and within moments, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, appeared. The massive man resembled an upright black bear, with thick lips, small eyes, and clad in coarse linen, even donning a blood-stained apron, reminiscent of a fearsome butcher. Sir, the monstrous giant initially seemed taken aback but deeply bowed upon seeing James, humbly lowering his head and placing a hand over his heart in respectful greeting. Save him first, James urged with calm urgency. The giant nodded and approached Abraham Erskine, who was now retching blood, his eyes glazing over, on the brink of death. The giant's massive hand gently pressed against the 2 wounds on the old man's chest. With eyes tightly shut, the bulging veins on his forehead and beads of sweat erupted forth as he raised his head and let out a tremendous roar. A cloud of dark red smoke billowed from the giant's mouth, filling the chamber before dissipating into nothingness. Exhausted, he slumped down beside them, resembling a mound of flesh. Dr. Erskine's complexion visibly brightened, his breathing steadied, and the bullet holes in his chest vanished. Thank you, John. James sighed with relief, grateful for the timely intervention. Asazuo, relaxing his taut nerves, began to remove the bandages from his face, knowing that failure in this task would surely anger his father, especially since Steve's arrival often drew comparisons to other children. "It is a privilege to serve you, Coffee, and I find joy in alleviating the suffering of others," the giant, John Coffey, rumbled in a deep yet gentle voice, exuding a warmth that belied his fearsome appearance, his demeanor imbued with a childlike sincerity. James smiled and shook his head, kindly asking, "Are you still comfortable at the manor? Your assistance is invaluable, and I must express my gratitude. Sir, though you may not wish for me to call you that, you will ultimately become my king. I am overjoyed to serve by your side. Thank you for your protection. I am quite happy there, getting along well with everyone. I am caring for a newly born calf, a hefty little fellow who has caused quite a bit of trouble for his mother," the giant replied with a hearty laugh. James patted his shoulder and, seeing his eagerness to return to the mother cow, instructed a Sezuo to escort him away. John Coffey was rescued by James around 1935 from a dismal prison in Louisiana. For years, he utilized his resources within the Howlett group to discreetly investigate and uncover mysterious events or individuals, most of which turned out to be mere fabrications and tricks. Yet, throughout this lengthy half-century, he had also discovered some genuinely existing individuals endowed with mysterious powers. In Louisiana, there lay the grim Cold Mountain Prison, where an area known as Green Mile housed death row inmates, and at the other end of the cell block stood the electric chair used for executions. A local investigator for the Howlett group reported a peculiar black inmate rumored to possess the ability to absorb others' pain. Though it sounded absurd, the investigator, having met the giant twice, became convinced of his extraordinary abilities and reported it to his superiors. Days later, the murderer John Coffey vanished. The warden remained reticent on the matter, only hinting at the involvement of powerful individuals, advising against further inquiries into the whereabouts of the black giant. James was uncertain whether Coffey was a mutant. His research techniques had yet to reach the level of genetic identification, but this monstrous man possessed an extraordinary and enigmatic power. He possesses the extraordinary ability to transfer the pain and injuries of others into his own body, subsequently expelling them as if purging foul substances. Even those on the brink of death, as long as they still draw breath, may be salvaged. However, he cannot reverse the finality of death, nor can he extend the life of those whose time has come. Coffey was left by James at the historic Hawley residence of Edmond, tending to the livestock and cultivating the land. His incarceration stemmed from his attempt to rescue two young girls who had fallen victim to a depraved predator, only to be discovered at the crime scene. Given the prevailing attitudes towards African Americans of that era, it was inevitable that he would be condemned to death row. This formidable villain, despite his terrifying countenance and imposing stature, exuded an unexpected tranquility, marked by sensitivity and silence. In his innocence, he resembled a child, and he seemed to possess an indescribable, mysterious power that evoked an instinctive trust in others. Upon their first encounter, Coffey was seized by an inexplicable fear and reverence, bowing his head for an extended period, addressing James as "my king," leaving James puzzled as to the cause of such deference. After a brief interlude, Asatso returned, and James contemplated sending him to retrieve both himself and the still unconscious Dr. Erskine, placing him upon a stone bed in the crypt of the old estate, where he quietly entered a meditative state. Steve ultimately failed to capture the German spy, not due to a lack of ability, but rather because he could not contain the surging power and energy within him. A single punch unleashed a force that explosively ruptured the spy's chest cavity. And during the chase, the final vial of serum shattered on the ground. The experiment had yielded results, yet the lead researcher was shot and mysteriously vanished. The last batch of serum destroyed, although Steve had indeed transformed into a super soldier, showcasing his immense prowess. The military and government sought a means to mass-produce an army capable of altering the course of battle. Recent developments on the battlefield included new tanks and weaponry from the Germans, exhibiting destructive power that surpassed the current capabilities of conventional arms, reminiscent of theoretical energy weapons posited by scientists. The experiment concluded in disarray, as the military frantically deployed both overt and covert resources to locate Dr. Erskine, whose disappearance in plain sight fueled the anxiety of the upper echelons. Should this be yet another covert German stratagem, it would instill fear among the Allied leadership. Steve remained silent throughout, deeply contemplating his thoughts. In Poland, Krakow, Auschwitz concentration camp, Sebastian Shaw, though cast aside by the German military and Hydra's strategic research division, felt he had arrived precisely where he was meant to be, a place that resonated profoundly on a global scale. Shaw gazed into the mirror, meticulously adjusting his tie and hair. Donning glasses and a well-fitted brown suit that conveyed an air of understated propriety befitting his roles as a medical officer and psychotherapist. He was on his way to a banquet hosted by the camp commandant, SS Major Amon Goeth, eager to share his latest discoveries. "Ah, you've arrived, Klaus. Klaus Schmidt. You devil. Why the tardiness? What mischief have you been up to in your little operating room?" Amon Goeth, already several drinks in, half unbuttoned his shirt and reeking of alcohol, drew Shaw into the heart of the gathering, which took place in his personal quarters, a 3-story house where he preferred to reside at the top, allowing him to overlook the entire camp from his balcony. "This is Schindler, as you all know. Such gatherings owe much to our exemplary German entrepreneurs. He has procured quite a treasure trove." He enthusiastically introduced Shaw to a selection of fine wines, smoked sausages, and caviar, delicacies rare in their current circumstances, before slyly producing an antique brass cigar box embossed with the letter H. Schindler even managed to acquire a box of these. Though they are American and not German, they are the finest cigars in the world, without exception. "I believe that is forgivable." Shaw observed Amon's ostentatious display of these rare premium cigars from an American tycoon, offering a shy smile as he shook hands with the tall and imposing German businessman, Oskar Schindler. At Amon Goeth's invitation, the three moved to the more tranquil third-floor balcony, sipping drinks and savoring cigars. Schindler appeared somewhat uncomfortable, and Shaw was reluctant to share his research with individuals he did not know well. "Do share, Klaus? What new concoction have you devised? I'm certain Schindler would be intrigued. Wouldn't he you?" Goeth's sinister gaze flicked towards the reticent Schindler, urging Shaw, who was masquerading as Klaus Schmidt. The businessman, with a restrained expression, nodded and feigned a chuckle. "Surely you are familiar with liquid nitrogen?" Shaw rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, "I have long been curious about the human body's response to extreme cold. So I took the liberty of immersing a Jewish prisoner's arm in a cylinder of liquid nitrogen. Of course, short-term exposure poses no harm. However, when the liquid nitrogen decomposes and freezes the water molecules in your body, you begin to experience excruciating pain, and your skin blisters as if burned. Finally, boom. It shatters into fragments like ice." Amon Goeth erupted into a piercing, manic laughter that echoed through the still night, shaking his head at Shaw while gesturing dismissively. Meanwhile, Oskar Schindler, with his hands buried in his pockets, gripped his thigh tightly, trembling slightly. He inhaled deeply from his cigar, gazing at the seemingly endless rows of barracks within the camp, as though staring into an abyss of decaying coffins. Chapter 68. Erskine's New Direction. Dr. Erskine smacked his lips, feeling a hint of thirst. Suddenly, he fumbled at his chest and sat up abruptly, surveying the unfamiliar, ancient stone chamber, as if he had stepped into a relic of a bygone era. Not far away, on a stone platform, sat a young man with shoulder-length hair, eyes closed, in deep meditation. His features were exquisitely handsome, yet his demeanor exuded a somber grandeur. He was robust in build, yet devoid of ostentatious muscle. "James Howlett. A pleasure to meet you, Dr. Erskine." The young man spoke leisurely, his eyes opening as Erskine began to respond. Pondering the surname Howlett, Erskine instinctively inquired, "Where am I?" "In the basement of the Howlett estate, Edmond, Canada," James replied candidly, revealing his true identity from the outset. After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Erskine cautiously remarked, "You are the Howlett gentleman? With Rogers?" "Indeed, I am the head of the Howlett family. Steve Rogers is my student, though he does not know much about me," James responded openly, unreservedly disclosing his identity. Nodding, Erskine felt increasingly at ease in the presence of this man. Despite having recently emerged from the brink of death and finding himself in such an alien place, face to face with a stranger, "I suppose I owe you my gratitude. I remember being shot," yet somehow James smiled. "Dr. Erskine, how well do you understand the true nature of this world? Not everyone can storm the beaches of peril, but we can all rally in support. Each additional purchase of a series of defense bonds adds another bullet to the soldier's chambers." Dressed in a striking red and blue uniform that accentuated his muscular form, Steve held a star-spangled shield and adeptly recited the promotional lines. The stirring music, paired with the vibrant performances of his scantily clad dancers, elevated the atmosphere of the event. This performance was specially arranged for the political and business elite of New York. James had never shown interest in such affairs, and few would trouble him about them. However, when Asazeo mischievously mentioned that the star of the show was the recently renowned Captain America, his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to attend discreetly. "Hey, Captain Rogers. There are important figures waiting for you in the theater's private box. The senator has requested your presence immediately," The show manager informed Steve, who, while changing his attire, wore an expression of resignation and could not help but complain, "Is it yet another photo op and autograph session? I've mentioned this countless times, Rogers. This is our duty, to recruit for the nation and raise funds, just as honorable as those valiant warriors on the battlefield. Hurry along." The senator appears quite earnest. The manager urged. With a heavy heart, Steve ascended toward the theater's upper levels. This situation was not what he desired, yet the alternative was to remain in the lab, undergoing tests, continually supplying blood and tissue samples to replicate the super serum. Upon reaching the VIP room's entrance, he witnessed Senator Brandt bowing slightly, his expression one of feigned amiability as he promptly closed the door behind him, offering a few earnest words of advice before hastily ushering Steve inside. James smiled at the sight of Steve, momentarily stunned after entering. He had undergone a remarkable transformation, tall and robust. Standing nearby, Azazel, swathed in bandages, teased him in a light-hearted tone. "Salutations, Mr. Captain America, Steve Rogers." Azazel even exaggeratedly saluted, causing Steve's face to redden. He stepped forward, lowering his gaze and muttering, "Teacher," his toes softly tapping the floor. "You must realize that your current stature makes it rather peculiar to resemble your younger self," James jested. "Evidently. The tests I provided were unnecessary. This method of enlisting doesn't require one to fight for their life," Steve replied, glancing at his palms, frustration evident in his voice. "I yearn to truly engage in battle, but I have no choice. You can seek me out when faced with insurmountable challenges." "Seeking assistance is the hallmark of an astute individual," James replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Though you have never been particularly clever, aside from honing your combat skills, you have been remarkably dull." Azazel, the Red Devil, materialized between them in an instant, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. In the midst of Steve's astonished gaze, the three transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. The desolate expanse of red-brown plains stretched infinitely, punctuated only by sparse cacti and tumbleweeds. This was a barren landscape located in the northeastern region of Wyoming. Amidst the nearly level terrain stood a colossal monolith, a prism-like structure that rose dramatically from the ground, reaching nearly 300 meters in height. At its summit was a near-circular platform, roughly 80 meters in diameter. Azazel teleported them to the center of this basalt volcanic neck known as Devil's Tower, then flickered and teleported to the side. "Now, let us see what skills you possess. Remember, give it your all," James declared, hands in his pockets, his tone relaxed yet authoritative. Steve's mind buzzed with inquiries. Yet he clenched his fists, assuming the posture taught by his mentor, summoning all his energy. Upon entering the third stage of his combat technique, his strength surged forth with unimpeded vigor, as if inexhaustible. Waves of heat radiated from him, distorting the air around him, and his muscles appeared more pronounced. In an explosive burst, Steve propelled himself forward, a cloud of dust trailing behind him as he charged toward James. His arms and fists struck with the force of iron whips, producing sonic booms as they collided with James's casually raised forearm. The formidable strike, however, was met with silence, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Steve unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, all effortlessly neutralized by James's deft maneuvers. The technique Steve employed, known as the body shield fist, was designed for defensive counterattacks. James had once remarked that this combat style was akin to shield techniques. "Quicken your pace," James urged, observing the calmness of his student. Steve grunted in determination, intensifying his assault. Ever since the serum injection, he had ceased to feel fatigue. His body seemed to possess boundless energy, gradually transforming into a blur. 100 fists of the body shield. Steve's fists and arms surged with energy, creating a protective barrier around him, resembling a shield-like silhouette, akin to a rapidly spinning top, charging toward James. Azazel watched in astonishment at Steve's full-on assault. He realized that if he were to engage purely in physical combat without utilizing his abilities, he would likely be outmatched by Steve. Boom, boom. James deflected the barrage of punches with ease, relying solely on his natural strength, speed, and combat skills, without channeling any energy. Observing his student pushing the limits of his offensive capabilities, he finally broke through the shield-like defenses and retaliated with a swift palm strike to Steve's chest, sending him flying several meters away, yet leaving him unharmed. "Not bad. Your strength and endurance are commendable, though your speed and reflexes are somewhat lacking," James mused, comparing Steve, who was now clutching his chest and regaining composure, to the Black Panther from Wakanda. In pure strength and physical prowess, Steve had the advantage. Yet he fell short in speed. Possessing the art of combat and having entered the third stage, he generated a formidable force, undoubtedly enhancing his strength in battle. Yet, he remained utterly incapable of impacting the vibranium armor. Steve Rogers had long been psychologically prepared for his mentor's extraordinary nature, but he was taken aback to realize that he currently lacked even the slightest ability to command the other's serious attention. His purely physical capabilities had already exceeded 3 times the theoretical enhancement level of the serum, a phenomenon that left numerous scientists perplexed, intensifying their lament for Dr. Erskine. Who alone might unravel this mystery? Dr. Erskine is safe with me, his gunshot wound is healed, and you may yet have the opportunity to meet him again. James adjusted the slightly askew sleeves that Steve had messed up and donned the coat handed to him by Azazo. Teacher, Steve's words are somewhat vague, and I do not know how to articulate my thoughts. This world is far more intricate than you perceive. Just look at yourself to comprehend. Extraordinary powers have always existed. Yet I never anticipated that you would be one of them. After a brief pause, James continued, upon your return, I will arrange for you to be on the battlefield. Azazo will periodically seek you out. If any extraordinary occurrences arise, be sure to relay them to him. He will undoubtedly share our matters with you. So inquire at your own pace. You are now worthy of this knowledge. With that, James waved his hand, and the 3 of them swiftly returned to the VIP lounge of the theater. He offered a few more words of advice to Steve before departing with Azazo. In the depths of the Howlett estate, Dr. Abraham Erskine was engrossed in examining experimental materials under a microscope. The expansive underground chamber had transformed into a high-tech laboratory, illuminated by bright lights, with various experimental instruments and swaying reagent bottles working in a well-ordered manner. James descended from the corridor, briefly updating Erskine on Steve's condition and his current physical capabilities. At the moment of the successful experiment, he unleashed a force far exceeding expected data. This must relate to your unique training techniques, Erskine inquired with genuine curiosity. Indeed, he fortuitously crossed paths with me in his teens. He displayed a remarkable aptitude for the skills I practiced, which led me to take him on as a student, the doctor nodded, speaking with fervor akin to an academic discussion. Your technique appears to represent an alternative evolutionary path. I do not comprehend the principles and mysteries behind it, yet I recognize its extraordinary nature. At present, my research cannot replicate such power. James smiled, acknowledging that the power of technology also surpassed his own, which was precisely why he had rescued Erskine. So, have you made any progress in your research? Upon hearing this, Dr. Erskine beckoned James closer, eagerly explaining. The wondrous plant you provided is truly a treasure. It seems to be a stimulant herb that can awaken human potential, yet for reasons unknown. It has evolved into an entirely new species. James gazed at the magnified extract of the heart-shaped herb from Wakanda, its pale purple cells brimming with vitality, even radiating a faint glow. It can be absorbed purely through ingestion, altering and intensifying the telomeres of human cells, stimulating growth and expansion. This process is best performed in an anaerobic state, and it possesses neurostimulatory properties, which may induce hallucinations during consumption. Conversely, its leaves exhibit inhibitory traits, capable of rapidly metabolizing the effects of the heart-shaped herb. If one were to rely solely on this plant for power, the leaves could effectively counteract it. However, merely swallowing it would be a waste. Such a simplistic approach is far too crude. My serum is fundamentally designed to develop and even surpass the limits of human potential. But this extraordinary plant, if extracted through serum techniques, refined and properly adjusted, could undoubtedly yield a truly perfect super serum. As James listened to Dr. Erskine's discourse, he nodded thoughtfully and then turned to the doctor, inquiring earnestly, will this serum still be of assistance to me? The doctor pondered cautiously before responding, yes, but to a limited extent. I have studied your blood and some tissue samples. It is almost inconceivable. I do not even know if your cells are subject to the limitations of lifespan, nor can I fathom their repair and proliferation rates. Erskine shook his head repeatedly, having witnessed something that shattered his understanding of human genetic research and evolution. The inherent potential and variability of the mutant genes within Mr. Howlett, under relentless explorations, resembled the transformation of mortals into deities, an unfathomable phenomenon. I must utilize your blood and genetic samples, combined with the extraction of the heart-shaped herb, as the foundation for the super soldier serum, in hopes of advancing your current state. However, relying solely on the serum will not suffice. Achieving a genetic leap requires a vast amount of high-purity energy, much like how Steve, after receiving the serum, siphoned nearly all the electricity from the Brooklyn area to convert into Vita rays, which nourished his body during its growth and evolution, your energy requirements will be exceedingly high. James understood and contemplated for a moment, observing the hesitant Dr. Erskine. He stated directly, "If there is something you wish to say, do not hesitate." The doctor nodded gently, his gaze solemn as he looked at James, resting his hand on the lab table. "A person of your stature, revealing secrets to me, and desiring to grow stronger, I cannot discern your ultimate intentions." James acknowledged the doctor's concern. It was expected that a man of Erskine's principled nature would not succumb to the allure of power and oppression. "You have seen the remains of the ancient frost giants," Erskine murmured, lowering his head in silence. Mr. Howlett had unveiled the true visage of the world to him, leading him to the grand tomb of giants hidden beneath the earth. He had scarcely registered his astonishment at the devil-like figure, reminiscent of Schmidt, who could teleport, before being overwhelmed by the heaps of desolate and ominous giant corpses. He was compelled to concede that the Norse gods were not mere myth. Schmidt's quest for divine power was not absurd. For a scientist, the existence of God shattered his understanding of reality. You should grasp how fragile and minuscule the human world is. Even if you develop a powerful evolutionary serum, it remains but a drop in the ocean when faced with the gods or the cosmos. The wars between humans are nothing more than squabbles among different ant colonies. One day, we will confront enemies far beyond our comprehension. Suddenly, Dr. Erskine raised his head, an intense gaze fixed upon James as he asked gravely, "So you are preparing for this world, so that one day you may possess sufficient power to resist?" No, James chuckled, a smile gracing his lips as he replied nonchalantly, "I am not that noble, nor do I aspire to be. I act solely for myself. If one day the world faces destruction and I cannot flee, I must confront it. To prepare for that day, I must acquire enough strength to protect myself and those I hold dear. I dislike surrendering my fate to others, awaiting judgment. Seizing power is imperative, regardless of the cost." With a shrug, he concluded with a self-deprecating remark, "Call it a case of paranoia, if you will." Dr. Erskine, surprisingly, found himself calmed. He exhaled deeply, easing his tension, and after a moment, extended his hand toward James. "Thus, I am willing to assist you, Mr. Howlett." Erskine possessed his own criteria for assessing individuals. While Mr. Howlett often spoke of his own interests, he was nonetheless candid and genuine. With the example of Steve in mind, the doctor inexplicably felt a greater trust in his mentor. James shook his hand, then suddenly recalled something, speaking cheerfully. "By the way, doctor, do not pay too much heed to the so-called deities. They are merely more powerful life forms." He winked, revealing his slightly protruding canine teeth, and smiled confidently. "Schmidt, will this ensure their obedience? These creatures unleashed on the battlefield will also attack the German army." Outside, rain fell in the bitter cold of winter in Poland. Amon God. In the medical research facility of the Auschwitz concentration camp, observed Schmidt as he manipulated a grotesque creature's swollen head with an iron rod, probing deep into its brow. God, clad in a well-fitted German uniform, bore a sinister expression, his features sharp and imposing. Though he housed an evil soul, his appearance was undeniably striking. Holding a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, he looked on with disgust at Shao's operations. Even he found such perverse acts difficult to accept. "Do not worry, my dear Commander God. A batch has already been dispatched to the front lines. Soon their efficacy will be recognized by the Empire, and you will surely receive commendation from the heir." Shao adeptly finished his probing, and the previously struggling, gagged creature now lay eerily still, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of motion. This inspiration stems from an early form of psychiatric treatment I once explored, the ice pick therapy. Without the need for surgery, it destroys the patient's frontal lobe, impairing their cognition, emotions, and pain responses, supplemented by behavioral stimulation of various other brain regions. Adjusting his glasses, Shao whispered conspiratorially, "They will be the ultimate super soldiers." Amon Got surveyed the room, uncomfortable as he noted several soulless mutants standing in iron crates. He loosened his collar in the expansive chamber, which also housed rows of vacuum boxes meant for near-death experiments. Having witnessed Klaus Schmidt's specialized research, Got understood the capabilities of the modified monsters. This freshly operated creature could spray highly corrosive acid from its pustules, capable of eroding even armored tanks. Others could emit piercing sonic waves, their skin impervious to bullets, armed with spines protruding from their bodies. Over the past 5 or 6 years, Schmidt had persistently conducted experiments on soldiers captured during battles and inmates from the concentration camps. The success rate had gradually improved, albeit remaining quite limited, with most of the resultant mutants possessing minimal abilities and little lethality. Throughout these years, Sebastian Shaw had only managed to create a dozen or so relatively potent mutants. He had reported to higher authorities, deploying 5 to the battlefield. If success was achieved and garnered the heir's attention, his experiments could be replicated on a grand scale throughout Europe, leading to the continuous generation of mutants. The invaluable genetic data acquired from his countless near-death experiments had equipped Shaw with a wealth of research reserves concerning this extraordinary race quietly emerging within humanity. Suddenly, cries echoed from downstairs, sounding distinctly like Hebrew. Amon God, his face contorted with anger, moved to the window, with Shaw closely following, peering down. A group of newly captured Jews, drenched by the rain, trudged through the mud under the soldiers' harsh commands. The soldiers segregated the adults by gender, while children were pulled aside and sent to different barracks. A gaunt couple, wrapped in their outer garments, desperately shouted for their son, clawing at the concentration camp's fence and barbed wire, pleading with the soldiers. "Mama! Mama!" The boy's voice was hoarse. He was emaciated, his clothes hanging loosely on his frail frame, his pale skin glistening with rain, shivering from the cold. A soldier behind him tugged at him, attempting to drag him back to the barracks, but the boy appeared to be drawn by some invisible force, remaining utterly unyielding, even seemingly being pulled forward. Several German soldiers nearby noticed and joined in the effort to pull the boy, who continued to scream in anguish, fixated on the direction from which his parents were being taken. Tears and snot streamed down his face, mingling with the rain, as he splayed his fingers wide, as if trying to grasp his mother's hand. Amon God, growing impatient, drew his gun. He had witnessed similar scenes far too often and had little tolerance for such noise. Shaw gently pressed down on his hand, intrigued, as the situation grew increasingly bizarre. 3 or 4 soldiers struggling to restrain the boy could not budge him an inch. The iron gates and barbed wire of the camp warped and creaked as if pulled by an unknown force, seemingly emanating from the boy's hand. Bang! A nearby soldier struck the boy's head with the butt of his rifle, rendering him unconscious. The soldiers, losing their grip, were thrown to the ground by the force of inertia, landing in the mud. The heavy iron gate, nearly 3 meters tall, contorted grotesquely as if crumpled like a wad of paper. Shaw removed his glasses, his eyes gleaming with the allure of the rarest treasure, shimmering with a covetous light. Chapter 69. The mutant within the spacious cabin of the C-47 transport aircraft, affectionately dubbed the Skytrain. Only the pilot, Howard Stark, and 2 others, Steve Rogers and Miss Peggy Carter, occupied the space. "Mr. Stark, I appreciate your personal escort. Once we reach the designated airspace, I will parachute down to Ashono myself." Steve expressed his gratitude to the pilot, Howard Stark, who was at the helm of the military transport, a product of Stark Industries. "Not at all, Captain Rogers. After all, I am a member of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. You should thank Miss Carter instead. She has graciously agreed to join me for dinner. How does Lucerne sound, Miss Carter?" "If you're not pressed for time?" Howard Stark quipped, his light-hearted banter as charming as ever. Peggy, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern, glanced at the cockpit before turning to Steve. "Well, I don't understand why the military suddenly dispatched you to the battlefield to showcase and validate the potency of the super soldier serum. Parachuting alone into an enemy stronghold is far too perilous. I certainly didn't agree to this. That's all right. My best friend, James Barnes, is with the 107th. The situation there is critical, and we cannot afford delays. Trust me, Agent Carter, I've awaited this day for far too long," Steve implored earnestly. For Bucky was one of the most significant figures in his life, second only to his mother and teachers. "Captain Rogers, we are approaching the combat zone. I can't risk getting any closer. You may need to run the rest of the way." Dressed in combat fatigues with a brown flight jacket draped over his shoulders, Steve cast a lingering glance at Peggy Carter before jumping from the aircraft. As he plummeted from 10,000 feet, the fierce winds battered against him. He summoned all his strength to combat the rush of air, successfully slowing his descent. However, lacking experience, he ultimately deployed his parachute. With a soft thud, he landed atop a sturdy banyan tree, unbuckled his parachute, and leaped down from a height of several meters, landing gracefully on the ground. He sprinted toward the sound of gunfire, the trees whirring past his periphery. "Bucky!" A robust man with reddish facial hair shouted, spotting Bucky, who lay dazed from an explosive blast a few meters away. He adjusted his round cap and began firing to suppress the enemy while attempting to reach Bucky's side. The Hydra troops, equipped with advanced weaponry, pressed the 107th into a corner. Their soldiers, clad in black uniforms adorned with a red, tentacled skull, wore iron helmets and goggles, and carried peculiar weapons resembling flamethrowers. Boom! A massive boulder shielding the red-bearded man was struck by a beam of icy blue energy, disintegrating it and sending dust into the air. He rolled to the side, narrowly evading a shot aimed at him. As the enemy charged, another energy build-up, the weapon emitted a piercing shriek. In the next moment, a vague shadow hurtled through the air, crashing into the enemy ranks, burying a severely damaged motorcycle deep into the ground. A Hydra soldier was left with nothing but a dangling lower leg, blood gushing from the wreckage. Steve, armed with a Sten submachine gun, leaped into action, delivering precise bursts that felled several adversaries. Upon exhausting his ammunition, he discarded the weapon, its thudding impact resonating as he incapacitated the enemy closest to Bucky. Reaching Bucky's side, he assessed that his friend bore no visible injuries. Glancing at the astonished red-bearded man, Steve effortlessly hoisted Bucky, treating him as if he were a child, and dashed toward a nearby cover, gently placing him down. "Take care of him," Steve commanded before charging headlong into the densest cluster of Hydra soldiers. He darted left and right, his movements appearing ghostly to ordinary soldiers. Channeling his strength, he unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, every blow erupting into clouds of blood and the sound of shattering bones. The Hydra commander observed Steve's fearless rampage and quickly ordered the deployment of an experimental weapon just received days prior. Boom! The iron box's door thudded down, stirring up dust, and from within emerged a grotesque figure clad in tattered concentration camp garb, robust and covered in minute, ugly protrusions. His small pupils and opaque sclera gave him an expression of vacant confusion. The commander grasped a matching laser flashlight, fiddled with it, and illuminated the area ahead. Suddenly, the creature within the box erupted, smashing its fist against a weapons crate, splintering it into pieces. The Hydra lieutenant, eyes gleaming with excitement, directed the light towards Steve, who had advanced to a nearby open area. A monstrous howl erupted from the grotesque figure, its skin resembling rough stone, as it charged towards the light. Instinctively driven to destroy it, an outcome of Sebastian Shaw's prolonged torment and psychological manipulation. Steve, astonished by the approaching behemoth, did not hesitate. He coiled his body and clenched his fists. Shield punch. In the midst of the enemy ranks, Steve reveled in the thrill of battle, inadvertently letting out a roar as he unleashed his full power. Thud! His fist connected with the creature's chest, sending it hurtling into a tree, where it crashed against the trunk with such force that the wood splintered. The creature coughed blood but, driven by the light's allure, continued its rampage, stomping the ground with fury. Steve immediately sensed something was amiss. The creature felt like striking a dense rubber surface. Its exterior was coarse and unyielding, and despite the impact of his blows, it remained unfazed. The soldiers of the 107th rallied behind Steve, firing at the monstrous figure. But their bullets merely ricocheted off its hide, leaving only minor red and white marks, while a few lodged in its flesh without penetrating deeply. The grotesque figure lunged again, attacking with wild abandon. Steve skillfully sidestepped, delivering precise strikes to its abdomen, chest, and face. He could feel the impact of his fists damaging its internal structure. A normal person would have succumbed long ago. Yet this creature, devoid of pain and fear, continued its assault, even as its insides likely deteriorated. With a determined gaze, Steve braced himself, throwing 2 punches, driving his knee into the creature's abdomen, causing it to stagger. He then clenched his fists, striking the creature's temples with a combined blow. Pow! The manic expression on the creature's face vanished in an instant, blood and tears streaming from its eyes. In that fleeting moment, Steve felt as if the creature had regained a semblance of consciousness, transforming into a simple, honest farmer. The creature crumpled to the ground, its brain shattered from the force of Steve's blow, rendering it motionless. Late, too late. Such a grand spectacle missed, all thanks to these sluggish, incompetent craftsmen. What is the point of fussing over a broken shield? Azazel trudged through the aftermath of the recently concluded Ashano battlefield, burdened by a large black package. He cursed under his breath as he surveyed the desolation and the scattered corpses. Regret washed over him for not arriving sooner. Who is that? The soldiers of the 107th Regiment, upon seeing the peculiar figure clad in a black coat with a silver-gray cloth wrapped around his face, hastily raised their weapons and surrounded him. Today, they had witnessed enough bizarre occurrences, and this odd character appeared even more peculiar. It's my friend. No need to worry. Everyone step back. Steve rushed forward upon spotting Azazel, hurriedly explaining to his comrades. With Azazel's nonchalant demeanor, the two retreated to a quieter spot. Thud. Here. This is for you. If it weren't for this thing delaying me for half the day, I would have arrived sooner to join the fight. Asazeo casually dropped the hefty package onto the ground, fidgeting with the uncomfortable silk scarf around his neck and grumbling incessantly. This is. Steve bent down to open the package and extracted a massive shield encased in leather. It was a remarkably thick half-round shield, flawless in appearance, adorned with concentric patterns radiating from the center, slightly curved in shape. Its bright silver hue had a hint of bluish-gray metallic texture, and it featured a pair of handles that seamlessly integrated without welding marks, secured by resilient leather straps at both ends. I initially suggested crafting 3-blade wheels. Imagine the swiftness with which one could wield them. But my father deemed it excessive, so we settled on this round shield. However, it is made of ample adamantium, larger than originally designed, though a bit heavy. Asazeo squeezed Steve's taut arm. You must have some strength now. As he spoke, he drew 2 more elaborately crafted, menacing short blades from his waist, flaunting them with bravado. Steve ignored Asazeo's showboating, inserting his arm through the shield, which now rested against his chest, feeling as if they were one. The backpack also contained a uniquely textured, dark blue-black combat suit and boots, along with a helmet that only revealed his lips and chin. Steve was unable to discern the material of this equipment, particularly the metallic components covering crucial areas like the chest and head. But it shared an indescribable quality with the shield he held. Brother, please thank the teacher on my behalf, and thank you for running this errand for me. Steve sincerely expressed to Asazeo, his face flushing as a warmth surged in his chest. Running an errand is as effortless as breathing. Is there anything interesting happening on the battlefield? Where are you heading next? I've been idle lately. Take me with you. Steve thought for a moment and quickly led Asazeo to the area where corpses were being cleared, pulling back the shroud from a particularly grotesque-looking body. Asazeo suddenly fell silent, crouching to scrutinize the corpse covered in hard particles and lumps. Though the cloth obscured his expression, his gaze was unusually serious. Is there more? Steve shook his head, explaining. This is the only one I encountered, but it appears to be purposefully prepared. I wonder if it's related to Dr. Erskine's serum. This isn't your usual style. I'm taking this one. He must be handed over to my father. Asazeo grinned wickedly, seizing the corpse's arm and vanishing into a cloud of black smoke. Steve called out to Asazeo, but it was too late. He had intended to bring along the strange energy weapon of Hydra for his teacher, but it seemed that would have to wait until next time. Edmund, beneath the Howlett manor. How is it, Doctor? James asked Abraham Erskine, who was examining blood extracted from the corpse Asazeo had brought back. Indeed, it is a mutant gene. Comparing your blood samples with that of Mr. Asazeo Howlett and, of course, that of Mr. Coffey, I found that while there are vast differences in your genetic sequences, a common source of a mutation factor can be identified, which I have termed the X gene. Dr. Erskine massaged his brow, looking at the two with intense expressions, continuing to articulate his thoughts. My research does not primarily focus on genetic mutations, but I have delved into it, especially with the cases you present. The X gene is a randomly mutating, unstable genetic prokaryote, capable of producing mutant abilities akin to the genes responsible for human appearance, exhibiting numerous combinations and mutation forms. Each mutation form results in varying abilities. The most common manifestation of this gene occurs at the physical level, leading to severe distortions in appearance, with the causes and results of mutations being uncontrollable. Currently, the number of mutants in the human population is negligible in comparison. James nodded. The return of Dr. Erskine was invaluable to him, as it would not only assist him in developing a perfect evolutionary serum, but also significantly accelerate research on mutants. Though he had spent over a decade studying in Europe under an assumed identity, he had to admit that research was not his forte. Such specialized tasks were best left to professionals. However, Dr. Erskine hesitated, leaning down to inspect the corpse's shattered skull, lifting the eyelids to take a look, and solemnly remarked, "The mutation trajectory of this mutant's genes is peculiar, resembling a chicken artificially induced with drugs, executed roughly. Any competent biogeneticist would not achieve such results." James narrowed his eyes and softly inquired, "Are you suggesting that this might be a man-made mutant?" Erskine nodded, struggling to fathom the methods that could push the human body to its mental limits, provoking disruptions in pituitary hormone stimulation, thus leading to genetic mutations in the flesh. You should refrain from wandering about. Let us investigate who is behind this. James instructed Asazeo. The increase of mutants over time evolving into a group was within his expectations, but the deliberate creation of mutants through such extreme and malevolent means was intolerable to him. He harbored a profound awareness of two crises looming over this world, one being the potential exploitation of individuals as subjects for dissection and research, Do not be afraid. Come forward, child. What is your name? Shaw endeavored to appear benevolent and amiable, but his demeanor only grew increasingly unsettling. He adjusted his glasses and pulled something from his pocket, inquiring with exaggerated curiosity at the brown-haired, tall, slender boy who stood before him, head bowed and trembling slightly. Seated at his mahogany desk, nearby a large glass window lay an uncleaned examination table strewn with various saws and tools, stained with congealed blood. Eric. Lanchel. The boy grasped the hem of his clothing, managing to utter the words. Eric. Haha. Have you ever had chocolate, Eric? Here, try some. Shaw unwrapped the chocolate he had pulled out and exaggeratedly chewed on a piece, his actions becoming increasingly repulsive. Eric Lanchel, filled more with fear than curiosity, stepped forward to take the half-eaten piece of chocolate from the desk, tasting the dark German chocolate, bitter yet aromatic. Delicious. Eric, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Klaus Schmidt, and I require your assistance, a rather trivial task. Shaw placed a German eagle coin upon the table, his fingers pinching it delicately. It is exceedingly simple, akin to how you effortlessly bent that iron door the other day. Rest assured, I do not hold you accountable. All I ask is for you to make this coin move. He tapped the coin with his fingertip, forcing a smile while observing the bewildered expression on Eric Lanchel's face, urging him repeatedly. With hesitation, Eric raised his right arm, palm open towards the coin on the table. He was uncertain of what exactly he had accomplished that day. It felt as if there was an additional sense beyond the ordinary five, capable of manipulating a unique force. Yet, at this moment, he merely stood there, perplexed, his brow furrowing and cheeks flushed as if experiencing a particularly taxing visit to the restroom. Shao watched the youth flail his arms in frustration, exhaling in exasperation. He gestured to the soldier at the door, retrieving a pistol from the drawer and placing it on the table. Mother, the boy exclaimed in Hebrew, leaping into the woman's embrace. She stroked her son's hair, her withered and pallid visage remarkably dry, devoid of tears, yet her eyes were reddened. Eric, listen closely. I will count to 3. If you cannot produce even the slightest movement, I shall take aim at your mother. Shao cocked the gun, the barrel directed ominously at the terrified, gaping woman. The boy fixated on the coin, raising his hands, the tendons on the back of his hands protruding, gritting his teeth as if grasping at thin air. 1. The harsh consonants of German struck Eric's mind coldly. 2. Eric Lanchel opened his mouth wide, exerting himself to the point of shouting, as Zhao's finger rested on the trigger. 3. Suddenly, a soldier burst through the door, interrupting Shao, who slammed the gun down onto the table in irritation, demanding to know the reason for the intrusion. Yes, it is a call from the SS. Scientists from all branches of the Empire and senior SS officials are to visit the Strategic Weapons Development Department to inspect Colonel John Schmidt's new equipment. The soldier observed Schmidt's disheveled and furious demeanor, swallowing hard before adding, "You have also been invited." Shao composed himself, smoothing his hair and regaining his composure, signaling for the soldiers to escort the boy and woman away. As Eric exited, he added, "When I return, Eric, I hope you will have made progress." Eric shivered, daring not to look back, hastening to follow the soldiers. Shao seemed to recall something, a faint smile gracing his lips. Surely, it was his experimental subjects deployed on the battlefield that had garnered the Empire's attention, leading to this newfound significance. He would soon acquire additional resources, refine and expand the mutant awakening experiments, and uncover ever more formidable abilities, step by step, crafting the world he yearned for. Clarify your origins. James spoke fluent German, questioning a German officer whose legs had been pierced. Beside him lay the body of a mutant, spiked with dark, elongated protrusions, a tall, slender man with distinctly Jewish features. A faint trace of blood seeping from a slender knife wound to his chest. Assas held dual Edelman blades, wiping them on the corpse of a headless German soldier nearby. The battlefield was surreal. It bore the mark of at least a regiment of troops. Many soldiers lay in trenches and bunkers, their bodies punctured with no sign of struggle. Armored vehicles and tanks appeared as if ravaged by artillery, riddled with holes, the edges of their iron shells seemingly molten, some even cleaved into segments. The scorched earth bore furrows resembling those made by a plow, alongside overturned war machines. Auschwitz concentration camp, the German officer spoke in fragmented tones, losing consciousness from excessive blood loss. James rose, casting a final glance at the spiked body, sighing deeply before surveying the battlefield once more. He placed a hand on Assas's shoulder and vanished in a puff of black smoke. All that remained was the haunting sound of crackling flames and the oppressive silence of death. Chapter 70. Auschwitz. Southern Poland, a plume of black smoke flickered at the foot of the mountains beside the concentration camp. James surveyed his surroundings, his expression marred by disdain. With a subtle thought, he levitated effortlessly into the air, the energy around him dissipating with minimal excess, showcasing his increasingly refined control over his own power. Ascending into the sky, he gazed down upon the vast concentration camp, which spanned approximately 40 square kilometers, a profound sorrow welling within him. Unlike anything he had ever experienced before, his enhancements in physique and mutated abilities, coupled with his near-peak martial prowess, had honed his beastly instincts to a point where his awareness resembled that of a psychic. He could sense crises, emotions, and murderous intent, approaching the realm of telepathy. At that moment, an overwhelming silence enveloped him, akin to gazing into the endless void while submerged in the depths of the sea. A thick abyss woven from countless deaths and despair. The barracks of the concentration camp stood like tombstones in a graveyard, surrounded by piles of clothing and shoes that had yet to be incinerated. Nearby, Nazi soldiers practiced their marksmanship, using living prisoners as targets after each round. A saw shimmered atop one of the barrack roofs, slowly peeling away the bandages that concealed his face, his expression impassive and silent. His tail emerged from his trousers, dancing freely as he gracefully drew two Edmund daggers from behind his waist, transforming once more into the fearsome red demon from the depths of hell. Unnoticed by the hovering figure in the air and the demon on the rooftop, the Nazi soldiers continued directing the prisoners to dig deep graves, compelling them to leap into their self-dug tombs while they hurled dirt upon their fellow inmates. Abruptly, James retracted his energy field and plummeted from several hundred meters above like a meteor. His knees bent slightly as a few Nazi officers shouted in German, their faces contorted with panic at the descending figure. From his hands, 6 elongated bone claws emerged, elegant and almost ornate, resembling masterfully crafted weapons rather than mere bones. James unleashed his claws and advanced toward the German soldiers with a stoic demeanor. Not far away, Amon GTH, the highest commander of Auschwitz and an SS officer, observed the peculiar figure from the balcony of his 3-story villa, momentarily questioning whether one of Schmidt's experimental weapons had escaped. He hastily donned his clothes, seized his firearm, and descended the stairs, cursing in coarse German. "Stop. Stand still." One soldier aimed his gun at the towering, terrifying figure before him. But the man did not even glance his way, merely shifting his lowered arm slightly. The Mauser rifle in the soldier's grasp shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Confused, the soldier clutched the broken sections of his gun when suddenly he swayed, his vision filled with the leaden gray of the sky. He was cleaved into 4 sections from his left hip to his right shoulder, his spine, organs, and flesh laid bare like a specimen in a medical school. Gunfire erupted as the crimson stain spread across the earth from the corpse. The Nazi soldiers finally regained their senses and unleashed a storm of bullets from numerous submachine guns and countless Mauser rifles, frantically shooting at the man with claws. James continued to walk forward, his expression cold and indifferent, enveloped in a faint red energy field that rippled as bullets struck it, shattering against the powerful aura. The concentration camp was inundated with soldiers unsure of how to respond. Having never witnessed extraordinary power, they could not comprehend how the bullets could not even graze this man's body. They instinctively continued firing, again and again. But within mere seconds, James withdrew his energy field. The overwhelming presence of countless restless spirits stirred a profound discomfort within him. A vague numbness surfaced in his heart. Perhaps allowing the bullets to strike him would awaken his senses. The bullets struck him as if they were hitting a specialized high-density rubber, creating small indentations on his skin, leaving faint white marks, while some wounds healed almost instantaneously, barely discernible. The relentless barrage of metal felt like a torrential downpour on a stormy night, invigorating him as he welcomed the deluge, washing away his despondency. Feeling a surge of vitality, James shook his body. The black combat suit riddled with holes from the gunfire shredded by his energy, revealing a physique sculpted like white jade. He approached the German soldiers, who had entirely forgotten to change their magazines, raised his hand, and slowly, with his bone claws, sliced through the air as if a searing blade gliding through cheese. The slaughter commenced. James did not employ any external energy or techniques but simply wielded his bone blades, dismembering the soldiers before him. To the Germans, his speed was like a tempest, swift and unstoppable, as torrents of blood and flesh rained down, causing entire ranks of soldiers to collapse in terror and flee. James had never relished the thought of attacking those incapable of resistance. Such mechanical slaughter bored him and offered no thrill of battle. But today, he simply yearned to hear the cries of despair and fear, resonating with the restless spirits that lingered here, eternally seeking peace. Asaz observed, watching his father wielding the bone blades, staining the earth with crimson while his own blades remained untouched. James, with his flowing black hair and a physique reminiscent of a divine statue, appeared extraordinarily sacred in this grim tableau. The red demon gazed at the man, and despite having grown up under his tutelage, he felt an indescribable admiration. He grinned wickedly, crouched low, and drew his dual blades, speaking softly. Instant kill, eye of the dying. In an instant, Asaz vanished, yet simultaneously multiplied, appearing next to every Nazi soldier in the camp as if a multitude of red demons had converged upon them. Within the fleeting moment captured by human retinas, Asaz teleported 7 times, mastering the final 3 phases of his mutant evolution, perfectly harnessing the limits of his abilities. This extreme frequency of teleportation, sustained by his physical prowess, could last approximately 5 seconds, allowing him to teleport nearly 1,000 times within that brief span. Amon GTH witnessed his soldiers frantically firing at a man with claws, realizing the bullets were utterly ineffective, only to see hundreds of red demonic figures materialize behind fleeing soldiers. Almost simultaneously, every soldier's head fell, the carnage extending throughout the entire camp. For the first time, this inhumane executioner experienced the sensation of fear, and in a panic, he dashed toward Schmidt's laboratory, where several uniquely gifted mutant humans awaited. As the dust settled, the brief cacophony of the camp fell silent, leaving behind nearly 1,000 headless corpses and countless scattered remnants of flesh. Some prisoners in the deep pits remained frozen in place, their eyes exposed, gazing at the 2 figures clad in red and white on the expansive square. An increasing number of people gathered from all directions, men and women of all ages, the surging crowd moving quietly, save for the soft rustling of their footsteps. From an unknown source, the haunting melodies of Hebrew liturgy began to resonate, drawing an increasing number of individuals to join in reverent recitation, gradually kneeling upon the ground. Numerous war captives from various European nations, alongside Soviet prisoners, clasped their hands upon their chests, invoking verses from the sacred scriptures in their native tongues. Today, as I reflect upon my existence, may God also reconsider my life and deliver me from all tribulations. When the Almighty unleashes the fire of vengeance upon you, you shall recognize and extol his command. As Asazuo stood behind the elder, he experienced for the first time a departure from the disdain and fear that humanity had typically bestowed upon him, replaced instead by profound reverence and adoration. In the hearts of the over 100,000 souls within the concentration camp, the divine was present to administer punishment upon the malevolent. James was calming his tumultuous emotions, allowing the stifled thoughts to dissipate gradually, when suddenly his gaze darted towards a palpable malevolence emanating from several hundred meters away. A piercing red light struck him, and he squinted slightly, ascending into the air and directing his flight towards the grim-faced SS officer, Amon GTH. Behind GTH stood 4 towering rectangular iron crates, while several soldiers stationed at the Schmidt laboratory trembled as they opened the crate doors. They had become the last surviving Nazi soldiers within the entire concentration camp. As GTH observed the man hurtling towards him, panic took hold, and he hastily retreated. Once formidable and imposing in stature, clad in military attire, GTH now appeared utterly despicable. The crates opened to reveal 4 indistinct figures cloaked in shadows. James regarded the transformed mutants within the iron boxes with a complex expression, yet his fury was unmistakable. Chapter 71. Eric Ranchel. The 4 mutants exhibited a vacant expression, their eyes devoid of life. 2 resembled relatively normal young men, while one appeared youthful, yet had an impossibly wide mouth, gaping to the cheeks, revealing a toothless grin. The last was a middle-aged man, corpulent, and covered in numerous grotesque tumors. Scott's face twisted in a grimace as he directed a beam of crimson light towards the descending man, prompting the 4 mutants to emit eerie, inhuman howls as they lunged forward. James paid no mind to the Naki officer. He slightly tilted his head to evade the projectile of the gaping woman, countering with his bone blade to swiftly decapitate a nearby blonde youth. Surprisingly, the strike did not shatter him. Blood gushed from the deep wounds in the young man's chest and neck, enveloping his body in a gelatinous substance that left only half of his face and a portion of his body exposed. Soon, this viscous blood solidified, acquiring a peculiar hardness akin to crude armor. A foul stench assailed James, who summoned his energy to conjure a barrier against a torrent of dark green acid that hissed menacingly in the air. The corpulent man, covered in festering tumors, spewed a caustic liquid from his chest, bile-like saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. The final mutant, a seemingly normal slender man, painfully tore at his prison garb, revealing a mass of magma-like crimson clumps on his torso, pulsating with ominous veins that suggested instability. Observing their mindless, beast-like demeanor, James shook his head lightly. A rosy aura enveloped his bone blade, adding force to his strikes as he cleaved through the armored man, breaking him into several pieces. The sensation of the blade penetrating flesh felt as solid as marble. He deftly sidestepped, advancing toward the acid-spewing woman, swiftly ending her life with a strike to her brain. Casting a glance at the man who was beginning to convulse, on the verge of unleashing acid from his tumors, James felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He clenched his fists, his energy surging forth like twin streams of rosy flames, obliterating the acid-spewing man from existence. His gaze then fell upon the slender man whose body continued to convulse, while he noted Asazo lurking on the rooftop, eager to engage. In an instant, Asazo teleported beside the man, coiling his tail around his neck just as the crimson clump on the man's chest began to crack ominously. With a final desperate scream, the man's eyes bulged in terror. In a flash, both vanished, and moments later, Asazo reappeared beside James, a blinding fire igniting high above, scattering ashes like remnants of despair. "Let us leave them to the prisoners of the concentration camp," James remarked coolly. Asazo nodded in understanding. Amidst the despair and terror in Got and the Naki soldiers' eyes, clouds of dark smoke rose several times, depositing them into the throngs of people gathered in the square. All the prisoners of Auschwitz, be they Jewish, Soviet, or French, approached the clustered figures with serene expressions. Thousands surged forward, the atmosphere spiraling into madness as Got lost the courage to speak. He watched helplessly as countless prisoners clawed and tore at their own flesh, ravenously devouring every piece of him. In mere minutes, the last remnants of the Naki soldiers disappeared, leaving behind only scattered bones and tattered remnants of clothing, devoured entirely by the throngs of humanity. A gaunt Jewish woman fervently clutched her chest, praying that James would check if her child still lived. Her trembling hand pointed towards the low brick building, a site of mutant experimentation. James and Asazo traversed rows of filthy, empty cells, the walls marred with blood and claw marks, and the bedding stained, exuding a foul odor. The woman followed closely behind, calling out her son's name. "Mother! Mother!" A boy in the deepest cell clung to the bars, crying out to his mother. Asazo teleported in, chuckling softly as he brought the boy to his mother's side. Embracing her child, the woman caressed his gaunt cheeks and filthy hair. The boy, after shedding tears, gazed up at James and Asazo with an expression of inexplicable reverence. He had witnessed the horrors unfolding outside through the iron bars of his cell. Suddenly, the sound of tires crunching over gravel echoed, and a black German sedan arrived at the concentration camp's gate. Oskar Schindler exited the vehicle, taking in the sight of the unguarded gate, where a multitude of prisoners wandered and wept in despair. Confusion crossed his face as he slowly drove into the camp, encountering numerous headless corpses of Naki soldiers and gruesome remnants of flesh along the way. Stepping out of the car, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a tall, handsome young man and a red-skinned demon before him. The expressions on their faces were far from welcoming. Just then, shouts erupted ahead as several Jewish men rushed toward him. "Holy Lord, sir, he is not Naki. He is Oskar Schindler, a factory owner who has been rescuing people from the concentration camp." James regarded Schindler, noting that this striking man, only slightly shorter than himself, possessed a noble visage, a strong nose, and deep-set features that radiated integrity. He nodded and inquired, "Is there a way to handle the situation here?" Schindler swallowed hard, his voice slow yet clear as he replied, "There are nearly 100,000 here. Aside from the Jews, there are also prisoners of war from various European nations and the Soviet Union. They can be armed. Auschwitz is a small town with few German soldiers. If we can secure the railways, we may devise a plan." James nodded, finding it a reasonable strategy. He turned to Asazo and instructed, "Go find Steve. Have him gather people to converge here and devise a way to break through for support." As Schindler watched the vanishing red demon, he instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of what to do next. "Do your part," James urged. "Afterward, seek out the Howlett company in Europe. They will assist you." With a grateful nod, Oskar Schindler departed to rally the crowd, orchestrating the evacuation of nearly 100,000 prisoners from the concentration camp, a formidable challenge given the German occupation in Poland. Returning to the low brick building of mutant experimentation, James sifted through the horrifying records and documents, examining the tortured remains of those who had perished within the grim confines. "Klaus Schmidt," he murmured, the name appearing repeatedly in the reports. As the sun began to set, batches of concentration camp inmates were evacuated, yet the mother and son remained. For a long time, Eric Ranchel and his mother searched for the pit where his father had been buried alive, finally unearthing his corpse. James emerged from the building, holding a box of research and records, observing as the mother and son desperately pulled at the decaying body of a man. "Eric, this is where he belongs. Let us bury your father here. Mother will take you away from this place," she urged, her eyes reddened with sorrow. Yet Eric Ranchel remained silent, seeking a piece of ironwood to hoist his father's decaying and mud-stained body, securing it with rope across his shoulders, dragging it behind him. James quietly observed the youth who clenched his teeth, his legs trembling as he dragged the lifeless body forward. Eric stumbled and fell to the ground. James stepped forward, intending to assist the child, but suddenly the boy broke free from his mother's embrace, tears streaming down his face. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the rope and turned to tighten it around his frail shoulders. He shouted defiantly, forcing himself to take one step after another, the heavy body and the wooden plank gradually feeling lighter, as if the weight was dissipating. Eric paused, bewildered, and turned his head in confusion. The remains of his father and the plank beneath it seemed to float effortlessly in the air. His mother covered her mouth in shock, glancing at James, who had just approached. She bowed deeply, a gesture of gratitude, seemingly misunderstanding the source of this newfound strength. In an instant, a Sazuo reappeared beside James, casting a curious glance at the astonished elder. Turning his head, he noticed the door plank suspended in midair, with a corpse resting upon it, and a tall, tearful boy staring vacantly. James and a Sazuo exchanged glances, the red demon feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Father, have you honed a new skill?" Deep within the Alps, at the Hydra's strategic base, the heir expressed his dissatisfaction with your unilateral actions. His unwavering support stems from trust in your capabilities and your expertise in weapon development. However, what has Hydra contributed to the Empire in the past year? Schmidt, I must remind you that you serve the heir and the Strategic Weapons Development Division of the German Empire, not your private militia. Heinrich Himmler, the SS commander who once allied with John Schmidt, sternly questioned before the demonstration of Hydra's new equipment. As time passed, the Hydra forces, increasingly distanced from the control of the Wehrmacht, drew the ire of Adolf Hitler. Following the invasion of the Soviet Union, the once invincible German army faced repeated setbacks, and the full-scale declaration of war by the American forces further exacerbated the situation. This examination of the Strategic Weapons Development Division, which had gradually become autonomous, was a test and a warning from the SS. Little did Heinrich Himmler realize that John Schmidt had transformed from a devoted admirer of Hitler into a contender for his position. The power of a role model is boundless. Gentlemen, Schmidt surveyed Himmler and the two SS officers, along with a few remaining researchers not yet absorbed by Hydra, continuing in an unusual tone. "You are here to inspect my work, are you not? Come. Allow me to show you how Hitler's dream of establishing a lasting legacy has become a reality under my guidance." With that, he forcefully pushed open the massive alloy steel door, and the group followed Schmidt inside. At the back of the line, Sebastian Shaw, still appearing somewhat timid, instinctively nudged the door, squinting, his expression increasingly unnatural. Auschwitz concentration camp had existed for nearly 5 years, with a cumulative death toll exceeding 1 million. Chapter 72. Red and black. Johann Schmidt adjusted his meticulously donned military uniform and gloves, his boots resounding sharply against the floor as he strode forward with an air of arrogance. Our heir grows increasingly feeble, his army spills blood across Europe. How much longer can the glory of the Third Reich illuminate the world? I know you lack scientific understanding. The true forces of the universe often confound the ignorant. The diminutive Arnim Zola timidly followed Schmidt's movements, assisting him in calibrating a weapon resembling a heavy anti-aircraft gun. The Hydra had discovered a means to annihilate the enemy and overturn the tide of war. No matter their location or number, they could be obliterated in an instant. Schmidt declared, snapping his fingers dramatically. Shao increasingly sensed an ominous atmosphere within the command room, where a massive map adorned with skull symbols delineated various regions: Washington, London, New York, Moscow, and even Berlin. Schmidt grasped a control stick, surveying the gathered individuals, as the gun barrel, guided by a mechanical arm, rose to aim at Heinrich Himmler. The Third Reich is dead. A new king approaches. Long live Hydra. With that proclamation, a sphere of icy blue energy shot toward Himmler, instantly reducing him to a mere fragment of a leg, the blood and flesh already congealed. The SS officers in the room hastily drew their pistols. But Schmidt's advanced weaponry was swifter, the metallic arm slightly adjusted, eliminating the remaining officers with ease. "Ah, you are, oh, That psychiatrist, Schmidt mused. Finally recalling who Xiao was. He smirked, expressing regret. Germany has truly reached its nadir. It's no wonder someone like you was invited to observe. Your misfortune is quite palpable. Boom. The cosmic cube unleashed a high-energy beam, radiating dazzling icy blue light towards Sebastian Xiao. After firing the last shot, Schmidt descended the platform. But Zhao's condition grew increasingly bizarre. It was as if his existence were repelling the surrounding environment, his body ignited with the cube's energy, his form flickering and distorting. Parts vanishing only to reappear suddenly. Schmidt blinked, questioning his perception. Since harnessing the power of Odin's box, his newly developed energy weapon had proven nearly invincible. Except for Captain America, with his uniquely crafted shield and equipment, no human had survived a blast of cube energy without being reduced to ash. Schmidt leaped back onto the launch pad, firing successive energy projectiles at Xiao. The latter's state became even more unstable, eliciting pained howls. Sebastian Xiao was a mutant with the ability to absorb and transform energy after awakening his powers in a brutal confrontation during his youth. He realized he could harness various known energy forms. This energy could enhance his being, rejuvenating his body, staving off aging, and improving his physical attributes. He could also absorb energy and release it through contact, creating powerful attacks, though he preferred kinetic energy. He had yet to encounter a form of energy he could not absorb. Yet, as Schmidt's peculiar new energy weapon invaded his body, it felt as though every nerve and cell were being torn apart. He struggled with all his might to control the absorption of this immense and unique force. His hands clasped before him, his body trembling violently. The continuous onslaught of energy spheres further destabilized Xiao, making him feel as if a heavy cocoon within him was about to burst. Boom. The command room erupted into chaos. A wave of blue energy radiating from Yao's center, wreaking havoc. Arnim Zola fortuitously fell behind the experimental platform. Johann Schmidt's facial mask was shredded, revealing patches of crimson, grotesque skin, and skeletal features. Sebastian Xiao gradually regulated his erratic breathing, twisting his neck and shaking his body. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he let out an exuberant roar of exhilaration. This is simply magnificent. Zhao's hair appeared to lengthen as he smoothed it back, his posture and demeanor transforming into something strikingly dignified, shedding his former awkwardness, though still retaining an eccentric flair. Mr. Schmidt, TSK, look at you. I dare say you're no different from the delightful experiments I created, are you? The red skull rose, touching his cheek and tearing away the remnants of his mask, revealing hollow sockets where his nose and ears once were. I admit, you have surprised me, Klaus, is it? Klaus Schmidt. Do not presume that merely because you survived my cube's attack due to some special material, you are worthy of addressing me in such a manner. The Red Skull maintained his arrogance, convinced that the peculiar psychiatrist had evaded the cube's assault through some extraordinary equipment, akin to that of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Relying solely on your physical form? What a farce. Pride is a primal sin. It blinds one to humility and the awareness of the vast unknown. Since becoming the Red Skull and obtaining the Cosmic Cube, Johann Schmidt's arrogance had reached unparalleled heights. Boom. Schmidt lunged at Xiao, swinging his fist toward his face. Sebastian Xiao stood unmoving, a grin on his face, offering no evasion. Bang, bang, bang. The Red Skull, infused with semi-finished serum, matched Steve's physical attributes closely. Each punch delivering 2 to 3 tons of force, yet he felt no fatigue, relentlessly unleashing his might. After a prolonged exchange, Schmidt increasingly felt as though he were striking through water. His blows lacked the expected impact. His strength dissipated entirely. The insufferable psychiatrist merely flickered and laughed, remaining unfazed. With a swift motion, Xiao returned the kinetic energy he had absorbed, slapping Schmidt as he noticed the latter's rhythm slowing. Xiao had an exceptional capacity to absorb such pure kinetic energy, and the unknown energy had elevated his mutant powers to new heights. Even with superhuman strength, Schmidt would never have the opportunity to harm Xiao. The Red Skull was sent flying over 10 meters, colliding violently with a steel pillar. His ribcage collapsing as he spat a mouthful of blood. His blood was still red, after all. Fear crept in as he struggled to rise, occasionally retching vile blood. Gasping for breath against the bent steel structure, Arnim Zola cautiously peeked from behind the command console, his small head barely visible, too afraid to breathe. Klaus Schmidt is a name I casually adopted for convenience in Germany. Look at you now. The name Schmidt truly disgusts me. You are more grotesque than the most abhorrent creature I have ever created. At this moment, Xiao radiated an air of youthful exuberance, appearing as vibrant as a 20-year-old. His complexion was remarkably fine, and he emanated an unprecedented aura, casting a disdainful gaze upon the man who once humiliated him. Curiosity piqued. He picked up a cube energy weapon, aiming it at Schmidt's crimson skull, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Have you ever contemplated your greatest dilemma, dear sir? The red skull remained unperturbed. Once free from the shackles of arrogance, Johann Schmidt was still the cunning strategist with a high intellect and acute awareness of his surroundings. Shao, intrigued, lowered the weapon and crouched down close to Schmidt. You are but a single individual. Do you truly believe that such extraordinary power can achieve anything of significance? I am uncertain what kind of ability this is, but since I can transcend humanity with a mere potion, he coughed. The boundless energy that can overturn the current technological paradigm suggests that the era of supernatural forces has indeed arrived. As the red skull coughed up blood, his eyes gleamed with fervor as he roared, fixating his gaze intently upon Shao, unyielding and devoid of fear regarding the precariousness of his life. Yao's smile faltered slightly. Schmidt's words echoed the very reasons he had tirelessly sought to create and study mutant beings. Deep down, he understood that while his mutant abilities were formidable enough for self-preservation, they lacked the offensive power to conquer billions of individuals. Shao resembled an omnipotent absorber, lacking any destructive capability, without sufficient energy for support and transformation. The red skull wiped the blood from his mouth, adjusting his position for greater comfort, and continued with renewed vigor. Hydra boasts tens of thousands of soldiers and a complete military apparatus, not to mention the limitless treasures of energy at my disposal. The weapons we have developed are already within your grasp. Seizing this unprecedented opportunity for war, we can forge a new era for humanity. The Red Skull's rhetoric was deeply stirring, resonating with Zhao's own ideology. When a person, particularly one brimming with ambition and a thirst for power, acquires transcendental strength, a profound rebellion against the established systems and rules of the old world often ensues, leading them to attempt the establishment of a new order. Confident in his own power to achieve immortality, Zhao had spent years lurking in the shadows, steadily progressing toward his goals. However, if an opportunity arose to significantly expedite this process, it would be all the more desirable. He chuckled softly, discarding the gun and turning his attention away from Schmidt as he approached the energy converter housing the cosmic cube. The ethereal blue glow of the cube illuminated Zhao's face as he timidly reached out towards it, his fingers just shy of contact. He swallowed hard, his expression a testament to his insatiable hunger. Chapter 73. Admission and the Manhattan Project. Since the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, the United States declared war on Japan the very next day, officially entering World War II. However, the outbreak of the Second World War plunged the American education system into a comprehensive crisis, with many enlisting in the military. There was a significant surge in demand for skilled labor. This led to an unprecedented need for worker training, particularly in technical disciplines, prompting some community colleges to expand into two-year degree programs and develop into business schools. Consequently, several educators opted to leave their posts and pursue higher-paying jobs in other fields, resulting in a lamentable shortage of teachers in the majority of secondary schools. However, prestigious institutions, closely linked with Ivy League colleges, did not face such dilemmas. Founded in the 1870s, Meister School is located in the suburbs of New York, just a 30-minute journey from the city center and even closer to Long Island. Today marks the enrollment day for Eric Lancel. Meister School is a co-educational institution spanning 7 years, combining middle and high school, with a remarkable probability of over 60% for graduates to be admitted into Ivy League universities. James brought Eric along with the remains of his mother and father back to New York, interring them at Finchliffe Cemetery, an area renowned for its serene environment and the final resting places of many illustrious figures. Eric and his mother, Edith, were deeply grateful for this gesture. As survivors of a shattered world, they approached James's invitation with a palpable sense of humility. This ordinary Jewish woman was filled with simple gratitude and had no intention of declining. As the car passed by the wrought iron gate adorned with blooming wisteria, Eric felt a twinge of anxiety. He had a basic understanding of English, thanks to his father Jacob's business dealings in Britain. After arriving in New York, he had spent 3 months refining his language skills and familiarizing himself with the subjects required in American high schools, aided by a tutor employed by Mr. Howlett. Before the war, the Lancel couple had placed significant emphasis on their child's education, providing him with a solid foundation. However, years of displacement and life in concentration camps forced Eric to begin his schooling 2 grades below his age, entering the 2nd year of middle school. He subconsciously brushed his deep brown hair, his gaunt face having gained some fullness since his time in the camps, though his chin and cheekbones remained slender. He averted his gaze from the excited students pointing at their car, his palms sweating as he gripped his backpack tightly. James glanced at Eric and smiled knowingly, saying, "I forgot to change the car. This model is somewhat unusual. Randy, please use a more common vehicle to take Eric to school in the future." The driver nodded in agreement. The Howlett family owned several automobile brands and held stakes in many European car manufacturers, such as Germany's Mercedes-Benz and Britain's Bentley and Aston Martin. Each year, both American and European brands would handcraft a new concept model to present to the Howlett Group headquarters, from which James's butler and service team would select a few for his daily use. "No, thank you, sir. I can actually ride my bike to school." "It's not far," Eric replied hesitantly, feeling a profound respect and warmth towards James. Deep within, he understood that he was different from many. Yet he hoped to be similar to Mr. Howlett. During this period, such thoughts often crossed his mind. It will be quite interesting at school. Though there may also be challenges. You can discuss any concerns with your mother, or of course, you can share them with me, James reassured him. His demeanor was pleasant. It was his first experience of taking a child to school. Asa, his own child, had only received home education, and Steve did not require such arrangements. Although Eric was not his child, James relished the opportunity to partake in this experience. As Eric waved goodbye to James, standing by the car, he felt a surge of confidence from Mr. Howlett's warm smile. He glanced around and entered the school building. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he reached into his backpack. The brass school badge seemed to leap into his palm, and he clumsily pinned it to his chest. This remarkable ability to manipulate metal was something Eric had naturally come to sense and achieve. Upon returning to the Howlett estate on Long Island, James descended into the underground space, continuing his examination of the experimental data on mutants collected from Auschwitz, along with recent research on genetic mutations conducted by Dr. Erskine. He was uncertain how this individual, Klaus Schmidt, conceived the idea of researching and even creating mutants. But the extensive records of his experiments provided some insights into their capabilities and potential. Under James's direction, Asa scoured the area. Returning with the last remnants of Schmidt's creations, James preserved the specimens in cryogenic storage, preparing for further study when Dr. Erskine became available. The perfect super serum was nearing completion, yet sourcing suitable energy remained a pressing issue, pivotal to advancing his own power. It was imperative to discover the optimal solution. In the Special Military District of New York, the Manhattan Project Research Center was abuzz. James, appearing considerably older, had altered his appearance, making his hair appear somewhat gray. He leaned on a cane and intentionally hunched his posture, using his mastery over his physique to reduce his stature and frame. Striving to present himself as a man of advanced years, the identity of Bruce Howlett was now over 50, and he had consciously minimized his public presence over the past 2 years, resorting to disguises when interactions with outsiders were unavoidable. With the presidential limousine, manufactured by Lincoln, one of the brands under the Howlett conglomerate, pulling up outside the research facility, Franklin D. Roosevelt emerged, assisted by his secretary. "Mr. Howlett, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the president said warmly. "Our telephone conversations have been delightful, and I have longed for the opportunity to sit down with you at the White House for a more in-depth discussion." James greeted President Roosevelt with a firm handshake, aware that today marked the president's inspection of the Manhattan Project. He had been invited, and the White House had expressed its earnest desire for his attendance. The entire Manhattan Project was being overseen by Dr. Julius Robert Oppenheimer, a somewhat comical-looking, tall, and slender German-Jewish man, much like Albert Einstein, who had developed theories on nuclear weapons. Adolf Hitler's inexplicable disdain for the Jewish people, leading to widespread persecution and extermination, had garnered the support of a vast portion of the German populace, consequently pushing many pivotal figures into opposition. Professor Oppenheimer enthusiastically presented the current progress of atomic bomb development. Today, he had traveled from the Los Alamos laboratory as the Oak Ridge facility was soon to commence production of the first batch of enriched uranium-235. This heralded the imminent consumption of vast resources and substantial financial investments. James listened attentively, before soon retreating to a more private office with President Roosevelt. He retrieved a carved sandalwood cigar box and glanced at the president. "This must be the Gaia cigars from your family, which I have had the pleasure of enjoying. They are among the finest in the world, albeit produced in limited quantities." Roosevelt accepted a cigar, inhaling its aroma before nodding appreciatively. Noticing that Mr. Howlett had no intention of lighting one for himself, he fumbled for his tar lighter and sparked a flame. James chuckled, his interest in cigars rekindled. "This is not the Gaia. While rare, it is still somewhat accessible. This, however, is called the Golden Apple, crafted exclusively for my personal enjoyment. I cannot claim it to be better, merely tailored to my own tastes, and occasionally gifted by old friends. Although President Roosevelt was not an aficionado of cigars, he savored the rich, lingering flavor, a delightful enigma of bitterness and sweetness akin to the experience of savoring exquisite coffee, where one relishes the depth of aroma amidst the bitterness. Nodding, he remarked in a half-joking tone, "Then does this imply we are friends?" "Of course. I shall ensure a regular supply for you in the future," James replied, winking. It had been over half a century since he had shared a smoke and conversation with an American president. The president leaned against the armrest of the sofa, shifting slightly, and regarded Mr. Howlett's visage, faintly obscured by the swirling smoke. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a tone laden with complexity. "Speaking of friends, the Howlett family has long been an ally of the American government. From your father's time, various military equipment, government projects, and key economic initiatives have been closely intertwined with the Howlett name." James nodded, a smile breaking across his face, sensing that Roosevelt desired to discuss more than just cigars. Indeed, the Howlett family originated from a farm in Canada and has gradually forged its path in America, independently developing internal combustion engine technology, popularizing various military and civilian electrical appliances, and currently researching computers, a matter I recommend you take seriously. Roosevelt found his thoughts stifled, recognizing that the ascendance of the Howlett family had significantly accelerated America's progress in the global industrial revolution. While he believed that history does not pivot on individual actions, the reality was undeniable. James shifted the conversation amicably, continuing, "Thus, the Howlett family has consistently stood alongside the White House, diligently contributing whatever modest support we can in these trying times." Roosevelt paused, fixing James with a serious gaze. "The Manhattan Project requires a substantial infusion of funds and continued investment in raw uranium ore. How much?" "At least $1 billion. "Agreed. What do you require?" James contemplated the golden apple, musing for a moment before casually stating, "The qualifications for research and development in nuclear energy, non-weaponized, along with some adjustments to antitrust legislation." Upon hearing this, Roosevelt decisively tapped the ash from his spent cigar, responding solemnly, "The first is acceptable. The second is not." "A deal, then." Chapter 74. The Red Skull's trump card. Deep within the Alps, at the Hydra headquarters, a low hum resonated in the air. Sebastian Shaw's face was taut with concentration as he delicately placed his 10 fingertips upon the cosmic cube. The crackling, ice-blue arcs of energy coursed through Shaw's body. His black woolen coat, reminiscent of Hydra's military uniform, being singed and tattered by the surging energy. With a fierce roar, Shaw tightened his grip on the cube, his body trembling violently as the ground and walls of the room began to shake, as if struck by an earthquake of 7 or 8 magnitude. A portion of the ice-blue energy was absorbed into his being, yet a greater amount continued to engulf and disintegrate his garments. Suddenly, a crystal-like shattering sound pierced the air, and a dark void erupted above Shaw's head, revealing twinkling starlight, as if a fragment of the galaxy had penetrated the depths of this mountain base's hull. Shaw's figure began to flicker erratically, as if gradually being repelled by the fabric of space. Desperately, he exerted all his strength to free his hands from an inexplicable force that clung to him. The starlit void above him shrank to a single point and vanished. Most of his clothing had been burned away, leaving his upper body bare, his muscles not overly defined, yet distinctly outlined. The cube's energy still danced around his skin as he shivered and pressed his palms against the expansive glass window facing the snow-capped mountains. With a thunderous crash, the observation deck's steel and glass structure shattered as 2 powerful beams of cube energy surged forth, sending arcs of energy spiraling towards the distant peaks of the Alps. The cacophony of destruction echoed like a landslide. The vibrations felt even 10 kilometers away at the Hydra base. Soon after, ominous rumblings emerged from the mountains, as millions of tons of snow cascaded down, igniting a relentless avalanche that roared on without cease. "You've lost your mind." Red Skull, Johann Schmidt, kicked open the reinforced metal door, storming in with fury as he fixed his gaze on the bare-chested Shaw, whose chest heaved with intensity. "Do you intend to endanger us all?" Shaw gradually steadied his breath, ignoring Schmidt as he grabbed a coat from the corner and slipped it on. Casting a disdainful glance at Schmidt, "Not everyone. At least I shall come to no harm." Schmidt gritted his teeth in frustration. His injuries had healed completely, and his physical prowess had surpassed normal human limits, granting him an extraordinary rate of recovery. Although he was still far from rapid healing, he could recover in a matter of days what would take an ordinary person months. The cosmic cube is a gem held by the All-Father Odin. Even the gods dare not wield it lightly, hiding it away during the primordial times on Earth. How dare you, Mr. Schmidt, do not forget our pursuit. The divine is not beyond reach. Shaw interrupted with an air of arrogance, meticulously adjusting his slightly long brown hair and the collar of his coat. He had failed once more in his attempt to control and absorb the cube's energy. Despite his newfound confidence in his ability to harness energy, he remained unable to master the seemingly limitless power of this divine artifact. More critically, the raw energy of the cube, untransformed, was profoundly unstable. Once Shaw's body came into contact with the cube, he felt an intense sensation of energy erosion and annihilation. For ordinary beings, the qualification to touch the cube was unattainable. Only those of sufficient strength could grasp it. Moreover, the cube's presence consistently altered and destabilized the surrounding space, a source of great frustration for Shaw. His abilities granted him access to the cube, yet he could neither control nor utilize its spatial powers. As time passed, he would feel an extreme repulsion emanating from the surrounding environment, as though some force were expelling him through a conduit into an unknown realm. If he could master this force, the primal power of space, what grandeur might it yield? You would do well to recognize your limits and refrain from treating the cube as a mere toy, jeopardizing our grand designs, Schmidt remarked. Retrieving the cube with a specialized alloy clamp and placing it into an energy conversion extractor, he finally realized the torment of sharing his quarters with someone who snored incessantly. Shaw contemplated in silence for a moment, ultimately conceding that his desire to completely master the cube was unrealistic. At best, he could utilize the cube's converted energy to empower himself, thereby wielding destructive force externally. Following his second awakening, he no longer needed to rely solely on physical contact to unleash energy, like the shockwaves emitted from his palms earlier. He could now directly project various forms of absorbed energy. How goes the investigation at Auschwitz? He inquired. Not a single lead. Useless. Shaw berated Schmidt, who had remained silent. After forming a tenuous alliance with Schmidt, he had dispatched Hydra personnel to retrieve his experimental subjects and research data from the Auschwitz concentration camp. However, the only news brought back was of the brutal massacre of all the camp's German soldiers, their heads severed or bodies mutilated. The prisoners had either fled or banded together to seize weapons, overtaking the sparsely defended Auschwitz and coordinating with American forces to evacuate from Poland. Enraged, Shaw personally boarded a Hydra aircraft to Auschwitz, only to discover that not only had his experimental subjects vanished without a trace, but years of painstaking research and records had been thoroughly looted. He had instructed Schmidt to pursue the matter for some time. Learning only that a German businessman named Oskar Schindler had aided the prisoners' escape, and that he himself had quickly fled Europe under the radar. Some captured fugitives in Poland and neighboring countries spoke of something bizarre. There was an indestructible man and a hellish demon with red skin, who slaughtered all the German soldiers at Auschwitz. Sebastian Shaw was taken aback, pondering the implications of this revelation. Do you possess any information on these two individuals? Schmidt shook his head, equally perplexed. Until today, aside from you and me, only that Captain America, Steve Rogers, who possesses extraordinary strength due to the super soldier serum, has ever crossed my path. I have never heard of these two, but if Norse mythology holds true, perhaps they are indeed demons from the depths of hell. Shaw remained non-committal, withholding further details from Schmidt. He had no intention of sharing the secret of mutants with this so-called ally. However, since he had unexpectedly awakened to power, it was only natural that in this vast world of billions, a few other examples might arise. Yet, why had they found Auschwitz? What are your plans moving forward? Shaw queried, having exhausted his resources and finding the cube temporarily unhelpful, while the Axis powers faced evident defeat. Continuing on this path would be detrimental to them. Schmidt finally lifted his heels, signaling Shaw to follow him as they entered a massive manufacturing workshop that had hollowed out half the mountain. From their elevated position, they gazed down upon a colossal triangular-winged military transport aircraft under assembly. The Valkyrie, as I choose to call her, possesses the capability to unleash a terminal bomb crafted from high-density cubic energy, one potent enough to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. In due course, the Valkyrie will be laden with a multitude of such suicidal aerial explosives, poised to annihilate the vital cities of the Allies. We shall further seize control of the might of the entire German army, overturning the tide of this war in one decisive stroke. The Red Skull, filled with triumph, pounded his fist against the steel railing, contemplating next how to deal with the enigmatic and uniquely powerful Klaus Schmidt. As a scientist, he firmly believed that no force was infallible. Shaw, equally astonished, gazed upon the weapons and equipment within the vast manufacturing workshop, acknowledging that there were indeed numerous aspects beyond the reach of individual power. The prospect of usurping Hydra's authority intrigued Xiao even further. Chapter 75. A New Generation Uncle Asazo. Please refrain from flickering about. Eric Lancel gazed helplessly at the red devil, Asazo, who was constantly teleporting nearby, releasing tendrils of black smoke. He was in the training chamber beneath the estate, practicing the body control techniques taught by Mr. Howlett, striking an oddly peculiar single-leg squat while cradling his abdomen. Perched atop a stone pillar over a meter high, he struggled to maintain a rhythm with his erratic and inconsistent breathing methods, facing considerable difficulty. However, Asazo's antics disrupted his focus, causing him to lose his balance and tumble down, rubbing his backside in complaint. "Who are you calling uncle? Someone like my old man, perhaps." With a discontented cough, Asazo continued admonishing, "This static exercise requires one's mind to settle." What did the old man say? Not particularly happy, nor particularly sad. Undisturbed by external factors. It's about not being swayed by external influences, and by the way, Mr. Howlett appears much younger than you. Eric silently scoffed at this thought, daring not to voice it. Asazo aged at a markedly slow pace, his lifespan extended, yet his appearance remained ambiguous in terms of youthfulness compared to James. "Oh dear." Asazo gasped, startled, as he flickered to the side, eyes wide with trepidation at the sudden appearance of the old man. For James, appearing silently was exceedingly simple. "Are you so idle as to come and bother Eric?" James looked at Asazo, who was now about 50 years old, perhaps suggesting that the mental maturity of those who were long-lived developed at a slower pace. Even today, the Red Devil's demeanor resembled that of a perpetually adolescent boy. "You won't let me join Steve in battle, and I find myself dreadfully bored," Asazo complained, scraping his finger against his needle-like tail. Always keen on combat. He was pained by his exclusion from such grand global conflicts. James pursed his lips, offering a straightforward explanation. "Your appearance and abilities are too distinctive. Frequent appearances on the battlefield would attract unwanted attention, and Steve is affiliated with the Strategic Scientific Corps, which focuses on studying special abilities." Observing Asazo's dejection, James pondered for a moment. "Why don't you join the Wolf Pack? Investigate the whereabouts of Klaus Schmidt. I find him quite concerning." Asazo flashed a toothy grin, playfully saluting before vanishing in an instant. "Now, let us continue our training." James settled cross-legged beside Eric, observing his practice of evolution techniques, providing guidance intermittently. The evolution technique employed by mutants to master their bodies and thereby control their abilities had become relatively refined. The second level posed a significant challenge, requiring personal cultivation and a profound understanding of their powers to break through limits and achieve a secondary awakening, an endeavor not suited for the average individual. Even for talented mutants like Eric and Asazo, reaching the limits of the first level was already formidable. After completing the dynamic training for the evolution technique, James personally manipulated Eric's skeletal structure, using his gentle life energy to untangle obstructed flesh and fascia. Following this, Eric attempted to control steel training materials weighing several hundred kilograms, honing his basic metal manipulation skills, while simultaneously guiding 3 metal shurikens through the air, practicing precise control and multitasking. "Mr. Howlett, Eric hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Just call me old man, if you don't mind." The term old pa in English is not a serious address for a father, but can signify a close relationship with an elder. The boy blushed as he tugged at the corners of his mouth, having long envied the intimate bond shared between Asazo and Mr. Howlett, reminiscent of the familial warmth he experienced in his childhood. "Old man, what are we?" Eric appeared considerably lighter in spirit, yet his brow remained oddly furrowed as he posed this disjointed question. Understanding dawned upon James, who smiled and nodded. He extended his right hand. 3 ivory-white bone blades glimmering with metallic luster slowly emerging from his knuckles. His forearm, robust and muscular, supported the elongated claws that had grown significantly since their initial awakening. Now nearly 50 centimeters long, perfectly proportioned for his towering figure of around 1.95 meters. Eric's excitement was palpable as he observed the fearsome bone claws sprouting from James. "We are simply us. We are a form of life, human beings. While we may appear visibly unique, we share the same troubles and joys as every ordinary person." Eric listened, half comprehending, as deep within him lay an intense fixation on the concept of race. The history and culture of the Jewish people have always carried a strong exclusivity. and the dark shadows of war and concentration camps had colored the boy's perception of the world with a gray lens. The essence of life is survival. Perhaps philosophers and thinkers can provide better answers, but what I can impart is to survive as best as you can. If possible, make your existence a more comfortable one. James caressed the bone blades, a peculiar glint illuminating his gaze. For the first time, Eric witnessed the complex side of Mr. Howlett. In the struggle for survival, individuals often find solace in each other as company, enduring the bitter cold of the night together, thus establishing tribes, nations, and ethnicities. Yet, survival is an exceedingly cruel endeavor. For this ultimate goal, sordid and brutal tales are perpetually recounted. Consequently, beings like us may one day face rejection or even animosity from other forms of life. James blinked, retracting the bone blades with a swift motion, turning to Eric. The ability to accept oneself will be crucial for our continued existence. Accept myself? Eric murmured, as if grasping something elusive. James ruffled his hair, causing Eric's deep brown locks to become tousled. He refrained from elaborating further, leaving behind a thought for Eric to nurture gradually through his own growth and understanding. Understanding is subtly imparted through lived experience, not merely through grandiloquent discourse. The annual opening ceremony of Meister Academy would be delayed by 2 months, customarily entrusted to the new student council to manage. The chairperson of this year's council, Emma Grace Frost, was a 5th-year student, yet she was quite young at just 15 years old, having skipped a grade due to her outstanding academic and extracurricular achievements. Perhaps because girls generally mature earlier, young Emma stood at approximately 1.75 meters tall, her skin exceptionally fair and delicate, her features exquisitely refined, almost unreal in their beauty. She possessed an upright posture and notably long legs, adorned in the Meister School uniform's long skirt, her naturally wavy golden locks cascading freely, dazzling like a diamond beneath the sun. This girl seemed to be a born leader, adept at understanding the thoughts and desires of those around her, engaging with others in a poised and affable manner, yet maintaining an appropriate distance. However, in solitude, Emma often appeared somewhat cold, despite the continuous buzz of activity surrounding her. This exceptionally mature girl had never lost her way. 2 male students from the student council were struggling to hoist a wrought iron sign for the ceremony. Although the task proved somewhat arduous for them, the volunteers exhibited a spirited tenacity reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Emma watched with concern as they strained to pull the steel wire, frequently calling out to passing students to steer clear. A few mischievous younger boys were playfully tugging at a slender boy with dark brown hair and narrow cheeks, jostling him toward the student council member who was gripping the wire. "Be careful," Emma urgently called out, but the already struggling student was knocked off balance, sending several tumbling to the ground as the sign swung perilously downwards. Surrounding students gasped in alarm, rushing to assist in lifting the sign, from beneath which 3 boys scrambled to their feet. Fortunately, none were injured. Perhaps the lightweight, hollow sign had mitigated the fall, resulting in nothing more than a false alarm. As the crowd dispersed, a school worker stepped in to take over, aware that these exceptional young individuals, despite their privileged backgrounds, were not to be harmed. Yet Emma's gaze remained intensely fixed on the slender boy who had been tugged. At the moment the sign fell, he seemed to have done something remarkable. Thankfully, due to her father's recent training, his control had improved significantly. Father? Training? What sort of training, and how did he manage that? Emma pondered the thoughts that bubbled in the boy's mind, suddenly struck by a spark of realization. Perhaps this boy was special, much like herself. "Mother, please let Raven stay," pleaded the freckled boy, shaking his mother's hand in earnest. Beside him, a charming little girl with dirty blonde hair sat shyly, hands resting on her lap, her head bowed demurely. "But Charles, the girl's parents will surely be frantic. We cannot simply adopt her, even if she is an orphan. We must follow the proper legal procedures," his mother urged patiently. Her husband was the renowned physicist Dr. Brian Xavier, and the Xavier family had long been affluent. Their ancestral castle in Westchester, New York, a testament to their legacy. They could not hastily adopt a child of unknown origins. Young Xavier cast a reassuring glance toward the girl named Raven, gently touching his temple as he continued, "Let us take Raven in as our daughter. She is a poor, abandoned girl, homeless, and we can resolve her identity issues." Mrs. Sharon Xavier momentarily faltered, echoing her son's words in a daze until she abruptly regained her composure. "Oh, Raven, poor child, this will be your home from now on. Brian and I have longed for a daughter for many years." Mrs. Xavier embraced the charming Raven tightly, her joy uncontainable, while Raven beamed at Charles, whose expression bore a hint of guilt. Her brown eyes shimmered, transforming into an enchanting amber gold. Chapter 76. The Shield Warrior. Upon returning home from school today, Eric's mood was palpably somber. His pronounced English accent often made him the target of ridicule among his peers. Coupled with the dark experiences of war over the past few years, he had become somewhat introverted and withdrawn, failing to forge meaningful friendships at school, where he was frequently targeted by a few loathsome classmates. Today, he had been shoved by those students outside the classroom building, causing him to fall and narrowly avoid being struck by a lighted sign. Mrs. Edith's command of English was limited as she was still learning. Thus she communicated with Eric in German privately. Although James possessed a grasp of the language, they endeavored to refrain from speaking it in front of others out of respect. Eric sat upright, awaiting James to join him for dinner, while his mother, Edith, had specifically inquired if she could prepare a couple of dishes for Mr. Hawley to taste. As if materializing from thin air, Azazo landed directly on the bench and summoned a servant to hand him a towel, casually wiping his hands. The servants who regularly attended to James in the innermost circle of the Hawley household were all members of the Wolf Pack, well aware of both Mr. Hawley's and Azazo's circumstances. Thus there was no need for discretion. They belonged to the relatively peripheral members of the family, much like the Wolf Pack itself. "Ah, thank you, madam." Azazo rubbed his hands together, watching as Mrs. Edith presented a platter of skewered meats, accompanied by large pies and pastries drizzled with fruit compote. The servant continued to serve steak, oysters, and bread meant to complement caviar. Although James no longer required an extravagant quantity of food, he had always possessed a hearty appetite and an appreciation for fine cuisine, rendering 3 dishes insufficient. "It smells wonderful, thank you, Edith," James said as he descended into the dining area, expressing his gratitude in German and insisting that she join them at the table. The woman, once gaunt from the ravages of war and inhumanity, now radiated a rosy vitality. Eric beamed as he observed his mother seated beside him and James at the head of the table, eagerly introducing the 3 dishes she had prepared. His eyes sparkling with anticipation as he watched James sample the food. Delightful. I particularly enjoy this kebab. The barbecue sauce made from onions and parsley has a unique flavor, James remarked, elegantly and swiftly savoring the grilled meat, looking quite satisfied. He casually inquired about Eric's life at school, chuckling at the boy's somewhat shy demeanor. "Have you participated in any sports, Eric?" "No. The boys at school are fond of baseball and football, but I have never engaged in either." Eric typically sat on the sidelines during sports classes, watching as the other boys played, while the girls cheered from the sidelines. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not feel envious. Having a sporting hobby during one's studies is vital, as it is one of the easiest ways to make friends. Perhaps football. It offers comprehensive exercise. After dinner, "I shall teach you," James suggested without probing further into whether Eric had faced bullying or exclusion from his classmates. After the meal, he took Azazo outside onto the expansive lawn of the estate, tossing and catching a football. "Azazo, no teleportation," James chided, casting a glance at Azazo, who had attempted to snatch the ball using his ability. Eric laughed heartily as he ran around, perspiration dotting his brow, while his mother, Edith, sat on the soft, verdant grass, tenderly watching her son's face light up with a smile she had never seen before. "How are things on Steve's end?" James casually wiped his hands with the towel handed to him by a servant, advising Eric to return early to rest and to remember the meditative positions and breathing techniques before sleep. He gently inquired of Azazo, "I just came from him, carrying 2 letters. One is for you, and the other I have been asked to deliver to her mother." Azazo vanished in an instant, only to reappear immediately, holding 2 envelopes. James accepted them, tearing one open to read about Steve's combat experiences, nodding thoughtfully. 100 kilometers west of the Maginot Line. This should be Hydra's last outer stronghold. Destroy this factory, and only the secret base will remain. Clad in the deep blue combat suit James had fashioned for him, and wearing a vibranium helmet, Steve was briefing his Howling commandos on the operational plan. "Steve, the fortifications and artillery here are several times greater than those at other bases. Are you certain about directly drawing their fire and pushing forward?" Bucky, who primarily handled long-range support, queried quietly. Ever since Barnes had enlisted as a sniper, he had watched his childhood friend bulldoze through bunkers and even tanks like Hercules, feeling more envy than concern. "Rest assured, Bucky, this makes no difference to me. The plan remains the same. I will push forward while you provide covering fire and support from the flanks, prioritizing the neutralization of enemy high-energy weapons. Gab, Dean, you are responsible for setting explosives once we breach." The squad of fewer than 20 was divided into 5 groups, with Steve gradually accelerating forward, charging toward Hydra's main entrance. Boom! The icy blue energy cannon fired at the rapidly darting Steve. He deftly maneuvered his shield to deflect the blast, sending it crashing into a high turret. He leaped to smash down on a bunker, obliterating its concrete roof and entombing 2 Hydra soldiers below. Steve reclaimed his shield, dodging concentrated fire while sprinting forward, deflecting energy beams back at the surrounding Hydra troops. The base's iron gates creaked open, and Steve braced his shield before him, his entire body radiating energy as he charged toward an armored artillery vehicle, creating a path of disturbed earth in his wake. Boom! Steve collided with the armored vehicle as if striking a stationary billiard ball, yet it did not topple from the force of impact. Instead, an ominous thud resonated as the vehicle erupted, its front crumpling inward, while the surrounding armor was torn apart from within, reducing 3 soldiers inside to mere remnants. Steve vaulted over the wreckage, his combat team providing precise, covering fire from the flanks. Bucky, perched on a hillside 100 meters away, detonated a Hydra sniper with his rifle, watching Steve's ferocious assault through the scope, shaking his head in disbelief. The shield, crafted from primordial adamantium, was wielded with unparalleled finesse. As the unique force of his combat style harmonized perfectly with the shield's trajectory, some strikes penetrating and obliterating enemies behind cover or armor, while others ricocheted with calculated precision. The shield's edges, not inherently sharp, became cutting instruments under the application of nearly 10 tons of force, painting the ground in a grim tableau of blood. Captain America. Steve Rogers surged through the carnage of flesh and splattered brain matter, yet emerged unscathed, as though shielded by an invisible barrier from the filth of battle. He gazed disdainfully at the remnants of Hydra, who had all but lost the will to counterattack, and smashed through the heavy iron bolt securing the door, charging boldly inside. Red Skull Schmidt watched Steve's violent black and white image on the surveillance feeds, involuntarily swallowing hard. He began to believe what Abraham Erskine had once said about the imperfections of the serum. Perhaps this was the ultimate power of the super soldier serum. Zola, we must retreat. The outcome of this battle is not what matters at this moment, Schmidt declared, clutching several blocks of highly concentrated cube energy, addressing the trembling Zola beside him. Yes, you are correct. As long as we return to the Alps and finalize the last crucial element of our plan, victory shall still belong to us. Hail Hydra! Zola steeled himself, trembling as he raised his fist to address the Red Skull. Schmidt had completely abandoned any pretense, revealing his true, blood-red skull visage, which had become a grotesque symbol for Hydra, a faction teeming with ambition and madness. Your mode of transportation awaits in the garage. Do remember not to scratch it. Zola, who had intended to accompany Schmidt aboard the aircraft, hastily caught the keys thrown to him, his eyes widening behind his thick glasses as he watched Schmidt depart alone from the Strategic Scientific Reserve headquarters. Captain Rogers, if you would not mind, I wish to examine your shield and combat suit, he began. I apologize, Mr. Stark, but these items do not belong to the SSR, and I am under no obligation to assist you in your research. Steve firmly declined Howard Stark's request after donning the shield and his uniquely crafted suit. Even the researchers of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, including Colonel Phillips, had indirectly suggested that these items be submitted for national material testing. However, all such proposals were resolutely rebuffed by Steve, who felt that the only acceptable compromise was to paint a red and blue star on the shield and embroider the stars and stripes upon the uniform. These pieces of equipment were entrusted to him by his mentor, and there was no possibility of them being handed over to outsiders. Ahem, Captain Rogers. It is merely a matter of basic testing. This metallic composition and craftsmanship are utterly unprecedented. I realize they are creations of your mentor at Howlett Industries. Yet they are also an American enterprise. Contributing to the war effort would be advantageous, Stark insisted. After a moment of contemplation, Steve shook his head again, suggesting Mr. Stark contact Mr. Howlett directly. At that moment, a slender secretary with an exaggeratedly curvaceous figure interrupted their awkward exchange. Captain Rogers, please follow me. Colonel Phillips requests your presence in the war room. The secretary gazed at Steve with bright eyes, lightly pressing her lips together. Steve nodded apologetically to Howard Stark and followed her out. As Colonel Phillips had yet to arrive, he felt somewhat uncomfortable being alone with the secretary, fidgeting with his uniform tie. Captain Rogers, have you already taken down several Hydra bases? You know, the ladies of America are clipping your photographs from newspapers to keep as mementos, the secretary teased, her words playful yet remarkably gentle. She leaned against the desk before him, her nylon-clad legs crossed and gently swaying. I don't have many channels to understand the situation at the rear. I hope my photographs look decent, Steve stammered, unsure of where to direct his gaze. The secretary leaned in closer, and he instinctively bristled, a shiver coursing through him. Ahem. Peggy Carter cleared her throat loudly. The secretary, nearly pressed against Steve, quickly stood and nonchalantly winked at him as she departed. If you wish to flirt, Captain Rogers, I suggest you choose a different locale. This is the command center. Agent Carter set her firearm down with a thud upon the table, efficiently organizing the documents, without sparing a glance at the red-faced Steve, who was desperately denying and explaining himself. Finally, Colonel Phillips entered, rubbing his nose and breathing heavily, with an excited proclamation. Good news. We have captured Dr. Arnim Zola, Hydra's chief scientific researcher. He has aided Schmidt in overcoming numerous crucial technological hurdles. Interestingly, he was abandoned and apprehended during his escape. The colonel leaned against the table, tapping the map, and observed the peculiar expressions and atmosphere between Rogers and Carter, mumbling to himself as he emphatically pointed to the Alps on the map. The command center of Hydra has been located. Chapter 77. Zola's new master. Thus, Epsilon and Delta would comprise over 70% of the mutant population. Dr. Abraham Erskine nodded at James, whose expression was grave. With the extensive research data and materials he had brought back from the Auschwitz concentration camp, along with the insights and reflections of Dr. Klaus Schmidt, Erskine concurred with the relatively straightforward Greek letter classification system currently in use. Epsilon, as the lowest tier, exhibited weak abilities and a high degree of physical deformity, accounting for approximately 20% of the population, while the Delta level was the most numerous, with relatively clear abilities. And the extent of physical changes depended on the specific characteristics of the mutations, constituting half of all experimental subjects. Dr. Erskine and James discussed hundreds of records of subjects exhibiting genetic mutations when he suddenly realized that the mutant population, once negligible in the overall human count, had been steadily increasing in proportion. The specific classifications could be exceedingly complex. After all, the traits and effects of these mutated abilities were ever-changing. Some mutants with purely destructive capabilities could be relatively easily assessed using the lethality standards I had previously proposed. However, many unique abilities could only be gradually delineated as understanding of mutations advanced. The categorization of mutant abilities was indeed convoluted. Even the known examples could be broadly divided into physical, energy, and rule-based types. Purely physical mutations, which conferred beast-like or enhanced physical capabilities, were comparatively easier to study and comprehend. But mutations involving spatial manipulation or magnetic forces, like those of Asazuo and Eric, were far beyond the current research capabilities. James temporarily set aside this intricate issue for the future. With the continuous increase of the mutant population and his ongoing research, more discoveries would inevitably follow. Is the serum problem resolved? He earnestly inquired of the doctor, as the perfected life evolution serum was currently his utmost concern. The formulation has been very successful. The foundation of the super soldier serum, combined with the extraction of heart-shaped grass and your blood for fusion, should yield astonishing effects. Considering your physical condition, I have refined 10 doses of the heart-shaped grass extract. We are only missing the crucial energy component. James gazed at the shimmering golden-purple potion preserved within the vibranium box, the ethereal violet glow flickering softly. He had yet to decide whether to utilize the nuclear energy from the Manhattan Project or the unknown high-energy source seized from the battlefield by Steve. Dr. Erskine had limited knowledge in this area, as the original Super Soldier program had been completed in collaboration with Howard Stark. Suddenly, Asazuo teleported to the basement of the Hawley residence. After exchanging a few words with Dr. Erskine, James departed with Asazuo back to the mansion in Long Island, New York. Klaus Schmidt had been dispatched by the German SS to observe the development of new weaponry at Hydra's headquarters, but the Hydra leader, known as the Red Skull, had instigated an armed coup, severing ties with Hitler completely. Asazuo reported to James about the investigative intelligence concerning the mutant researchers at Auschwitz, lamenting that the internal divisions and betrayals within the German military had severed all leads. So, Klaus Schmidt was also eliminated by Hydra? James mused, seated in the high-backed chair of his study. Asazuo nodded and then shook his head. Reports suggested that high-ranking SS officials, including Heinrich Himmler, had failed to return to Berlin. Hitler was furious, wishing to annihilate Hydra, yet the German military was truly stretched thin. The Soviet counteroffensive was relentless, and it was merely a matter of time before they reached Berlin. However, my dear, Asazuo chuckled mischievously, That lad Steve informed me that the SSR has captured Hydra's chief scientist, Dr. Zola. They have pinpointed Hydra's location and are preparing for the final operation. James raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this news. He had long been aware of Dr. Arnim Zola's background. This Swiss expatriate scientist, who traversed both genetic and physical realms, had significant strategic implications for the conventional and specialized energy equipment he had refined for the Red Skull. Moreover, he had been ostracized by the mainstream scientific community due to his unethical and inhumane genetic research, which bore resemblance to Klaus Schmidt's own practices. Where is he being held? He is said to have been transported back to New York. He has reached an agreement with the Strategic Scientific Reserve, even after the defeat of the German military. These scientists are unlikely to face repercussions and will be secretly absorbed by nations such as the U.S. and the Soviet Union. James regarded Asazuo with mild surprise. This young man had been collecting intelligence remarkably well and had even begun to engage in strategic analysis. He nodded, a playful smile gracing his face. Investigate the location of his detention. I shall pay him a visit. Arnim Zola, with his short fingers, was deftly cutting the sautéed potatoes and cream mushrooms paired with asparagus on his plate. Despite having conducted numerous horrifying and unscrupulous genetic experiments, he remained a vegetarian, unable to stomach meat. His diminutive, timid appearance often belied a harmless demeanor, yet in the realm of research, he was as unyielding as a machine. He had even confided in Schmidt that his frail physical form hindered his progress in the pursuit of truth. Suddenly, two soft sounds echoed from behind, prompting Zola to glance back in bewilderment, yet he saw nothing amiss. He was currently under house arrest in a secure safe house in New York, which should have ensured a high level of secrecy. Turning back to his plate, he noticed a tall, broad-shouldered man with long black hair seated across from him. James lowered his gaze calmly, observing the mouse-like Dr. Zola, gesturing for him to continue his meal. Zola swallowed the unchewed cream mushroom in his mouth, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately refraining, daunted by the glint of the man's sharp teeth, a predatory reminder of the food chain's apex. I have reached an agreement with the American military, Zola stammered, uncertain of the visitor's intentions. Those wishing him harm could be from the German military, Hydra, or even other allied nations. The American military has no authority over me, James replied nonchalantly, revealing little. James Hawley, have you heard of the Hawley family? Arnim Zola nodded blankly. This oligarchic family, shrouded in mystery in the Western world, was well known in the scientific community, given their extensive ties to numerous technological creations, research institutes, and universities. Zola finally regained his composure, no longer fearing for his life. Once more, he began to detest his frail physique, feeling it unworthy of the vast knowledge he possessed. In truth, I require you to perform certain tasks. You have no choice in the matter. However, in the spirit of employing individuals without suspicion, it is prudent to meet and communicate with the doctor. James's ears perked up. 3 security personnel were stationed outside the house, diligently maintaining their watch, completely unaware of the events unfolding within. Their vigilance was commendable. What do you need me to do? I only wish to conduct research. It is the only thing I am capable of. Zola shrugged indifferently, accustomed to working for various employers. The Red Skull had been a reasonable one, sharing his lack of moral constraints and allowing him access to magnificent creations like the Cosmic Cube. Certainly, the pursuit of research remains paramount, with conditions remarkably accommodating, even extending to the realms of genetics that captivate your interest. However, James's gaze suddenly sharpened, emanating an aura of peril akin to that of a predator, instinctively repelling the feeble. Your array of live experiments is strictly prohibited. Any transgressions will induce profound regret for your existence in this world. Zola nodded fervently, refraining from wiping the beads of sweat that incessantly trickled down his brow. While an ordinary individual might instinctively recoil in fear from the most heinous of criminals confined within a prison, this intangible, almost magnetic aura of danger is 100-fold more terrifying than mere malevolence. You shall find the new research environment to your liking. James abruptly relinquished his menacing demeanor, speaking casually as he snapped his fingers. The languid Asazuo sprawled across the rooftop in anticipation of the sunset, transformed into a swirling mass of shadow, materializing beside the elder. Dr. Zola shuddered, nearly toppling from his chair, as he comprehended the true nature of his so-called new research environment. Deep within the Alps, amidst the biting frost and howling winds, Bucky incessantly rubbed the barrel of his firearm to stave off the chilling temperatures that could render it brittle. During the coldest months of November to February, the area near the Swiss Alps rarely dipped below 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. Yet the higher altitudes remained perpetually blanketed in snow, with icy gusts capable of tearing flesh. He glanced at Steve, clad only in an inner lining beneath his combat gear, instinctively inching closer to the warmth radiating from his companion. "Do you recall our exhilarating ride on the roller coaster at Coney Island?" Bucky bellowed, striving to overpower the howling winds and snow. Steve, observing the cable that traversed from one peak to another, sniffled and replied, "Of course, I was utterly nauseated." As he secured the clasp at his waist, preparing for the target's arrival, Bucky sighed and fastened his own clasp, viewing it as a form of retribution. The Hydra base nestled deep within the mountains could only be accessed via a singular concealed railway. He and the howling commandos had already taken up positions on the surrounding peaks, while a few skilled radio operators remained engaged in reconnaissance and monitoring. The transport train was nearing. "Prepare." Whoosh. Steve and Bucky glided down the cableway, with two additional teammates following along a different route to provide covering fire from the opposite side. From several hundred meters above, they swiftly descended to strike the passing train. If the timing of the clasp's release was miscalculated, it would spell doom at the mountain's base. Thud, thud. The duo landed with relative precision atop the train, the dull thud rousing the somewhat restless Sebastian Shaw, who awaited the arrival of Captain America.